Outside the quaint town of Qingshan, beside the ancient path bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun, an elderly man clad in a tattered gray robe lounged against the exterior of a crumbling temple. His unkempt hair, streaked with gray, was haphazardly arranged atop his head, presenting an air of disheveled neglect. Adjacent to the old man stood a weathered sign, upon which were inscribed the crooked characters proclaiming Qingyun Sword Sect, the true path of the sword, enrolling disciples. Yet, despite the flurry of passers-by, none paid heed to the call. Many were familiar with this old man, known as Mao Zhujuan, who claimed to be the head of the Qingyun Sword Sect. However, in truth, he had but a single disciple, who was also tasked with labor, compelling the so-called master to personally recruit to enroll disciples for the sake of sustenance. Indeed, the Qingyun Sword Sect was on the brink of destitution, forcing even its leader to venture out into the world. Regrettably, after waiting for 2 to 3 days, not a single individual had come forth to enroll. What a pitiable old man he was. Despite the old man's insistence that the Qingyun Sword Sect represented the authentic path of the sword, the townsfolk scoffed at his claims. After all, how could a genuine sect leader stoop to such a remote corner to seek disciples? Were they so idle? In a place like Qingshan, even stray dogs would not linger. Alas, the morals of the world have declined, the hearts of men are no longer pure, he lamented. A throng of commoners, looking down upon others with disdain. Very well, I shall seek my fortunes elsewhere, Mao Zhujuan grumbled as he prepared to depart. Just then, a youth clad in simple garments, no more than 15 or 16 years of age, approached with determination. The boy scrutinized the faded sign, ensuring he had read it correctly, before he quietly exhaled in relief. Greetings, elder. I wish to enroll in martial arts, he declared. Enroll in martial arts? And you of all people? Mao Zhujuan paused in surprise, taking a moment to appraise the boy. The youth, slender and unassuming, appeared rather frail. Although he wore a pair of tattered straw sandals, he was impeccably clean and tidy. His earnest smile and bright eyes exuded a certain innocence, albeit a hint of knavery, suggesting he may not be the sharpest of minds. Your physique is too weak, you would struggle to endure the rigors of training. Off you go. Mao Zhujuan waved dismissively, gently refusing the boy's request. It was evident that this lad did not hail from a wealthy family. He likely struggled to find his next meal, let alone pursue martial arts. The strain would surely lead to his demise. Fear not, elder. I possess a remarkable capacity for hard work. The villagers, such as Brother Aniu, often call upon me for assistance, and they praise my diligence. The boy earnestly replied. Do you have any money? It is said that the wealthy pursue martial arts while the poor remain scholars. Learning martial arts requires significant funds. Mao Zhujuan bluntly inquired, dropping any pretense money. Will this suffice? The boy reached into his waist and produced a single golden leaf, offering it to the elder. This was all his savings. Aunt Lon had told him it could be exchanged for food when hunger struck plenty of food. Are you a fool? Do you not understand the concept of keeping wealth concealed? Mao Zhujuan was taken aback, yet he hastily accepted the gold leaf, the ease of his movements leaving one astonished. Lo and behold, a poor lad possessed such wealth, unafraid of being robbed. It was a stroke of fortune to encounter a kind-hearted elder like myself. I shall silently commend my own benevolence that I am not foolish. I am merely a bit slow-witted. The youth earnestly defended himself, though his words sounded rather feeble. He did not wish to be perceived as a simpleton by others. All right, you are not foolish, Mao Zhujuan replied dismissively, his mind already wandering to the prospect of the month's supply of wine and meat. Master, may I learn martial arts? Master? Call me master, not old man. Oh, master. Indeed, since you have paid the tuition, you are welcome to learn martial arts, Mao Zhujuan replied with mock solemnity. It was not that he lacked dignity, it was simply that the other party had offered far too much that a single golden leaf was worth nearly half a year's earnings for an ordinary family, thus revitalizing the sect. Come along, lad, let us purchase some provisions before returning to the mountain. Oh, the youth nodded, then curiously inquired, Master, is our sect powerful? Our Qingyun sword sect is the true orthodoxy of swordsmanship, of course, We are formidable. How formidable! As it is said, heaven did not give birth to my Qingyun sect. The sword path is an eternal night. Our Qingyun sword sect once boasted a transcendent sword immortal who could effortlessly sever the sun, moon, and stars with a blade as simple as plucking a blade of grass. Is that true? Do immortals truly exist in this world? Indeed, it is true, and poetry attests to it. There exists a path to immortality on earth, leading directly to the peak of Qingyun. One sword opens the heavenly gate. One sword subdues the abyss. And this Qingyun peak refers to our Qingyun sword sect. Mao Zedong boasted with unwavering conviction. For boasting costs nothing. However, the youth took his words to heart, his eyes brimming with surprise and aspiration as grand visions unfurled in his mind. Mao Zedong reveled in the youth's adoring gaze, clear and somewhat naive. Though he was aware he was exaggerating, deceiving a country youth seemed harmless. In this day and age, where have the immortals truly gone? By the way, lad, what is your name? Master, I am Gu Chongqing, as in evergreen. The youth smiled brightly, planting a seed of ambition in his heart. Swordsmanship, eternal life. As the sun set and the evening glow illuminated the sky, a master and disciple made their way along the winding mountain path back to the sect. Yet when Gu Chongqing stood before the gate of the Qingyun sword sect, he was rendered speechless. One word, impoverished. Two words, rudimentary. Aside from a few dilapidated thatched cottages, there was nothing else. In a daze, Gu Chongqing felt as though he had returned to the desolate countryside, a strangely familiar sensation. Fortunately, Gu Chongqing possessed a gentle disposition and was adaptable, quickly accepting this reality. Master, how many disciples have we taken in this time? A burly young man, brandishing a hoe, rushed over, his expression filled with excitement. Just one, Mao Zedong said, curling his lip, and gave the young man a kick with annoyance. Get over here and help with the supplies we shall indulge tonight. Oh, very well. The burly young man immediately understood, nodding vigorously as he moved. Forward. Gu Chongqing stood there in a daze, feeling a sense of dissonance, as if he did not quite belong here. Nevertheless, he chose to remain, for on the day his Aunt Lon passed away, he had become an orphan without a home. For orphans, wherever they reside is home. Chongqing, come here, let me assess your innate potential. Mao Zedong led Gu Chongqing into the courtyard, determined to impart some genuine knowledge, having accepted the young man's gold leaves. Although the lad appeared somewhat dim-witted, one could never tell if he possessed extraordinary talent for martial arts. Yet moments later, Mao Zedong's expression soured to an extreme. You. Gu Chongqing, are you aware of your physical condition? Yes, I am. Aunt Lon mentioned that I was injured in my youth, and a piece of my bone was removed, rendering me a congenital cripple, destined to live no longer than 18 years. The boy's gaze remained calm, though a flicker of sorrow passed through his eyes. Bone removal? A crippled fate? Mao Zedong's eyes widened in disbelief. It was hard to fathom that a young boy could maintain such composure after experiencing such a calamity. Mao Zedong simply could not comprehend it. You are on the brink of death, yet you wish to learn martial arts? Is it not permissible to learn martial arts if one is nearing death? The boy paused, curiously countering the question. Well, that's not quite it. The point is, Mao Zedong exhaled in exasperation, and saying, since you're destined to die anyway, what use is there in learning martial arts? Will you take it to your grave? Or will you engage in battles with spirits below? I heard from Brother Aniu that martial arts can strengthen the body, so I wanted to give it a try. What if my body becomes robust and my illness is cured? The boy's response was earnest. He simply wished to survive. How could that possibly happen? Do you even understand what it means to be a congenital cripple? Yes, I do. The doctor said it is an affliction with no remedy. It is not merely an affliction, it is a fate. Before he could finish his thought, Mao Zedong regretted his words, realizing his tone had been somewhat hurtful. Yet, he did not speak recklessly. The absence of innate roots, the disturbance of meridians, and the severe depletion of life force commonly referred to as a short-lived ghost. How could the one who removed his bone be so utterly devoid of conscience? Did he not fear that his offspring would be born without a fundamental essence? After a moment of silence, Gu Chongqing slowly raised his gaze to the elder. Master, Should I simply await death or resign myself to my fate? This. Mao Zedong felt a tremor in his heart, rendered momentarily speechless. He could hardly meet the boy's gaze. There was no resentment or despair in those eyes, only openness and sincerity. I do not wish to await death. I want to strive to live. Is that permissible? The boy earnestly inquired, a glimmer of hope illuminating his eyes. As long as he had made an effort. Even if he were to perish, he believed he would have no regrets, especially since he had no family left in this world. Chongqing, learning martial arts is arduous. It would be better to enjoy your remaining time with joy. I fear not the hardships, and I promised Aunt Lan that I would live well. Aunt Lan? Who is she? Aunt Lan is simply Aunt Lan. And where is she now? She has passed away, succumbing to illness. Upon hearing the boy's answer, Mao Zedong felt a sudden pang of emotion in his nose. It struck a deep chord within him. He often believed he had become indifferent to many things with age. Yet this young boy inexplicably stirred his sentiments. Perhaps this world is not as beautiful as one might hope. Yet there are always those who strive to live with earnestness. After a prolonged silence, Mao Zedong ultimately acquiesced to the youth's request. Although his current state felt somewhat inadequate, he believed that teaching an apprentice should pose no significant challenge. Perhaps. Well, the good for nothing sure, he certainly did not count as the esteemed senior brother of the Qingyan sword sect. He could not even master the foundational sword techniques. Beyond tilling the fields, chopping wood, washing clothes, and cooking, what use was he? It was truly a disgrace to our Qingyan sword sect. A solitary candle flickered, swaying in the wind. As night fell, Gu Chongqing rested alone in a humble thatched cottage. In this unfamiliar setting, the young boy curled up, silently shedding tears. There was a sense of unease, a flutter of anxiety, and an overwhelming depth of loneliness. In the morning light, the verdant mountains are adorned with the delicate whispers of blooming flowers. Birds flit gracefully through the tranquil woods, while the lush greenery thrives in serene abundance. It is undeniable that the environment surrounding the Qingyan sword sect is quite splendid, with its fresh air and fragrant blossoms. Even without the sight of its dwellings, it could be considered a treasure of geomancy. After rising early, Gu Chongqing meticulously tidied his room and attended to his personal hygiene. For he had always been a person of great discipline, a trait that often accompanies one's steadfast principles and habits. Is the master awake? Gu Chongqing stood upright in the courtyard, excitement coursing through him as he gazed at Mao Zedong, aware that he was on the cusp of beginning his martial arts training. He resolved to immerse himself in diligent practice, to strengthen his body, and to live life to the fullest. A yawn. Mao Zedong stretched lazily and reluctantly approached. All right, no need for excessive formalities here. From today onwards, you are officially my disciple, the 58th disciple of the Qingyan sword sect. Disciple Gu Chongqing pays respects to the master. Gu Chongqing knelt and bowed deeply, his sincerity evident. Good. A fine child. Mao Zedong beamed, his satisfaction with the young man's attitude apparent. Though the Qingyan sword sect may not be a grand establishment, it possesses a certain depth. Our lineage has endured for over 600 years, having produced 8 sword saints, 3 sword gods, and 1 sword immortal. Indeed, the youth's spirit soared as he listened, feeling invigorated. Although he was ignorant of the realms of sword saints, sword gods, and sword immortals, it did not dampen his imagination. If he could attain the status of a sword immortal, perhaps he could escape the clutches of mortality. Unfortunately, the youth remained unaware that these titles had become mere accolades, lacking true transcendence. Of course, in Mao Zedong's eyes, it was unnecessary for the young man to grasp such concepts, as his fate was already precarious. Ahem. By the way, aside from you and your elder brother, there is also a second senior sister and a third senior brother in the sect. However, they have already completed their training and do not reside here. So, the elder brother remains because he has not yet completed his training? Gu Chongqing's thoughts were clear, quickly grasping the crux of the matter. Mao Zedong was momentarily at a loss for words, awkwardly glancing at Shi, who happened to be approaching. Not yet graduated? Still here? Shi felt as if struck by lightning, his entire being stiffening, inexplicably pierced by his junior disciple's remark, leaving him utterly disconcerted. Clearing his throat, Mao Zedong promptly shifted the subject. Well, Chongqing, let me briefly explain to you what martial arts is. Martial arts is, it is. After pondering for a while, Mao Zedong grew increasingly vexed. Forget it, that's all trivial talk. What you need to understand is that martial arts is the path of cultivation and the art of combat. Thus, martial techniques are the means of killing. The practice of martial arts encompasses three realms: lower, middle, and upper. The lower realm involves body refinement and energy gathering. The middle realm concerns opening the acupoints and connecting the meridians, while the upper realm pertains to innate mastery and transcendence. Delving too deeply would be beyond your comprehension. To put it simply, it is through martial practice that one refines the body, gathers energy in the dantian, controls energy to open the acupoints, connects the meridians, and returns to innate understanding. Those who attain the upper realm may become innate masters, and if they can comprehend the forces of heaven and earth, they can enter the realm of unity with the cosmos, known as the Grand Master. Ultimately, through the transformation of life, one may transcend into the saintly realm, connecting heaven and earth. After a brief pause, a glimmer of helplessness flashed across Mao Jiujuan's eyes. Regrettably, you are born with a deficient pulse and lack the innate talent for cultivating internal martial arts. You can only learn some external techniques to gradually temper your body, a process that will be quite arduous. Yu Cha-Ching listened attentively, feeling no sorrow whatsoever. Throughout history, the greatest hardship is death itself. What could be more challenging than that? At least, this was the thought that lingered in Gu Changqing's mind. Listen well, young one. Our Qingyun sword sect possesses three foundational external sword techniques. The 9 styles of Xian body sword technique focuses on the limbs and bones, significantly enhancing strength. In a word, it is ferocious. The 9 styles of Royun sword technique emphasizes the flexibility of the waist, greatly improving agility. At this point, Mao Jiujuan chuckled lewdly, exuding an air of unseemly familiarity. Mastering the Royun sword technique can also yield impressive results in that aspect. Back in my day, Master? Gu Changqing blinked in confusion, seemingly oblivious to the underlying implications. Which aspect are you referring to? The waist? What use is that? Humph. When one is young, one fails to appreciate the importance of waist strength. Only when it is needed does one lament its insufficiency. Mao Jiujuan appeared to reminisce, a wave of sentiment washing over him. Beside him, Shuri covered his face, feeling a sense of shame for his master. After all, Gu Cha-Ching was still but a child. Was it appropriate to speak of such matters? Master, you mentioned 3 sword techniques. What is the third one? Gu Changqing inquired with curiosity. The third technique is called the 12 styles of Qingyun sword, which trains the entire body's strength, offering a comprehensive enhancement, albeit with a smaller degree of improvement. Moreover, this technique is exceedingly intricate and not easily mastered. Thus, each foundational sword technique has its strengths and weaknesses. Which one do you choose? Mao Jiujuan regarded Gu Changqing with a serious expression. Master, can I learn them all? Gu Changqing retorted, yearning to acquire them all. After all, in the mind of a youth, the more skills one possesses, the better. However, Shi Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, while Mao Jiujuan was left utterly speechless. No, Gu Cha-Ching, do you harbor some misconceptions about your own talents? Mao Jiujuan shot the boy a glare, exasperated. Just one foundational sword technique requires 3 to 5 months of practice to grasp the basics. Without 3 to 5 years of diligent effort, achieving any significant mastery is improbable. You might not even live that long. Please, do not emulate your senior brother's lofty ambitions. Shuri, similarly vexed, cast a disheartened glance at Mao Jiujuan. Once, he had been deceived by some old fool who claimed he possessed extraordinary talent, only to find himself ensnared in the sect and forced to practice all 3 foundational sword techniques. After 10 years, he remained at the stage of body refinement, having become a cautionary tale against overambition. Did he, the esteemed senior brother of Qingyun, not value his reputation? Mao Jiujuan shot Shi Yi a look of reproach, choosing to ignore him. My dear apprentice, have you made your decision? Master, I choose the 12 styles of Qingyun sword. Why? 12 is greater than 9. It must be more powerful. The boy's reasoning was simplistic, leaving Mao Jiujuan utterly speechless. He initially intended to offer an explanation, but upon reflecting on the young man's circumstances, he decided against it. Generally speaking, the 9 styles of swordsmanship represent the utmost limit. Each additional style introduces a myriad of variations, rendering the 12 styles of Qingyun swordsmanship exceedingly challenging to master. In fact, the foundational benefits of Qingyun swordsmanship surpass those of the other 2 schools of swordplay significantly, making it one of the core legacies of the Qingyun sword sect. However, its complexity renders it unsuitable for those lacking innate talent. It is worth noting that even the eldest disciple, Shi Yi, possessed decent aptitude. Yet it took him nearly a year to grasp the fundamentals of the 12 styles of Qingyun before he ultimately abandoned it in favor of the Xiantian swordsmanship. Fine. Mao Jiujun admits that Shi is rather inept. Never mind, he thought. It is hardly worth explaining. After all, he is destined for a short life. So let him pursue his own path. Shi, having also studied Qingyun swordsmanship, will guide Cha Qing through the introductory lessons. Understood, Master, Shi replied with a solemn nod, assuring that he would instruct his junior disciple diligently. At that moment, Yu Cha-Ching inquired, Master, how long must I practice? Mao Jiujun casually replied, until you grasp the basics of swordsmanship. Understood, Master. The youth nodded obediently and then departed with Shi. In the forest, Shi found a clearing and demonstrated the Qingyun swordsmanship for Gu Cha-Ching. His movements were expansive and fluid, sometimes broad and powerful, at other times light and nimble, maintaining a perfect balance of speed and grace. Ultimately, the sound of the sword rang out 7 times, resonating deeply within the soul. After a while, Shi sheathed his sword and exhaled a long breath. Did you see clearly, junior disciple? I did. Thank you, senior brother. Gu Cha-Ching expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow, his heart brimming with excitement. Is this what practicing swordsmanship looks like? It appeared so soothing, as if his entire being was ablaze with vitality. How much do you remember? I remember everything. If you don't, it's no problem, I can. Suddenly, Shi's words were cut off, and he stared in disbelief. What did you say? You remember everything? Master was right. You must not be overly ambitious. But I truly remember, Gu Cha-Ching said, picking up a stick and closing his eyes to mimic the sword movements. Each gesture was precise, though some appeared slightly stiff, yet they closely resembled Shi's execution of the swordplay, indicating that he had indeed retained the knowledge. What? Shi was momentarily stunned. Am I the fool here? Did Master not say that the 12 styles of Qingyun were the most difficult to master? It had taken him an entire month to memorize those movements. Could it be that his junior disciple is a prodigy in swordsmanship? The path of martial cultivation encompasses a vast array of possibilities. Thus, each individual possesses varying degrees of martial talent. Some have heightened comprehension, others possess superior qualities, and still others, like Shi, boast robust physiques. Meanwhile, Gu Cha-Ching seems exceptionally perceptive in the realm of swordsmanship. After completing a set of sword movements, Gu Cha-Ching curiously asked, Senior brother, why does my sword not resonate? Haha. With a smile, Shi puffed out his chest, finally feeling a sense of superiority. Little junior brother, you are unaware that both boxing and swordsmanship must be accompanied by the corresponding breathing techniques to truly refine one's body. Without this, one merely possesses the form without understanding its essence. Practicing without this knowledge is all in vain. Furthermore, the sound of a sword ringing signifies merely the beginning of swordsmanship. Only when the sword rings 12 times can one consider it perfected. You have only just begun your sword practice, so naturally you cannot summon the sword to ring. Oh! Gu Cha-Ching exclaimed, a sudden realization dawning upon him, feeling as if he had learned quite a bit. This sensation was delightful. Today's youth are like sponges, fervently absorbing the essence of cultivation to foster their growth. Subsequently, Shi imparted some sword techniques and breathing methods to the young man, then patted him on the shoulder. All right, focus on your training. Strive for mastery in swordsmanship soon. I must go chop wood for the fire. Understood, senior brother. Thank you, senior brother, the boy replied respectfully, his heart brimming with gratitude. Under the sun, the young swordsman practiced with remarkable concentration, each movement precise and meticulous. As noon approached, the weather became rather sultry. Shi busied himself in the living room, tidying up the dishes after their meal. Sated, Mao Jiujun reclined comfortably in a wooden chair, a sense of forgetfulness nagging at him. The food today was truly delightful. Where would a poor old man like me find the means to arrange such a feast? Oh, I remember now. I just took on a new disciple and earned a golden leaf in the process. Disciple? Mao Jiujun jolted awake, confusion swirling around his head. Wait, where is my little disciple? Where has he gone? Suddenly, Shi was kicked from behind, landing bewildered on the ground. Master, why did you kick me? You fool. Where is your little junior brother? Why didn't you call him for dinner? Master, you didn't call the little junior brother? Shi exclaimed in shock, staring incredulously at his master. In his flurry of chopping wood, tilling fields, washing clothes, and cooking, he had completely forgotten about his little junior brother. Mao Jiujun fell silent, for he too had forgotten. It was an adjustment, living together for so long and suddenly. With the addition of a new person, both were unaccustomed. After all, it had been a world for two, and now there was a third party involved. How truly unfortunate. Humph, it's all your fault, Mao Jiujun muttered as he left, eventually finding the unconscious Gu Changqing in the woods. This foolish child. Could he have practiced until he fainted? What a big fool. Despite his scolding, Mao Jiujun carefully lifted his little disciple. However, the moment he held him, he was taken aback, as Gu Changqing felt incredibly light, as fragile as a blade of grass by the roadside, evoking a pang of sympathy. Let us go home. Mao Jiujun's tone was somewhat somber, as if he were speaking to himself or addressing the unconscious youth. Sure, he felt an inexplicable anxiety. It was the first time he had seen his master wear such an expression. Could it be that the old man was truly angry? As dusk descends, the last rays of the setting sun gradually fade, leaving the heavens and the earth seemingly devoid of color. Within the humble dwelling, Gu Changqing slowly awakens, his body feeling sore and weak. Instinctively, he reaches for the edge of the bed, a pang of anxiety gripping his heart. Where is my sword? You foolish boy, the path of martial arts emphasizes gradual progression. Haste can only lead to self-harm. Suddenly, the aged voice of Mao Jiujun resonates in his ears, causing Gu Changqing to pause. But master once said I should practice until I reach proficiency. Huh. Mao Jiujun is taken aback for a moment, then retorts with irritation. You imbecile, you can eat first and then continue your practice. Is that permissible? Gu Changqing, somewhat perplexed, replies, but my aunt has always told me that disobedience leads to a lack of food, and unfinished tasks also mean no meals. Mao Jiujun's words falter as he swallows back his retort, left in silence by Gu Changqing's revelation. What kind of aunt could be so cruel? How has this boy been raised? Suddenly, a pang of sympathy washes over him. After a prolonged silence, Mao Jiujun, in frustration at the boy's stubbornness, exclaims, do you simply believe whatever others say? Are you truly that foolish? I may be a bit slow, but I am not foolish, Gu Changqing defends quietly. His last stand. Fine, fine, eat something to recuperate first. Tomorrow I shall prepare a medicinal bath for you. With that, Mao Jiujun storms out in exasperation. The youth is unaware of the reason for his master's anger, yet he feels the warmth of concern, a gentle glow kindling in his heart. Not long after, the eldest senior brother enters with a bowl of rice porridge, his face etched with guilt for not adequately caring for his junior disciple. As night falls, a lithe figure gracefully traverses the forest before entering Mao Jiujun's chamber. The disciple bows before the master. The woman in black removes her hood, revealing a stunning visage. Cold yet imbued with a touch of vivacity, she is Gu Jingxue, the second senior sister of the Qingyan sword sect. Simultaneously, she holds another esteemed position as a third-rank secret guard of the Town Martial Division, a role of considerable authority. The Town Martial Division is the most formidable enforcement agency of the Wei Wu dynasty, directly governed by the royal family. Possessing the power to command both the heavens and the underworld, a name that instills fear across the realm. One can only imagine the prestige associated with the title of third-rank secret guard. What urgent matter compelled the master to summon his disciple? Could it be yet another financial shortcoming? Nonsense. Mao Jiujun's face flushes crimson with indignation. You impudent girl, what do you mean by this? Have you come to mock me in the dead of night? Do you perceive me as so pathetic? Shall I take my leave then? Gu Jingxue glances at her master with indifference, unfazed by his outburst. Uffed. Mao Jiujun spits out his tea in surprise, reprimanding. Leave? I wish for you to assist me in investigating someone. Who? Your junior disciple. Huh, you have taken on a disciple. Gu Jingxue is taken aback. Who did you ensnare this time? What nonsense are you spouting that tarnishes my reputation? Mao Jiujun shoots a warning glare at his disciple. It was he who insisted on becoming my student, one I could not dissuade. So you accepted him? You know your own circumstances. Ahem, he offered a golden leaf as tuition. Mao Jiujun replied in a low and humble tone, feeling somewhat shameless himself. Gu Jingxue wore an expression that seemed to say, I knew it. Yet she spared her master any embarrassment by refraining from exposing his thoughts. What is the name of my little junior disciple? Where does he reside? Gu Changqing, as in the enduring vitality of ancient paths, age 16, hailing from Lushui village. Understood. Gu Jingxue nodded and was about to depart when Mao Jiujun hurriedly called out to her. Wait, dear disciple. The lovely and kind Shui. Have you forgotten something? Forgotten what? A little monthly allowance, perhaps? The old man chuckled while rubbing his fingers together. You've already extorted a golden leaf from the little junior disciple and still wish to ask for money? Gu Jingxue nearly lost her temper and retaliated with a punch. Is there no charge for meals, drinks, or enjoying melodies at the tavern? Furthermore, I need to prepare medicinal baths for your little junior disciple. That trifling some 1 tea suffice. You are shameless. Gu Jingxue turned to leave, and in response, a hefty golden bean soared through the air, embedding itself into a beam. This girl is becoming increasingly impolite. Mao Jiujuan chuckled as he extracted the golden bean, skillfully tucking it away. In the quaint town of Qishan, two figures emerged from a shadowy alley, one of whom was Gu Jingxue. Senior sister, are you going back to aid that old codger again? What old codger? He is our master. Ah, right. Whatever senior sister says goes. The dashing young man nodded fervently, a hint of a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Gu Jingxue shot him an annoyed glare. Indeed, the young man before her was Yi Qianxuan, the third disciple of Mao Jiujuan. However, Yi Qianxuan felt little sense of belonging to the Qing and Sword sect. He had joined primarily to be closer to Gu Jingxue. With his talent and background, he could have easily chosen any of the top 10 sects of the Weiwu dynasty, so why bow to an old codger as his master? Lacking genuine devotion to his apprenticeship, the notions of respect and reverence did not apply. Our master has tasked us with investigating a person. Haha. Does he truly believe the Zhenwu division is his personal domain? How audacious to wish to utilize public resources for private matters. So, will you help? Gu Jingxue cast a casual glance at him. Of course. Who are we looking into? Yi Qianxuan asked wearily. Gu Chaqing, around 16 years old. Previously resided in Lushui village. The surname Gu? Quite common, but one with a name and background should be easy to trace. Yi Qianxuan nodded confidently and vanished into the night. The following noon, Gu Jingxue and Yi Qianxuan met at an abandoned mountain god temple. Senior sister. The information you sought is right here. Yi Qianxuan casually handed her a small booklet, teasing, TSK, this lad named Gu Chaqing has quite the tragic backstory. Why is the old man so invested in this unfortunate fellow? He is the master's newly accepted disciple. He is our little junior brother. What? Little junior brother? Yi Qianxuan stared in disbelief, the blade of grass he had been chewing dropping to the ground. Gu Jingxue perused Gu Changqing's information, her gaze gradually turning cold and frosty as ice. In an instant, a sinister aura enveloped the entire mountain shrine. The verdant mountains met the flowing waters beneath drifting clouds. And as the summer sun blazed, the cicadas began to sing. When Gu Chaqing awoke, it was already the following noon, and he felt considerably revitalized. Sure, he led his junior apprentice into the courtyard, where Mao Jiujuan had been waiting for quite some time. Pay your respects to the master. Mao Jiujuan nodded slightly, then unceremoniously tossed Gu Chaqing into a nearby bathtub. As a martial artist, one experiences significant depletion of vitality. This medicinal bath is a unique secret remedy of our Qingyun sword sect, capable of fortifying the foundation, replenishing energy, and refining the body. It will enhance your cultivation efficacy tremendously. Thank you, master. Gu Changqing was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure, feeling a deep sense of gratitude, not for the preciousness of the medicinal bath, but for the intention behind his master's gesture. Then, Mao Jiujuan spoke earnestly. Young Changqing, the process of the medicinal bath is exceedingly painful, but I hope you can endure as long as possible. The longer you persist, the greater the benefits. Rest assured, master, I am not afraid of hardship. Just as Gu Changqing was about to nod in agreement, an intense agony surged through his skin, penetrating deep within, rendering him speechless. Under the stimulation of the medicinal properties, the youth's skin gradually heated up, and the impurities within his body began to expel through his pores. This sensation was akin to being subjected to 1,000 cuts, only to be thrown into a boiling pot, a torment no ordinary person could withstand. Yet Gu Changqing was no ordinary individual. Having endured illness since childhood, his mental fortitude surpassed that of most. To put it poetically, he possessed a heart of innocence. Less charitably, one might say he was stubbornly single-minded. Determined not to appear overly distressed, the young man gritted his teeth, suppressing any sound. Were it not for the sight of his trembling form in the bathtub, Mao Jiujuan might have assumed he had already fainted. It was hard to fathom what trials he must have faced in his early years to cultivate such formidable resilience. Master, the junior apprentice is remarkably strong. He hasn't uttered a single cry. Shuri exclaimed, genuinely impressed. That's because you were too weak. But the junior sister did cry out. And louder than I did. Shuri protested, feeling aggrieved. Mao Jiujuan was left speechless, a tangle of black lines appearing on his forehead. What sort of brazen words were these? Had it not been his own disciple, he would have slapped him across the face without hesitation. What is this? Does the senior brother have any objections to the junior sister? A cool voice suddenly pierced the air from behind Shuri, laced with an icy sharpness. Uh, uh. Shuri stiffened, awkwardly turning to see. Sister, you're back? Welcome, welcome. Please forgive my momentary slip of the tongue. Ah, haha. Bang. Shuri was sent tumbling away by a kick, and the newcomer was none other than Gu Jingxue. Ah, Shui, you've returned so soon. Do you have news? Yes. The third one went to investigate. What is the situation? The junior apprentice's background is clear, but, never mind, master can see for himself. Gu Jingxue handed a dossier to Mao Jiujuan, then curiously scrutinized Gu Chongqing. So this is the junior apprentice? Though his appearance is quite pleasing, he is somewhat too slender and, by nature, a fragile soul with a fleeting lifespan. Indeed, Gu Chongqing, despite his seemingly fragile constitution, possesses an admirable countenance, marked by delicate features and a refined demeanor. At this moment, as he rests with his eyes shut and an expression of resolute determination, he exudes an aura of youthful vitality. In stark contrast, the senior brother beside him is rather boorish and disdainful. Shuri rises, rubbing his bruised backside, feeling an unjust grievance that he dares not voice. He has always sensed an oddity in the way his junior sister regards him. Fool! Master Mao Jiujuan barks in anger, forcefully reducing the booklet in his hand to dust, before casting a gaze filled with pity towards the youth in the medicinal bath. What is it, master? Shuri is startled, yet Mao Jiujuan offers no reply, and Gu Jingxue remains particularly taciturn. Before long, half an hour slips by unnoticed. The junior brother is still persevering. Gu Jingxue observes the youth in the medicinal bath, silently nodding in approval. She has traversed this phase herself, and can candidly assert that it was a dark chapter in her life, one she nearly did not survive. Had it been an ordinary individual, they would have surely crumbled. The youth's ability to endure this trial is no small feat, Shuri. How long did you last during your first medicinal bath? Mao Jiujuan suddenly inquires, his expression somewhat dazed. Reporting to master, I lasted a full hour. Shuri replies with pride, puffing out his chest. Although he lacks the innate talent of Gu Jingxue and Yi Qianxuan, his willpower remains unwavering. Even Gu Jingxue, despite her considerable gift, could only endure for half an hour, while Yi Qianxuan could not withstand even that. Thus, it remains a source of pride for Shuri. For the senior brother shall always be the senior brother, and none of you junior disciples can surpass him. Within the bath, Gu Chongqing is now engulfed in excruciating pain, oblivious to the events unfolding outside. His body has long reached its limits, relying solely on sheer will to persevere. He recalls his master's words, the longer he endures, the more beneficial the effects of the medicinal bath will be, which would surely please his master. Bringing joy to those who care for him is, in itself, a meaningful endeavor. Moreover, as long as it benefits his body, he can persist, regardless of the agony involved. It is precisely this indomitable spirit that shields the youth's heart from resentment and prevents suffering from extinguishing his resolve. Of course, the process of enduring pain is arduous. If he could find some distraction to divert his attention, it might become considerably easier. As he contemplates, Gu Chongqing suddenly envisions himself practicing swordplay, sensing an extraordinary affinity for the way of the sword. Gradually, a hazy figure emerges in his mind, seemingly both real and ethereal, diligently rehearsing the 12 forms of the Qingyan sword technique. What is this? Why is there a small figure practicing swordsmanship in my head? As thought intertwines with will, the sword follows the mind's intent. How peculiar. Perhaps due to this diversion of focus, the pain that envelopes Gu Chongqing indeed diminishes significantly. And with the appearance of the figure in his mind, his comprehension of the Qingyan sword technique deepens further. In truth, Gu Chongqing was unaware that he had inadvertently entered a profound state commonly referred to as enlightenment. If daily practice of swordsmanship is akin to honing the body with the sword, then the state he currently found himself in could be described as refining the spirit through the sword. By engaging his mind and spirit in swordplay, he continuously fortified his mental will. This method of cultivation had transcended the constraints of martial arts, embarking upon a path of practice that was entirely distinct. An hour had passed, and the three master and disciples were left speechless. After 2 hours, they were in disbelief. 3 hours later, they were astonished beyond measure. Subsequently, the trio found themselves in a daze, their spirits weary and minds dulled. Master, you call this a lack of talent? Shuri suddenly felt tears welling up. His senior brother's only pride had been stripped away. Mao Jiujuan opened his mouth to speak but hesitated, his eyes twitching uncontrollably. Forget it. I'm tired. Whatever. In the bath, The young man's skin was now flushed red, as if he had been scalded by boiling water. The impurities within his body were being expelled in large quantities, and the once pure medicinal liquid was gradually turning murky, emanating a pungent odor. Gu Cha-ching, with unwavering determination, managed to absorb and refine the entire vat of medicinal liquid, leaving not a drop wasted, which was truly astonishing. It is worth noting that this medicinal bath was originally prepared by Mao Jiujuan for Gu Cha-ching to use over 7 days. Master, doesn't he, the junior disciple, feel any pain? Shuri expressed his disbelief. Fool, be quiet. Mao Jiujuan shot him a glance. Previously believing that his eldest disciple possessed a commendable character, but in comparison to Gu Cha-ching, he fell vastly short. Were it not for the need for someone to tend to farming and cooking, the old man might have been tempted to expel him from the sect. Junior sister. Did I say something wrong? Shuri asked, utterly perplexed. Brute. Huh. Shuri was completely bewildered. Why was everyone chastising him? They had previously praised his diligence and culinary skills, acknowledging that despite a slight lack of talent, he possessed great wisdom and perseverance. Yet now, they were scolding him? So, love can indeed be transferred, can it? Half a day had elapsed, and the effects of the medicinal bath had fully dissipated. Yet Gu Cha-ching in the tub showed no signs of awakening, as if he were in a deep slumber. Were it not for the steady rise and fall of his breath, Mao Jiujuan and the others would have doubted his very existence. Gu Jingxue, feeling anxious, could not help but inquire, Master, what is the situation with the junior disciple? How would I know? Mao Jiujuan replied tersely, to be honest. He had yet to recover from his own astonishment. Gu Jingxue, her forehead adorned with a myriad of black lines, found herself at a loss for words regarding her master. After all, he was supposed to be a role model. How could he boldly utter such sentiments? Did he feel his end was near? So he had no regard for his own dignity? Mao Jiujuan quickly realized his faux pas and cleared his throat twice to mask his embarrassment. Well, actually, there is no need for alarm. Gu Cha-ching is inherently gifted, and given his past experiences, it is only reasonable that his resolve would be somewhat resilient. Gu Jingxue fell silent. Was it merely a little? Perhaps it was more like a million little things. Yet, upon reflecting on Gu Cha-ching's solitary and desolate existence, Gu Jingxue chose to remain silent. Eh? Why are you still here? Mao Jiujuan suddenly turned to Shuri, as if struck by a thought. Then, where should I be? Shuri was bewildered, an inexplicable anxiety washing over him. What time is it now? It's already dark. Aren't you going to gather firewood and prepare a meal? What shall I eat tonight, my wayward disciple? Are you attempting to starve me so that you can inherit the legacy of the Qingyun sword sect? Mao Jiujuan berated him vehemently, spittle flying. No. That's not it. Shuri wiped the saliva from his face and bolted from the room. As he departed, Mao Jiujuan turned back to Gu Jingxue. What? Is your Zhenwu division so idle? Or do you intend to stay for dinner? Gu Jingxue was exasperated. This old man was truly burning bridges. He was becoming increasingly insufferable. The sect's subsidies for next month would be directly deducted. With a cold huff, Gu Jingxue turned and vanished into the night. Time passed, and Gu Cha-ching slowly opened his eyes from his epiphany, feeling not fatigued but rather invigorated. Was this the effect of the medicinal bath? It felt as though he had undergone a complete transformation, truly miraculous. He glanced at his body, which had gone from emaciated to possessing a newfound solidity in his muscles, no longer resembling the frail figure he once was. You finally woke up. Mao Jiujuan's voice reached his ears, and Gu Cha-ching suddenly realized his master had been watching over him. He quickly rose to express his gratitude. Thank you, master. Spare me the formalities. Tell me how you feel now. I feel great. It's as if I have boundless energy, and my strength has significantly increased. The effects of the first medicinal bath were indeed remarkable. However, master, I am curious. How did you endure the painful process? Quite simply, I just gritted my teeth and persisted. Upon hearing Gu Cha-ching's response, Mao Jiujuan felt a tinge of offense. Simple? Is that even humanly possible? Mind you, when I underwent the medicinal bath, I could only last for a little over an hour, just slightly better than Shuri. Even the mightiest sword immortal in the history of the Qingyun sword sect endured but 2 hours. Yet, you managed to persevere for a full 4 hours. This transcends mere strength. It's simply extraordinary. Mao Jiujuan had never fathomed that a person's will could shatter the shackles of physical limitations. Just as the old man was on the verge of despair, Gu Cha-ching seemed to recall something and suddenly spoke. By the way, master, I think there might be something amiss with my head. Oh, you've come to realize it yourself? Mao Jiujuan was momentarily taken aback, a sense of pride swelling within him. But he quickly chastised himself for displaying such obvious delight, and awkwardly chuckled. It's nothing to worry about. A minor issue with the mind won't affect your life. Heh. Gu Chaqing was instantly perplexed. When did I ever claim that my intellect was lacking? Master, do you harbor some misunderstanding towards me? No, master. What I meant to convey was that it feels as though there is a small figure within my mind persistently practicing swordsmanship. What should I do? Well, that is quite normal, you. The words trailed off, as Mao Jiujun stared in astonishment at Gu Chaqing. Wait, what did you just say? Inside my head suddenly, without allowing Gu Chaqing to finish, Mao Jiujun seized his arm, probing into his internal condition. Gu Chaqing felt a remarkably pure warmth circulating within him, gradually rising towards his head. Is this the inner strength cultivated in martial arts? How wondrous! Gu Chaqing felt a yearning, yet a sense of melancholy washed over him as he remembered his circumstances. For being born with a severed meridian rendered him incapable of practicing internal martial arts. Indeed, there is something amiss with your head. Mao Jiujun withdrew his hand and stood, his gaze reflecting a complex mix of emotions, tinged with regret. In this world, there exist various extraordinary powers, leading some to be born with exceptional talents, endowed with incredible abilities, such as innate strength or keen perception, and even, at this juncture, Mao Jiujun's expression darkened, as if recalling some unpleasant memory. Such individuals are rare, yet their cultivation speed is astonishing, often rendering them nearly invincible among their peers. If I am not mistaken, your innate talent seems to be the spiritual connection with the sword. Having spoken this, the regret in Mao Jiujun's eyes deepened. With such a talent, Gu Chaqing would undoubtedly rank among the elite in the Weiwu dynasty. Yet, he was cursed with a severed meridian, unable to cultivate internal martial arts principles. Even though medicinal baths could refine tendons and marrow, they would not alter his inherent constitution, limiting his future achievements. What does it matter if the body is perfected when it pales in comparison to the enhancement of inner strength? To practice martial arts without honing internal skills is a futile endeavor, the harsh reality of martial cultivation. The Gu family has been excessively ruthless in severing one's roots. Master, what use is the spiritual connection with the sword? Of course, it is beneficial. This talent can greatly assist you in the path of swordsmanship. However, you will still be unable to cultivate internal martial arts principles. It's all right. I feel much better now. Practicing martial arts indeed strengthens the body. Mao Jiujun's eyes twitched, leaving him momentarily speechless. Then, as if struck by a thought, he became serious and said, Chaqing, regarding your ability to connect with the sword spiritually, you must never disclose this to anyone, not even to your senior brothers or sisters. Why? A commoner is innocent. Yet possessing a treasure brings peril. What does possessing a treasure brings peril mean? Looking into the boy's clear yet naive eyes, Mao Jiujun felt an overwhelming fatigue. Should he really disclose that his foundation had been stolen due to this very principle? It was far too cruel. Although Gu Chaqing was literate, he had not read extensively and thus grasped little of such truths. In that household, apart from Aunt Lan, no one cared for his sentiments. Chaqing, you should read more when you have the time. Understood, master. Gu Chaqing nodded earnestly, for he believed that reading was indeed an enjoyable pursuit, one that could enrich his mind and impart numerous truths. Unfortunately, the young man was unaware that possessing a wealth of knowledge did not guarantee a well-lived life. Much like his master, Mao Jiujun. You, never mind. Do as you wish. Mao Jiujun began to speak, only to halt mid-sentence. He genuinely wished to convey that with such a short time left to live, what purpose did reading serve? However, he refrained, knowing such words could wound. After a brief change of clothes, Gu Chaqing returned to his room. Yet, brimming with energy, sleep eluded him. He contemplated practicing his swordsmanship, but worried about disturbing his master and senior brother. Thus, he forced himself to lie on the bed, immersing his thoughts within his mind, silently communicating with the little figure of his sword practice. Hello, what is your name? Can you speak? No? That's all right. Your swordsmanship is remarkable. My talent is the connection of the sword spirit. Shall I call you sword spirit from now on? The absence of dissent signified consent, perhaps due to prolonged solitude. Gu Chaqing found himself conversing with no one in particular. Despite receiving no response, his heart brimmed with joy, for in addition to his master and senior brother, he had gained another companion, one that would be by his side at all times. No one truly enjoys solitude. It is merely a habit. The sensation of companionship is indeed delightful. After a short while of communication, Gu Chaqing's consciousness began to intertwine with that of the sword spirit. As the sword spirit practiced, The young man's awareness mirrored the motions of the sword. This experience was remarkably wondrous, as every moment brought forth new insights. The once complex and obscure Qingyun sword technique became clear and straightforward within Gu Changqing's mind, revealing its very essence: focus, dedication, perseverance. It was as if the youth had unlocked a gateway to a new realm, one that unfolded into vast, boundless horizons. The following morning dawned bright and sunny. When Shuri knocked and entered, he discovered that Gu Changqing's room was entirely empty, with neatly arranged furniture and bedding, exuding a sense of cleanliness and order. Where could the junior disciple be? Surely he hasn't gone to practice swordsmanship so early. Shuri thought, somewhat incredulous. Is the junior disciple really this dedicated? This is quite excessive. With a wry smile, Shuri hurriedly ran towards the grove where they had last practiced, concerned that the junior disciple, having just recovered, might injure himself again. However, before Shuri could approach, he heard the resounding sound of sword strikes echoing from afar, causing him to halt in his tracks. The clang of swords rang out, creating a symphony of sound in the crisp morning air. With each strike, leaves danced in the wind. With 3 strikes, a whirlwind stirred. Instinctively, Shuri stepped forward, and there he beheld a figure amidst the trees, graceful and ethereal, wielding the sword with a fluidity that was both captivating and serene. In that moment, Shuri stood there, utterly astonished, as if he had seen a ghost. He rubbed his eyes, convinced he was experiencing a morning mirage. No, I need to go back and catch a few more hours of sleep, he resolved. Yet, as he dazedly returned to the sect, he encountered Mao Jiujun, who emerged yawning, seemingly in search of something to eat. Master, has the junior disciple been initiated into the sect for quite some time? Shuri asked, his steps frantic as he approached Mao Jiujun. The latter, annoyed, delivered a light smack to Shuri's head. Are you still half asleep? Your junior disciple just joined a few days ago, and you've already forgotten? Oh, right. A jolt of realization coursed through Shuri, though disbelief still painted his features. Master, you may not believe this, but spit it out, Mao Jiujun urged impatiently. Just now, I witnessed the junior disciple mastering the basics of the Qingyun sword technique. Not only that, but he also produced 3 resonant strikes. Could it be that I am hallucinating? Mao Jiujun was momentarily taken aback, falling silent. However, instead of chastising Shuri, a pensive expression crossed his face. Let us go and see. As they spoke, Mao Jiujun grasped Shuri's arm and led him out of the sect. In the mountains, the wind howled, occasionally accompanied by the vibrating hum of swords. Having spent a night in communion with the essence of swordsmanship, Gu Changqing felt invigorated rather than fatigued. His body even felt sturdier. Thus, before dawn, he rose early, having consumed a few cold buns, and made his way to practice swordsmanship. Perhaps due to his innate talent for attuning with the sword's spirit, Gu Changqing quickly entered a state of deep concentration. The 12 forms of the Qingyun sword technique became increasingly fluid, and he could distinctly sense a burgeoning strength within him. The Qingyun sword danced against the vast sky, its cold glimmers piercing through the expanse. Questions arose, oblivious to the gentle patter of rain, while the energy surged, cutting through the winds with fervor. Soon, Gu Changqing's swordsmanship reached a foundational level, resonating with a clear sound. Simultaneously, the sword's spirit flickered in his mind, moving in unison with him. Refine the body, cultivate the inner breath, and strengthen the sinews and skin externally. After several days of observation and experience, Gu Changqing had learned from Shuri that the body refinement realm is divided into 5 stages. The initial practice of strength, followed by skin, and then tendons, bones, and internal organs. Each stage is distinctly categorized: entry, minor success, major success, and perfection, akin to martial arts techniques. The initiation into the Qingyun sword technique signifies that Gu Changqing has officially embarked on the path of martial arts, becoming a true warrior. Consequently, with each sword practice, he receives feedback from his training, incrementally gaining strength. Feeling the subtle changes within his body, Gu Changqing was overwhelmed with excitement. Instead of resting, he trained with even greater diligence and enthusiasm. When it comes to strengthening his body, he has never required external encouragement and diligently executes his practice, even when his limbs feel heavy and fatigued, maintaining impeccable form. With the sword technique mastered to an entry level, he now aimed for minor success, major success, and ultimately perfection. Contemplating this, Gu Changqing's heart brimmed with vigor. The sensation of gradually becoming stronger is truly blissful. Clang, clang, clang. The sword rang out 6 times, the winds of heaven accompanying him as the Qingyun sword technique reached minor success. Clang, Clang, clang. The sword rang out 9 times, the wind sweeping away the clouds. As the Qingyun sword technique ascended to major success. Clang, clang, clang. The sword rang out 12 times, the sound piercing the air, as the Qingyun sword technique attained perfection. The resonance echoing through the heavens. Gu Chaqing collapsed to the ground, thoroughly exhausted and drenched in sweat. Yet his eyes sparkled with clarity and his face radiated a blissful smile. Truly, he felt immensely satisfied. Not far away, his master and senior brother hurriedly approached. Witnessing the spectacle of Gu Chaqing's 12 sword rings, rendered utterly speechless. What kind of prodigy is this? In just one day, Gu Chaqing has perfected the most intricate foundational sword technique of the Qingyun sword sect? Even with a connection to the sword's essence, such rapid progress seems unfathomable. No. Not one day, at most half a day. It was unbelievable. The astonishment could shake the very foundations of his being. Quick, someone wake me up. Mao Jiujuan slapped Shuri on the head, causing the latter to gasp in surprise. Master, why did you hit me? I just wanted to know if it hurt. Or if I was dreaming. I cannot endure this any longer. I need a moment to compose myself. Mao Jiujuan clutched his racing heart, cursing the ancestors of the Gu family once more. Such a splendid talent for the sword, yet unable to cultivate internal martial arts. How utterly frustrating. If the ancestors of the Qingyun sword sect were aware, surely they would have blown up the Gu family's ancestral grave. Shuri, holding his head, stared wide-eyed at Mao Jiujuan, feeling quite aggrieved. His master could be quite harsh. Good morning, master. Good morning, senior brother, Gu Chaqing greeted as he saw them approaching, quickly standing up to pay his respects. Ah, what a polite child. Though he seems a bit slow-witted, no matter, as long as he can wield a sword. Mao Jiujuan cleared his throat, scrutinizing the youth. You truly are Gu Chaqing, surely you haven't been possessed by some malevolent spirit? What is a malevolent spirit? Gu Chaqing asked, puzzled. Oh, it's nothing, just a figure of speech. Mao Jiujuan, aware of his indiscretion, quickly altered his statement. Indeed, your mastery of the Qingyun swordsmanship has reached perfection, marking your formal entry into the path of cultivation. Therefore, there are certain matters I must elucidate for you. Please, master, guide me. The 12 forms of Qingyun swordsmanship primarily enhance the entire body. Upon achieving full mastery, it greatly benefits physical cultivation, not only honing the body, but also accelerating the cultivation process. For instance, if your practice of Qingyun swordsmanship is merely at the introductory level, it would require at least a decade of arduous training to complete physical cultivation. However, with mastery in Qingyun swordsmanship, you could transcend this stage within a year. Now do you comprehend? As Mao Jiujuan recounted this, Gu Chaqing was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a staggering disparity in cultivation between the entry level and the perfected state of swordsmanship. No wonder his initial attempts at swordplay yielded nothing but fatigue and pain. Yet, at the outset of his training, he could distinctly feel his strength augmenting. In truth, Shuri had initially only cultivated Qingyun swordsmanship to a minor success, later transitioning to the Xiantian swordsmanship upon reaching a plateau in his training, which he then perfected. Even so, he spent a full decade in the physical cultivation phase. Not even the most gifted, Gu Jingxue, managed to complete her physical training until 3 years after mastering the Royun swordsmanship. As for the third disciple, Yu Qianquan, he required nearly 5 years for his physical cultivation. Martial arts cultivation hinges on diligence and can never be accomplished in a single stride. However, the notion that someone could complete physical cultivation within a year would surely astonish many. At this moment, Gu Chaqing realized how fortunate he was to have perfected the Qingyun swordsmanship in merely a day, thereby saving an immense amount of time for his future cultivation and establishing a solid foundation for his swordsmanship. After a brief moment of reflection, Mao Jiujuan hesitated. Changqing, did you not inquire whether one could cultivate the 3 foundational sword techniques simultaneously? While others may struggle, you should consider attempting it. No. Shuri interjected loudly. Master, you mustn't act recklessly. A mere attempt could prove fatal. When I practiced all 3 swords concurrently, it cost me 3 years of precious time. What if the junior disciple were to suffer the same fate? He has so little time left. As he uttered the last phrase, Shuri's voice grew somber, his emotions deeply affected. If possible, he would willingly trade half his lifespan for his junior disciple, though perhaps half was excessive. A third would suffice. Mao Jiujuan did not contest this, merely kicking a stone away in frustration. Changqing, the realm of physical cultivation is the cornerstone of martial arts. The more solid your foundation, the greater your potential in martial cultivation, and only then may you ascend to the pinnacle of martial prowess. However, cultivating 3 sword techniques simultaneously will indeed consume more of your time and may even prolong your physical training. The decision is yours to make. Listening to Mao Jiujuan's heartfelt counsel, Gu Chongqing did not hesitate to respond. I am willing. Even if you were unwilling, I would understand for. Mao Jiujuan suddenly found himself at a loss for words. What? What did you say? Master, I am willing. Gu Chongqing nodded affirmatively, rendering Mao Jiujuan momentarily speechless. The latter forced a smile that was more pitiable than a cry. Ahem. Young lad, kindly complete your sentences next time, otherwise. Outsiders might think this old man is lacking in decorum. Huh, what are these outrageous words? Am I allowed to eavesdrop for free? In truth, Gu Chongqing's thoughts were rather straightforward. Given his aptitude for swordplay, he saw no harm in practicing multiple sword techniques, especially since they would bolster his physical strength. Naturally, he was eager to proceed. As the lesson unfolded, Mao Jiujuan experienced the same tumultuous emotions that Shi felt during his initial instruction of Gu Chongqing. The 9 styles of mysterious body sword technique and the 9 styles of soft cloud sword technique were swiftly mastered by the youth after just one demonstration. Besides the inability to produce the sound of sword resonance, each movement was executed with remarkable precision. Mao Jiujuan mused that perhaps the youth's lack of cunning was a blessing in disguise, allowing him to maintain a pure focus on the sword path. Those contrivances of the Gu family deserve scorn, he muttered habitually as he continued to guide Gu Chongqing in his sword practice. Yet, with each instruction, the old man grew increasingly alarmed, for after merely 10 repetitions of the sword techniques, a sound of resonance echoed forth. The mysterious body sword technique, mastered. The soft cloud sword technique, mastered. Outside Liquor Flow Village, in the desolate wilderness of stone forests, a middle-aged man with a small mustache stood before a grave, gazing indifferently at the tombstone beneath his feet, upon which the words grave of Aunt Lawn were inscribed in a crooked manner. There were no offerings, no paper money. Indeed, it appeared quite meager. After a moment of silence, the mustached man turned and departed. Half a day later, a letter arrived at the Gu estate in the northern region. The old steward carried the correspondence to the rear courtyard. Madam, news from Nanling has arrived. Mulan has passed away, and young Master Cha Qing has departed. His whereabouts currently unknown. What young Master Cha Qing? The Gu family has but one young master, and that is my son, Gu Tianfang. In the pavilion, a woman reclined elegantly on a jade couch, adorned in opulent attire, exuding an air of noble beauty tinged with a hint of menace. The old steward bowed his head in compliance, not daring to show any sign of defiance. Continue to investigate the whereabouts of that unfortunate soul, and bring him back to the Gu family. Whether alive or dead, I wish to see him. I do not wish for his existence to impede Fang'er's future. Yes. The old steward replied dutifully before retreating, leaving the rear courtyard in silence, as if nothing had transpired. 3 days swiftly passed. In the fading light of the mountains, a figure danced amidst the trees, at times exhibiting a robust and grand style, while at other moments displaying a light and graceful fluidity, offering a refreshing and delightful spectacle. Suddenly, the sound of sword resonance shattered the air, summoning the wind as howling and sending leaves swirling. During these days, Gu Chongqing felt an unparalleled sense of fulfillment, devoting his time to sword practice and the profound understanding of the sword's essence. When fatigue set in, he would visit Mao Jiujuan's room to peruse books and unwind his thoughts. He always remembered his master's words, one must read extensively to grasp the principles of life. Though the Qingyun sword sect had fallen into decline, its foundational heritage was still intact, particularly the ancient texts accumulated over centuries, which greatly broadened Gu Chongqing's horizons. Perhaps due to the rigorous training in martial arts and the medicinal baths, the young man has undergone a remarkable transformation. His physique has become significantly sturdier, and he has even grown taller, appearing more graceful and distinguished. Yet, his gaze remains as clear as ever. The sound of the sword rang out 9 times, penetrating the wood to a depth of 7 parts. With the completion of the profound body sword technique, Gu Chongqing feels a palpable increase in strength with every sword practice, a sensation even more intense than that experienced with the 12 cloud swords. However, the cloud sword technique offers a more holistic approach, enhancing not only strength but also agility, reaction speed, and overall coordination. While the differences may not be immediately evident in isolation, the long-term benefits transcend simple arithmetic. Achieving a depth of 7 parts is equivalent to a force of 30 June, a feat that Shi took an entire year to accomplish, whereas Gu Chongqing managed it in just a few days. rendering any comparison between them utterly futile. The sound of the sword echoed again, splitting the light into 9 beams. With the complete mastery of the soft cloud sword technique, the young man perceives a significant enhancement in his body's resilience, with improved speed and reflexes, particularly in his core strength. Although Gu Changqing is unaware of the former glory of the cloud sword sect, the exquisite intricacies of these foundational sword techniques have proven to be immensely beneficial to him. Now, the young man truly feels empowered. Had he faced his former self, he could easily defeat 10, 20, or even more adversaries. As evening approached, Gu Changqing returned to the sect. Sure, he had already prepared a lavish feast. Yet the living room was devoid of anyone but him. "Senior brother, where is Master?" "Master has gone on a journey and instructed us to fend for ourselves." "Oh." Gu Changqing nodded, refraining from further inquiries, recognizing their futility. At that moment, Shuri spoke mysteriously. "Junior brother, while Master is away, once we finish dinner, come with me. I shall take you to a splendid place." "Oh." Gu Changqing nodded again, choosing not to question further, as his mind was consumed with sword techniques. Indeed. Even when not practicing, the spirit of the sword in his mind was continuously rehearsing the techniques, even iterating the 3 foundational sword techniques in a manner that suggested a budding integration. This means that the young man is almost perpetually immersed in the profound insights of the sword path. Such dedication to cultivation has led to remarkable progress in his swordsmanship, advancing at an astonishing pace. Qingshan Town is a remote settlement under the jurisdiction of Qihuan County. Although it boasts a considerable population, it lacks abundant resources, giving it an air of poverty. However, it is precisely such places that tend to breed a variety of unsavory characters. And the Baihua Tower stands as the most renowned and bustling locale in Qingshan Town, a favored haunt for the local rascals seeking merriment. As night fell, the streets were nearly deserted, while within the tower, women exuded charm and allure, their attire revealing and flamboyant. The intoxicating ambience of wine and revelry filled the air, celebrating the blossoming of 100 flowers in spring. "Wonderful, wonderful." Sure, he recited the couplet displayed at the entrance, adjusting his attire with exaggerated finesse before leading Gu Changqing into the Baihua Tower. Inside, the fragrance of flowers enveloped them, reminiscent of a vibrant spring. While Shuri appeared somewhat entranced, Gu Changqing remained unaffected. The floral scent, though rich, lacked the freshness and authenticity found in the wildflowers blooming in the fields. "Master brother, is this truly the splendid place you spoke of?" "Indeed," came the reply. "What is so remarkable about this place?" Gu Changqing furrowed his brow, somewhat perplexed. He was not fond of such locales, as they were far too boisterous. Shuri chuckled. "The young ladies here are delightful. They are fragrant and soft, striking in appearance, possess charming voices, and can even sing sweet melodies." The youth was at a loss for words, for he was indeed unaware of such matters. All he knew was that these young women should be less entertaining than a sword. Furthermore, did they not fear catching a chill in such scant attire? Should Shuri have discerned the thoughts swirling in the youth's mind, he would have earnestly advised his junior not to meddle. One must seize the joy of life. Do not let the golden goblet face the moon in vain. Sing with wine in hand, for life's fleeting moments are few. Life is too short. Indulge in pleasure while you can. As he recited poetry, Shuri approached and soon became engrossed in revelry with a group of lovely maidens. The youth's eyes widened in astonishment. Was this truly the master brother he knew? And was this a sight meant for his eyes? Yet, one could not deny that Shuri, with his tall and robust physique, was indeed pleasing to the ladies, and his poetic flair added an air of cultured elegance, albeit somewhat affected. "All right," Shuri conceded, acknowledging his lack of true poetic prowess. He had merely memorized verses he had overheard a few times. After all, the scripts often declared that beauties favor the charming and talented, rather than the boorish. "I, the cultured Shuri, am certainly no brute. Come, little junior brother, let us enjoy ourselves." The youth remained silent. "Do not look at me so. Master frequently visits, he calls this playing the field." Yet, the youth continued to be taciturn. "Ahem. We are not as depraved as you might think. We merely sip wine, listen to melodies, and admire beauty," Shuri quickly clarified, somewhat sheepishly. After a moment, Gu Changqing suddenly spoke up. "Master brother, I wish to return." "What? Return?" Shuri was momentarily taken aback. "Why? Is it that the ladies here are not entertaining? Or are they unappealing? I simply wish to train diligently and strengthen my body. After all, my time is limited." At this, Shuri fell silent, taking some time to gather his thoughts. "Little junior brother, I understand your plight, which is why I sought to bring you here for some enjoyment. The master has said that women are the most potent poison, yet also the finest antidote, capable of alleviating all worldly suffering. I do not comprehend. Truth be told, I do not fully grasp it either, Shuri replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. He seldom visited such places, at most 3 or 4 times. Not for lack of desire, but rather due to financial constraints. Come, little junior brother, let us return. Reluctantly bidding farewell to the realm of tenderness, Shuri prepared to escort Gu Chaqing away, only to witness the sudden closure of the Baiwa Tower's doors. A group of robust, menacing figures clad in black emerged, brandishing clubs, surrounding the entire hall. What is this predicament? Could there be another performance? Had something happened at Baiwa Tower? The unexpected turn of events left the patrons in the hall bewildered. Gu Chaqing instinctively grasped the wooden sword at his waist, only to be gently restrained by a large hand. Do not be alarmed. The sound of Shi Yi's voice reached the boy's ears, instilling within him a sense of reassurance. Soon, an uproar erupted around him. Many voices filled the air with curses, yet no one dared to act impulsively, for the 100 Flowers Pavilion held considerable influence. Shortly thereafter, a graceful matron stepped onto the stage, her smile enchanting as she addressed the esteemed guests. I beg your pardon, noble patrons. I must attend to some internal matters that have interrupted your enjoyment. Allow this round of drinks to serve as my apology. As she spoke, the matron gestured, and over a dozen cloaked enforcers began to search the vicinity. They swiftly apprehended 2 disheveled maidens in a corner of the pavilion. The young women possessed delicate and graceful figures, yet their tear-stained eyes evoked a sense of poignant vulnerability. The onlookers seemed unfazed by such occurrences, having grown accustomed to the spectacle, with many engaging in lively discussions about it. Indeed, the 100 Flowers Pavilion lived up to its reputation, with newcomers appearing in less than a month. I wonder which family these girls come from. They possess quite a spirited temperament to attempt an escape in this place. But what good is a fiery spirit? Once they enter the 100 Flowers Pavilion, they have stepped into the den of demons. Even the strongest steel must ultimately yield to softness. I find such spirited fillies appealing. I shall claim their initial bloom for myself. Hehehe. With a sharp crack, a wet whip struck the 2 maidens, and the once lively hall gradually fell silent. The matron ordered the public flogging of the girls, serving as both punishment and humiliation, while also issuing a warning to the other maidens present. Some patrons sneered coldly, others remained indifferent, while the other girls either felt numb or fearful, despite their reluctance. They lowered their gazes, afraid to harbor any rebellious thoughts. Master brother, why are they beating those girls? Gu Chaqing tightened his grip on the wooden sword at his waist, feeling an inexplicable surge of emotion. Being young, his blood ran hot with indignation. Alas, they are all unfortunate souls, Shuri sighed, offering a brief explanation. In recent years, the Qiliao cavalry had frequently descended southward to raid the northern borders of Weiwu, resulting in relentless chaos in the north, leaving the populace in despair. Many were displaced and unable to survive, leading to the sale of their children as a means of survival. Most of the women in the 100 Flowers Pavilion had been acquired through such transactions. Each had signed a contract of servitude, rendering them the private property of the pavilion, untouchable even by the authorities. Though sure he felt sympathy for the 2 maidens, he could do nothing to assist them. The sheer magnitude of such tragedies rendered any help futile. After all, the world was not as tranquil as it seemed. The Qingyan sword sect could be considered a sanctuary, albeit a rather impoverished one. Nevertheless, with the capabilities of Mao Jujuan and Shi Yi, taking lives or robbing the wealthy to aid the needy would not pose a challenge. Yet, they adhered to their internal moral compass. As they departed the 100 Flowers Pavilion, Shi Yi ambled along the cobblestone streets, his spirits dampened. Gu Chaqing trailed silently, lost in thought. He could not shake the image of the despairing, helpless eyes of the maidens as they were taken away. In that moment, the boy felt a profound sense of weakness, lacking the courage to stand up and act. Indeed, Shuri spoke the truth. This world is rife with injustices, and even Gu Chaqing finds himself ensnared within its grasp. What right does he possess to assist others? Perhaps the essence of human nature lies in the pursuit of self-interest while evading harm. Yet, it is truly difficult to reconcile such thoughts. In the midst of his youthful musings, a small, frail figure suddenly darted out from around the corner, colliding with the boy's feet and tumbling to the ground with a thud. Gu Chaqing instinctively looked down to find a little girl, swathed in coarse, ragged cloth, around 5 or 6 years of age, adorably delicate yet disheveled. Her hair was unkempt, and her cheeks bore several bruises, her eyes wide with panic and fear. I'm so sorry. I didn't. Gu Cha-ching began to extend a hand to help her up, but she quickly scrambled to her feet and, flustered, ran away. What was this situation? Before Gu Cha-ching could comprehend the unfolding events, Shi, standing nearby, furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. In Qishan town, there were no refugees. The children of the townsfolk would not venture out at such an hour, and this girl appeared to be fleeing. Little brat, you sure can run. You've made us endure the biting winds of the northwest all night. Run? Go ahead and run. Let us see where you escaped this time. Enough with the chatter, the young master is waiting. Let us bring her back first and deal with matters later. Amidst the cacophony of laughter and scorn, a band of ruffians gradually encircled them. The girl, who had just fled, returned, her expression now one of sheer terror, her face pale. Isn't that Hussein from the Black Wolf gang? They're bullying again. These wretches spare no one, not even children. They will surely face retribution. Shoo! Keep your voices down, or you'll invite disaster. Alas, if this little girl falls into the hands of the Black Wolf gang, her prospects appear dire. Oh, the wretched state of this world. The townsfolk murmured amongst themselves, lamenting their circumstances, filled with indignation, yet too fearful to speak out. Confronted by the menacing ruffians, the little girl instinctively retreated, gravitating towards the crowd, hoping for a kind soul to come forth and rescue her or to lead her away. However, the onlookers hastily dispersed, eager to avoid being entangled in her plight, for ordinary folk could not dare provoke the malevolence of the Black Wolf gang. The girl collapsed to the ground, tears of despair and helplessness brimming in her eyes. Hey, little one, just come back with Sanye. Our young master will surely take good care of you. Hussein sneered, his features twisted in a grotesque grin as he reached for the girl. Suddenly, a figure appeared before her, blocking Hussein's grasp. The little girl would forever remember the moment when, in her deepest despair, a slender silhouette stood protectively in front of her, shielding her from the malicious gazes that sought to harm her. Though the boy's back was not broad, in the eyes of the little girl, he seemed immensely tall. The brave youth who stepped forward was none other than Gu Cha-ching, leaving even Shi momentarily stunned, for he had not anticipated his junior disciple would act so boldly. So courageous. It seems he still possesses the spirit of youth. By heavens, are there truly those who dare to meddle? Hussein paused momentarily, then erupted into raucous laughter. His eyes brimming with scorn, Gu Cha-ching remained silent, seemingly apprehensive. He gripped the wooden sword at his waist tightly, his clear gaze reflecting a hint of composure. A wooden sword? Do you wish to amuse the third master to death? Hussein laughed even louder, instantly recognizing Gu Cha-ching as a Navi greenhorn. Foolishly believing that a smattering of skills could transform him into a chivalrous hero, eager to right wrongs and uphold justice. Such delusions. In this world, virtuous souls do not live long, while the wicked thrive. Those so-called heroes invariably meet a grim fate. The onlookers shook their heads discreetly, pitying the youth. Come here. First, break this brat's limbs, then drag him to the dogfighting pit for a meal. At Hussein's vicious command, a throng of thugs surged forward, leaving the spectators aghast. The dogfighting pit served as a venue for betting, where sometimes dogs fought each other, and at other times, dogs battled humans. Naturally, a life and death contract must be signed before a human dares to enter the fray. Should a life be lost, the pit bears no responsibility. Not even the authorities can find fault. Some assert that existence itself justifies reason. Yet, should all that is reasonable truly exist? The youth unsheathed his wooden sword, confronting the harsh realities of the world for the first time. There exists a righteous path in this realm, and the youth shall not falter. Boss. A bowl of wonton soup, just the wontons, no noodles, please. Shi, unbeknownst to him, had taken a seat at a roadside stall, grinning as he observed his junior disciple face off against the ruffians of the Black Wolf gang, showing no inclination to intervene. Are you not with that lad? He is being besieged, and you do not intend to assist him? The stall owner, exasperated, nonetheless prepared a bowl of wonton soup for Shi, devoid of noodles. I'm not boasting. My junior disciple, though only a few days into his training, can easily handle these few ruffians. Besides, what is martial practice without combat? It would be no different from mere showmanship. These scoundrels are perfect for my junior to hone his skills. You are right. Your face is large enough to justify it. Is that satisfactory? The stall owner shot Shi an exasperated glance but chose to busy himself instead of further questioning. Shi chuckled, savoring the wontons. In a mere moment, 10 or so thugs lay sprawled on the ground, clutching their stomachs in agony. The youth stood, sword lowered, his chest heaving as he caught his breath. Even now, he struggled to comprehend that he had just engaged in a brawl and injured others, despite their nefarious nature. Nonetheless, a slight burden weighed on his heart. After all, he had always been one to endure without retaliation. Yet, was it possible that he could now hold his own against so many? Initially tense, the youth quickly found himself immersed in the flow of battle as his swordsmanship unfolded. Earnest and focused. With agile movements and precise footwork, each strike was executed flawlessly. Remarkably, he hardly exerted himself. The ruffian simply fell before him. Is this the distinction between a martial artist and an ordinary individual? Just having stepped into the realm of physical refinement and still in the strength training phase. How can one possess such formidable combat prowess? In reality, a martial artist at the strength training stage is certainly not as formidable as Gu Chaqing imagines. It is merely due to his mastery of the 3 foundational sword techniques that he surpasses ordinary individuals not only in strength, speed, and reflexes but also in the seamless integration of sword techniques. His instinctive combat ability allows him to effortlessly deal with a mere handful of thugs. These ruffians should consider themselves fortunate that Gu Chaqing wields a wooden sword. Otherwise, their bellies would likely be rent asunder by now. Hussein was also taken aback for a long moment before regaining his composure, a flicker of astonishment and anger crossing his eyes. Ah, I did not expect to encounter a practitioner. Might I inquire which path you follow? Please, do share your name. Gu Chaqing did not respond. He was not foolish enough to reveal his sect, for who knows if his adversary might seek revenge in the shadows. Though not particularly clever, he was certainly not dim-witted. He chose to regard himself as an ordinary passerby, unremarkable in every way. Unfortunately, he had not brought a mask this time. Evidently, he lacked experience. Should he encounter such a situation again, he ought to be better prepared with an appropriate disguise. As the youth pondered, Hussein felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. In the entirety of Qishan town, few dared to disregard the face of Hussein. Moreover, Gu Chaqing's shabby attire bore no resemblance to that of a privileged young master. Leaving no room for hesitation, attack him. Fueled by indignation, Hussein charged at Gu Chaqing with his blade raised. Unlike the petty minions on the ground, Hussein was a martial artist at the introductory level of skin training, possessing not only a robust physique but also a well-practiced slashing technique. At least achieving a minor mastery in the art of the blade. Clang! The clash of metal rang out, and the wooden sword shattered, leaving Gu Chaqing's arm grazed and stained with blood. The fault lay with Gu Chaqing's lack of combat experience. Upon engaging, he misjudged the hardness disparity between metal and wood, resulting in the wooden sword being severed. Gazing at the splintered remnants of his sword, Gu Chaqing felt a surge of anxiety, yet he did not regret his choice. In contrast, Hussein, emboldened by his initial success, felt invigorated. He had anticipated a cunning adversary, but discovered that his opponent was merely a fool. Ha! I thought I was facing someone significant, but it turns out he is a mere wretch. Amidst his raucous laughter, Hussein lunged forward once more, the blade glimmering as it sliced through the air with speed and precision. Clang! Clang! The swords clashed again. Drawing from his previous experience, Gu Chaqing refrained from meeting force with force. Instead, he utilized his sword techniques and agile footwork to evade left and right. At this moment, the perfected gentle cloud sword technique revealed its lightness and agility. No matter how fierce Hussein's blade art was, it could not harm Gu Chaqing in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged more than 10 blows. The 12 techniques of Qingyun, imbued with an ancient simplicity, exuded balance and harmony. The 9 techniques of Xian, expansive and powerful, bore great weight. The 9 techniques of gentle cloud, blending rigidity with flexibility, were light and graceful. Gu Chaqing's swordsmanship grew increasingly stable, embodying both offense and defense, impenetrable and flawless. In contrast, Hussein, driven by impatience and ambition, was riddled with flaws, clearly blinded by rage. The clang of a sword echoed through the air, a fleeting glimmer of sharpness passing by. Gu Chaqing seized upon a weakness in Hussein's footwork, suddenly thrusting at his opponent's abdomen. A dull thud resonated as Hussein was pushed back several steps by the wooden sword, yet he sustained no significant injury. After encountering this setback, Hussein's expression shifted to one of alarm and trepidation, gradually regaining a semblance of composure. Gu Chaqing furrowed his brow, his demeanor unusually grave. He had not anticipated that his previously effective attack would yield no results this time, catching him off guard. The youth still lacked a profound understanding of the disparities in martial cultivation. Martial artists in the skin training stage, once they embark on their journey, find their physical bodies increasingly resilient, typically capable of withstanding the damage inflicted by ordinary weapons, let alone a broken wooden sword. It is no exaggeration to say that apart from leaving a faint bruise on Hussein, Gu Changqing's wooden sword posed no genuine threat to him. Ha, come on. Come and kill me. Hussein bellowed triumphantly. Today, I shall show you what true strength looks like. With a wild laugh, Hussein tensed his muscles, his skin hardening like rock, producing a grinding sound as they collided. No matter how fiercely the youth attacked, he remained unscathed at his core. In contrast, as the battle wore on, Gu Changqing felt his strength rapidly deplete, his breaths growing increasingly labored. One side pressed forward relentlessly, while the other faltered. In this ebb and flow, Gu Changqing quickly found himself at a disadvantage, narrowly avoiding fatal blows on several occasions. What to do? What should I do now? Gu Changqing's complexion turned pale, yet there was no trace of panic on his face. He had never considered surrender or seeking help. His experiences from childhood had taught him that to survive in this world, one must rely solely on oneself. Changqing, Aunt Lan can no longer take care of you. You must learn to care for yourself. Do not seek anything beyond your own strength, for that is all you can rely upon. Survive, carry hope, survive. In a moment of reverie, Gu Changqing recalled Aunt Lan's final admonition. He did not wish to perish so easily. He longed to live, filled with hope for life. Between life and death lies great terror, yet also profound insight. As Hussein's short dagger descended, Gu Changqing's will transformed, as if his spirit had been elevated. If he were to live, then he must not succumb to death. With a sword drawn, he would charge forth, unafraid. In that instant, the youth's wooden sword and his indomitable spirit fused into one, a subtle brilliance emanating from within, making him resemble an unparalleled sword suddenly drawn from its sheath. The cold glimmer flashed, aimed directly at Hussein's throat. With a soft thud, the wooden sword, devoid of sharpness, penetrated his throat. The youth stood resolutely, his garments billowing. Hussein slowly collapsed to the ground, a crimson hue staining his attire, his face forever etched with astonishment and fear at the moment of death. The wooden sword could kill, even when broken? The street fell into utter silence, the onlookers' faces a tableau of disbelief. A wonton fell onto the table with a thud. Shuri sat dumbfounded, chopsticks in hand. Goodness, am I seeing things? What did I just witness? Was that the nascent form of sword intent? Master, do you consider this lack of talent? Then what am I, the senior brother, to be regarded as? At this moment, Shuri's mind was entirely consumed by Gu Changqing's breathtaking sword strike. He had initially intended to intervene at a critical moment, preparing his concealed stone projectile. Yet he suddenly realized it was entirely unnecessary. Mastering strength in battle, while simultaneously reversing the tide and manifesting the embryonic form of sword intent. How can such exaggeration be justified? Even in theatrical scripts, such boasts would be deemed excessive. Junior brother, please show some respect for your senior brother, will you? Your brilliance casts a shadow on my own abilities. Shuri silently shed tears of frustration, even questioning the very essence of his existence. I have taken a life. The youth stood motionless, gazing silently at the lifeless body of Hussein in the pool of blood, his demeanor unnaturally calm. The sensation of taking a life for the first time was far from pleasant, especially as a life simply faded away before his very eyes. Aunt Lan had once told Gu Changqing that human life is singular and therefore deserving of reverence. Yet, when faced with the dichotomy of life and death, one must also possess fearless courage. The youth understood he had not erred. However, in his youth, he lacked the awareness of killing or being killed. The onlookers regarded the youth from a distance, their gazes imbued with a mixture of awe and complexity. The ruffians who had previously writhed in agony on the ground dared not utter a single word. In the blink of an eye, a throng of people fled in disarray, leaving even the corpse of Hussein unattended. At that moment, Shuri approached and gently patted the youth's shoulder, offering solace. Junior brother, do not overthink it. This is the way of the Jianghu. At times, it is either you or I who must perish. I apologize, senior brother, I have caused trouble. Gu Changqing replied with a somber tone, fully aware that taking a life was wrong and that he might face the repercussions of the Wei Wu legal system. Yet, in that moment, he had no room for further contemplation. As Shuri had said, in the struggle between life and death, it is either you or I who must fall. Rest assured, a scoundrel is merely a scoundrel. What trouble could arise from ending such a life? Shuri responded nonchalantly. Just remember, matters of the Jianghu are settled within the Jianghu. The authorities can scarcely intervene, unless you breach the rules and indiscriminately slay innocent lives. Then, the Zhenwu division will take action. However, do not forget that our Qingyun sword sect is not without influence. Your second sister and third brother serve as secret guards for the Jinwu division. As long as you do not bring misfortune upon yourself, they will undoubtedly protect you. Upon hearing Shiyi's reassurances, Gu Chaqing nodded gently, feeling warmth in his heart. Yet, he seemed to recall something and glanced around behind him. Senior brother. What happened to that little girl? Haha, that little one is long since fled. Oh, are you frowning because you feel uneasy? Do you wish for her to stay and express her gratitude? No, I am merely concerned that she may be captured again. Shi was momentarily taken aback. His junior brother possessed a kind heart, remaining filled with light even after enduring much suffering. Rest assured, that clever little girl managed to escape amidst the chaos. And it is unlikely she will be easily captured. Gu Chaqing acknowledged this with a nod, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Subsequently, Shi teased with a smile, so, how does it feel to be a hero? Feel? Gu Chaqing was momentarily taken aback. He truly felt no particular sensation. He admitted that he had acted impulsively in the heat of the moment, but he had never aspired to be a hero. His only desire was for light to illuminate the darkness in the world. If that light did not exist, he hoped to be that very beacon. Do you regret it? No, I do not. Good. Shi patted the young man's shoulder with a hearty clap, his smile radiant. Some things are beyond our control. But as long as we can act with a clear conscience, that is sufficient. Thank you, senior brother. Gu Chaqing retrieved the broken sword from the corpse and secured it at his waist, his clear eyes now reflecting a newfound determination. In the dead of night, within the morgue of the government office, Hou Yuanjie, clad in resplendent attire, gazed coldly at the corpse of Husan laid upon the wooden slab, his delicate features marred by an unsettling chill. As the young master of the Black Wolf gang, Hou Yuanjie had not been this enraged for quite some time. He could hardly fathom that someone would dare to disturb the peace in Qingshan town, clearly disregarding the Black Wolf gang's authority. Wu Laoqi, who did this? Reporting to young master, it was a boy around 16 or 17 years old. His name is currently unknown. The brothers inquired nearby and found he is unfamiliar, not a local of Qingshan town. A middle-aged man, the government's blue-clad officer, answered with a submissive demeanor. Hou Yuanjie scrutinized the corpse for a moment, his brow arching slightly. A swift strike to the throat. What a formidable sword technique. I heard he used a wooden sword at the time. Indeed, a broken wooden sword. Wu Laoqi nodded vigorously. I have examined the splintered wood. It is merely an ordinary wooden sword, easily found. And that little rascal? The assailant has not reported to the authorities and is likely in hiding. Humph. Hou Yuanjie's expression hardened, visibly displeased. Wu Laoqi cautiously inquired, Young master, how do you intend to handle this matter? Affairs of the Jianghu remain within the Jianghu. The government is naturally unwilling to wade through this murky water. Someone, ignoring Wu Laoqi, Hou Yuanjie summoned a subordinate with a casual gesture. What are your orders? Young master? Someone dares to disrupt my affairs. Send a message to all the halls. Find this person within 3 days. Understood. Also, investigate his background before taking any rash actions. Yes. The subordinate clasped his fists in respect and retreated. Hou Yuanjie's gaze flickered, deep in thought. The audacity of the assailant to commit murder openly in Qingshan town implied either strength or influence, until he discerned the individual's background and capabilities. Hou Yuanjie would exercise caution. The Black Wolf gang thrived in these tumultuous times, not solely through violence, but also through an understanding of human relationships and societal dynamics. The news of Husan's demise swiftly spread, causing quite a stir in Qingshan town. Who among them was unaware that Husan was the ferocious hound of the Black Wolf gang? As the saying goes, one must consider the master when beating a dog. To dare to slay Husan in Qingshan town was to openly slap the Black Wolf gang in the face. Consequently, not only was the Black Wolf gang in pursuit of the culprit, but the local authorities were also discreetly seeking information about the murderer. In a fleeting moment, the town was engulfed in a palpable tension, both in the underworld and within the law. At this juncture, Gu Chaqing had returned to the sect with Shi. Standing alone in the courtyard, needing a moment of tranquility. After taking a life, his emotions surged within him, rendering sleep elusive. He had no desire for rest. Silently absorbing the coolness of the moonlight, the young man felt a refreshing essence seep into his heart. He realized that cultivation and combat were fundamentally different pursuits. And through this life-and-death confrontation, Gu Chaqing gradually recognized the chasm that existed between the realms of martial artists. Had Husan been a master of skin training or even a practitioner in the muscle phase, it might have been his own life that was forfeit today. Mastery of swordsmanship was merely the beginning of one's journey. It did not equate to true strength. To elevate his prowess, he required even more diligent training. In truth, Gu Chongqing's progress was not slow. One might even say he was advancing at an astonishing rate. Yet, he still felt the urgency of time pressing upon him, yearning for more practice and swifter growth. Lost in thought, Gu Chongqing found himself unable to quell the turmoil within, prompting him to draw forth a half-sword and begin his practice, casting aside all worries and distractions. The night was gentle, adorned with brilliant stars. Under the moonlight, the young swordsman trained, serene yet solitary. The following morning dawned bright and sunny. Shi rose early, intending to prepare some food, when he suddenly found himself utterly transfixed. The air crackled with the sound of swords slicing through the atmosphere, resonating with a thunderous clang that reverberated like the roar of tigers and leopards, sending shivers down his spine. Good heavens, what on earth is happening? Could it be that my junior disciple has been practicing swordplay since last night? Truly, even the donkeys in Qishan town would not dare to exert themselves so. Whoosh! The force of the sword howled as a broken blade slipped from his grip, embedding itself into the courtyard wall not far away. With a resounding thud, the wall was pierced, leaving a hole the size of a fist, leaving Shi in a state of astonishment, his face a canvas of disbelief. Has the junior disciple truly grasped the rudiments of sword intent? Shi murmured to himself, his previously vacant gaze now tinged with excitement. Once could be deemed a coincidence, but he was certain that Gu Chongqing had indeed mastered the embryonic form of sword intent. What is sword intent? It is the culmination of swordsmanship, where the heart and sword unite, and the sword synchronizes with one's will, becoming harmonious and singular. Its force radiates outward, creating an unstoppable momentum. This principle applies not only to sword intent, but also to fist, blade, spear, and staff techniques. The concept is not difficult to comprehend. Many martial artists grasp it. However, for a practitioner to truly comprehend intent is a formidable challenge. Even Shi himself had yet to realize his own sword intent. In battles among peers, those who have comprehended intent overwhelmingly dominate ordinary martial artists, highlighting the disparity. Given Gu Chongqing's understanding of sword intent, were he to confront someone like Husan, there would be no need for a fierce struggle. A single strike would suffice to obliterate him. Thud. The young man seemed to exhaust himself, collapsing onto the ground, his face a mixture of fatigue and exhilaration. He could distinctly feel himself growing stronger, a sensation most delightful. Junior disciple, how are you faring? Shi hurried over to assist Gu Chongqing, his expression filled with concern. Rest assured, senior brother, I am fine. I merely practiced through the night, and my limbs are a bit weary. Shi was momentarily at a loss for words, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. After a moment of silence, he hesitantly inquired, Junior disciple, how did you condense that sword intent? What sword intent? Gu Chongqing replied, bewildered, as he genuinely did not understand. Shi then realized that his junior disciple had only recently begun his training and thus was unaware of such concepts. He straightforwardly asked, the final strike you unleashed just now, imbued with sharpness, how did you achieve that? It's quite simple. I concentrated all my strength and then thrust the sword forward with force. Is it not something senior brother can do? Shi felt a twinge of indignation, a sense of discomfort settling in his heart. After laboring for over a decade without grasping his own sword intent, to see his junior disciple achieve such mastery in a mere few days was a bitter pill to swallow. Comparatively, Gu Chongqing had only been studying swordsmanship for 3 to 5 days. The disparity between individuals can be infuriating. Nonetheless, Shi quickly regained his composure, choosing to reflect on his own training issues, and began to engage in discussions with Gu Chongqing to validate his own understanding of the sword path. The sword dances with a lightness that reflects Shi's initial understanding of swordplay during his first practice, resulting in a technique that is sharp, swift, and fierce. However, Gu Chongqing believes that the path of swordsmanship varies from person to person. It is not merely about the pursuit of speed, precision, and ferocity. Only the swordplay that aligns with one's own nature can be deemed the correct path. This is akin to Shi's struggle with the Qingyan sword technique, where he makes no progress, yet finds fulfillment in the practice of the Xiantian sword technique. Clearly, Shi is more suited to a grand and robust style of swordsmanship, and his relentless pursuit of an aggressive technique over the years has led him astray. It must be said that although Mao Jiujuan is the head of the Qingyan sword sect, his ability to instruct disciples leaves much to be desired. Even if Gu Jingxue and Yi Qianxuan have achieved their current success, it is largely due to their own efforts, with little to no credit owed to him. Of course, this line of reasoning does not apply to Gu Chongqing, as he possesses extraordinary talent and an intuitive understanding of swordsmanship, surpassing even some masters in contemplation and insight. Subsequently, Gu Chaqing shared his profound insights into the practice of swordsmanship without reservation, as if he had opened a gateway to a new realm for Shi. In that moment, enlightenment struck him. His first thought was that the essence of the Tao is indeed simplicity. There is a saying that in a trio, one must surely have a teacher. His second thought was a reflection on what his own master had taught him, truly misguided. His third thought led him to realize that the current state of the Qingyun sword sect, and its poverty and despair, was not without reason. The Qingyun sword sect focuses on wielding the sword. Without the ability to comprehend the sword's momentum, one cannot practice more advanced sword techniques. Thus, Shi has been stagnated at the 5th level of the Qingyun forging sword technique, unable to progress beyond the threshold of understanding the sword's entry into the essence. But now, junior brother, nature calls. I must take a moment to meditate. Gu Chaqing was somewhat bewildered. His senior brother appeared to be in a hurry. Was he going to meditate or merely take a break? Without further contemplation, the young man rose and made his way to the kitchen, intending to prepare a simple meal to satisfy his hunger. Yet, upon reflection, despite a night without sleep, he felt relatively well, perhaps due to his heightened sword heart. Could it be that he would no longer require sleep? If that were indeed the case, he would have a considerable amount of time freed for cultivation. How splendid. Haha, I have emerged from meditation. Half an hour later, Shi returned to the courtyard, brandishing a hefty stone sword, his demeanor brimming with vigor. Gu Chaqing stared in confusion. Can one approach meditation so casually? Of course, Shi was not genuinely meditating. He had merely crafted a substantial stone sword for himself. This sword measured 5 feet in length and 2 palms in width, towering beside him to shoulder height, resembling a door panel. Junior brother, what do you think of my heavy sword? Huh? Gu Chaqing's gaze was clear. Senior brother, do you call this a sword? A broadsword doesn't weigh this much, does it? Shi was quite pleased with the astonished expression on his junior brother's face and began to swing the heavy sword. At first, he struggled to adapt to its weight. His movements clumsy and slow, utterly unable to practice swordplay in any normal manner. However, after a single incense stick had burned, Shi's swordsmanship grew increasingly fierce, and the momentum within him became ever more formidable, particularly as his profound inner strength converged in his dantian, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption. Whoosh, whoosh. The sword descended like falling stones, heavy and steady. It opened wide and closed with power, unparalleled in its ferocity. The formidable energy surged beneath his feet, causing scattered stones to rise in a whirlwind. Suddenly, Shi's aura swelled, gathering force before erupting, as his fierce sword intent crashed heavily towards the courtyard wall. Boom! With a sweeping sword stroke, the wall collapsed abruptly, raising a cloud of dust. Such overwhelming might. Gu Chaqing gazed in astonishment at the fallen wall, his heart shaken and unable to calm for a long while. His own sword had merely punctured a hole in the wall, yet his senior brother had demolished the entire structure. Surely, the master would not scold him upon his return. Haha, I have finally consolidated my sword intent. It appears that my status as a peerless genius can no longer be concealed. Just as Shi reveled in his triumph, a sincere and worried voice suddenly reached his ears. Senior brother, will you be reprimanded by the master for collapsing the courtyard wall? The laughter abruptly ceased, and Shi's expression stiffened. Consequently, the two began to busy themselves with repairing the wall and tidying the courtyard. Thank you, junior brother. There is no need for thanks. Senior brother. By the way, junior brother, do you have any dreams or wishes? When you pass away, I will help fulfill them. However, my wish is simply to live well. Is that all? Being able to survive is enough. Shi fell silent, initially contemplating that his junior brother had little time left and perhaps he could assist in realizing some of his dreams. Yet he realized he seemed incapable of doing anything. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Chaqing suddenly spoke. If I could live a bit longer, I hope to one day become a legendary sword immortal, as the master described, able to effortlessly sever the sun, moon, and stars with a mere blade of grass. Shi opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. He yearned to express that tales are often deceiving, but never mind, as long as his junior brother is happy. After all, one must have some dreams, right? Suddenly, a faint sound reverberated through the forest, causing Shi to furrow his brow as he discreetly sent his junior brother away and ventured alone towards the woods. Hundreds of feet away, 2 men with weasel-like faces were hiding behind the towering trees of the dense forest, occasionally glancing towards the direction of the Qingyun sword sect. Their faces alight with excitement. Did you see clearly? Is it those two? Yes, one is a little brat. and the other a foolish giant. It must be them. There is no escape. The brothers searched the town all night, and who would have thought they would be hiding in this remote mountain nook? Thanks to Brother Wong for being astute and checking in at Baiwa Tower for news. Otherwise, we might never have found this place. Let us go. Now that we've found them, it will be easy to handle. We should return and report to the young master. Our contributions will surely be recognized. Indeed. What you say is true, brother. As the two individuals were joyfully preparing to depart, a shadow suddenly emerged, obstructing their path. The Black Wolf Gang's keen senses had swiftly led them here. Shuri spoke eloquently, evidently dismissing the Black Wolf Gang with contempt. Wang Daqiang and Air Mao were initially taken aback, but soon their eyes gleamed with malice as they drew their daggers and lunged toward Shuri. True to the ruthless nature of the Black Wolf Gang, they struck without uttering a word. Had they encountered an ordinary person, their assault might have been successful. However, they were unfortunate enough to confront Shuri. With a cheerful demeanor masking his darker intentions, he was as treacherous as they come. With a swift motion, the leaves rustled as blood splattered. In an instant, the two assailants fell to the ground with a thud, clutching their throats in agony. Eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at Shuri, they had never anticipated that the seemingly simple peasant was, in fact, a master of martial arts, a formidable one at that. What terrifying entity had the Black Wolf Gang provoked? Moments later, the two breathed their last, eyes staring vacantly into the void. A gentle breeze swept through, dissipating the remnants of the sanguine scent. Shuri nonchalantly disposed of the bodies and returned to the courtyard, where it seemed his junior disciple had ventured out to practice swordsmanship once again. Oh heavens! After eagerly awaiting the master's departure, I had hoped for a brief respite, only to discover that my junior disciple was so diligent. What to do? I feel such shame. I long to lie down and rest. Junior disciple, please. Could you not be so relentless? High in the mountains, a gentle breeze caressed the air. The young man stood with closed eyes, sword in hand, silently absorbing the warmth of the sunlight cascading upon him. After an all-night sword practice, Gu Chongqing astutely discerned a subtlety. The experience of practicing under the sun was starkly different from that under the moonlight, even when executing the same sword technique. Training in sunlight ignited a passionate fervor within, whereas moonlit practice evoked a serene and gentle ambience. These two states of mind endowed him with distinct insights, deepening his understanding of martial cultivation beyond the sword itself, even transcending the notion of perfection. With this newfound awareness, Gu Chongqing began to select varied environments for his sword practice, amidst the rocky thicket, by the riverside, or atop the cliff. In the stone forest, he felt resilience. By the river, a sense of enduring tranquility. And from the cliff, he experienced the majesty and solitude of height. For 3 consecutive days, he practiced by day and continued by night, reading when weary and reflecting on the essence of the sword when tired. Gu Chongqing gradually realized that he could indeed forego sleep altogether. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded at the Qinyan sword sect. While Shuri trained, the youth was practicing his swordsmanship. When Shuri labored, the young man was still engaged in sword practice. Even during Shuri's moments of rest, the youth remained devoted to his sword, practicing. Junior disciple, do you not require any rest? The elder brother was thoroughly moved to tears, feeling as though he was on the brink of madness. He needed to devise a way to occupy the younger disciple, otherwise, he might succumb to despair before their master returned. Of course, under such intense cultivation, Gu Chongqing was consistently growing stronger, making remarkable progress. Were it not for the daily medicinal baths replenishing his vitality, his body would likely have crumbled long ago. With a swift stroke of his sword, rocks shattered as if struck by thunder. A weight of 100 Jun. Was this the pinnacle of strength training? Gu Chongqing stood before the pile of stones, his brow slightly furrowed in confusion. Typically, a weight of 100 Jun indicated the completion of strength training, representing the utmost limit of the body, commonly referred to as a bottleneck. To continue enhancing his power, he would need to further cultivate his skin, tendons, bones, and organs. Each breakthrough would shatter the shackles of bodily limitations, enabling him to grow ever stronger. Perhaps some individuals, gifted with extraordinary talent or innate strength, could surpass 100 Jun during their training. Yet, the disparity would not be vast. However, Gu Chongqing distinctly sensed that his strength had not yet reached its full potential. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it. Since he could continue to enhance his power, he would persist in his training, for he currently held no intuitive understanding of this so-called bottleneck. After another 3 days, Gu Chongqing finally ceased to feel any increase in strength. He realized he had reached the completion of the strength training phase. He conducted a rough assessment of his power, estimating it to be around 500 June, comparable to some seasoned practitioners of tendon training. Upon learning of Gu Chaqing's progress, the elder brother, Shi, fell silent once more. He gazed up at the sky, suddenly overwhelmed with an inexplicable sentiment. What kind of prodigy had their master taken in? He had been honing his swordsmanship, comprehending the essence of the blade, and breaking through his own limits. With the younger disciples so self-sufficient, what need was there for their master? It seemed that since the younger disciples' initiation, apart from 3 foundational sword techniques, their master had not truly imparted much else. If this continued, it would be challenging for him, as the elder brother, to establish his standing within the sect. At the 100 Flowers Pavilion in the Wind and Moon Chamber, Hou Yuanjie savored a modest drink while listening to soft melodies, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. Nearby, in a corner of the wall, a woman from the flower house huddled, trembling in fear. Just as Hou Yuanjie prepared to indulge in his desires, a sudden knock at the door interrupted. Who is it? His mood soured at the interruption. Heishan greets the young deputy leader. The 2 individuals from before have news. A lean, cold man approached Hou Yuanjie, bowing respectfully at his side. Speak. The 2 are disciples of the Qingyun Sword Sect. They had visited the 100 Flowers Pavilion not long ago. The Qingyun Sword Sect? How audacious to assume the heirs of a sect. What is their background? The specifics are unclear. My subordinate only managed to discover that they moved to Qingshan town 2 years ago. However, this sect appears rather impoverished, unable to afford accommodation in the town, and thus resides on the outskirts near the maple forest, maintaining a low profile. What is their strength like? According to the information currently at hand, the Qingyun Sword Sect boasts only a singular leader and 2 disciples, their true capabilities remaining shrouded in mystery. However, not long ago, their leader was seen brazenly recruiting disciples outside Qingshan town, appearing less like a master of martial arts and more akin to a charlatan. Is this a case of a fierce dragon crossing the river, or merely a wolf in sheep's clothing? Hou Yuanjie furrowed his brow, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Young master, should we send someone to probe their intentions? Let us not alarm them. It would be prudent to conduct a thorough investigation first. Perhaps they are a fallen sect, and if they possess any ancient techniques or scriptures, it could present a fortuitous opportunity for our Black Wolf gang. At this juncture, a chilling smile crept across Hou Yuanjie's lips. In these tumultuous times, the rise and fall of sects is commonplace. Aside from the elite sects that dominate the realm, any faction could plummet into decline or face obliteration overnight. These waning sects often harbor their own legacies and treasures, and should we manage to seize them, the Black Wolf gang would undoubtedly experience tremendous growth, transcending the confines of Emir Town. It is worth noting that the original leader of the Black Wolf gang ascended to prominence through a fragmented second-rate martial art. Thus, ambition is a force that perpetually expands. The following day, a thick mist enveloped the mountains, accompanied by incessant rain. After receiving guidance from his senior brother, Gu Chaqing officially embarked on the practice of skin training. Unlike strength training, which enhances one's physical power, skin training focuses on fortifying the body itself. The initial stage is marked by the formation of a protective membrane, while a faint glow indicates a minor accomplishment. Achieving a bronze-like physique signifies a major success, and attaining a diamond-like body represents the pinnacle of this discipline. At this stage, a warrior becomes impervious to blades and flames. However, reaching perfection in skin training is a formidable challenge, requiring immense fortune, opportunity, and determination. Even Shuri had only reached a major success in this domain. In fact, many warriors transition directly to muscle and bone training after achieving minor success in skin training, ultimately culminating in internal organ refinement. Given the arduous nature of martial arts cultivation, it is often deemed more beneficial to advance to the Qi gathering stage sooner, significantly enhancing one's strength in return. Moreover, even upon entering the Qi gathering stage, one can continue refining the body, albeit at a slightly slower pace. According to the standard cultivation progression of the Qingyun Sword Sect, disciples who achieve perfection in strength training may attempt to practice the Qingyun sword forging technique, embedding a seed of sword energy within themselves. Once this sword energy reaches maturity, disciples may integrate it with their internal energy, allowing each strike to be imbued with a cutting sword aura, almost overpowering peers of the same rank. However, the pursuit of such a formidable sword technique is not without its costs. It demands exceptional talent and a robust mental will to withstand the painful pricks of the sword energy seed. Failure to endure could lead to a catastrophic loss of martial prowess. This perilous nature of inheritance is one reason for the decline of the Qingyun sword sect. Nonetheless, these considerations were of little relevance to Gu Chongqing, as he was born with a unique constitution that precluded him from practicing the Qingyun sword forging technique, compelling him to diligently refine his swordsmanship and physique step by step. Suddenly, a series of dull thuds echoed from the courtyard, where Shi was using a wooden stick to strike various parts of Gu Chongqing's body. There are numerous methods for skin training, including the honing of the physical form, practical combat, and life and death struggles. Shi employed external forces to stimulate the body, thereby inducing a degree of resistance. Although this approach may seem somewhat rudimentary, its effectiveness was apparent. After 3 rounds of strikes, Shi shook his sore arms, ready to take a break. However, Gu Chongqing showed no intention of resting. Instead, he grasped a wooden sword and began to swing it, finding relief from his soreness. Simultaneously, he sensed a slight improvement in his previously stagnant strength. "Junior brother, don't you need a break?" Shi inquired, somewhat amused. "I'm not tired," the youth replied, prompting Shi to feel both exasperated and gradually filled with admiration. Had he possessed such diligence as a junior, he might have achieved mastery long ago. No, seeing his junior brother so committed, he, as the senior brother, could not afford to be complacent. "Where is my giant stone sword?" "Bring the sword." However, just as Shi prepared to diligently practice, several officials in uniform swaggered into the sect's vicinity. Officials from the government, uncertain as to the purpose of the esteemed officials visiting my Qingyun sword sect. Shi greeted them with a warm smile, displaying a demeanor of utmost courtesy. Gu Chongqing silently followed in the footsteps of his senior brother. Sensing that these officers had come in search of him, given his recent act of taking a life, albeit that of a less than virtuous individual. "I am Officer Wu Laoqi, dispatched by the county magistrate to apprehend the criminal," the lead officer stated coolly, raising his hand in a casual salute before fixing his gaze upon Gu Chongqing. "You have committed murder in broad daylight, thus violating the laws of the Wei Wu. You must accompany us for questioning." Before Gu Chongqing could respond, Shi interjected, "Might there be a misunderstanding, esteemed officer? As the saying goes, matters of the Jianghu belong to the Jianghu. My junior disciple's affairs ought not trouble the esteemed authorities." However, the family of Husan had sounded the alarm, claiming not only that you had slain Husan, but that you had also extinguished the lives of his entire family of 7. "What?" Shi's expression shifted, and even Gu Chongqing seemed momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a turn of events. Although Husan was a man deserving of his fate, the sudden obliteration of his entire household would inevitably lead to suspicions regarding Gu Chongqing's involvement in silencing witnesses, a tactic not uncommon in the Jianghu. While Gu Chongqing may have been oblivious to the perils of the Jianghu, Shi was acutely aware that this was undoubtedly an underhanded ploy by the Black Wolf gang. Their ruthlessness was evident in their willingness to spare no family member, a chilling display of their malevolence. The family of Hu, desperate for justice for their kin, would not be easily dismissed. However, rest assured, esteemed sirs, we merely wish to take the individual in for questioning. Should this truly be a matter of Jianghu grievances, the authorities shall not intervene indiscriminately. Yet, the assurance of non-intervention does not guarantee absence of action. Wu Laoqi's words carried an underlying threat, revealing his confidence. Historically, it has been an unspoken rule that unless a citizen brings forth a complaint, the officials do not investigate. However, with the drum of grievance now sounded, they were obliged to bring the accused in for clarity, adhering to established procedures. Wu Laoqi felt no trepidation regarding Shi or Gu Chongqing's potential resistance. The officers enjoyed the protection of the imperial court, and even those of the Jianghu would think twice before harming them. To act otherwise would surely lead to a manhunt by the authorities, resulting in relentless troubles for the offenders. As a consequence, despite the fierce rivalries that may arise within the Jianghu, few dared to provoke the officials. Senior brother, Gu Chongqing began to speak, but was abruptly silenced by Shi's gesture. "The massacre of the Hu family is not the doing of my junior disciple. He shall not accompany you. Should the family of Husan wish to contest this, they may come to me." "Shi. Huh. Are you two attempting to make things difficult for me?" Wu Laoqi? With a forced smile, Wu Laoqi revealed his teeth, as his entourage of officers brandished chains and capture devices, ready for conflict. Though the realm is tumultuous, the Wei Wu dynasty ultimately bows to the authority of the court. Any act of defiance against the officials is deemed treasonous. Alas, Shi had initially wished to engage with you as a mere commoner, yet since you have chosen to be confrontational, I must reveal my true stance. Amidst the sighs, Shiyi's robe billowed, his imposing aura surged forth, transforming into a fierce wind that swirled around him. Suddenly, a colossal stone sword soared from the courtyard, landing before Shiyi with a resounding thud. The immense blade, as weighty as a mountain, caused the ground to tremble slightly upon its descent, startling Wu Laoqi and the others into retracting their necks. This was the manifestation of wielding a sword with one's energy, effortlessly lifting the heavy weapon. Wu Laoqi, having navigated the public sphere for many years, was no novice. He understood well the prowess of a qi-gathering martial artist. In the entire Qingshan town, there was but one practitioner of this caliber, the leader of the Black Wolf gang, Hou Zhenhai. This was not a foe to be trifled with. Wu Laoqi now regretted accepting this task, realizing that the benefits from the Black Wolf gang were indeed not easily attained. He resolved to inform those from the Black Wolf and White Wolf gangs that he was open to negotiations, but if they dared to employ underhanded tactics, they should beware for their own heads. Shiyi patted Wu Laoqi's shoulder, causing the latter's legs to weaken, cold sweat pouring down him, as he appeared to shrink in stature. Leave. Yes, yes, yes. Wu Laoqi and the other officers, as if granted a reprieve, hastily departed, their tails between their legs. As the group retreated, Shiyi turned to offer reassurance. Do not worry, little junior brother. As long as I am here, no one can harm you. Thank you. Senior brother, Gu Chaqing nodded, warmth flooding his heart. Yet, he remained perplexed about the death of Husan's family. The world was complex, and there were many matters beyond the comprehension of youth. He only knew that his pursuit of swordsmanship and martial arts was never for the sake of bravado or vengeance, but solely to strengthen his body and live well. With this thought, Gu Chaqing returned to the courtyard to continue practicing his swordplay, as if nothing had transpired. Witnessing this scene, Shiyi was both amused and perplexed. It seemed this little junior brother did not require his consolation at all. Alas, the Black Wolf gang was indeed troublesome. Should he seek assistance from his younger sister? No, as the esteemed senior brother. It would be rather shameless to request help from her. Moreover, she seemed to be in Nailing City on business, and distant waters could not quench nearby fires. Perhaps he should eliminate the Black Wolf gang altogether? At the Black Wolf gang's dogfighting arena, the atmosphere was fervent and boisterous. Within a steel cage, two fierce dogs were savagely tearing at one another, their bodies marred with wounds, blood saturating the ground. Yet, their crimson eyes remained filled with greed and ferocity. Outside, a throng of common folk brandished wooden placards, shouting and cheering, their expressions a mix of madness and exhilaration. However, no one heard the muffled cries of a woman emanating from a hidden chamber, filled with sorrowful wails and anguished screams. Moments later, Hou Yuanjie emerged from the dark room, disheveled, a sinister and satisfied smile playing on his lips. Behind him, the room lay in eerie silence, where a naked girl lay lifeless in a pool of blood, her body marred with countless injuries, devoid of life. Several subordinates entered the room silently, wrapping the girl's corpse and carrying it away, then skillfully cleaning the bloodstains from the floor. They had long lost count of the number of victims that had met their fate in this dark chamber, and their expressions had grown numb to the horrors they witnessed. In the hall, Wu Laoqi had been waiting for quite some time. Master Hou, how do you fare? Upon seeing Hou Yuanjie enter, Wu Laoqi promptly rose to greet him. How did the matter proceed? Reporting to Master Hou, it is not that we lack diligence, but rather that the senior brother of the Qingyan sword sect is a practitioner of the qi-gathering realm, a level beyond our modest capabilities. Qi-gathering realm? Hou Yuanjie's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated that a humble town like Qingshan could harbor another martial artist of such caliber, hidden so deeply. Nevertheless, despite his surprise, Hou Yuanjie was undaunted, for his father, Hou Zhenhai, was also a practitioner of the qi-gathering realm, having already entered the sea of qi stage. His internal energy robust and formidable, far surpassing that of younger warriors. Are you suggesting that you wish to withdraw? Hou Yuanjie said with a smirk that barely concealed his disdain. Master Hou, our superior has stated that matters of the martial world should remain in the martial world. He cannot assist further. Ha ha ha, what a convenient excuse. Hou Yuanjie chuckled before his tone grew icy. That old fox, Fei Yu, has profited immensely from our Black Wolf gang, yet now he claims he cannot assist? Truly a treacherous wolf that cannot be nurtured. Master, please calm your anger. Lord Fei did not mean it in that manner. Then what does he mean? This. Wu Laoqi wiped the cold sweat from his brow, too intimidated to respond. Although the world was in chaos, the Wei Wu dynasty could still suppress the martial world, as long as the government was willing. Even practitioners of the qi-gathering realm, let alone those at the opening meridian stage, could be subdued. Of course, this came at a cost. Clearly, the county magistrate of Qingshan Town felt it unnecessary to offend a practitioner of the Qi-gathering realm for the sake of Emir Hussein, for throughout history, chivalry has often led to disorder. Should one push too hard, they might just find themselves bitten in return. As for the Black Wolf Gang's reputation, respect is granted only when it is reciprocated. Without it, one is merely a lackey. In the minds of many officials, there has always been a degree of disdain towards those in the gang, often viewing them as little more than trained hounds. Hou Yuanjie understood this all too well, but it was not yet the time to confront them, so he could only bide his time. However, he had already taken note of this debt. Return now, and inform Lord Fei that this matter ends here. Yes, Master Hou is wise. Wu Laoqi secretly sighed in relief, bowing as he withdrew. Hishan, at your command. Hishan emerged from the shadows. Tomorrow, send me 10 well-trained female slaves to Qingfeng Zhai, under the pretext of inviting their leader to dine. Understood. Hishan did not question the reasoning and promptly departed. Once his subordinate had left, the somber expression on Hou Yuanjie's face dissipated, replaced by a sinister smile. Clearly, his earlier anger had been feigned. Upon learning that Shi was a practitioner of the Qi-gathering realm, Hou Yuanjie not only felt no inclination to retreat, but rather his resolve to seize the Qingyun sword sect intensified, for he was firmly convinced that the sect possessed a remarkable legacy. Such legacies are typically held by deeply rooted sects and families. Such a monumental opportunity could not be overlooked by the Black Wolf Gang. In the verdant halls of Qingshan, an official's residence, a gentleman of over 50 embraced his charming companion in the warmth of a cozy chamber, indulging in playful banter, ready to embark on an enchanting escapade. Just then, a low voice echoed from outside, reporting to the master, Wu Laoqi is returned. Oh, what did Hou Yuanjie say? Wu Laoqi replied, Hou Yuanjie's intention is for the matter concerning Hussein to cease here. That rascal is not entirely foolish. Master, will our actions offend the Black Wolf Gang? A band of brutish oafs, let them be offended. Do they dare to trouble this official? Fei Yu set aside his lovely companion, revealing a knowing smile. The new county magistrate is about to assume office. Yet they have caused so much bloodshed in Qingshan Town, clearly disregarding my authority. If the Qingyun sword sect were mere minnows, it would be one thing. But they are evidently not so easily dealt with. Why should I stick my neck out for them? The master is wise. Very well. Instruct the subordinates to keep a low profile for the time being. Understood. The guard bowed and retreated, and once more, the sounds of flotation filled the room. As night fell, a faint sprinkle of starlight graced the sky. A young man tirelessly practiced his swordplay in the courtyard, embodying solitude and perseverance. After a day of diligent training, Gu Chongqing's swordsmanship had improved, though he had yet to master the basics. However, he felt a newfound strength blossoming within him, a gratifying sensation of progress. Until the next morning, when Shi hurriedly sought him out. Not good, junior apprentice. I bring you unfortunate news. Shi's grave expression stirred unease in Gu Chongqing. Unfortunate? Could it be? Master has passed away? Shi, taken aback, nearly sputtered blood. Little junior apprentice, you truly have courage. If the old man were to hear you utter such a curse, he would likely expel you from the sect. Did you not say so? Gu Chongqing replied, his gaze clear and earnest. Being an honest youth, he could not fathom lying. Not me. I didn't say that. Don't make wild accusations. Shi vehemently denied it, on the verge of exasperation. Then what of the unfortunate news you just mentioned? In my heart, only life and death bear the weight of fortune and misfortune. Shi sighed, feeling overwhelmed, and finally explained. What I meant to say is, we have run out of money. Is that not a grave and unfortunate matter? Oh, what do you mean by oh? Could you not react at all? Are you not the least bit concerned? Shi nearly lost his composure. What should I be concerned about? We can barely afford a meal. Do you still possess golden leaves? I do not. I gave them all to master. However, Aunt Lan mentioned that golden leaves can last quite some time, did she not? It has yet to be half a month. The youth was clearly astute, capable of accounting for such matters. Shi, with newfound resolve, retorted, do you think meals and medicinal baths come free of charge? Then why must we venture to places like the Baiwa Tower? Gu Chongqing regarded Shi earnestly, who, feeling guilty, sheepishly touched his nose. On that day, they visited the Baiwa Tower. Although they did not indulge in much merriment, a considerable sum was nonetheless spent upon entry. However, from Shi's perspective, such expenditures were merely the customary outlay of a man and could hardly be deemed wasteful. It was understandable that the young apprentice, still in his formative years, could not grasp this notion. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Shi said, "Junior brother, let us not dwell on these trivialities. Our foremost concern now should be devising ways to earn money." "I cannot," Gu Chaqing replied, shaking his head with earnest honesty. Shi nearly gasped in disbelief. Yet he maintained his composure and patiently counseled, "Junior brother, you are now a competent body-refining martial artist. It is imperative that you learn to sustain yourself and contribute to the revitalization of our sect." The youth appeared bewildered. For no one had informed him prior to his apprenticeship that, in addition to paying tuition, he would also be expected to support the sect. Seizing the moment, Shi continued, "Do not fret, for in these chaotic times, there are myriad ways to earn a living. For instance, one could take on the role of a bounty hunter and accept tasks from the blacklist. With your prowess, you would surely excel." "What is the blacklist?" Gu Chaqing inquired. The blacklist is a roster published by the authorities that specifically targets wrongdoers, individuals who have committed heinous acts deserving of the gravest punishment. By apprehending them, you not only uphold justice and eliminate evil, but also receive a reward from the government, achieving a perfect balance. Shi's enthusiasm grew with each word, as if he himself were swept up in fervor. However, the youth displayed no interest in the notion of heroic deeds, his expression remaining unchanged. "Then why does senior brother not pursue this?" "I have laundry to do, meals to prepare, firewood to chop, and crops to tend," he replied. "I can do those things as well." Shi was at a loss for words, wondering if this lad was capable of maintaining a coherent conversation. In desperation, Shi resorted to emotional appeal and rational persuasion, ultimately succeeding in convincing Gu Chaqing to step outside the sect. Yet, just as Shi was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the young man turned back mid-journey, seemingly having forgotten something. "Junior brother, what are you doing?" "I need to prepare," Gu Chaqing replied, returning to his quarters. After a brief flurry of activity, he emerged clad entirely in black garments, a hood shrouding his head, and a coarse wooden mask obscuring his face, rendering him unrecognizable from his usual self. Shi was left utterly astounded, the word professional suddenly flashing in his mind. The Qingshan Post Inn, a bustling hub frequented by all manner of folk and subject to the jurisdiction of the local government, was not particularly large. Yet it thrived with a constant flow of visitors. There were spies affiliated with various factions, foreign agents, and accomplices colluding with thieves. Yet, the most prevalent presence within the inn was that of the bounty hunters. Bounty hunters, a unique breed of martial artists, roamed the world, taking on blacklist tasks as their means of sustenance, living a life of hedonism. However, the abilities of these hunters varied greatly. Many were low-ranking martial artists who had yet to realize their potential. In their pursuit of tasks, they often banded together in small groups, only to find that their rewards were meager. Those truly gifted and formidable martial artists have long been courted by various factions, for few relished the perilous life of bloodshed. At noon, a masked figure clad in black robes entered the inn, his appearance starkly contrasting with the surrounding environment, instantly attracting numerous curious glances. The air was permeated with an array of pungent and unpleasant odors. Gu Chaqing wrinkled his nose slightly, but soon acclimated to the atmosphere. The inn consisted of 2 levels. The ground floor served as a hall, while the upper floor housed the local government office. The hall was divided into 2 main areas, the left adorned with various proclamations and notices, and the right designated for rest and the gathering of information. The black list bore the names of notorious criminals. First, the utterly heinous Tong Guantiao, of innate stage. Second, the nefarious Li Jia, also of innate stage. Third, the villainous Feng Sanchi, likewise of innate stage. Gazing at the densely packed records on the wall, Gu Chaqing's expression grew somewhat dazed. Realizing that those ranked in the top 10 of the blacklist were all masters of the innate stage, did his elder brother misunderstand his abilities? Was he here to challenge the list? It seemed more akin to courting death. Upon glancing at the bottom of the blacklist, he fell silent again. Gui Daopingyu, perfected in body refinement. He Quan Zhao Fei, perfected in body refinement. Hua Erlang Jiang Shao, perfected in body refinement. Well, it appeared that even the weakest criminals on the blacklist were at the perfected stage of body refinement, poised to step into the gathering energy realm at any moment. Such prowess was beyond Gu Chaqing's current capacity to contend with. However, since he was already here, he resolved to embrace the situation. Recalling his elder brother's words, reading thousands of books is not as valuable as traveling thousands of miles. A year of arduous training cannot compare to a day in the martial world. Thus, martial artists must seek experience to broaden their horizons. Accepting a task from the blacklist was not merely for monetary gain, but also to refine his mindset. It was evident that Gu Cha-ching had absorbed his elder brother's teachings. Moreover, aside from the tasks on the blacklist, the wall also displayed numerous other assignments. Some sought to hire bodyguards, others needed escorts for distant journeys, while various factions sought to recruit skilled individuals, including the Black Wolf Gang's recruitment notices among them. After careful consideration, Gu Cha-ching decided to undertake a task from the blacklist, not for any other reason but to avoid being constrained by others. Yet, the blacklist provided only brief descriptions of the individuals, lacking any leads, leaving Gu Cha-ching uncertain about where to search for them. Perhaps he could inquire of someone? Suddenly, a young servant shouted, "It's him. That's the one." He then led a group of officers to surround Gu Cha-ching. "Gentlemen, this fellow in black attire and a mask is clearly no good. He must be a foreign spy. Capture him. Seize him." The leader of the officers, a young man named He Yazi, was a martial artist at the entry level of muscle refinement, tasked with maintaining order at the inn, and capturing spies naturally fell within their responsibilities. However, He Yazi was a bit bewildered at that moment. It was the first time he had encountered someone like Gu Cha-ching. As few spies would so boldly provoke government officials, nor would they dress in such an alarming manner, as if eager to draw attention to themselves. "Who are you, sir?" the black-clad youth inquired, yet did not act impulsively. Gu Cha-ching, unwilling to reveal his identity, merely stated, "I am here to accept a task from the blacklist." "Accept a task? Then why are you dressed in this manner?" "I seek to avoid enmity and trouble." Gu Cha-ching spoke candidly. Yet the surrounding officials were momentarily taken aback. In the realm of martial arts, how could one evade conflict? You are prepared to undertake a task from the blacklist, yet claim to wish for no grievances? Is that not akin to dropping one's trousers to fart and exercise in futility? Nevertheless, they could comprehend that not all who wield blades walk alone. Some, after establishing families, must return to their former trades to sustain their livelihoods. With this in mind, the black-clad youth did not maintain a hostile demeanor but remained vigilant inwardly. "May I see your blade token?" The blade token is a distinctive badge of identity for those who accept tasks, used for both task acquisition and identification verification. Gu Cha-ching hesitated before producing a black iron token and offering it forward. "I do not possess a blade token. Will this suffice?" This token had been given to him by Shi, who advised that using it would alleviate many troubles. The black-clad youth received the token, feeling its chill, and his expression shifted dramatically. The black iron token, palm-sized, bore a carving of the vermilion bird on one side and the character for martial on the other. It was the emblem of the vermilion bird court of the Jinwu division, though not an official identity token. It indicated that the bearer was engaged in work for the Jinwu division, qualifying as an external member. Such a sensitive identity was far beyond the capacity of these minor officials to offend. "Your status is unquestionable. Please keep the token." In an instant, the black-clad youth donned a smile, respectfully returning the vermilion bird token to Gu Cha-ching. With a swift motion, he delivered a reprimanding slap to the attendant, grumbling, "In the future, when faced with matters, do not chatter incessantly. If you offend a noble, I shall break your legs." Though this sounded like reprimand, it was, in fact, a gesture of protection. The attendant, feeling aggrieved, rubbed his head and nodded vigorously in compliance. Gu Cha-ching paid little heed to this exchange and, retrieving the token, directly inquired, "Might I ask, esteemed official, where can I find these individuals on the blacklist?" As he spoke, he pointed to the last few names on the list. The black-clad youth, encountering such a polite blade wielder for the first time, was momentarily taken aback. "Well, we do not know either." The individuals on the blacklist were notorious criminals, typically hiding deeply. Not only did they lack the courage to seek them out, but even if they wished to, locating their hideouts was exceedingly difficult. "Are there any criminals from the blacklist near Chishan town?" Gu Cha-ching, undeterred, continued to press for answers, as he had promised his senior brother to earn money and could not return empty-handed. To put it charitably, this could be deemed persistence. To put it harshly, it was sheer obstinacy. The black-clad youth scrutinized Gu Cha-ching, finding no discernible depth in his demeanor. In truth, most criminals on the blacklist concealed themselves well, yet some, emboldened by their own strength, established themselves as local tyrants, resorting to banditry. Indeed, there exists a notorious bandit stronghold known as Qingfeng Zhai, situated 100 miles north of our Qingshan town. The leader of this vile establishment, ranked 89th on the infamous blacklist, is a ruthless character named Tu Wano. This individual is notorious for his atrocious deeds: arson, murder, robbery, and every conceivable crime. However, he is also exceedingly cunning, preying on the weak while retreating at the first sign of formidable opposition. At this point, Heyazi shook his head with a rueful smile, feeling somewhat helpless. Upon consulting the blacklist, Gu Chaqing found, as Heyazi had mentioned, that Tu Wanong, the leader of Qi Fengzhai, is indeed a formidable adversary, having mastered the art of the deadly poison Fong blade to a remarkable degree. The name Tu Wanyong carries a certain ominous weight. Does he not fear the wrath of the heroes of the realm? Thank you. I shall undertake this task. Really going? Heyazi felt a twinge of apprehension, but nonetheless guided Gu Chongqing to the second floor. There was no need to queue, and the entire process transpired smoothly. With the flash of the Zhuke order, the station clerk swiftly recorded the task details. However, shortly after Gu Chongqing departed, several inconspicuous figures stealthily slipped away, and news of the audacious task acceptance soon spread like wildfire. How bold of someone to accept a mission from Qi Fengzhai. Either they are courting death or possess some sort of advantage. Simultaneously, a blind man leaning on a sword cane entered the station, instantly capturing the attention of the crowd. This disheveled individual, with unkempt hair and a scruffy beard, bore a wine gourd at his waist, presenting an unkempt appearance. His eyes, seemingly scorched, revealed ghastly scars that sent shivers down one's spine. Lower your heads, do not gaze upon him. Who is this man? He is the famed gold medal assassin, Jian Shezi. What? It's him. I heard he was in the northern desert pursuing the notorious duo of the north. How could he possibly appear in such a backwater like Qingshan town? Uncertain, some speculated he might merely be passing through. Hurry and leave. This blind man is a harbinger of calamity. Wherever he goes, misfortune follows. What a stroke of bad luck. With a clamor, a throng of people hastily departed, leaving the once crowded hall significantly emptier. Jian Shezi paid no heed to the surrounding crowd and ascended to the second floor, casually tossing two bloodied heads before the station clerk. The Northern Desert duo, ranked 32nd on the blacklist. Verify the merchandise and pay. His voice was gravelly, each word measured. The clerk, not daring to delay, promptly accepted the heads for verification. Moments later, Jian Shezi accepted a task and departed with his payment. At the Black Wolf Gang, within the Foreign Affairs Hall, a report was made to the young deputy leader. News has arrived from the station that someone has accepted the mission from Qi Fengzhai. Oh, who is it? The individual wore a mask, but judging by their demeanor, they appear quite young. Relay this information to Qi Fengzhai. There is no need for further action. Ho Yuanjie waved his hand dismissively, unperturbed. Every year, numerous individuals seek trouble with Qi Fengzhai, and they all meet their demise. Yishan nodded and continued. Additionally, there is another matter to report to the young deputy leader. The gold medal assassin Jian Shezi has arrived in Qingshan town. Jian Shezi? Ho Yuanjie furrowed his brow slightly. What brings a blind man here? He conjectured that the individual must have pursued the duo known as the Northern Demons to this vicinity, while also fulfilling a task. Yishan replied, Hee, it has been quite some time since Qingshan town witnessed such liveliness. Ho Yuanjie offered a faint smile, a hint of amusement flickering at the corners of his mouth. Had it been another renowned bounty hunter, he might have exercised some caution. Yet the temperament of the blind swordsman was exceedingly peculiar, bordering on inhumane. As long as the Black Wolf Gang did not provoke him, he would refrain from meddling in their affairs. Moreover, how much harm could a blind man, hampered in movement, truly inflict, even if the blind swordsman possessed formidable strength? Should he find himself besieged, he would undoubtedly succumb to a flurry of blades. Such a figure could only contend with the feeble and desperate when faced with gang forces. Ho Yuanjie was confident he could effortlessly eliminate his adversary. By the way, are the female slaves prepared? Rest assured, young master. Everything is in order and will surely satisfy Qi Feng's stronghold. Well then, dispatch someone to deliver them swiftly. Tu Wanqiang is a clever man. He should understand my intentions. Understood. Yishan clasped his hands in respect and withdrew. 2 hours later, 100 miles north of Qingshan, Gu Chongqing sat quietly by the mountain path, clad in a black robe, munching on dry rations while awaiting the passage of travelers. It was not that he was unwilling to continue his journey. Rather, he had encountered a fork in the road and suddenly realized he was unsure of the exact location of Qi Feng's stronghold. Thus, he lingered by the roadside, ready to inquire for directions upon the arrival of any passerby. However, he could not fathom why, despite his politeness, the moment he inquired about Qi Feng's stronghold, the surrounding travelers fled in haste, cursing as they went. Somewhat discourteous behavior, indeed. As the young man grappled with his confusion, another traveler approached. Just as Gu Cha-ching was about to step forward to ask, he noticed that the individual leaned on a long staff, groping his way forward, indeed, a blind man, which left Gu Changqing feeling disheartened. Sir, be cautious of the loose stones ahead, Gu Changqing kindly warned, for he was a benevolent youth. Yes, sir. The blind swordsman appeared taken aback by such a designation, momentarily stunned. Instinctively, he touched the stubble on his face, a strange emotion stirring within him. Had he, unbeknownst to himself, grown old? Seeing the blind man halt, Gu Cha-ching assumed the stranger feared tripping over the stones. So he stepped forward to casually clear the debris from the path. It's all clear now. Hee, the blind swordsman chuckled inexplicably, as if he had stumbled upon something amusing. Young lad, what is your name? Oh, I am Gu Cha-ching. Gu Cha-ching answered with honesty. For who would be wary of a blind man? The blind swordsman appeared fatigued from his journey and settled down by the roadside, casually uncorking his wine gourd for a sip. Oh, Gu Changqing inadvertently noticed the golden knife tag hanging from the wine gourd, his expression shifting to one of surprise. Could it be that you, good sir, are also a knife wielder? What a coincidence. I too am a knife wielder. The sword-blind man paused for a moment, then broke into a wide smile. Indeed, it is somewhat coincidental. Perhaps this is fate. How long have you been a knife wielder? Good sir, are you astonished? Do you think a blind man cannot be a knife wielder? Gu Changqing pondered, uncertain, as there were no rules prohibiting the blind from being knife wielders. Suddenly, the sword-blind man leaned in closer and took a deep sniff of Gu Cha-ching. Startled, Gu Changqing recoiled slightly, his mind racing with wild thoughts. Could it be that this blind man had some peculiar obsession? Should he resist? What are you doing, good sir? You must be a martial artist training with a sword, the sword-blind man stated with unwavering certainty, despite his blindness. How did you know? Gu Cha-ching exclaimed, astonished, as he waved his hand in front of the man's face. The scent of a swordsman is distinct, the sword-blind man replied, his tone drifting as if lost in recollection. What scent might that be? Gu Cha-ching inquired, intrigued. Resolute discipline, brave fearlessness, a preference for direct confrontation over evasive maneuvers, the sword-blind man said, his expression solemn, emanating an aura of sharpness. Oh, Gu Cha-ching nodded, though he did not quite grasp the meaning. His practice of swordsmanship was merely to strengthen his body. The deeper implication seemed too ethereal for someone with a mere 2 years to live. Sensing that he was speaking to a wall, the sword-blind man's expression stiffened, and he chuckled self-deprecatingly, choosing not to elaborate further. By the way, good sir, what is your name? Gu Cha-ching asked, sharing half of his rations with the man, savoring the other half himself. I have no name. Others prefer to call me the wine-loving sword-blind man. Upon saying this, the sword-blind man took another swig from his gourd, appearing particularly withdrawn. After a moment's pause, he continued, Gu boy, you just mentioned that you were also a knife wielder? Yet, you do not possess the essence of one. What brings you here? I have accepted a task from the blacklist, intending to apprehend 2 Wanqing at Qifeng village. Blacklist? You. The sword-blind man was taken aback. He could sense that Gu Cha-ching was merely a martial artist at the strength training stage, daring to confront a notorious criminal at the peak of his power. This was not merely a case of a fearless rookie. He was facing a real tiger. Fight if you can, flee if you cannot. Gu Changqing's thoughts were straightforward and self-preserving. He was not foolish. He contemplated how to ensure his own survival. The sword-blind man felt somewhat bewildered. Gu Changqing's reasoning was sound and left him without a rebuttal. Gu boy, would you care for a drink? I cannot. Not knowing how is no excuse. You can learn. You provide me with food, and I shall treat you to a drink. The sword-blind man casually tossed the wine gourd to Gu Cha-ching, finding him rather amusing. Gu Cha-ching, not wishing to be coy, accepted the gourd and tentatively took a sip, only to find himself cough, cough, cough. As Gu Cha-ching took his first sip of alcohol, he was immediately choked, rendered speechless as though he had donned a mask of anguish. Simultaneously, a warm current surged within him, igniting an involuntary heat that enveloped his entire being. This wine was peculiar indeed. So hot, so searing. It felt as if a flame were ablaze in his heart, infusing him with an overwhelming vigor. Gu Cha-ching's head swam slightly, and instinctively, he drew the wooden sword from his waist to practice. He needed to vent the emotions he had long suppressed and release the melancholy that weighed heavily on his heart. Yes, Gu Cha-ching was an ordinary person, and perhaps not the most astute among them. Upon learning the harsh reality of his limited time left, he lived in a constant state of fear. For a young man, the concept of death was overwhelmingly burdensome. Although hope flickered in his heart, it did not mean that his vision was filled with light. In moments of solitude, he yearned for home. In times of sorrow, he fell silent. This world was not as enchanting as he had once imagined. Perhaps due to the inebriation from his first drink, Gu Changqing found himself slightly tipsy. His usually fluid swordsmanship became sporadic in his hands, at times elusive like the antlers of an antelope, and at others imbued with an ethereal charm. What was once a complete technique of the Three Gates Foundation swordplay now took on an otherworldly essence in Gu Changqing's hands. With a crack, the swordstick of the blind swordsman fell to the ground, his face reflecting disbelief. Beneath the shade of the trees by the mountain path, a dark figure rose with the sword, moving with abandon, graceful and agile, exuding an air of transcendence. As Gu Changqing drank and practiced his swordplay, each clash of the blade resounded like thunder on a clear day, while the wind swirled around him, resembling a dragon entwined with a serpent, enhancing his formidable presence. Fortunately, no passers-by were around to witness this scene, lest they be left utterly astounded. Had he truly attained enlightenment? Though the blind swordsman was blind, his perception transcended that of an ordinary warrior, allowing him to sense the intricacies and transformations of Gu Changqing's swordplay with clarity. Judging by the sound, the lad could not be very old, yet he had not only perfected his swordsmanship but also begun to coalesce the essence of the sword, hinting at a level of understanding that bordered on the divine. What manner of prodigy was this young man to possess such extraordinary insight? Indeed, beyond the mastery of martial skills lies an elevated realm, one of transcendence and divine artistry. Yet, few ever reach such heights, even among innate masters. This phenomenon is unrelated to cultivation. It is a pure manifestation of insight and innate talent. The martial techniques of the divine realm not only yield superior results during training but also significantly enhance combat prowess. Wait, a sudden thought struck the blind swordsman. As Gu Changqing practiced while sipping his drink, was he not allowing the precious wine to be squandered? Well, perhaps not entirely squandered. For the fact that Gu Changqing had elevated his swordsmanship to such an extraordinary state warranted celebration. With this in mind, the blind swordsman gradually regained his composure, unwilling to interrupt Gu Changqing's moment of enlightenment. Different swordsmanship styles possess unique variations that can train various parts of the human body. Among them, the Qingyun sword technique is ever-changing, the Xiantian sword technique is robust and powerful, while the Ruyun sword technique is resilient and agile. Each of these three sword techniques has its own strengths. Thus, Gu Changqing primarily employs the 12 forms of the Qingyun style, complemented by the 9 forms of the Ruyun and Xiantian styles. By dissecting and integrating these three techniques, he gradually forges a novel swordsmanship. Although this new form has yet to be fully realized, it signifies a tremendous advancement for Gu Changqing, as it suggests a significant reduction in his training duration within the body refinement realm. Simultaneously, the sword spirit within his mind quivers slightly, its previously ethereal form gaining a touch of solidity. Remarkably, 3 faint sword marks now adorn the sword spirit, symbolizing his consolidation of 3 distinct sword intents. On the surface, the sword spirit remains unchanged, yet Gu Changqing's comprehension of the sword path has markedly deepened. Suddenly, Gu Changqing's body surged with energy, a thin veil forming on the surface of his skin, tightening his muscles and seemingly augmenting his strength considerably. The initial stage of skin refinement had been achieved. As enlightenment dawned upon him, a cascade of information flooded his mind. The Qingyun sword technique had reached a profound level. The Xiantian sword technique had reached a profound level. And the Ruyun sword technique had reached a profound level. In the body refinement realm, the initial stage of skin refinement had been achieved, with a force equivalent to 600 June. Indeed, Gu Changqing could now perceive his cultivation state and accurately assess his strength, which had risen by a full 100 June compared to the pinnacle of the strength training stage, alongside a substantial increase in his training speed. Could this be the transformation brought about by the awakening of his sword heart? Truly remarkable. Not far away, in the lush woods, Shuri fell from a tree in shock, feeling utterly overwhelmed, as if he were both burned on the outside and tender on the inside. After all, his junior disciple had only begun skin refinement the previous day. How could he have progressed so swiftly? It seemed rather unreasonable. It is worth noting that it took Shuri an entire month to reach the initial stage of skin refinement, during which he was rigorously trained by Mao Jiujun, never daring to slacken or become complacent. In comparison, well, there was no basis for comparison at all. His master was right. He was indeed a failure. Oh, how he wished to weep. In that moment, the elder disciple's heart crumbled, breaking down entirely. By the way, how did his junior disciple end up associating with that unfortunate blind man? What terrible luck! Would his junior disciple be negatively affected? The title of the sword blind was not earned lightly. What should he do? Should he take his junior disciple away? Never mind. His junior disciple's fate was already grim. The sword blind should not pose any threat, right? Alas, he truly felt burdened for the sect. Once his master returned, he must take him to the 100 Flowers Pavilion for some joy, as he had yet to share his heartfelt sentiments with Miss Fan Hua during their last encounter. With a heavy exhalation, Gu Chaqing released a breath of turbid air, the intoxication in his eyes dissipating. And he felt an unparalleled sense of exhilaration coursing through his entire being. "Young man, return my wine gourd." A whispering voice reached Gu Chaqing's ears, and he suddenly realized that he had unknowingly finished the wine belonging to the blind swordsman. "I apologize, Uncle Jian. It is my first time drinking, and I simply couldn't resist." With a face full of regret, Gu Chaqing returned the wine gourd to the blind swordsman. "By the way, Uncle Jian, what kind of wine is this? It seems to aid in cultivation." The corners of the blind swordsman's eyes twitched as he replied with irritation. "This is called bitter heart wine, brewed from over 100 types of spiritual materials and precious herbs. The more you drink, the more bitter your heart becomes, and the more you crave it." As he spoke, the blind swordsman turned the gourd upside down and shook it, revealing that not a single drop remained. "This foolish lad is truly vexing. Uncle, where can I buy this bitter heart wine? Once I complete the task on the black list, I shall buy some and treat you to a drink." The youth's words warmed the blind swordsman's heart, and he thought that the lad was not entirely intolerable. However, he still replied dismissively, "Let us see if you have money first." After a pause, the blind swordsman abruptly shifted the topic. "Young Gu, what sword technique did you just perform? It was so exquisite that it has already entered the realm of transformation." "Oh, it is the Qingyun sword technique, the Royun sword technique, and the Xiantai sword technique." "What? You cultivate 3 sword techniques?" The blind swordsman was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening. "Wait, the Qingyun sword technique? Are you a disciple of the Qingyun sword sect? Is your master that old rascal, Mao Jiujun?" Uncle Jian knows my master." Gu Chaqing was somewhat surprised, thinking that the other party might be a friend of his master, which instantly made him feel a bit closer. "Know him? Not only do I know him, but we are also sworn brothers. Hee hee hee." The blind swordsman's laughter was somewhat peculiar. Yet Gu Chaqing completely failed to perceive any underlying meaning. "Wait, I know all of Mao Jiujun's disciples. When did he take on another apprentice?" "I joined the Qingyun sword sect just a few days ago, so the senior naturally does not know me." "A few days ago?" The blind swordsman frowned slightly. "Did you learn swordsmanship before joining your master?" "Not at all. My master only taught me sword techniques when I joined." The blind swordsman was left speechless, enveloped in silence. "Young lad, do you even realize what you are saying? You only joined a few days ago to learn swordsmanship. Yet you have not only grasped the fundamentals, but also comprehended the sword's essence, and are even cultivating 3 sword techniques simultaneously, stepping into the realm of divine mastery." If it weren't for the blind swordsman's special means of perception, he would have undoubtedly doubted Gu Chaqing's words, as such a claim seemed almost implausible. "Young lad, how old are you?" 16. The blind swordsman fell silent once more. What kind of luck has that shameless old man Mao Jiujun stumbled upon? Having become a cripple himself, he still manages to acquire such a prodigious disciple. With such a talent for swordsmanship, as long as he does not meet an untimely end, he is destined to become a peerless sword immortal in the future. This kind of good fortune must not be allowed to benefit that old rascal Mao Jiujun for free. Creak, creak. Just as Mao Jiujun's mind wandered, the sound of hooves echoed from afar along the mountain path. "Is someone passing by?" Gu Chaqing's eyes brightened, and he quickly donned his mask and moved forward to greet them. Wait. On a serene mountain path, a figure clad in black suddenly emerged, shouting loudly to obstruct the passage of a convoy. Was this an attempted robbery? "Who are you to dare block the path of the Black Wolf Gang?" On his towering steed, Qishan gripped the reins, simmering with silent rage. However, upon noticing that only one person stood in their way, he quickly regained his composure. At the same time, a dozen fierce-looking gang members brandished their blades, exuding an air of tension. "Members of the Black Wolf Gang?" Gu Chaqing muttered under his breath, realizing the irony of the situation. "Should we let them pass?" No, it's fine. This time I am wearing a mask. They likely won't recognize me." I merely wish to inquire about the way." "Inquire about what? The road to the underworld?" Ishan scoffed, having encountered many such scenarios before. Gu Chaqing hurriedly waved his hands. No, I merely wish to ask how to get to Qifeng Stronghold." "Qifeng Stronghold?" Ishan's expression shifted, and he retorted. Who are you, and what business do you have at Qingfeng Stronghold? I am a bounty hunter, tasked with apprehending the notorious leader of Qingfeng, Tu Wanxiu. Lacking any experience in the martial world, Gu Chaqing candidly revealed his intentions. Upon hearing this, not only were the members of the Black Wolf gang taken aback, but even the nearby sword blind was momentarily stunned, his eye twitching uncontrollably. Is this fool daft? How dare he venture into the martial world without understanding anything? Can such foolishness truly exist? Suddenly, Yishan recalled something. You are the mysterious figure in black who took on the bounty task at Yitingin? Mysterious figure in black? Gu Changqing paused, instinctively glancing at his own dark attire, which indeed did not suggest a virtuous character. However, before he could respond, Yishan coldly continued. I had initially pondered what kind of gift would be appropriate for Qingfeng Stronghold, but it seems someone has delivered themselves right to my doorstep. Excellent. Are you intending to capture me as a gift for Qingfeng Stronghold? Do you have collusion with them? Assisting evil. Gu Chaqing seemed to grasp something, a cold glimmer appearing in his eyes. Though he was previously unfamiliar with the Black Wolf gang, he was acutely aware of Qingfeng Stronghold. Periodically, they descended from the mountains to pillage the surrounding villages of Qishan Town, mercilessly slaughtering any who dared resist, including the elderly and women. Lushui village had been one of their victims. While there had been thoughts of exterminating Qingfeng Stronghold, their bandits were cunning. Whenever faced with a formidable opponent, they would retreat into the mountains, evading even the authorities. Conversely, after every crackdown, Qingfeng Stronghold would retaliate with even greater ferocity against the nearby villages. In Gu Changqing's eyes, Qingfeng Stronghold represented great evil, and thus, the Black Wolf gang, aiding such malevolence, was hardly virtuous. Assisting evil? How can you be certain that we are not the villains ourselves? As he spoke, Yishan gestured, signaling his gang members to surge forward. Just incapacitate him. Ensure he remains alive. Rest assured, Brother Shan, we will certainly leave him with a breath. Amidst the laughter, the members of the Black Wolf gang had encircled Gu Changqing. They were all novice martial artists, utterly dismissing Gu Changqing. Attack! 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 Dozens of short daggers slashed through the air, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Remain calm. Utterly composed. Suddenly, the surroundings seemed to freeze. The once menacing members of the Black Wolf gang appeared to Gu Chaqing as if they moved at a snail's pace, posing no threat whatsoever. Bang! 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 The light of the sword flickered like a shadow, weaving gracefully through the chaos. In the blink of an eye, the thugs from the Black Wolf gang clutched their stomachs, writhing in pain. In truth, Gu Changqing's sword was not particularly swift, yet each strike found its mark, exploiting their vulnerabilities and leaving them defenseless. Compared to just a few days prior, Gu Chaqing's prowess had advanced remarkably, especially after his strength had increased. Even a humble wooden sword in his hands could unleash tremendous lethality. That is, a wooden sword? You wield a wooden sword? Yishan was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening significantly. Could it be that you are the one who killed Husan? Gu Chaqing instinctively glanced at the wooden sword in his hand, realizing he might have exposed himself. Indeed, he still lacked experience in the martial world. Next time, he should change his weapon, perhaps even prepare several swords and daggers. Oh, how fortuitous. No effort was required to obtain what was sought after. Before his words had fully faded, Yishan leaped down from his saddle, revealing two paired knives in his hands. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of blade and sword, cold glints intertwining. Immediately, a fierce momentum surged toward Gu Changqing. He sidestepped and retreated half a step, narrowly avoiding the onslaught of dual blades. Despite this, his wooden sword was already battered and worn, as if it could shatter at any moment. Huh, you dare confront me with a wooden sword? Do you think I am as inept as Husan? Yishan was a trusted confidant of Ho Yuanjia, one of the top practitioners of the Black Wolf gang, having achieved great mastery in body refinement. His paired knives were both swift and ruthless, earning him the fearsome reputation of the dual blade master, far beyond the likes of Husan. However, Gu Changqing had transformed greatly. His swordsmanship was now extraordinary, grasping the rudiments of sword intent, while simultaneously beginning his practice in skin refinement. With a strength weighing 600 jun, although body refinement consists of 5 stages, the ultimate goal remains singular, to strengthen the body through various forms of training. In terms of raw power, Gu Changqing had already reached a level comparable to a martial artist at the pinnacle of muscle refinement. Even when faced with bone refinement practitioners, he was not without the ability to fight back. Naturally, considering the disparity in weaponry, Gu Changqing understood he could not engage in a direct confrontation. Thus, He relied on his exquisite swordsmanship to counter Hishan's relentless assault. Unexpectedly, you still have hidden abilities. Frustrated by his lack of progress, Hishan's eyes flashed with a cunning glint. He had not anticipated that a mere country bumpkin would possess such exquisite swordplay. If he could claim it as his own, his strength might advance even further. With this thought, Hishan's heart brimmed with greed and fervor. Boy, perish. With that, Hishan tossed a handful of lime powder toward Gu Changqing's face. In the martial world, battles have always been devoid of scruples. As for the ethics of martial arts, only the strong are deemed worthy to pursue them. With a sudden clang, Gu Changqing's vision was obstructed, and before he could react, his arm and shoulder were grazed by the blade, leaving his eyes dry and burning with discomfort. The world of martial arts is perilous, rife with deception and treachery. It has never been a realm of poetic charm. Alas, this young lad possesses no experience in the ways of the world. Nor does he seem to have gleaned any wisdom from that old scoundrel, Mao Jujuan. Jian Xiaozi furrowed his brow, poised to intervene and rescue. Yet, in that moment, the sounds of combat fell silent, as if the world had suddenly succumbed to an eerie stillness. Thud! Hishan's twin blades clattered to the ground as he fell to his knees, clutching his throat, blood seeping through his fingers as the essence of life slowly ebbed away. Even in the final moments of consciousness, Hishan could not comprehend how he had met his demise. Only the deep-seated terror reflected in his vacant gaze remained. What transpired? One of the Black Wolf Gang's finest had perished just like that. What had just occurred? The surrounding disciples stood in stunned silence, their faces painted with disbelief and fear. Aha! This lad possesses some intrigue. Jian Xiaozi, equally taken aback, lowered his wrist with a measured grace. Among all present, he alone understood the sheer brilliance of Gu Changqing's earlier strike. Unfazed in the face of danger, he exchanged injury for life, channeling the might of his sword to pierce directly at Hishan's throat, an unstoppable force. Yet, as a consequence, a deep gash marred Gu Changqing's chest, his garments stained crimson. Remarkable! His decisive character, unwavering intent to kill, and terrifying instinct for battle, despite lacking experience, he managed to make the most accurate choice in that critical moment. Earning a silent nod of approval from Jian Xiaozi. Gasping for breath, Gu Changqing stood with his sword lowered, his chest heaving violently. The explosive clash of life and death had drained his strength rapidly. Fortunately, his mask shielded him from the lime dust, allowing his vision to clear shortly after. He is dead. Brother Shan has fallen. We must relay this news back and seek vengeance for Brother Shan from the young master. You, lad, are doomed. The Black Wolf Gang will not let you escape. The members of the Black Wolf Gang spat their threats and turned to flee. As the saying goes, a true hero does not suffer immediate losses. They did not wish to avenge Hishan, but they found themselves powerless to act. Nevertheless, it mattered not. As long as the news reached their master, he would surely exact a brutal revenge, leaving no trace behind. Are they attempting to flee? Gu Changqing momentarily faltered, seemingly unable to grasp the situation. Yet these individuals intended to return and report. His identity would inevitably be exposed, and the consequences would be dire. Therefore, they could not be allowed to leave alive. He could not endanger his senior brother or their sect. In a flash of resolve, disregarding his injuries, Gu Changqing pursued them with his sword drawn. Oh, he is coming. He is pursuing us. What is he doing? This is bad. He intends to silence us. Run. Quickly. Initially, they believed Gu Changqing would show mercy, a sign of weakness, but now they realized that he was indeed capable of killing. Is it not said in the scripts that heroes and brave men do not indiscriminately slay the innocent? Why then does this occur? Alas, the scripts are nothing but deceiving. Had I known, I would not have uttered such harsh words to provoke the adversary. The disciples of the Black Wolf Gang, filled with dread and remorse, scrambled to flee. Yet alas, under Gu Changqing's transcendent swordsmanship, they had no chance whatsoever, ultimately collapsing into a pool of blood, their throats or napes pierced. They met a swift and clean demise. This young man appears gentle and pure of heart, yet his strikes are ruthless. He is indeed a promising swordsman. The peculiar figure known as the blind swordsman chuckled softly and vanished without a sound. However, unbeknownst to anyone, strands of ethereal light began to emerge from the bodies of the gang members, including Hishan, silently merging into the young man's form. The ethereal essence was absorbed by the sword spirit, transforming into a warm current that nourished his dantian, precisely where the youth's foundational essence was lacking. As the warm flow coursed through his body, Gu Changqing distinctly felt a restoration of vitality. Even the wounds upon him began to scab. Yet, he found himself momentarily dazed, his mind a blank slate. For the first time in taking so many lives, how could his heart remain untroubled? Is this what my senior brother refers to as the realm of the Jianghu? In the Jianghu, one is not the master of their own fate. It is either your demise or mine. Thank you, noble hero, for saving us. Amidst Gu Changqing's turbulent thoughts, a timid voice suddenly broke through. The young man turned to see a group of elegantly adorned women disembarking from a carriage. Their faces pale with terror and confusion as they beheld the corpses amidst the blood. Fear gripped them upon witnessing death, while confusion reigned as they pondered their next steps. Who are you? What brings you here? We are women captured by the Black Wolf Gang, destined for Qifeng Stronghold to entertain those brigands. The leading lady, named Xylan, appeared slightly older, in her 20s, exuding a demeanor of composure. She was the one who had expressed gratitude moments earlier. You intend to go to Qifeng Stronghold? Do you know its location? Gu Changqing remained focused on his purpose, indifferent to the women's plight, and did not perceive himself as a hero saving damsels in distress. After all, his thoughts had not lingered on rescue while he had been in the act of taking lives. Xylan, caught off guard by his inquiry, stood momentarily speechless. We are a group of lovely ladies standing here, appearing delicate and vulnerable. Should you not first express concern for our well-being? Are you unaware? Gu Changqing felt a tinge of disappointment. I am aware. Xylan hastily replied, Qifeng Stronghold is just beyond the Shishan Ridge. Travel northwest for over 10 miles. And you shall find it. Thank you. Gu Changqing nodded, preparing to depart. Hero, wait. Is there something else? He turned to glance back. What will you do with us? Noble hero? Xylan's expression was anxious, fearing she might provoke his ire. Do with you? Why would I need to do anything with you? Gu Changqing was momentarily taken aback. The hero has rescued us, yet we find ourselves at a loss to repay such a noble deed, and thus we offer our lives in gratitude. With that, Xylan knelt and performed a bow, prompting the other women around her to follow suit. Such a scene would overwhelm any man. However, Gu Changqing instinctively took a step back. As if confronted by a fearsome beast, not just one or two, but a multitude. He was still but a youth, and they dared to covet his being? Absolutely not. Xylan's eyes twitched, her thoughts tangled in confusion. She longed to confront him, questioning whether his retreat was sincere. Did he find them lacking in beauty, or perhaps insufficiently alluring? With so many enchanting women before him, why did he recoil as if they were venomous serpents? What were they to do in light of such disregard? Yet, in this dire situation, they felt utterly helpless. In a world rife with chaos, survival was already a challenge, especially for them, women of considerable charm. Should they fall into the clutches of bandits, the most favorable outcome would be to take their own lives. This world was excessively cruel to them, and sometimes, death seemed a release. Nevertheless, if they could follow a martial expert like Gu Changqing, perhaps they might find a semblance of safety. In contrast to the brutal Black Wolf Gang and the treacherous Qifeng village, the cloaked figures before them appeared far more trustworthy. Yet, this was Gu Changqing's first encounter with such circumstances. He had no idea how to respond. Thus, he earnestly inquired, I plan to go to Qifeng village. Would you care to join me? His gaze was sincere and clear. At this, Xylan and the other women were taken aback. Hero, awaken. Do you not hear the words you utter? Do you think you are merely visiting Qifeng village? Are you inviting us to accompany you to our doom? Ultimately, these women chose freedom. Do not ask why. They possessed untamed spirits. They could never return to the Black Wolf Gang. And seeking refuge in Qifeng village would mean entering the jaws of a tiger. Consequently, they scavenged some wealth from the members of the Black Wolf Gang and departed in their own carts. Whether they lived or died was a matter of fate. Gu Changqing casually picked up a short dagger and walked into the woods. However, at that moment, the sword-blind man was no longer present. And Gu Changqing felt a strange sense of relief, accompanied by an inexplicable emptiness. It is for the best that he is left, to avoid entangling me. He muttered to himself as he quietly departed. At times, the youth exhibited profound understanding, to the point of evoking a sense of sorrow. His swordsmanship was extraordinary, embodying a sharp and focused energy. My junior brother is on a rampage. In the depths of the lush forest, Shuri observed everything from a distance, filled with emotions of admiration and melancholy. From the outset, Shuri had been uneasy about Gu Changqing venturing alone and had not anticipated that he would accomplish the tasks on the blacklist. Therefore, he had silently trailed behind, ready to lend assistance at a crucial moment. Yet, Shuri suddenly realized that he had underestimated this little brother of his. Though he may lack intelligence and experience in the martial world, and be somewhat naive, he was undeniably fierce. As the saying goes, one's strength can overcome 10 techniques. A single sword can shatter myriad laws. As long as one's power is formidable enough, what phantoms and demons can withstand a single strike? If one blow is insufficient, then another shall follow. As Shuri found himself lost in contemplation, a figure unexpectedly materialized beside him. Who could it be? With remarkable reflexes, Shuri pointed his hand like a sword, exerting tremendous force, weighty as a mountain. A dull thud echoed as he was forcefully pushed back 3 paces. Oh? Have you made significant progress, young Shuri? You've actually grasped the essence of the sword. Sword blind. Sword senior. What brings you here? Initially taken aback, Shuri's eyes twitched, swiftly donning a fawning expression. The individual before him was even more formidable than his master, truly a force to be reckoned with. Humph. Sword blind scoffed, irritation evident, and said, "Stop playing games with me. Speak plainly. What's the situation with Gu Changqing? If he truly is a seed of sword immortality, someone as shameless as Mao Jiujuan would never release him so soon. That would be akin to pulling up seedlings to help them grow, jeopardizing his future. Well, my junior brother is also a person of misfortune." Shuri sighed and recounted Gu Changqing's circumstances truthfully. However, upon hearing Shuri's account, Sword Blind's expression turned icy, his visage as cold as frost, with a surge of murderous intent swelling within him. To extract one's roots and sever their foundation, such a brutal tactic was utterly shocking. A rarity even among the forces of the Dark Path. Though my junior brother was born with a severed meridian, his comprehension was extraordinary, particularly his talent in the sword arts, which could only be described as monstrous. Unfortunately, the fate of my junior brother appears grim, which is why our master refrained from interfering with his training. Furthermore, due to trauma sustained in his youth, my junior brother's mental faculties are somewhat impaired, leading him to occasionally appear clumsy or dull-witted. If he has inadvertently offended you, I hope you can show leniency, senior. Enough. Be quiet. Sword Blind, feeling vexed, could not help but rebuke, that young lad is not clumsy or dull-witted. Rather, he possesses the wisdom of apparent foolishness, a heart as pure as a child. Yes. You are absolutely correct, senior. Shuri nodded fervently, not daring to counter. After venting his frustrations, Sword Blind lapsed back into silence. A seed of sword immortality, yet born with a severed meridian, a cruel twist of fate. The illustrious legacy of the Gu family in the northern lands, spanning centuries, now lay in ruin. Cursing silently, Sword Blind inquired, "What do you plan to do about the issues surrounding that young lad?" "There is no remedy. Master says this is not an illness, but fate." Shuri spoke in a subdued tone, wishing fervently for his junior brother to thrive, even without any innate talent for the sword. But this is destiny. Who can defy the heavens to alter their fate? Sword Blind exhibited an unexpected calmness, refraining from rebuttal, for he understood the grave nature of being born with a severed meridian. Throughout history, no one with such a condition has survived past 18, like a curse of fate. What a pity for Gu. Yes, my master has said the same. Humph. Your master is worthless. No, not even worth a fart. Upon hearing Sword Blind insult his master, Shuri felt a surge of anger. Sword Senior, I am right here. Is it appropriate for you to speak ill of my master in my presence? Appropriate? Then come and fight me. Shuri was engulfed in a cloud of frustration. Had he been able to contend, he would have acted long ago. Forget it. Let us pretend we didn't hear anything. After all, the master often scolds the other party. It's only fair. Shuri, please convey to that old fellow Mao Jiujun that I find Gu Xiaozi quite intriguing, and I wish to have him. Is that so, Senior Jian? Are you attempting to undermine my Qingyun sword sect? If my master were to discover this, wouldn't he come after you fiercely? Fierce or not? Do I fear him now? Besides, given the current state of your Qingyun sword sect, if the Gu family were to come knocking, could you really protect him? Shuri fell silent, aware that Jian Shezi was serious. However, with Jian Shezi's protection, the little junior brother would indeed be much safer. After all, Jian Shezi bore the fate of a celestial lone star, and few dared to provoke him. Go away. If Mao Jiujun is dissatisfied, let him come find me. I could never defeat him before, but now beating him would be akin to swatting a child. Shuri was at a loss for words, wondering how the other could display such shamelessness with such boldness. Senior Jian, what do you intend to do? None of your business. Please do not act recklessly. Get lost. If you don't leave, I will break your legs. Whoosh. Shuri leapt away, vanishing into the forest with a few agile movements. Achu 1,000 miles away. In the city of Nanling, Mao Jiujun suddenly sneezed, feeling an inexplicable chill, uncertain of who might be speaking ill of him. Upon entering the Nanling Martial Arts Academy, Mao Jiao-jun was led by a doorman to an inner courtyard, where small bridges and flowing waters, along with the songs of birds and fragrant flowers, created an idyllic paradise. In the pavilion at the lake's center, a middle-aged man, dressed as a scholar, was brewing tea, clad in a flowing white robe. His movements were slow and serene, exuding an air of refined elegance. Mu Daitzi, it has been years since we last met, and you remain as ostentatious as ever. Mu Linyuan, having encountered the Qingyun Sword Guardian, rose voluntarily to greet him. Enough, enough. Now that you are the head of the academy, with countless affairs to attend to, it is not easy to see you. Mao Jiao-jun boldly seated himself opposite the middle-aged scholar, then proceeded to mock him with a playful tone. However, the middle-aged scholar merely smiled, seemingly unfazed. The bookish Mu Linyuan, ranked 28th on the heavenly rankings, was a master of the outer realm and the innate stage. Just this title alone could deter numerous petty villains. Recently, the Xianyin sect has been quite active, and the Jinwu division is struggling to cope, which is why Lord Xin has summoned me for assistance. Humph. The Xianyin sect again. Those rotten scoundrels will eventually be buried. Mao Jiao-jun was evidently aware of this matter, as his second disciple had been busy with it lately, thus he refrained from saying more. Mu Linyuan poured a cup of tea for Mao Jiao-jun, speaking casually. The Qingyun Sword Guardian seldom visits without cause. Let us discuss serious matters, for I truly am quite busy. Hee well? Mao Jiao-jun rubbed his hands together awkwardly, wearing a cheeky grin. The reason I have come here today is to seek a favor. With a sudden jolt, Mu Linyuan accidentally knocked over the teacup, spilling tea onto the ground. There are still matters to attend to at the academy. I must step out for a moment. Having spoken, Mu Linyuan rose to depart. Wait. Mao Jiao-jun grasped Mu Linyuan tightly, exclaiming, I haven't even finished my business, and you intend to flee? With a wry smile, Mu Linyuan retorted. It is evident that requesting assistance from you, the esteemed Qingyun Sword Guardian, is likely to lead to unsavory matters. I am not foolish enough to acquiesce. Mao Jiao-jun shot him an irritable glance. If you have nothing to say, then refrain from speaking. Fine, I shall remain silent. You may speak. Mu Linyuan resignedly resumed his seat, shaking his head in amusement. Dear fool, I have a disciple I wish to send to your martial arts academy for training. Could you extend your assistance? Ah, I suspected as much. Gu Jingxue and Yi Qianxuan may be acceptable, but I have no interest in Shi, Mu Linyuan replied bluntly. Well aware of Mao Jiao-jun's background and his disciple's circumstances, I am not referring to that inept individual. I have recently taken on a new disciple, Mao Jiao-jun clarified irritably, once again disparaging Shi. Is the entire world aware that my esteemed Qingyun Sword Guardian's eldest disciple is so lacking in merit that even the Martial Arts Academy looks down upon him? You have taken on another disciple? Mu Linyuan furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his concern. Are you truly aware of your own situation? Do not lead others astray. Humph. This disciple possesses extraordinary talent in swordsmanship. Once he masters the Qingyun sword technique, I ask you, will the Southling Martial Arts Academy accept him? What? Mu Linyuan sprang up, astonishment etched across his face. The Qingyun sword technique is the core inheritance of the Qingyun sword sect, requiring not only exceptional talent but also profound insight. Its cultivation is exceedingly arduous, which explains the sect's decline. To be frank, among the 12 sword guardians of the realm, the lineage of the Qingyun sword sect is undoubtedly the most challenging to inherit, yet simultaneously the most formidable. Something is amiss. You are indeed peculiar. After a brief moment of shock, Mu Linyuan quickly regained his composure. If the Qingyun sword sect truly has such a prodigious disciple, would you not keep him concealed? Why would you willingly send him to our martial arts academy? Alas, what choice do I have? Who is unaware of the Southling Martial Arts Academy's formidable reputation, especially with that insatiable bookworm in charge? Speak plainly. My young disciple has had his roots plucked away. He possesses an innate severed meridian, and his lifespan does not exceed 18 years. At most, he has 2 years left to live. Farewell, and do not linger. Mu Linyuan poured tea, preparing to see him off. To which Mao Jiao-jun chuckled awkwardly. Ah, come now, Mu. With the bond we have forged over the years, you must assist me just this once. I demand the truth. Mu Linyuan remained unmoved. Very well, it is not a burden to share. I shall tell you, Mao Jiao-jun conceded reluctantly. My young disciple hails from the Gu family in the north, and it is also a member of the Gu family who has plundered his roots. Now do you comprehend? The Gu family of the north? Mu Linyuan's brows knitted tightly. He bore no fear of the Gu family, yet he was loath to attract trouble, particularly given their profound connections within the court. Dear fool, You are well aware of my current predicament. Should the Gu family come knocking, I may not withstand their pressure. Thus, I seek a sanctuary for him, a place where he may find solace and complete his final journey in peace. If it were merely to shield from the wind and rain, the esteemed guardian of the Qingyun sword would hardly seek my assistance. Mu Lingyuan cast a deep glance at the other party. He chuckled softly. Nothing escapes your keen perception. Mao Jiujun, with a self-deprecating smile, spoke in a somber tone. The celestial gate is on the verge of emergence, and I wish to beseech a path for him. What? You desire a spot on the ascension platform of the Martial Arts Academy? Mu Lingyuan's expression shifted dramatically, despite his years of cultivating inner strength. He nearly overturned the table in indignation. It is not a direct request. You merely need to afford him a fair opportunity. With that, Mao Jiujun retrieved a tattered cloth-wrapped box from behind him, saying, in exchange, I shall leave the Qingyun sword with your Southern Ridge Martial Arts Academy. Mu Lingyuan rose abruptly. Incredulous as he regarded Mao Jiujun, have you lost your mind? The Qingyun sword is the emblem of your lineage. You would offer it up for barter? Should the sect's legacy be severed, such a token would only herald calamity. At this juncture, Mao Jiujun hesitated momentarily. If that lad proves himself worthy, it may yet be possible for him to restore the Qingyun sword to the sect. Mu Lingyuan pondered in silence for an extended period before finally nodding. I shall acquiesce to this matter. When do you intend to bring him? Given his pace of cultivation, he should soon reach a preliminary mastery. Once he achieves full proficiency, I shall have him come here to study. Very well. This is the inner academy token of the Martial Arts Academy. Ensure he keeps it safe. As he spoke, Mu Lingyuan tossed a jade token to Mao Jiujun, who grinned broadly and unhesitatingly tucked it away. By the way, what is the name of your young disciple? Gu Cha-Ching. May I discreetly inquire? He is not your illegitimate child, is he? Pfft. Mao Jiujun spat out his tea, unable to restrain himself from cursing. Watch your tongue. I am an upstanding man. Do not tarnish my reputation. Bah, what a dreadful brew. It is far inferior to liquor. Wiping his mouth, Mao Jiujun departed with his usual grumbling. Mu Lingyuan, rather than being vexed, merely smiled. This old fellow seems to be enjoying life more and more, though his body cannot withstand much longer. Contemplating this, Mu Lingyuan's smile faded, replaced by a somber expression. Amidst the verdant hills and flowing waters, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Gu Changqing was compelled to abandon his search for Qingfeng village. He subsequently arrived at the bank of a small river, where, utilizing his exquisite swordsmanship, he swiftly caught 2 fish. Well, it may seem a bit excessive, but it suffices. Gathering firewood, kindling a fire, and grilling the fish, all executed with practiced ease. A youth raised in adversity naturally knows how to fend for himself. While the fish cooked, Gu Changqing began to inspect his wounds. His mind had calmed considerably, and the discomfort from taking a life was gradually dissipating. The wounds had scabbed over and were healing well. It seemed that after entering the realm of skin training, not only had his defensive resilience increased slightly, but his recovery abilities had also strengthened. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound reached his ears, and the youth crouched low, immediately on guard. One hand gripping the wooden sword at his waist, the other drawing a short knife he had found. Who goes there? Bandits from Qingfeng village? Is it still the notorious Black Wolf gang? Just as the young man was about to speak and probe, he noticed a rotund figure swaggering towards him. A wild wolf? Or perhaps a feral dog? A monstrous creature? Or a black bear? The region of Shishan Ridge is lush with vegetation, and fierce beasts often roam the depths of the forest. However, for a martial artist like Gu Cha-Ching, as long as the beasts do not appear in droves, they pose little threat. With a soft patter, as the figure drew closer, the flickering firelight illuminated its form. It resembled both a cat and a tiger, its shape akin to that of a bear, with a disheveled coat of black and white fur, and a plump body that appeared rather endearing. Particularly, its gait was somewhat unsteady, as if its paws had sustained an injury. What a peculiar fat cat. No, it should be called a bamboo bear or a pangolin. The description of the Qianglai mountain, with its winding paths and the mention of a creature resembling a bear with black and white patches that also consumes metals, originates from the Shan Haijing Yiji. Gu Changqing, during his leisure time, had come across this in the archives of the Qingyun sword sect. His remarkable memory allowed him to recall it effortlessly. Typically, bamboo bears possess a gentle disposition, so after a moment of surprise, Gu Cha-Ching collected himself, and his wariness diminished significantly. Hello there, big fellow. Are you injured? Do you need assistance? Gu Cha-Ching inquired, but alas, the bamboo bear was oblivious to his words and ambled towards the campfire, more specifically, towards the roasted fish. Could it be that this creature was merely hungry and seeking food? Gu Changqing pondered silently, but did not intervene, as roasted fish was a trivial matter. The mastery of swordsmanship indeed proves advantageous. As the stars twinkled in the night sky and the evening breeze turned cool, after a hearty feast of fish and meat, the young man and Dudu reclined contentedly on the ground. Dudu was the bamboo bear he had encountered earlier, and due to its plump appearance, the young man affectionately named it Dudu. It must be said, Dudu possessed quite the appetite. More than half of the 10 fish had found their way into its belly, and in turn it began to lower its guard towards the young man. Seizing the opportunity while Dudu dozed, Gu Changqing carefully tended to its wounds, earning him a measure of affection and trust from the bear. After a while, Dudu, with a carefree gait, departed on its own. Gu Changqing did not stop or detain it, for he understood that everyone has their own life to lead, and Dudu was no exception. Dudu belonged to the forest, while the young man belonged to solitude. Yet, this fleeting encounter seemed to add a splash of color to the night, with the stars shining all the more brightly. After tidying up, the young man resumed his sword practice. Despite his already profound mastery, each session of swordplay deepened his understanding of the sword path and augmented his strength. This feeling was immensely grounding. What is the point of practicing swordplay alone? Let this old blind man join you for a bit. With a peculiar laugh, the sword-blind man appeared from nowhere, brandishing a sword staff and pointing it at the young man. Gu Changqing was wholly absorbed in his sword practice when he was suddenly ambushed. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively blocked and counterattacked, his sword flowing like water. The wooden sword clashed against the staff with a series of sharp, resonating sounds as the two figures darted back and forth. After a fierce exchange, the blind swordsman was astonished to realize that, in terms of swordsmanship, he was not gaining the upper hand. Moreover, Gu Changqing's strength surpassed that of an ordinary warrior at the same level. What kind of swordsmanship prodigy is this? At this age, even the human sword immortal from the Qingyun sword sect would likely pale in comparison to Gu Changqing. Furthermore, the blind swordsman had learned from Shi that Gu Changqing had only been apprenticed for less than half a month, and that Mao Jiujuan had merely taught him 3 foundational sword techniques before relinquishing further instruction. Such astonishing talent could have been nurtured. Yet it was being squandered by the Gu family. Those treacherous scoundrels truly deserved condemnation. Cursing aside, the swordsman's staff grew even more fierce, aiming directly for the young man's vital points. Eventually, after 100 exchanges, Gu Changqing's wooden sword could no longer withstand the force of the impact and shattered into powder with a resounding thud. Oh, the wooden sword broke again? Gu Changqing momentarily lost his focus and ceased his attacks. However, at that moment, the blind swordsman seemed to have found new enthusiasm, practicing his sword techniques while singing grandly. Frantic, the night dance sword, as fierce winds stir the wild waves. I possess a boundless intent, piercing through the chilling stars. Shadows of the sword entwine like chaotic clouds, its brilliance commanding the northern pass. Each move conceals a cunning transformation, every step akin to a celestial being. 10 years of life and death have passed. The mortal realm now a dreamlike vessel. I tread the rivers and lakes alone, reveling in the vastness of the world. Ha ha ha, laughing heartily. He wielded his sword like a spirited serpent, its cold gleam flashing like falling stars. Simple and direct, dangerous and cunning, unforeseen. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Gu Changqing's eyes widened, reflecting countless stars. In that moment, he seemed to behold the vast cosmos, the river of stars in reverse, his expression filled with wonder and exhilaration. Whoosh, sword light cleaved the air, the wind howling fiercely. A long stream of sword energy sliced across the river's surface, bursting forth in a dazzling spray of water. Ha ha ha, what a thrill, what a delight. The blind swordsman sheathed his staff, wishing to take a swig of wine, but as he reached for the gourd at his waist, his expression froze. He suddenly recalled that Gu Changqing had consumed all his wine. How infuriating. Never mind. I'll have that brat compensate me later if he has a future left at all. Uncle Sword, how fortunate to find you here. I thought you had departed. Gu Changqing hurried forward, his face alight with a pure smile. Encountering a familiar face in this desolate wilderness brought him a measure of joy. After all, no one relishes solitude. Young lad, what do you think of my swordsmanship? Very impressive, Gu Changqing sincerely praised, noting that the sword techniques earlier seemed unlike any he had witnessed. You possess a discerning eye. The blind swordsman nodded in satisfaction, his pride swelling as he declared. This sword technique of mine is called the 12 Kills of Taiyan Star, a premier sword technique of our time, rivaling the Qingyun 12 swords, and even superior in terms of lethality. A supreme sword technique. Upon hearing these words, Gu Changqing's eyes brightened. He had once heard his senior brother mention that swordsmanship is categorized into ranks. 1 style constitutes the foundation, 3 styles are considered inferior, 6 styles represent the intermediate level, and 9 styles denote the superior rank. 12 styles transcend the superior, referred to as the pinnacle. The Qingyun swordsmanship is indeed the pinnacle foundational technique, serving as the core inheritance of the Qingyun sword sect. Young Gu, you must be aware that different sword techniques can hone various parts of the body. Although Qingyun swordsmanship is exceptionally suited for foundational body refinement, it cannot exercise every single muscle and bone comprehensively. You are currently in the skin training phase, which is rather unique. To achieve perfection in this realm, one must embody the essence of indestructibility, ensuring that every muscle and bone is refined to its utmost potential. The blind swordsman understood that Gu Chaqing was born with an innate deficiency, rendering him incapable of practicing internal martial arts. Given this reality, there exists but one path: to cultivate the body to its utmost limits, and to do so at every stage. Earlier, the blind swordsman had tested Gu Chaqing, noting that his strength far surpassed that of his peers, indicating a solid foundation and great potential. As the saying goes, internal cultivation nurtures the breath. External training strengthens the muscles and skin. If Gu Chaqing could refine his external power to the extreme, it might indeed lead to the generation of internal strength. Of course, this endeavor would be exceedingly arduous, yet he believed the youth possessed the perseverance to endure. Do you know how many muscles and bones a martial artist has? The senior brother mentioned there are 639 muscles, 12 tendons, and 206 bones. Precisely, the blind swordsman nodded earnestly. With so many muscles and bones, it is nearly impossible to refine them all to perfection, as every individual has limited energy, and there is no truly flawless technique that can cultivate every muscle and bone. For instance, the Royun sword technique can only refine 282 muscles and 135 bones. The Xiantian sword technique is slightly better, capable of refining 336 muscles and 152 bones. In contrast, the Qingyun sword technique is more comprehensive, refining 579 muscles and 186 bones. Even if one were to practice all 3 techniques, eliminating the redundancies, one would only manage to refine 614 muscles and 200 bones, leaving certain muscles untrained. The blind swordsman spoke at length, and Gu Changqing listened with rapt attention. He suddenly felt that this elder seemed to possess profound knowledge regarding the Qingyun sword sect's practices, as these details had never been shared with him by his senior brother. Perhaps even if they had been, it would have been futile, after all. Who could have anticipated that a frail youth would someday embark on the arduous journey of pushing body refinement to its absolute limits? Nevertheless, the blind swordsman's discourse provided Gu Chaqing with a deeper understanding of body refinement, simultaneously clarifying his own path in cultivation. He resolved to carve out a unique path, striving for the utmost in body refinement, and perhaps even transcending limits. As long as he could grow stronger, it was worth the effort. The pursuit of ultimate body refinement and the transcendence of limits resonated deeply within him, leaving him momentarily stunned in silence. After a moment's pause, the blind swordsman slowly spoke. Young Gu, my 12 kills of Tien Star can exercise 558 muscles and 177 bones. At first glance, it may seem inferior to the Qingyun swordsmanship, yet this particular technique can refine some subtle areas of the body, such as the head, the groin, and the life gate, effectively compensating for the shortcomings of the Qingyun style and significantly enhancing one's lethal capabilities. The swordsman's words sparked a glimmer of excitement in Gu Changqing's eyes. He had been troubled by his slow progress in cultivation, and the prospect of learning a new sword technique that not only could train his entire body but also accelerate his development was enticing. If Shuri were to know of Gu Changqing's current thoughts, he would likely retreat to a corner and weep in silence, indeed overwhelmed by the situation. Hey, young lad, do you wish to learn this sword technique? I shall teach you, the blind swordsman exclaimed. No need, Uncle Jian, I've already mastered it, Gu Chaqing replied confidently. That's of no consequence. I can teach you more. The swordsman's voice trailed off as he struggled to comprehend. What did you say? Mastered it. Young Gu, I may be blind, but I am not foolish. Do you not feel any remorse for deceiving an old blind man? I am not deceiving you, Gu Chaqing insisted. Then demonstrate it for me, right now. The swordsman, filled with indignation, was determined to teach this reckless youth a lesson. Gu Chaqing, being somewhat reticent, chose not to argue further. Instead, he picked up a branch and began to practice. The sound of the sword wind howled, piercing the air with cold brilliance. His movements flowed like clouds and water, graceful and natural. Humph. The swordsman initially intended to reprimand him sternly, but as the sound of the sword wind slicing through the air reached his ears, his expression gradually shifted to one of seriousness and disbelief, mirroring the astonishment of Mao Jiujuan and Shuri from earlier. Despite his blindness, the swordsman's perception was remarkably acute. Gu Chaqing had indeed memorized an extraordinary sword technique after just one glance. What unparalleled talent and comprehension! As Gu Chaqing practiced, he also discovered that, while both were 12 forms of supreme swordsmanship, the 12 kills of Tai-In Star was evidently sharper and more aggressive than the Qingyun swordsmanship. This was not to say that the Qingyun style was inferior, rather, their emphases were distinct. The Qingyun swordsmanship was a premier foundational technique focused on integrating power for comprehensive enhancement, while the 12 kills of Tai-In Star emphasized lethal techniques during practice. With a sigh, the wind ceased and leaves fell. Gu Chaqing sheathed his sword, releasing a long breath of stale air, his clear eyes shining even brighter. After a considerable time, the swordsman finally emerged from his shock. "Young Gu, how do you feel? Is there any difference?" It seems my strength hasn't increased." Gu Chaqing, having carefully assessed his condition, shook his head in disappointment. Thanks to the connection with his sword heart, he understood his own situation well. His strength remained around 600 June, with no change whatsoever. Smack! The sword staff struck Gu Chaqing's head, and the swordsman retorted, "You have only practiced once, and you have yet to grasp the sword technique. How could you expect any increase in strength? What I meant to inquire is whether there has been any change in your mental perception." The young boy wore a bewildered expression, utterly perplexed by the concept of spiritual perception. It was at this moment that the blind swordsman realized that Gu Chaqing had only recently embarked on his martial journey, and thus could not grasp the meaning of his words. "Young lad, do you know why a blind man like me can move about so freely? Why is that?" The boy, curious, posed a question, finding the swordsman's abilities rather peculiar. Despite being blind, he navigated the rugged wilderness with ease. The blind swordsman chuckled and elucidated. "Though I cannot see anything, my heart remains unclouded. I can even sense the surrounding environment and the essence of others, including the good and evil within their hearts. The reason I am willing to share so much with you is that I perceive your heart to be pure and devoid of any malevolent thought." "Oh," the boy replied, seemingly impressed but still somewhat confused. "It sounds quite remarkable, yet I don't fully understand. Speaking to you is akin to playing music to a cow, utterly futile." The swordsman's expression grew somewhat strained. He was tempted to express his frustration, but ultimately restrained himself. He was now firmly convinced that, apart from his talent in swordsmanship, Gu Chaqing possessed little else of merit. "Never mind, you need not comprehend it entirely. Just know that by practicing my sword technique, you will be able to discern good from evil, rendering you impervious to other schemes." Is it truly that extraordinary? More astonishing than you can imagine. Once you begin to grasp this sword technique, you will understand. The blind swordsman playfully gestured as if he had a tail, then continued. "However, the 12 kills of Tai-In Star involve spiritual will, which is far more profound than the 12 swords of Qingyun. Especially during practice, one must close their eyes and visualize the movements of the celestial bodies. Entering this realm is no simple feat at this juncture," the swordsman reflected wistfully. In his own pursuit of this sword technique, he had endured countless hardships, ultimately losing his sight. It was only after immersing himself in the contemplation of the endless stars amidst profound despair that he grasped the true essence of the sword and began his training. Even with such fortuitous circumstances, he had only managed to cultivate the technique to great proficiency, never achieving perfection. This was not a flaw in the swordsmanship itself, but rather a reflection of his own state of mind. His heart in the way of the sword was not pure enough. "Thank you, Uncle Jin, for your guidance." Gu Chaqing expressed his gratitude before resuming his sword practice, his mind teeming with newfound insights. The sword resembled the stars, its cold radiance flickering. The harmony of stillness and motion embodied a lethal intent. "Hey, this lad possesses a bit of impatience. It seems I shall need to temper his spirit." As he spoke, the swordsman's voice gradually diminished in volume. Initially, he was quite intrigued by the boy's swordplay, but as he listened, he found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. Clang! A flash of starlight, and the sound of the sword echoed. The blind swordsman stood speechless, astonished. Has he truly entered the threshold already? Is this what spiritual perception feels like? Gu Chaqing closed his eyes, yet could still sense the environment within a radius of 10 feet, as if a pair of eyes had suddenly appeared above him. Simultaneously, He felt a gentle benevolence emanating from the blind swordsman. Uncle Jian, I can see you even with my eyes closed. What you said is indeed true. I can feel your kindness towards me. Thank you, Uncle Jian. Gu Changqing's heart brimmed with joy and gratitude. You, young man, are excessively polite. Upon regaining his senses, the blind swordsman found himself in a state of bemusement, yet his heart was inexplicably warmed. Before he lost his sight, he had witnessed the sufferings of the world. After becoming blind, he had tasted the harshness of human nature. He believed he had long since transcended worldly concerns, only to be unexpectedly uplifted by a not-so-bright young lad. Nonetheless, this sensation was quite delightful. Swish, swish, swish. The youth resumed his sword practice, wasting not a single moment. The wind from the blade was fierce, its gleam dazzling, and the shadows it cast were as ink-stained. The tie-in 12 kills, the sword burdening the heavens, traversed the vastness of the martial world. Under the dim moonlight, with gentle winds and wispy clouds, the practicing boy resembled a celestial being, at times ethereal and agile, at others exuding an air of lethal intent. Clang. After half an hour, the sword rang out 6 times, signaling the minor completion of the tie-in sword technique. An hour later, it rang 9 times, marking its major completion. 2 hours later, it resonated 12 times, signifying the full realization of the tie-in 12 kills. From shock to numbness, the blind swordsman was rendered utterly speechless. Instinctively, he touched the wine gourd at his waist, perplexed, as he had not indulged in drink. Was it merely an illusion? The audacity of the Gu family to ruin such a promising swordsman. They had severed his roots and foundations, such an egregious act of malice. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, cursing the Gu family in his heart, repeatedly damning their ancestors. From this day forth, if he did not berate the Gu family daily, he felt he could not sleep. If the ancestors of the Gu family were to have any awareness in the afterlife, they would surely be restless in their graves. In stark contrast to the blind swordsman's astonishment, Gu Changqing was filled with elation. After perfecting the tie-in sword technique, he could perceive all things within a radius of 10 zhang, especially the essence of various life forms, including snakes, insects, and vermin, none of which escaped his awareness. The Qingyan sword technique, ethereal and transcendent, had reached the threshold of comprehension. The Xian body sword technique, likewise, achieved a state of divine understanding. The Rui cloud sword technique, too, reached a sublime mastery. The tie-in sword technique was now perfected. In terms of physical cultivation, he had reached the entry level of skin training, boasting a strength of 700 jun. With the connection of the sword heart to the spirit, fragments of information flooded Gu Changqing's mind, invigorating his spirit. Truly, it was an unparalleled celestial art. Upon full cultivation, not only did he gain a special spiritual perception ability, but his physical strength also surged by 100 jun. Especially, the synergy of spiritual perception and the sword heart seemed to add an extra layer of finesse, insightfulness. Splendid. The blind swordsman clapped his thigh, his excitement overflowing. However, just as he was about to offer praise, Gu Changqing resumed his sword practice, leaving the swordsman utterly flabbergasted. Young man, do you not require a moment's respite? As the first light of dawn broke from the east, the boy continued his sword training, and the blind swordsman fell into a profound silence. In Qingshan town, within the Black Wolf gang, Hou Yuanjie had spent an entire night without sleep, pacing anxiously in the outer affairs hall, plagued by an inexplicable agitation. Hishan, as Hou Yuanjie's trusted confidant, was known for his composure. Regardless of the outcome of any task, he would always return with news, never staying out overnight. Yet, with Hishan absent and without a trace of information, a sense of foreboding began to stir within Hou Yuanjie. When extraordinary events occur, there must be something amiss. It seems that He Mountain may be in peril. Just as Hou Yuanjie was preparing to dispatch someone to investigate, the burly head of the Foreign Affairs Hall rushed in, breathless. Young master, something has happened at He Mountain. With a resounding slap, Hou Yuanjie admonished, do not raise such a commotion before me. Speak plainly, what has transpired at He Mountain? Yes. A body was discovered on the mountain path near Shieling. It belongs to the brothers of He Mountain, along with the henchmen who were transporting female slaves. They are all dead. What? Hou Yuanjie was filled with a furious astonishment, seizing the collar of the Foreign Affairs Hall master and bellowing. Who is responsible for this? I do not know. Another fierce slap sent the Foreign Affairs Hall master tumbling to the ground, trembling in terror, hardly daring to breathe. After a moment, Hou Yuanjie began to regain his composure. Now, tell me the details. Reporting to the young master, this morning a merchant passing by the Shieling Mountain path stumbled upon numerous corpses and subsequently alerted the authorities. Upon investigation, it was confirmed that the deceased were members of the Black Wolf gang. To our shock, they turned out to be the brothers of Immortal. How did they perish? The brothers of Immortal were struck down with a single sword thrust to the throat, and the others suffered a similar fate. It was a gruesome sight. Young master, you must avenge our brothers. Unquestionably. Who dares to harm the members of the Black Wolf gang? I shall see their entire family extinguished. Though Ho Yuanjia typically appeared cold and ruthless, beneath the facade lay a profound madness. Since the inception of the Black Wolf gang, they had never endured such a significant loss. He could not swallow this grievance. What does the government say? Lord Fei maintains his stance. Matters of the martial world are best left to the martial world. Listening to the response from the head of foreign affairs, Ho Yuanjia felt a surge of blood rush to his head, nearly restraining himself from delivering a kick in frustration. Taking a deep breath, he gradually calmed himself. Are there only the bodies of Immortal? What of the female slaves? They have vanished, along with the carriages and horses. The Foreign Affairs Hall Master shook his head in a wry smile, a glimmer of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. Young master, the brothers of Immortal are formidable. Common warriors cannot harm them. Could it be that the conflict arose from a black market transaction involving Qifeng Village? I have heard that the second-in-command at Qifeng Village is skilled with the sword. Although not on the blacklist, he is indeed a master of underhanded tactics. Investigate. Unravel this mystery. Understood. Moreover, inform Qifeng Village of this incident. Regardless of their involvement, they must provide an explanation. Yes. Begone. With a dismissive wave of his hand. Ho Yuanjia was beset by turmoil. Though he did not genuinely believe Qifeng Village was involved, it was prudent to inquire, for Qifeng Village was notorious for their ruthlessness. They were capable of any nefarious act. The Black Wolf gang, while operating within the confines of some semblance of order in Qishan City, remained under the scrutiny of the authorities, whereas Qifeng Village existed beyond the reach of law. Of course, if it were merely Qifeng Village's doing, the matter could be resolved more easily. Yet, he harbored concerns that perhaps other forces were secretly plotting against the Black Wolf gang. Moreover, the method of a sword piercing the throat suddenly reminded Ho Yuanjia of the death of Husan, which also involved a sword through the throat, at the hands of a disciple from the Qingyun sword sect. If the Qingyun sword sect was indeed behind this, the situation would become intriguing. With this thought, a sinister smile crept across Ho Yuanjia's face, his expression revealing a hint of malevolence. In this territory of Qishan Town, no one dared to disrespect the Black Wolf gang in such a manner. What of the Qingyun sword sect? What of the gathering Qi realm? The Black Wolf gang had not hesitated to spill blood before. In the world of martial arts, survival often dictated ruthless measures, a matter of life and death. In the Xishan Ridge, amidst the dense forest, a figure darted swiftly through the trees, closely pursued by several others. Chase! Quickly! That person is just ahead. Damn it! How dare he kill our brothers from the Qingfeng stronghold? Not even the emperor himself could expect to escape. This vile creature was remarkably swift. After a prolonged pursuit, they still failed to catch up. He cannot escape. Ahead lies the precipice. Let us see where he can flee. The cacophony of curses echoed through the mountains, startling a flock of birds into flight. These men were bandits from the Qifeng stronghold, notorious for their pillaging and ruthless deeds. Initially, they had descended the mountain in search of opportunities to plunder the mountain roads, but halfway down, they encountered a brash young man who boldly inquired about the way to Qifeng stronghold, unabashedly revealing that he had accepted a bounty to apprehend their leader. This left them all bewildered. Were bounty hunters now so reckless? Did one individual dare to invade Qifeng stronghold? Subsequently, dozens of bandits surged forward, intent on capturing him. However, they were unprepared for the fact that he was a formidable opponent. Not only was he immensely strong, but his swordsmanship was also fierce. In mere moments, he had slain over 10 of them, each with a single stroke to the throat, delivering swift, lethal blows. Yet, while the bandits were filled with shock and rage, their ferocity was simultaneously ignited, resulting in a relentless game of chase through the mountains. At the edge of the precipice, the chilling wind howled. When the Qifeng bandits arrived, they found the place deserted. The masked figure in black had vanished without a trace. Where is he? Could he have jumped off the cliff? Stop with the nonsense. At such a height, even a gathering Qi warrior would be mortally wounded from the fall. Indeed, he must be hiding nearby. Let us search thoroughly and ensure he does not escape. Quickly search. The bandits dispersed, meticulously scouring the surroundings. Suddenly, a shadow flitted past one bandit's back. With a swift thrust, a glint of cold light erupted, stars seemingly bursting forth. The bandit had no time to scream as a gaping wound appeared at his throat. His eyes wide with confusion and terror as he collapsed to the ground. The commotion alerted nearby bandits, who cried out in alarm, a mix of fear and rage filling their voices. Be careful. This is bad, damn it. What kind of hero hides their head and reveals their tail? With a flurry of swift strikes, several more bandits fell, clutching their throats, their eyes wide open in death. They could not comprehend how one individual could dispatch so many of them. It seemed that the Chi Feng stronghold had encountered an insurmountable challenge. Apologies, I am indeed no hero. Leaning against a rock, Gu Chaqing pondered silently while gasping for breath. He had never anticipated such misfortune. A casual inquiry for directions had led him directly into the clutches of the bandits from Chi Feng Fort, who harbored ill intentions towards him. However, considering he had ventured into their territory, it was only natural that these brigands would strike first. Well, out of self-preservation, Gu Chaqing swiftly dispatched a few of the obstructing bandits with his sword, then took to his heels. Yet, as he fled, he realized that these marauders were not as formidable as he had imagined. In fact, they could scarcely keep pace with him. After all, since becoming a martial artist, Gu Chaqing's strength and physique had undergone a remarkable enhancement, rendering him far superior to mere bandits. With this realization, he felt a surge of confidence and resolved to counterattack. It became evident that Gu Chaqing was far from foolish, especially when it came to survival. He exhibited not only caution and bravery, but also demonstrated decisiveness and cunning. As the adversaries pursued him, he evaded when outnumbered and struck when they were fewer, while fleeing, dodging, and attacking. The advantages of his agile cloud sword technique were vividly showcased within the intricate mountain forest. Particularly, the synergy of his sword spirit and the characteristics of the tie-in sword technique allowed him to perceive every blade of grass and tree within a 10-zhang radius, enabling him to respond with composure. Where is he? He is to the left. Chase him. No, he is on the right. He is coming. He is attacking again. Don't kill me. Please, don't help. Help, no? Ah. Kill, kill, kill. Amidst the panicked and terrified screams, one bandit after another fell into pools of blood. Their initial mindset of playing cat and mouse gradually morphed into frantic anger and despair, ultimately transforming into boundless fear and hopelessness. They had believed themselves to be the hunters, only to find themselves the prey. 10, 20, 30 Gu Chaqing murmured as if counting beans, akin to the low incantation of the Grim Reaper. Each number signified the extinguishing of a life. In mere moments, 43 bandits had been eradicated, each slain by a single strike, their bodies devoid of superfluous injuries. A thought that sent shivers down one's spine. Simultaneously, with each bandit he killed, a warm current surged within him, the remnant life force of the brigands. Initially, he thought it was a mere illusion, but as the count rose, he confirmed its reality. This sensation was peculiar, though he was unaware of the nature of this warmth. He felt no trepidation, for he discovered that his body not only remained unscathed but was invigorated. He also realized that he had gained fresh insights into the 12 kills of Taiyan, understanding that this swordsmanship required continual honing through combat and killing. And his spiritual perception had significantly sharpened, granting him clarity within a 12-zhang radius. In stark contrast, the young boy, having taken the lives of so many for the first time, felt an unexpected tranquility within, a sense of strange reassurance. With the enemies vanquished, surely his own safety was assured. Nearby, the swordsman known as the Blind Blade could hardly conceal his astonishment. Through his mental perception, he had gleaned the situation concerning Gu Chaqing, and the shock within him lingered, refusing to subside. The Blind Blade had initially departed silently, intending to use this opportunity to hone the boy's skills, but he never anticipated the ferocity displayed by his adversary. Merely within a single night, Gu had not only perfected the tie-in sword technique, but also adeptly utilized mental perception to ascertain the enemy's positions, resulting in the slaughter of so many bandits. Frankly speaking, even if the Blind Blade had intervened personally, he might not have surpassed Gu Chaqing's prowess. After a prolonged silence, the Blind Blade departed without a sound. The boy, sensing something amiss, cast a puzzled glance in his direction. However, he soon dismissed it, feeling a vague sense of loss within. What should he do now? The boy surveyed his surroundings. The multitude of corpses scattered across the landscape was somewhat unsettling. His senior brother had mentioned the rules of the martial world. When one kills, one must loot the bodies. Should he give it a try? Moments later, he indeed discovered a considerable amount of silver coins among the bodies. and one corpse even bore a small silver note worth over 100 taels, which he unceremoniously pocketed. After all, it was for survival. Looting the dead was nothing to be ashamed of. Subsequently, he selected 3 ordinary iron swords from the bodies to fasten at his waist. Relying solely on a wooden sword was impractical, as it could neither unleash the true might of his swordsmanship nor remain inconspicuous, thus risking exposure of his identity. Having slain so many, Gu Cha-ching had wielded both knife and sword, which felt somewhat awkward. Yes, the sword was indeed more comfortable to handle. He silently thanked the bandits for their timely delivery, albeit regretting not having asked for directions. Nevertheless, he resolved to proceed one step at a time. At Chifeng Stronghold. In the Hall of Unity, the atmosphere was solemn as everyone gathered. The chief, Tu Wanxiong, sat imposing in a tiger-skin chair, his gaze coldly sweeping across the assembly. The grotesque scar at the corner of his eye adding to his menacing presence. Where were the others? He had summoned them to discuss important matters. Yet they dared to arrive late? Tu Wanxiong's visage was a mask of fury, his eyes glinting with malice. The 3 chiefs beside him maintained their composure, while the other minor heads exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of the situation. Chief, the others set out early to gather resources. By now, they should be returning. Perhaps they encountered some trouble along the way. It's possible that scrawny fellow is once again causing mischief with respectable women, a voice quipped, eliciting laughter and lewd expressions from the assembly, revealing that such antics were not uncommon for them. Tu Wanxiong chuckled, though his laughter bore a chilling edge. How could those who could not even manage their own belts achieve anything significant? Once the others returned, they would surely receive a thorough reprimand. Forget waiting for him. Let us proceed. Report. Chief, we have a situation. A flustered bandit rushed into the hall, interrupting Tu Wanxiong mid-sentence. A crimson shadow flashed, and a minion was sent flying with a single slap. Within the Hall of the Alliance, silence reigned. The crowd turned to gaze upon a woman clad in red, her face marred with dark spots, standing triumphantly on the minion's visage, chuckling with a maddened glee. She was none other than Wan Yuji, the 3rd in command of Chifeng Stronghold, and the sole woman among the bandits. In truth, Wan Yuji was a pitiable soul, regarded as a harbinger of misfortune due to her unsightly appearance. Even her biological parents scorned her, treating her like a beast of burden, subjecting her to relentless abuse. As she matured, her parents sold her to the household of a simpleton in a neighboring village, where she endured the disdain and mistreatment of her in-laws. Ultimately, in a fit of despair, she poisoned the entire family of the simpleton and stealthily returned to her parental home under the cover of night, ruthlessly slaying her own parents before fleeing southward, fortuitously joining Chifeng Stronghold. With her ruthless disposition and cunning, Wan Yuji gradually established herself within the stronghold, even earning the favor of Tu Wanxiong, who imparted to her some martial arts techniques. 6 months prior, she had mastered the basics, solidifying her position as the 3rd in command. "Spare me, my lady. Spare me," the minion cried, trembling in fear, devoid of any notion of resistance. In contrast to the violent temper of the leader, the 3rd in command was even more savage. While Tu Wanxiong, in a fit of rage, might simply eliminate a foe, Wan Yuji reveled in torturing her victims to death, especially taking pleasure in the demise of handsome men. "Enough, 3rd. Let him finish speaking," Tu Wanxiong said impatiently, gesturing dismissively, allowing Wan Yuji to retreat with a smile. "Now what is the fuss about? Report to the leader. The lackey of the Slender Monkey has returned with news that a hired assassin has slain several of our brothers at Chifeng Stronghold, and audaciously boasted about accepting a bounty to capture the leader." Crack. The armrest of the chair splintered as Tu Wanxiong's eyes blazed with fury. How dare anyone provoke Chifeng Stronghold? Very well, I shall see who dares to disturb the peace. He rose with imposing stature, instilling fear among those present. "Boss, please. Do not act impulsively. A noble from the capital is set to pass through Shishan Ridge. We must invite him, lest we incur wrath from above, which we cannot bear. As for the other matters, let the 3rd and 4th handle them. After all, a nameless assassin should be easily dealt with." The middle-aged scholar spoke eloquently, exuding an air of strategic prowess. He was none other than Luo Maokai, the 2nd in command of Chifeng Stronghold, known as the Poison Sword Scholar. Once a mere scholar who faced repeated failures in examinations, he turned to petty thievery. Following his misdeeds, he willingly sought refuge in Chifeng Stronghold. With his education and quick wit, he became Tu Wanxiong's chief advisor. Now, Chifeng Stronghold boasted nearly 1,000 members, a significant portion of its accomplishments credited to Luo Mount Sai's counsel. Second, What do we know about the adversary? Yesterday, news from the Yitingzhan indicated that someone had taken on the task of apprehending the boss. If I am not mistaken, the ones who encountered this individual must have been the Slim Monkey and his companions. However, the fact that this person sought directions from them suggests a lack of vigilance, most likely indicating a novice, a greenhorn, so there is no need for the boss to worry. Tu Wanxiong nodded, his anger subsiding somewhat. In that case, Lao San and Lao Si, take a few more men with you. Ensure that you bring him back alive. Rest assured, he will be alive, replied the bald cat with a sinister smile, a glint of bloodlust flickering in his eyes. Among the 4 leaders, Tu Wanxiong was quick to anger. Luo Maokai was the most cunning, and Ruan Yuji was quite venomous, but when it came to ruthlessness and killing, none could compare to the 4th leader, Bald Cat. His strikes were invariably lethal, leaving little chance for survival. Before long, 300 bandits, led by the 2 leaders, departed the stronghold in an orderly manner, heading down the mountain. At noon, under the blazing sun, the forest was stifling and humid. Dressed in black, Gu Chongqing sat beside a pile of stones, quietly munching on his rations. He occasionally glanced at the sky and then around his surroundings. At this moment, he finally accepted a harsh truth. He seemed to be lost. Yes, he was indeed lost. The Shishan Ridge was a deep forest without any official paths, and Qingfeng Zhai was nestled deep within the woods, where many trails were obscured by dense foliage. Unless one was familiar with the area, it would be quite a challenge to locate Qingfeng Zhai amidst the vast mountains. However, Gu Chaqing remained unperturbed. If he could find his way, he would. If not, he would eat on schedule and diligently practice his swordsmanship. After all, resting was out of the question, especially when his life was hanging by a thread. There was no time for rest. Once he departed from this world, he would have all the time to rest as he wished. The youth did not desire death, yet having been overshadowed by the specter of mortality since childhood, he had long prepared himself psychologically for the inevitable. If the day came when he must leave this world, he hoped to do so without regrets, filled instead with fondness and nostalgia. At the precipice, amidst the forest, when the people from Qingfeng Zhai arrived at this location, the corpses on the ground had grown entirely rigid, their blood long since dried. Such a vicious blade. Most of the victims had been slain with a single stroke to the throat. Even the second in command could hardly achieve such precision. Wait, this was not a sword. It must be a knife. The wounds were all inflicted by a blade, executed with such skill that it suggested at least a mastery of a particular sword technique. Yet, this individual wielded a knife instead of a sword, likely to conceal their identity. Based on the depth and force of the wounds, it was evident that the assailant was at least a practitioner at the bone refinement stage. It seemed we could not afford to be overly complacent. Heh, intriguing. Exceedingly intriguing. Bald Cat, a seasoned killer, had deduced the perpetrator's strength and methods merely from examining the corpses. However, he could never guess that the so-called killer was merely a novice in skin training, albeit possessing a remarkable proficiency in 3 sword techniques. To kill may require just 1 stroke, yet having additional sword techniques signifies a multitude of variations, especially crucial in a complex combat environment. The habit of killing and examining corpses is indeed characteristic of those who wield the knife. One usually nudged the corpses with her foot, discovering that each had been disturbed. Those who fancied themselves as chivalrous would hardly commit such disgraceful acts. However, the hired assassins were devoid of scruples. It was not uncommon for them to engage in murder and pillaging. If they were merely hired blades, there would be little cause for concern at Qifeng Stronghold. What shall we do now, old four? The Shishan Ridge is vast, and searching these mountains might mean we return to rest today. Ruan Yuji glanced around the surrounding woods, feeling an inexplicable agitation. She detested searching for others. Her true pleasure lay in tormenting them. Hey, 3rd Master, 4th Master, look. There's smoke rising near Lazixi. One of the bandits suddenly shouted, his expression animated. The group quickly turned to see, indeed, smoke billowing. In such desolate mountains, it was rare to encounter signs of life. Who would dare kindle a fire in the forest? Consequently, their first thought was of the hired assassins who had slain the likes of Shouho and others. Wait, Tamezi urgently called out to Ruan Yuji. Old 3. This could very well be a trap. Anyone with even a modicum of experience in the martial world knows that lighting a fire in the woods easily reveals one's presence, unless they are a complete fool lacking worldly knowledge. Very well, let us send someone to probe the situation first, while the rest encircle from behind and catch them off guard. Ruan Yuji agreed, nodding in affirmation before instructing her men to scout ahead. By the brook, wisps of smoke curled upwards, Gu Changqing savored a grilled fish while pondering deeply. Indeed, even if the youth lacked intelligence, he would actively engage in thought and confront adversity. His exquisite swordsmanship complemented the succulent fish perfectly. Ah, if only I had some salt and chili, the flavor would surely be enhanced. No, that is not right. He had strayed from the point. His provisions had been depleted, and thus the young man must find a way out of this wilderness swiftly. Now, which way is east? Alas, the youth possessed no sense of direction and resolved to stumble forward in one direction. Just then, a faint rustle emanated from the nearby thicket, as if someone were approaching. To encounter another in such remote mountains was indeed remarkable. The youth felt a surge of excitement rather than fear, casting aside the fish bones, donning his mask, and eagerly advancing. Among the underbrush, two beady-eyed bandits were cautiously crawling forward. Suddenly, a figure appeared before them, cloaked in black and masked. Gu Changqing. Greetings. Could you please direct me to Qifeng's stronghold? Gu Changqing inquired, striving to keep his tone as gentle as possible, as Aunt Lon had taught that politeness was essential when asking for directions. The two bandits exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of astonishment, confusion, and sheer blankness. Oh, are you bandits from Qifeng's stronghold? Gu Changqing noted the weapons in their hands, his brow furrowing slightly. Should he kill them or spare them? However, since they belonged to Qifeng's stronghold, they ought to know the way there, right? Third master, fourth master, come quickly, swish, swish. In a swift motion, he drew his sword, dispatching both with a single stroke to their throats. Two bandits fell to the ground in terror, soon succumbing to silence. Gu Changqing skillfully searched their bodies before turning to depart. He had likely surmised some details. The bandits of Qifeng's stronghold were likely in pursuit of him. His elder brother had once said, "A true hero does not suffer immediate losses. If one cannot fight, one must flee. This place is not suitable for lingering." Where are the others? Arriving late allowed him to escape. That wretched fellow was remarkably swift. Wan Yuji and Tu Maozi hurriedly approached, but alas, they were still a step or two behind. Their expressions darkened, feeling as if they had been played for fools. They had not anticipated that the assassin would be so cunning, executing a ruse that was both real and illusory, a clever blend that deceived them all. Indeed, he was no fool. He was likely an experienced veteran. Third brother, fourth brother, there are footprints here. This direction leads upstream along the Li River. Humph. That individual surely fled that way. Let us pursue swiftly. Wait. Tu Maozi interjected, coldly analyzing the situation. Our opponent is an old hand. He would not leave such blatant traces. These footprints may well be part of his cunning strategy. As our second brother once said, this is a case of luring the tiger out of its den, feigning one direction while advancing in another. What then shall we do? We will split our forces, encircling him from both sides and attacking from the front and rear. Upon sighting him, we shall signal immediately. Tu Maozi decisively arranged their course of action, to which Wan Yuji nodded in full agreement, recognizing the wisdom in fourth brother's words. Thus, the two leaders, in their own cleverness, divided their forces, each leading over 100 bandits upstream along the creek. Had Gu Changqing been present, he would have been filled with questions. What cunning schemes? What luring the tiger out of its den? What feigned movements? Such thoughts had never crossed his mind. In the mountains, water flowed gently, moonlight rippling across the surface. The night was tranquil, whispering winds accompanied by the stars, while bamboo shadows danced with poetic grace and floral fragrances filled the serene pond. In such a peaceful place, why concern oneself with the return journey? Yet, amidst this splendid scenery, the lurking threat of danger was palpable. A sudden scream shattered the mountain's tranquility, followed by the hurried sound of footsteps. This is bad. Everyone, be cautious. The voice came from nearby. The individual was close. 5 men formed a line, with a watch every 10 steps, determined to dig 3 feet into the earth to unearth the intruder. Tu Maozi, both startled and furious, felt his gaze darken to the utmost. Initially believing his adversary to be a mere novice, he had not anticipated the individual was a seasoned and ruthless veteran. In mere moments, Qifeng's stronghold had lost over 10 brothers, and they had not even exchanged blows. How could this not leave Tu Maozi feeling frustrated and aggrieved? The mountainous terrain was inherently complex, and with nightfall, visibility was exceedingly low. Even with torches, one could see but a short distance, creating a sense of visual blind spots. In contrast, Gu Changqing, with his sword's innate spiritual perception, understood his surroundings with clarity, navigating effortlessly as if he were a fish in water. Kill, kill, kill. As bodies fell amidst pools of blood, Gu Changqing gradually entered a state of profound focus. It must be said, A well-suited weapon is of paramount importance to a practitioner of the sword. In earlier encounters, whether wielding a wooden sword or a short blade, Gu Chaqing had felt little connection to his weapons, perceiving them merely as tools of combat. However, upon grasping the iron sword, he experienced an exhilarating sensation. As if it were an extension of his own body, a steadfast companion entwined with his very existence. With the sword in hand, he felt as though he could assert control over his own destiny. This profound realization enabled Gu Chaqing to refine his swordsmanship. Edging towards a harmonious mastery of the four styles, he dispatched foes with effortless grace, as elusive as an antelope's horn. Nevertheless, the brigands of Qifeng stronghold proved to be formidable. After a brief moment of chaos, they swiftly regained their composure, moving in clusters to form an expansive encirclement, ready to spring into action at the slightest disturbance. Concurrently, the leader, Tu Maizi, released a signal arrow, prompting Ruan Yuji to rally over 100 bandits towards their location. 20, 30, 40, 41, 42, 43. Gu Chaqing's pace of dispatching enemies began to wane, and it was only after he eliminated the 45th brigand that he caught the attention of Tu Maizi. In this world, one must acknowledge the significance of power and connections. Mere rudimentary skills are insufficient. With a mocking tone, Tu Maizi unleashed a furious assault with his sharp claws aimed at Gu Chaqing. The clash of iron rang out as the sword met the claws, forcing Gu Chaqing back several steps, his palm torn and bleeding. And the sword's blade suffered a grievous notch, clearly indicating a shift in momentum. Is this the extent of your prowess to attempt the task from Qifeng Stronghold's blacklist? Tu Maizi taunted, relishing the upper hand. Yet, a flicker of surprise coursed through him. As a master of bone forging, he had anticipated a swift victory over his opponent. Gu Chaqing glanced at his wounded hand, furrowing his brow slightly. He tore a strip from his garment and wrapped it around his right hand and the hilt of his sword. Pray tell, how did you find me? His curiosity was piqued. After searching the desolate mountains for hours without encountering a soul, it was astonishing that the brigands of Qifeng Stronghold had located him so quickly. Could they possess a method for tracking him? Are you genuinely Na'vi or merely feigning ignorance? Tu Maizi sneered. You dared to light a fire in the woods, producing such a plume of smoke that one would be hard-pressed to miss your presence. Oh, I see now, Gu Chaqing replied, enlightenment dawning upon him. And he expressed his gratitude. Such experiences were invaluable lessons from the world of martial arts, and he had gleaned yet another peculiar insight today. Thank you. I hope you can still express your gratitude later, Tu Maizi retorted, launching another assault, his claws now more menacing than ever. The air crackled with tension as the two engaged in a series of exchanges, and Gu Chaqing gradually found himself ensnared in a perilous predicament. His adversary's strength surpassed his own, and the weapon wielded against him was far sharper, rendering direct confrontation unfeasible. Acknowledging this reality, Gu Chaqing adopted a defensive stance, transitioning from offense to defense, blending rigidity into fluidity, utilizing his agile movements and exquisite swordplay to counter Tu Maizi. After several encounters, Tu Maizi began to sense an unsettling frustration. Despite his advantage, he could not subdue Gu Chaqing. This vexing sensation was akin to striking a fist against cotton. As the situation escalated, the anxious bald cat intensified his assault. Observing the fierce clash between the two, the surrounding bandits exchanged glances, too fearful to intervene. For those who had previously attempted a sneak attack had all fallen beneath Gu Chaqing's sword, as if their opponent possessed eyes in the back of his head. At that moment, Ruan Yuji arrived with 100 bandits, encircling the area completely. What was the current state of affairs? Rest assured, the third leader. The fourth leader has personally engaged and successfully subdued the opponent. Had it not been for the desire to toy with him, the fourth leader would have likely apprehended the adversary already. Who would have thought that fellow was rather formidable? Managing to withstand the fourth leader's prowess for such an extended period, far superior to some who merely appear impressive but lack substance. A little torment should ensure he does not succumb easily, right? Just as Ruan Yuji's words faded, the bald cat's lethal claws tore through Gu Chaqing's arm, inflicting grave injury multiple times. Witnessing this, the surrounding bandits grew increasingly excited, cheering and jeering at the spectacle. However, as time progressed, the dynamics began to shift subtly. Though Gu Chaqing bore several wounds and appeared to be at a disadvantage, his swordsmanship remained exquisite, exhibiting no signs of defeat. His breathing was steady and calm, as if fatigue were a foreign concept. In contrast, the bald cat, having hastily unleashed his strength, suffered significant fatigue, showing slight delays in his movements. In the deadly dance of combat, a moment's hesitation could shift the balance, as the bald cat faltered by a fraction, Gu Chaqing grew stronger, altering the tide of the battle. Fourth leader, stop toying around. The boss is waiting for us to provide support. Let us conclude this swiftly, Yuan Yuji urged. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, she feared the bald cat might falter at a critical moment. Yet, the bald cat found himself at a loss for words, silently lamenting his plight. Are you blind? Can't you see I've exerted all my strength? This is not a game. Third brother, hurry and assist me. This fellow is peculiar. He has been feigning weakness to conceal his true abilities, undoubtedly a cunning veteran. Huh, so you seek my aid at last? Very well, since you were so earnestly pleading. I shall show mercy. Her words abruptly ceased as Yuan Yuji stood in stunned silence, witnessing the bald cat's throat pierced by an iron sword. His eyes filled with disbelief. In the balance of life and death, stars flickered. A fleeting thought of light, a fleeting thought of darkness. Thud. The body collapsed. The bald cat gradually losing vitality, leaving the surrounding bandits enveloped in silence. Is he dead? The notorious fourth leader of Qifeng Stronghold has perished just like that. He was a master of bone forging. Many bandits rubbed their eyes, struggling to comprehend what had just transpired. In truth, the bald cat's energy had been depleted to its limits. When he attempted to speak, he inadvertently revealed a vulnerability that Gu Chaqing seized upon, leading to his successful counterattack. As the crowd stood in stunned silence, Gu Chaqing suddenly surged forward, charging directly towards the periphery of the bandits. Swish, swish, swish. With a single sword strike, he executed a dazzling series of 12 flashes, akin to stars streaking across the night sky. The bandits, who had intended to intervene, fell to the ground in unison, their eyes wide with terror. By the time Yuan Yuji regained her senses, Gu Chaqing's silhouette had already vanished into the darkness. Flee? Did you think you could escape? No sooner had the words left her lips than Yuan Yuji, consumed by fury, pursued him, leaving behind a group of disoriented bandits. On the official road at Shishan Ridge, a convoy of official carriages moved forward slowly, flanked by fully armed guards, their expressions solemn. At the mountain's peak, the bandits from Qingfeng Stronghold had long been waiting. The headman, the noble from the capital, has arrived. What are the third and fourth brothers doing? Why haven't they shown up yet? Perhaps they took some time to search for that assassin. Forget them. Be ready to act at any moment. Understood. With that, silence once again enveloped the mountaintop. Before long, several furtive figures crept down the mountain. Half an hour later, Gu Chaqing collapsed by a stream, splashing water on his face and drinking deeply to quench his thirst and alleviate his fatigue. Surely, he must have lost them by now. From slaughter to escape, Gu Chaqing had not paused for a moment. His stamina was nearly depleted. Were it not for the slight recovery of energy after each kill, he would likely have succumbed to exhaustion by now. Nonetheless, through the crucible of violence, Gu Chaqing's mind had matured, and his swordsmanship had achieved new heights. The strike that felled the bald bandit had been as fleeting as a meteor, breathtaking in its swiftness. Why aren't you running anymore? Keep going. A sharp, mocking voice suddenly pierced the air as Yuan Yuji approached, panting heavily. Yet, upon seeing Gu Chaqing's face unmasked, a frenzied, bloodthirsty smile spread across her features. Who would have thought that the assassin who killed the bald bandit would be such an incredibly handsome young man? Splendid. Truly splendid. How exhilarating. Yuan Yuji trembled with excitement. As if she had not felt such thrill in ages. She relished tormenting and killing those who were attractive, especially men, because they provided the perfect trifecta of entertainment, cruelty, and death. In comparison, the bald bandit's demise was utterly insignificant. After all, a worthless individual's death meant little. However, Yuan Yuji did not rush to strike. After pursuing him for a considerable time, her own stamina had waned, and it was a suitable moment to catch her breath. Are you also a bandit? Gu Chaqing gripped his iron sword tightly, instinctively donning his mask once more. Although the other party had already seen his face, he felt a sense of security with the mask in place. What is the matter? Has the young lord never encountered a female bandit before? Gu Chaqing nodded honestly. Believing that bandits were all men, Yuan Yuji found the young man amusing and sought to provoke him further. Young lord, you have killed so many from our Qifeng Stronghold. What do you think should be done about it? It was they who struck first. Gu Chaqing felt a tinge of injustice. He had never contemplated engaging in violence or harboring enmity towards others, yet those bandits sought to take his life. Had it not been for his modest skills, he would likely be dead by now. Young master, why not consider this? You obediently return with me, and I shall accept you as my consort. Yuan Yuji feigned a bashful demeanor, her eyes brimming with desire. However, Gu Chaqing shook his head, though it may be somewhat impolite to say. You are not only unattractive but also harbor malevolent intentions. We are simply incompatible. With the aid of his heightened perception, Gu Chaqing could easily discern Wan Yuji's malice. She had not anticipated such a cruel retort from him, leaving her momentarily stunned, her defenses crumbling in an instant. Ugly creature, black-faced dog, reviled by all. Echoed in her mind, a cruel nursery rhyme from her childhood, each line etched into her heart with venom. Those who had tormented her met with a grim fate at her hands. From that moment forward, the dark thoughts within her could no longer be suppressed, blossoming into the venomous woman she had become. You. I shall kill you. No, killing you would be too merciful. I shall sever your limbs and turn you into a living corpse, rendering you unable to seek life or death. Wan Yuji's chest heaved violently, her rigid expression contorting into a ghastly snarl, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent. With a crack, a long whip lashed out, akin to a serpent probing its path, aimed directly at Gu Chaqing's neck. The sword sprang forth like the wind, attempting to parry the strike. Yet the whip, unlike ordinary blades, bore no predictable form. Although he managed to block its assault, the razor-sharp tip struck his arm with ferocity, tearing his sleeve and leaving a deep crimson mark. Boy, I shall peel your flesh away piece by piece, so you may savor the taste of slow death. As she spoke, Wan Yuji's whip descended once more. Gu Chaqing could not evade it, and the whip's cruel bite tore into his back, staining his garments with blood. Crack, crack, crack. The relentless strikes continued, leaving him unable to block or evade. At that moment, Gu Chaqing was covered in wounds, his appearance utterly harrowing, the stream beneath him stained red, casting an eerie glow under the moonlight. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. His body and spirit were nearly spent. His hands trembled as they gripped the sword, sustained solely by the flicker of his will. He did not wish to perish. He still had a life to live, a promise made to Aunt Lon. In a daze, Gu Chaqing suddenly recalled the scene from his first practice with the leather, where his senior brother relentlessly struck him to build his resilience. The image was strikingly similar to his current plight, though Wan Yuji's whip was far heavier, more vicious, and infinitely more painful. Gu Chaqing was no stranger to pain. During his initial medicinal bath, he had endured excruciating agony yet remained silent. So what was this torment in comparison? In light of this, let us assume the training is complete. Well, you pursue your endeavors while I focus on mine. Meanwhile, as the battle intensified, Wan Yuji became increasingly exhilarated, her heart surging with an inexplicable frenzy and delight, akin to having consumed a potent elixir. 10 lashes, 20 lashes, 30 lashes. Gu Chaqing endured over 100 strikes, his garments tattered and worn, reminiscent of the cruel punishment of Ling Qi. Whenever he neared his breaking point, the spirit of the sword within his mind would quiver slightly, enveloping him in a warm embrace that coursed through his entire being. After enduring several dozen more lashes, Gu Chaqing's pores suddenly expanded, every inch of his flesh vibrating and becoming denser, as impurities were expelled through wounds and pores, akin to iron being forged through relentless hammering. His strength gradually magnified, a faint luminescence emanating from the youth. Having achieved a rudimentary mastery, he possessed a formidable strength of 800 June. With a swift motion, Gu Chaqing reached out and seized the long whip that had struck him, unfazed by the blood drawn on his palm. I have you now. Taking a deep breath, a fierce glint ignited in his eyes. Lacking experience in combat with whips, he resorted to the most rudimentary method, using his flesh to test the whip's assault before gripping it tightly. What? You. Let go, you brat. Release it. Unable to wield the whip, Wan Yuji found her full strength stifled, feeling increasingly constrained. In contrast, Gu Chaqing, experiencing a breakthrough in the heat of battle, grew ever more valiant, daringly closing in to engage Wan Yuji in close combat. With no other choice, Wan Yuji drew her short sword to counter him. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of blades rang out, cold glints flashing. Gu Chaqing maintained an air of composure, while Wan Yuji bore 2 shallow wounds on her arms. Having entered the realm of refining the body, Wan Yuji's strength hovered around 900 June, only slightly surpassing Gu Chaqing. After all, as one progresses to the later stages of body refinement, augmenting strength becomes increasingly arduous, with a greater emphasis on overall physical enhancement, barring certain exceptionally gifted warriors. It was evident that Wan Yuji was not among the exceptionally gifted, thus rendering her limited advantage in cultivation relatively insignificant. Swish, swish, swish. Confronted with Gu Chaqing's masterful swordplay, Wan Yuji found herself retreating steadily, her body marred with injuries, appearing particularly disheveled. I will kill you. I must kill you. Wan Yuji's madness escalated. her eyes glimmering with a hint of bloodlust. Die. With that, she suddenly hurled a handful of toxic powder, a sinister smile creeping across her lips. The toxic powder, a far more insidious tactic than lime powder, was often scorned by many warriors, yet proved to be highly effective in life-and-death situations. In response to this sudden ambush, the instinctive reaction of an ordinary warrior would be to hold their breath and retreat from the area enveloped in the toxic powder. However, Gu Changqing disregarded it entirely, closing his eyes to rely on his mental perception of the surroundings, continuing to engage in combat. Wan Yuji was caught off guard by his audacity. Here it comes. To the left. Thud. The short sword pierced Gu Changqing's shoulder, sending a sharp pain coursing through him. However, he did not relent. Instead, he seized Wan Yuji's wrist with a swift motion. Bracing against the sword with unwavering resolve was merely a ploy to exploit the fleeting vulnerability that his opponent had inadvertently revealed. Whoosh! In the delicate balance between life and death, a moment of clarity surged within the young man's heart. The 12 kills of Taiyin stars materialized in his mind. Each thought of the stars a thought of murder. At this juncture, the Taiyin swordsmanship reached an ethereal mastery. No, do not kill me. I was wrong. I truly erred. Spare me. The murderous intent consumed Wan Yuji's spirit, her eyes widening in terror as she confronted the chilling specter of death for the first time. Almost immediately, grotesque faces filled with malice emerged within her mind, engendering a profound sense of regret. Unbeknownst to her, she had been the architect of many deaths. Is this the essence of karmic retribution? Thud. A sword plunged into her throat, extinguishing all grievances. How could this be possible? How could there exist such a terrifying sword technique in the world? Wan Yuji collapsed to the ground, her contorted visage a testament to boundless remorse and dread. Gu Changqing knelt, gasping for breath. At that moment, a radiant aura emanated from Wan Yuji, merging into Gu Changqing's being. Whether it was merely an illusion, he keenly observed that the spiritual light surrounding her seemed to intensify, and her once exhausted form gradually regained some vitality. After a brief interval, Gu Changqing found himself capable of movement once more. In the realm of martial arts, it is customary to search the bodies of the fallen. However, Gu Changqing was taken aback to discover that Wan Yuji possessed little wealth. Instead, he unearthed an array of cosmetics and personal effects belonging to a woman. What need does a bandit leader have for such frivolities? How peculiar. Ultimately, Gu Changqing uncovered a small booklet, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The inferior martial arts manual Spirit Snake's 3 whips. This must be the whip technique Wan Yuji had just employed. I shall keep it for future reference. It may prove useful. Although it is not swordsmanship, one can learn from other disciplines. The Qingyan sword sect currently lacks an abundance of martial arts manuals, as most of their heritage was lost in the chaos of 3 centuries past. Otherwise, they would not have fallen into such decline. The third master must be ahead. Let us pursue swiftly. That fellow is remarkably swift. If not for the markings left by the third master, we might not have been able to keep pace. Once we capture him, I shall ensure he pays dearly for his transgressions. Another of my great aunt's moves. Does it still concern you? Hee voices of the bandits echoed from not far away, having caught up with alarming speed. Gu Changqing inhaled deeply and vanished into the depths of the forest. In the dark of night, the aura of death was palpable. The young man appeared like a specter, materializing behind each bandit. With the rise and fall of his sword, lives extinguished like meteors. The cacophony of chaos reverberated through the mountains, filled with cries of anguish and pleas for mercy. The leaderless bandits, akin to stricken hounds, fled in a frenzy, utterly bereft of any thought of resistance. Thus, as Gu Changqing pursued and eliminated his foes, he gradually made his way toward the direction of Qingfeng's stronghold. This lad is truly an extraordinary monster. Not far away, under the canopy of trees, Jian Xiaozi stood in stunned disbelief, grappling with the incredulity of the situation. A martial artist, still in the early stages of their training, had carved a bloody path through a throng of 300 bandits, not only slaying 2 of their leaders, but also routing the entire gang. Such a feat was nothing short of astonishing. It was hard to imagine that even a fully trained warrior could achieve such a remarkable outcome. Jian Xiaozi had long lost count of how many times he had been astonished. It seemed that every battle fought by Gu Changqing brought him immense surprise, even fear. Initially, he had prepared himself to intervene at any moment, but it now appeared utterly unnecessary. Reflecting on this, Jian Xiaozi silently cursed the ancestors of the Gu family, lamenting their misdeeds. Young Gu, press on. May you go even further. After this moment of introspection, Jian Xiaozi's figure gradually faded into the night. Meanwhile, on the official road, Flames soared into the sky. 100 armored guards formed a line beside the convoy as sporadic arrows rained down, resulting in significant casualties. Moments later, hundreds of bandits charged down the hills, encircling the convoy. However, they did not rush to attack. Instead, they drew their weapons, creating a tense standoff before parting to make way. Soon, Tu Wanxiong and Luo Maokai stepped forward side by side. Is Lord Zhou present? Luo Maokai called out loudly, displaying a semblance of courtesy. After a brief pause, an elderly man in a blue robe emerged from the convoy, his piercing gaze sweeping over the surrounding bandits, exuding an aura of unspoken authority. Be cautious, my lord, the captain of the guards warned, stepping protectively in front of the elder, displaying a wary expression. The elder gently patted the captain's shoulder, signaling him to stand aside, then turned to the bandit leader. I am Zhou Qing'an. Who are you? From Qingfeng village, Tu Wanxiong. I greet you, Lord Zhou, replied Tu Wanxiong. Luo Maokai, I also pay my respects, Lord Zhou, added Luo Maokai, both fanning about with a hint of amusement in their expressions. Tu Wanxiong, the venomous blade? You are a wanted criminal. The captain's expression darkened, his wariness intensifying. Those who made it onto the wanted list were all nefarious individuals, particularly someone like Tu Wanxiong, who commanded his own faction, certainly not to be trifled with. Yet, Zhou Qing'an showed no signs of fear, retorting coldly, you dare to block the road and harm officials of the court? Do you not fear the law? The law? Luo Maokai smiled. In this region of Shishan Ridge, we are the law. Ha ha. Tu Wanxiong burst into laughter, the surrounding bandits joining in, as if they had no regard for the authority of the court. Lord Zhou, we prefer to avoid conflict. It would be wise for you to accompany us willingly. Luo Maokai threatened. Zhou Qing'an's expression darkened. What an audacious Qingfeng village. I have come here to eradicate your rebellion, and yet you present yourselves at my door. Form ranks and slay the enemies. As he spoke, Zhou Qing'an seized a bow and shot directly at Tu Wanxiong. Although Zhou Qing'an is a great scholar, he is also well-versed in the gentlemanly arts, including archery and horsemanship. With a swift release of the arrow, the sound of it slicing through the air resembled a vibrant rainbow, piercing the sun, aiming directly for Tu Wanxiong's brow. Whoosh, the arrow flashed past, and Tu Wanxiong hastily turned his head to narrowly evade it, yet a crimson line now marred his temple. You old fool, refusing to drink the good wine. You shall taste the bitter, he roared. Kill them. Slay, slay, slay. At his command, hundreds of bandits surged forward once more, launching a barrage of flaming arrows, igniting chaos on the battlefield. Outside Qifeng stronghold, a lone figure stood resolutely. The bandits atop the stone walls quickly noticed this presence. Something felt amiss. The newcomer was clad in tattered, bloodied garments, his face obscured by a mask. In the dimness of the night, it was hard not to associate him with sinister forces. Are you human or ghost, daring to intrude upon my Qingfeng stronghold? The leader of the bandits blustered, brandishing a torch as if to ward off evil spirits. Ah, is this indeed Qifeng stronghold? Gu Chaqing paused momentarily, a look of delight illuminating his features. It seemed his relentless pursuit of the bandits had serendipitously led him to their lair, saving him considerable time. Might you kindly open the door? I seek your chief. Tu Wanxiong. His demeanor was remarkably courteous, and his words were imbued with politeness. One might mistake him for a friend of the chief come to pay a visit. As anticipated, the bandits collectively sighed in relief upon hearing his words, realizing he was not a specter. Pray tell, which brother from the righteous path do you hail from? What business do you have with our chief? The leading bandit clasped his hands but made no move to open the door, as the four chiefs were absent, and it was prudent to ascertain the situation first. Oh, I'm an assassin, tasked with a bounty to capture Tu Wanxiong. Please, open the door. Gu Chaqing spoke candidly, leaving the bandits momentarily bewildered. Hey, brother, do you even hear what you're saying? You, an assassin, not only brazenly come to apprehend our chief but also expect us to grant you entry? Do you think Qifeng stronghold is your home? Have assassins become so reckless these days? Quick, sound the alarm. We are under attack. The clang of the gong echoed through the air, sending a wave of panic through Qifeng stronghold. Before long, dozens of bandits took their positions upon the stone walls, weapons drawn and ready for action. This was the entirety of their forces. Must we slay once more? Gu Chaqing stood with his sword drawn, his brow furrowed. Although his master had told him that matters of the martial world were best resolved within its own confines, and that slaying bandits would not contravene Wei Wu's laws, Gu Chaqing truly abhorred the act of killing. It was a desecration of life. Yet, these bandits seemed intent on ending his. Very well. Then let us adhere to the rules of the martial world. After all, you were the ones who initiated hostilities. With that, a flurry of arrows was released. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of bandits unleashed their volleys, the air filled with the ominous sound of arrows slicing through the night. Gu Chongqing wielded his sword with an elegance that painted circles in the air, executing his profound swordplay with an unbreakable steadiness akin to a mountain. The clang of metal echoed as the cold, glimmering blades crisscrossed in a dazzling display. Arrows were repelled effortlessly to either side of Gu Chongqing, unable to inflict even the slightest harm upon him. With a surge of momentum, he propelled himself forward, ascending the three-zhang high stone rampart in 3 swift strides. Each flash of his sword marked a lethal step, the icy brilliance resembling a constellation of stars. Moments later, tranquility enveloped Qingfeng village once more. The surroundings steeped in an eerie silence. Suddenly, the heavy gate of Qifeng village was forcefully kicked open, and Gu Chongqing strode confidently within. Yet, the vast expanse of the village was eerily still, devoid of any human presence, casting an unsettling atmosphere. At that moment, a feeble voice emerged from a nearby earthen dwelling. "Help? Is there anyone to save me? Help? Help?" A plump young boy leaned against the door of his cell, his opulent attire hinting at his noble lineage, appearing to be around 15 or 16 years of age. As he pleaded for assistance, he pounded on the door, yearning to attract the attention of those outside. Moments ago, Qian Sanbao had been jolted from slumber by the sounds of chaos outside, which had subsided all too quickly. Such circumstances could only suggest 2 possibilities. Either the intruders had been repelled or slain, or the bandits of Qifeng village had met their demise. Although the latter seemed less likely, what if the bandits had indeed been vanquished, offering him a chance to escape? He had to seize this opportunity. Even if he miscalculated, the worst outcome would be another beating. Alas, despite his persistent knocking, no one answered, and the weight of despair began to overshadow his flickering hope. "Excuse me, were you the one calling for help just now?" A clear voice pierced the silence, prompting the boy to turn swiftly. To his astonishment, a bloodied figure clad in a black robe and mask stood before the cell, nearly causing him to recoil in fright. What respectable individual would attire themselves in such a ghastly manner? Could it be that he had stumbled into a trap of treachery? Yet, as these thoughts raced through his mind, the boy quickly composed himself. "Yes, it is I. Please, noble hero, save me. And who might you be? What brings you to this place?" "I am Qian Sanbao, the young master of the wealthy pavilion in Nanling City. Our merchant caravan was en route through Shishan Ridge when we were ambushed by the bandits of Qifeng village. They slaughtered many and captured me, subjecting me to beatings and insults, depriving me of food." His voice broke into sobs as he hugged his knees, overwhelmed by despair. Had he known such misfortune awaited him, he would never have ventured out in secret. Unable to endure the boy's wails, Gu Chongqing decisively smashed open the door, allowing Qian Sanbao to emerge. "Thank you. Thank you for saving me, noble hero. Do not mention it. I did not come specifically to rescue you." Qian Sanbao's expression froze, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Though gratitude swelled within him, an awkward sensation lingered. "Noble hero, there are others imprisoned in the cells as well, all taken by the bandits of Qifeng village. Could you possibly rescue them too?" Qian Sanbao is indeed a man of kind heart. Having witnessed the brutality of bandits and understood the sufferings of humanity, he empathizes deeply with the plight of others, fostering within him a sense of compassion. Gu Chongqing nodded in agreement, perceiving this as a mere trifling task. Subsequently, the two opened one earthen prison after another. Yet the gruesome scenes within delivered a profound shock to the 2 youths, evoking imagery akin to a hell on earth, utterly tragic and inhumane. Some of these dungeons served as execution sites, littered with blood-stained instruments of torture, where most hostages had been mercilessly tormented to death, their corpses mangled beyond recognition. The sight was so harrowing that Qian Sanbao retched on the spot, an experience likely to haunt him for a lifetime. In other cells, women clad in tattered garments languished, subjected daily to the cruelty and indignities of the bandits, their eyes reflecting despair and numbness. Upon learning of their impending rescue, the women wept inconsolably, yet felt utterly lost. Captured for over a month, they had witnessed the brutal murder of their kin and had their innocence ravaged. In such a feudal era, these women found themselves homeless, facing a fate even more cruel, drowning in a pig cage, enduring fiery torture, or forever bearing the stigma of disgrace. For them, survival had become a torment. In the realm of existence, every action bears a consequence. If not for witnessing it firsthand, Who could fathom the depths of depravity to which mere bandits could sink? Could this wretched world not exhibit a touch of kindness? Filled with sorrow and indignation, Qian Sanbao felt helpless, while Gu Chaqing remained silent, his heart heavy with oppression. Initially, Gu Chaqing had come to fulfill a task on the blacklist, harboring some reluctance towards violence. However, the sights before him completely shattered his perceptions, awakening a strange desire for vengeance within him. All the bandits of Qingfeng village deserve to perish, none of them innocent. Rest assured, we at Fuguo Lu shall provide for these individuals, Qian Sanbao solemnly vowed. Gu Chaqing nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. In his weakness, he felt there was little he could do. After a brief interval, all the hostages gathered at the center of the mountain stronghold, approximately 30 individuals, half of whom were women, with some appearing utterly frail, requiring assistance to walk. They collectively knelt in gratitude, expressing their heartfelt thanks to Gu Chaqing for his life-saving act, with some even wishing to erect a longevity tablet in his honor. There is no need for such gestures. Gu Chaqing quickly waved his hands, urging them to depart promptly. Encountering such a scene for the first time made the young man feel somewhat ill at ease. Yet, being the recipient of such gratitude made him feel that he had accomplished something meaningful. Perhaps this was what his elder brother meant by punishing evil and promoting good brings peace to the heart. The universe is a reflection of one's thoughts. By the way, Qian Sanbao, what of the other bandits in Qifeng village? I accepted the task on the blacklist to apprehend Tu Wanxiong. Gu Chaqing, still troubled by his inability to encounter Tu Wanxiong, expressed his concern. Qian Sanbao, quick-witted, pondered for a moment before responding. I vaguely heard some bandits mention that their leader seems to have descended the mountain for a raid, though it is uncertain when he shall return. Do you know their direction? Gu Chaqing inquired. I was imprisoned in the dungeon, so I am unaware of the situation outside, Qian Sanbao replied with a wry smile. Shaking his head. Indeed. You may proceed first. I shall wait a while longer. Gu Chaqing, with a steadfast resolve, found himself at a loss for words as Qian Sanbao hesitated. In truth, Qian Sanbao yearned to implore Gu Chaqing to escort them from this place. Yet after a moment's reflection, he refrained. One must exercise discretion. To be overly demanding might provoke disdain and lead to one's own undoing, leaving no refuge for lamentation. Nevertheless, having endured this ordeal, Qian Sanbao silently resolved to hone his skills diligently upon returning. He sought not supremacy, but merely the means for self-preservation. After bidding farewell to the chubby companions, the youth perched alone atop the stone wall, silently observing the flickering embers of the fire, while the entire encampment lay shrouded in an eerie stillness. What should he do now? He had no inkling of when Tu Wanxiong and his bandits would return. Was he to linger here through the night? No, he had already been absent for 2 days. If he did not return by tomorrow, his elder brother would surely be worried. However, unbeknownst to the youth, his elder brother was currently reveling in indulgence at the Huahuang Pavilion, living a life of carefree abandon. Should he venture forth in search of them? Yet, that too seemed unwise. The mountains were vast, and he risked becoming lost again. How could he entice them to return sooner? As Gu Chaqing contemplated, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He recalled the earlier incident where he had drawn the bandits with the fire used to roast fish. Perhaps, if he ignited a flame in Qifeng village, Tu Wanxiong and his men would spot the glow and return. Ah, what a splendid idea. The youth was elated to discover that he had indeed gained some insight. Truly, his elder brother was correct. The wisdom gleaned from countless books pales in comparison to the lessons learned through experience. With this thought in mind, he approached an abandoned thatched cottage and set a fire. Crackling loudly, the flames shot skyward. However, a gust of wind swept through, causing the inferno to spread uncontrollably. In mere moments, the entire Qifeng village was ablaze, casting a crimson glow across the night sky. What is this? The youth, unaccustomed to such a spectacle, widened his eyes in shock, momentarily paralyzed with uncertainty. Had he truly summoned disaster upon himself? On the official road, fierce combat raged, with the air thick with the scent of blood. After several volleys of arrows and rolling stones, the Imperial Guards suffered grievous losses, with scarcely a tenth remaining. Yet, undaunted, they fought valiantly, displaying remarkable resolve. Particularly notable was the guard captain, Wei Yang, a martial artist at the pinnacle of his training, who held his ground against 2 adversaries without yielding. By the carriage, Zhou Cheng'an continuously drew his bow, raining arrows upon the foes, thereby restraining the 2 bandit leaders from becoming overly aggressive. Old master, this place is no longer safe. We must depart. Leave this to Captain Wei and his men, urged a personal guard. attempting to usher Zhou Cheng'an away. However, Zhou Cheng'an remained unmoved, shaking his head resolutely. There are those who wish to detain me here. Retreating now may be too late. As Zhou Cheng'an's words fell, a thunderous roar echoed from the mountainside behind them. The group turned to witness a colossal boulder tumbling down, abruptly blocking their escape route. It seemed they were truly trapped. In this journey, I have long disregarded the notions of life and death. Since escape is not an option, I shall confront these bandits head-on. With that declaration, Zhou Cheng'an cast aside his longbow and unsheathed the sword from his chariot, preparing to join the fray. However, at that moment, a mysterious blaze erupted in the distant mountains, illuminating half the sky with a crimson glow. What? Is there a wildfire over there? That direction seems somewhat familiar. Wait, is that not the peak of Qingfeng's stronghold? What? Our Qingfeng stronghold is ablaze. What on earth is happening? The second-in-command cried out in alarm. It's bad. Our Qingfeng stronghold is on fire. The bandits, taken aback and in a state of panic, began to shout and scream. Slap. Tu Wanxiang recoiled and struck a nearby bandit away with a forceful hand, exclaiming, "What in the world is going on? How could Qingfeng stronghold, in perfect condition, catch fire? Is this operation a trap? Has someone leaked information ahead of time?" The more he pondered, the more uneasy he became, and thus, he began to entertain thoughts of retreat. Boss, we have likely fallen into a trap. We should return and deliberate further. But what of Zhou Cheng'an? As long as the green hills remain, one need not worry about firewood. Then we retreat. The winds are fierce. Let us hasten. With the call to withdraw echoing, the bandits of Qingfeng's stronghold fled in disarray. Before descending the mountain, they had been brimming with confidence. Yet now, not only had they encountered a formidable foe, but their very home had been plundered, leaving them in utter turmoil. In mere moments, hundreds of bandits were in full retreat, leaving chaos in their wake. The sudden turn of events left Zhou Cheng'an and his companions momentarily bewildered. They could not fathom why the seemingly victorious Qingfeng stronghold had abruptly retreated. What could possibly be the reason? Old man, could the sudden withdrawal of Qingfeng stronghold's bandits be a trap? Do you believe they still have the capacity for schemes in such a situation? If they possess such cunning, why would they remain as bandits when they could fare better as soldiers? What shall we do now? I heard the bandits shout. It seems there has been a significant change at the Qingfeng stronghold. Send a few men to quietly follow them and ascertain the situation. Clearly, this group is under orders. We must not alarm them. Understood. Wei Yang bowed in agreement and promptly dispatched 3 loyal guards to trail the bandits. Subsequently, Zhou Cheng'an and Wei Yang continued their journey, while the remaining members stayed behind to secure the area and await reinforcements. With the absence of bandit interference on the official road, their passage was remarkably smooth. The raging flames illuminated the heavens and the earth, seemingly intent on turning the wicked stronghold of Qifeng into ash. Gu Chaqing gazed from afar, the flickering firelight casting shadows upon his face, now bright, now dim. Initially, the youth felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, he had always been well-behaved and conscientious, never having harmed even an ant. Yet, as he contemplated the innocent lives cruelly taken by the bandits, an inexplicable sense of tranquility washed over him. Never mind it. I shall not dwell on such thoughts. After engaging in battle and bloodshed, Gu Changqing felt a bit fatigued. He decided to take a moment to rest and read, thus retrieving a slender book from his garment, The Adventures of the Eldest Disciple in the Jianghu. This is the book that Shuri forcibly handed to Gu Chaqing when he left the sect. It is said to contain the experiences and insights of the senior brother from his travels with the master in the martial world. Opening the first page, it reads, "The Chronicles of the Jianghu. The best strategy is to flee. If you cannot win, run. Preserving one's life is paramount." Gu Chaqing nodded in contemplation, finding great wisdom in his senior brother's words. Only by surviving can one accomplish more, such as seeking vengeance or pursuing immortality. Continuing to the second page, it states, "Money is the courage of the timid. Lust is a dagger to the bone. Women merely affect the speed at which I draw my sword. Thus, one must accumulate wealth." Gu Changqing wholeheartedly agreed, feeling as if he had received sudden enlightenment. This statement was indeed profound, yet coming from his senior brother, it felt somewhat peculiar, considering both his master and senior brother frequented the brothel. Turning to the third page, in the Jianghu, one must accept wounds. You strike me, and I shall strike back, until all grievances are resolved. This sentiment is easily understood. Traversing the Jianghu inevitably leads to enmity, and if one is harmed, retaliation is essential until the adversary is vanquished, thereby resolving all disputes. The fourth page reads, "Root out evil completely. This is true benevolence." The fifth states, Wherever there are people, there exists the Jianghu, so avoid crowded places. The 6th page proclaims, a lion hunts a rabbit with all its might. Mercy shown to women is a lack of compassion. The 7th page concludes, the Jianghu is not merely about fighting, it is about ending violence with violence. As Gu Changqing immersed himself deeper into the book, he felt increasingly invigorated, captivated by its profound insights. The Chronicles of the Jianghu is straightforward, yet deeply thought-provoking. With every sentence brimming with the wisdom of the martial world, each reading brought forth new realizations, as though he had suddenly become wiser. What an extraordinary book! Meanwhile, as Tu Wanxiang and his band of brigands returned to their hideout, the raging flames had already engulfed the entire Qifeng stronghold. Even if they wished to extinguish the fire at that moment, it was far too late. Boss, over there. A brigand suddenly spotted Gu Changqing not far away. Engrossed in reading, oblivious to the surrounding outlaws, Tu Wanxiang and Luo Maokai exchanged glances, feeling a sense of absurdity. How could someone remain so composed and focused on reading in such an environment? What the hell are you doing here, so engrossed in your studies in this desolate place? Wait, could it be that this fellow set the Qingfeng stronghold ablaze just to have light for reading? No way. That is not right. The person is clad in a black robe and wears a mask. Could he be the mysterious assassin who accepted the bounty from the blacklist? With this thought in mind, Tu Wanxiang could not help but approach. Which faction do you belong to, sir? Why have you intruded upon our Qifeng stronghold? Please state your name. Ah, Qifeng stronghold? Wonderful. You have finally returned. I have been waiting for you for quite some time, Gu Changqing responded, momentarily taken aback. Then revealing a look of joy. His clear eyes sparkled with genuine delight, as if he were reuniting with an old friend, leaving the surrounding brigands utterly bewildered. What is happening here? Could it be that he is not an enemy, but rather an ally? Excuse me, which of you is Tu Wanxiang? I am the assassin sent specifically to apprehend Tu Wanxiang. Gu Changqing politely inquired, then reluctantly tucked away his booklet, only to produce a sheet of rice paper, which bore the wanted notice for Tu Wanxiang. At that moment, the surrounding bandits felt a chill run down their spines, as if struck by lightning. The apparent joy on the other's face was perplexing. If he was not one of their own, what was the source of his elation? Did he truly believe that the bandits of King Fengsai could be easily manipulated like soft persimmons? How audacious! A mere blade bearer. Everyone, be on high alert. Eliminate him. Keep a close watch on this fellow. The bandits around him drew their weapons, adopting an attitude of imminent confrontation. Tu Wanxiang was momentarily taken aback. His expression swiftly transforming into one of fury, his face as cold as frost. It was then that Luo Maokai spoke first. Where are the 3rd and 4th? Did they perish at your hands? Gu Changqing nodded slightly, explaining, I was originally only pursuing Tu Wanxiang, but they attempted to kill me, leaving me no choice but to retaliate. The bandits were left speechless, their minds entangled in confusion. Luo Maokai gritted his teeth and pressed on, so, you were also the one who set fire to King Fengsai? My apologies, it was unintentional. I merely wished to start a small fire to hasten your return. But the wind swept it away, igniting the entire stronghold. Gu Changqing offered a slight bow, his demeanor apologetic yet maintaining politeness. The bandits stared wide-eyed, their expressions a mix of disbelief and frustration. Hey, do you even hear what you're saying? You kill and set fires, then apologize? If apologies were sufficient, why do we need laws? Ah, right. We are bandits, then it's of no concern. Kill, kill, kill. Bring him down. Tu Wanxiang felt his lungs nearly burst with rage, bellowing orders as hundreds of bandits surged toward Gu Changqing, intending to swarm him. Unfortunately, they were utterly unaware of Gu Changqing's prowess. In truth, I do not wish to kill. Gu Changqing sighed inwardly, then unsheathed his sword. A glint of cold light flashed as the foremost 10 bandits fell to the ground, lifeless in an instant. What? Such formidable swordsmanship! Tu Wanxiang and Luo Maokai exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of grave concern. The previous strike had been executed with such speed that the 2 leaders had barely registered it. They silently rejoiced that they had not rashly charged in, for had they done so, they would surely have suffered a severe blow. This individual must not be underestimated. While the 2 leaders were lost in their thoughts, Gu Changqing had already unleashed a terrifying massacre. The youth moved through the throng like a specter, leaving a trail of fallen bandits amidst pools of blood. 10, 20, 30. As the number of slain bandits grew, Gu Changqing's iron sword became battered and worn, prompting him to switch to another sword, continuing his relentless onslaught, as if he were impervious to fatigue. Can we discern the origins of our foe? Luo Maokai inquired in a hushed tone, his face a picture of distress. Judging by the voice, the opponent should be quite young, with only minor proficiency, yet his swordsmanship is exquisitely refined, undoubtedly surpassing the level of mastery, perhaps even reaching perfection. Perhaps this individual hails from a noble lineage or is a prodigy of a sect, specifically here to undergo trials. Listening to Luo Maocai's analysis, Tu Wanxiang, filled with indignation, laughed bitterly. You regard our Qifeng village as a mere training ground? Very well, let him come and never return. Rest assured, he shall not survive the night. As he spoke, Luo Maocai drew his sword and advanced. You bunch of worthless fools. Don't you dare obstruct me. At the sound of the second-in-command's cold and commanding voice, the surrounding bandits hastily parted, retreating nervously to the sides. Swish. The plum blossoms fell like rain. The shadows of the sword loomed ominously, imbued with a chilling aura. Gu Chongqing did not confront Luo Maocai's sword strikes directly. Instead, he performed 3 elegant flourishes to dissipate part of the force. Clang, clang, clang. The intertwining shadows of the swords clashed, creating a cacophony of sounds. A tremendous force surged into Gu Chongqing's palms, numbing his arms and nearly causing him to lose grip of his iron sword. Mastery in martial arts brings forth immense strength. A consummate swordsmanship produces 7 resonating strikes. Through the spiritual perception of the sword's essence, Gu Chongqing discerned Luo Maocai's formidable prowess, undeniably impressive. Yet, he did not waver. For the spiritual connection with his sword granted him another unique trait, profound insight. With each exchange, Gu Chongqing could perceive a flaw in his opponent's technique, allowing him to seize the initiative through his mental acuity and engage in a stalemate with Luo Maocai. After merely 10 exchanges, Gu Chongqing had stabilized his opponent's offensive, maneuvering with ease. How is this possible? Luo Maocai's forehead beaded with cold sweat, disbelief etched across his features. Though his plum blossom swordplay was considered inferior martial arts, its power was remarkable when fully mastered, even warranting serious attention from the formidable Tu Wanxiang. Yet, before Gu Chongqing, his swordplay appeared as child's play, lacking even the finesse of the spirit serpent whips. Had it not been for Luo Maocai's mastery of strength, he would have surely been defeated by now. Boss, let us strike together. This fellow is undeniably suspicious. After enduring several more exchanges, Luo Maocai could no longer contain his plea for assistance. Only by truly facing Gu Chongqing could one grasp the terror he embodied. All 4 schools of swordplay were executed with divine finesse, and he had even comprehended the essence of 3 sword stances. If these could not subdue his opponent, it would reflect poorly on the Qingyun sword sect's legacy. A bunch of useless fools. Though Tu Wanxiang reprimanded them, he nonetheless took action. Drawing the massive circular blade from his back, he leapt forth like a lion pouncing on a rabbit, aiming to strike down Gu Chongqing. Die. The blade descended with a thunderous sound, slicing through the air. However, Gu Chongqing did not flinch. Instead, he deftly sidestepped, evading the blade's edge as if he possessed eyes in the back of his head. Tu Wanxiang, a seasoned combatant, swiftly altered his attack, sweeping horizontally to target Gu Chongqing's waist. The poison fang blade, a mid-tier martial art, was ruthless and lethal, each strike aimed to kill. Should Gu Chongqing be struck, he would surely suffer grievous wounds, if not death. In a critical moment, Gu Chongqing, relying on his instinct for battle, drew a second iron sword with his left hand and positioned it against his waist, successfully parrying Tu Wanxiang's massive blade. Clang! The clash of blade against sword echoed as Gu Chongqing, unable to withstand Tu Wanxiang's might, was forcefully hurled away. Just as Tu Wanxiang was poised to press his advantage, Gu Chongqing deftly leveraged the moment, vaulting into the thicket with such alacrity that the surrounding bandits were caught unawares. Run, they're escaping? What are you standing around for? Pursue them. His furious roar echoed, compelling all the bandits to chase after Gu Chongqing, with Luo Maocai hot on their heels. In the realm of martial arts, one must avoid entering the woods, a taboo among wanderers. Yet, the Qifeng village was accustomed to traversing the mountains, intimately familiar with the terrain. So such considerations were cast aside. Fueled by rage, Tu Wanxiang was nearly devoid of reason. Any who dared to falter at this moment would be met with certain demise. Damn it! Cursed wretches! Tu Wanxiang bellowed, glancing back at the towering flames engulfing Qifeng village. His heart seemingly bleeding at the thought of a decade's worth of toil reduced to ashes. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, hefting his massive broadsword as he pursued the direction in which Gu Chongqing had fled. What of the scions of noble families? What of the esteemed disciples of sects? Those who provoke me shall be utterly annihilated. With a resolute bloodlust, Tu Wanxiang vowed to dismantle Gu Chongqing piece by piece. Not even the mightiest of deities could save him now. The footprints lay ahead. Hasten the chase. Torches. We need torches. None were found here. Cursed place. None here either. Search. Continue the search. Within the forest, flickering flames illuminated the scene as hundreds of bandits relentlessly pursued. At that moment, Gu Changqing concealed himself among the treetops. Nursing his bruised abdomen, finally catching his breath, he had just endured a strike from Tu Wanxiang. Truly experiencing the formidable strength of a martial artist at the body refinement stage. With a perfected foundation, Tu Wanxiang's might was a staggering 1300 Jun, nearly double Gu Changqing's own. Fortunately, Gu Changqing had heeded his master brother's teachings. If one cannot win, one must flee. Once plunged into the woods, Gu Changqing seized the initiative, utilizing his spiritual perception to navigate the terrain with ease. Subsequently, a torrent of slaughter ensued. Gu Changqing transformed into a specter of the night, leaving no survivors in his wake. 10, 20, 30. The corpses of bandits fell into pools of blood until, after claiming the lives of over 100, the once cacophonous forest fell into an eerie silence. Fear as shadow loomed over the hearts of every bandit. For these vile criminals, Gu Changqing felt no mercy or hesitation. He was akin to a heartless assassin, inexhaustibly engaged in his grim task. With the aid of his spiritual perception, he deftly evaded the pursuit of both Tu Wanxiang and Luo Maokai, leaving them to arrive only to witness a ground strewn with lifeless bodies, their rage impotent. This night sky seemed to be stained with a crimson hue, stretching on interminably. A demon. He is a demon. No, please don't kill me. I don't want to die here. Help. Chief, save me. A chorus of anguished screams reverberated through the mountains and forests, as more and more bandits met their demise. Gu Changqing had long lost count of the number he had slaughtered, 200 or 300, had it been any other martial artist. Exhaustion would have surely taken its toll, for killing is indeed a laborious endeavor. Even the slaughter of a mere 200 or 300 chickens demands considerable effort. Approximately an hour later, a bandit, unable to withstand the pressure of impending death, began to flee in a state of panic, eager to escape the dense forest. Once one individual took flight, many others followed suit. In a mere moment, the remaining bandits, their morale shattered, scattered in all directions, frantically shouting the word devil. Faced with the retreating foes, Tu Wanxiang and Luo Maokai could hardly contain their fury. Yet, with such a multitude of fleeing bandits, they were incapable of slaying them all and had no choice but to allow them to escape. Simultaneously, their animosity towards Gu Changqing intensified. Meanwhile, Gu Changqing, having dispatched hundreds of bandits, gradually realized that his vigor had not dwindled. Rather, it surged with increasing intensity. Although he had not directly achieved mastery in skin training, he had nonetheless augmented his strength considerably. Could it be that bloodshed could lead to empowerment? A wave of silence enveloped Gu Changqing as he pondered this perplexing phenomenon. Despite his inherent kindness and aversion to conflict, why did he possess such a ferocious capacity? Yet, he soon dismissed these troubling thoughts. In the face of life and death, one could hardly afford to dwell on such matters. Surviving was already a triumph. In a fleeting moment, Gu Changqing once again submerged himself in the shadows. Come out, you wretched cur, show yourself. Luo Maokai bellowed, his emotions spiraling out of control. They, the Qingfeng stronghold, had never faced such disgrace in these mountains. The adversary, though not particularly formidable, moved through the forest like a phantom, decisive in their slaughter, appearing and vanishing at will. Suddenly, a glint of cold light flashed towards Luo Maocai's back. You cur, at last, you reveal yourself. He cursed as he dodged the ambush and retaliated with a swift stroke of his sword directed at Gu Changqing. The clash of steel resounded, and Gu Changqing was forced back a step. However, Luo Maocai's countenance bore no signs of triumph. Instead, he appeared bewildered. During their brief encounter, a surge of power had coursed through Luo Maocai's palm, and he distinctly sensed that his opponent's strength had markedly increased. Devoid of his usual reliance on strength, Luo Maokai found himself incapable of subduing Gu Changqing. Ultimately, during the seventh strike, he revealed a fatal opening, his arm pierced by a blade, sending shockwaves of terror through him. Boss, come save me. Luo Maokai cried out, his voice echoing in the forest, already having drawn the attention of Tu Wanxiang, who was not far away. Within the woods, a towering figure approached rapidly, shouting urgently for them to cease. Yet, given the current circumstances, how could Gu Changqing possibly halt his advance? With no time for hesitation, Gu Changqing twisted his wrist, launching a meteoric thrust of his sword towards Luo Maokai. Damn it! I'll fight you to the death. Realizing he could not evade the impending blow, Luo Maokai steeled himself, recklessly charging toward Gu Chongqing, his demeanor reminiscent of a madman. As if intent on perishing alongside his foe, Luo Maokai, who prided himself on being a scholar, not the most astute, but certainly cunning, believed that his tactic of feigned bravado would invariably succeed. He was convinced that any rational individual would not choose to perish alongside a desperate adversary. Should Gu Chongqing retract his sword's momentum, he could seize the opportunity to escape and reunite with Tu Wanxiong. At that point, they would outnumber Gu Chongqing 2-1. Ensuring his demise. Luo Maocai's plan was sound, yet some situations are fraught with unforeseen complications. A typical individual might be intimidated by Luo Maocai's bluster. However, Gu Chongqing is far from ordinary. Thus, he harbored no thoughts of retreat or evasion. His sole intention was to eliminate Luo Maocai before Tu Wanxiong could draw near, thereby avoiding a 2-on-1 confrontation. With this determination in mind, Gu Chongqing charged forward without hesitation. Luo Maocai, taken aback, involuntarily trembled at his wrist. In the narrow confines of their encounter, it was the valiant who triumphed. The clash of life and death hinged on a fleeting thought. With a sickening squelch, two sprays of crimson erupted simultaneously. Luo Maocai's sword pierced Gu Chongqing's shoulder, while Gu Chongqing's blade found its mark in Luo Maocai's throat, in exchange of injury for life. Why? This was not how it was meant to unfold. Why did you not evade? Why did you not flee? Luo Maocai opened his mouth as if to speak. Yet no words emerged. Gradually, he collapsed to the ground, devoid of breath. At the very instant of Luo Maocai's demise, a surge of pure life essence flooded into Gu Chongqing's being, replenishing his strength and transforming his previously luminescent skin into a rich bronze hue. With the resilience of bronze, he had perfected his skin training, gaining immense power. Gu Chongqing felt invigorated, prepared to relish the changes within his body. However, the menacing swing of Tu Wanxiong's great blade was already upon him, fierce and unyielding. The second brother? Damn, you shall die. Tu Wanxiong's eyes blazed with fury, wishing to rend Gu Chongqing into pieces. The legacy of Qingfeng's stronghold, built over more than a decade, lay in ruins, with nearly 1,000 bandits either dead or fleeing in disarray. With only Tu Wanxiong remaining among the four leaders, how could he remain sane? Clang, clang, clang. The clash of blades reverberated with intensity. This time, Gu Chongqing did not get flung backward. Instead, he engaged Tu Wanxiong with an extraordinary swordplay, momentarily gaining the upper hand. What? He broke through in the heat of battle. As Tu Wanxiong beheld the copper sheen enveloping Gu Chongqing's form, an unsettling premonition took root within him. He could now ascertain that his opponent was undoubtedly a prodigious disciple of a formidable power. Only a grand sect or illustrious clan could cultivate such a fearsome successor. Time slipped by. Half an hour had passed in the heat of their fierce confrontation. As the battle raged on, Tu Wanxiong grew increasingly alarmed, sensing his stamina waning rapidly. Even his arm grew sluggish from the effort of wielding his blade. In stark contrast, Gu Chongqing thrived on the struggle, his vigor seemingly inexhaustible. Far removed from a mere practitioner of skin training. Who has ever witnessed such a phenomenon? A practitioner of skin training exhausting a practitioner of internal training? With a swift slash, the wind of Gu Chongqing's blade grazed Tu Wanxiong's right wrist, causing the great blade to clatter to the ground. Ah! Damn it! He cursed in agony, rolling to evade like a wounded beast. Deprived of his great blade, his strength diminished drastically. He could no longer withstand Gu Chongqing's relentless assault and was left with no choice but to flee. After rummaging through Luo Maocai's lifeless form, Gu Chongqing retrieved a nearby precious sword and pursued Tu Wanxiong. Why? Why has it come to this? The notorious criminal of the blacklist now resembled a stray dog. Hunted and desperate, Tu Wanxiong was utterly perplexed, yet he had no time for contemplation, as his mind was consumed by the primal instinct to survive. All his anger and frustration had morphed into sheer terror. However, fleeing through the dense forest drained his stamina, and he soon found himself on the verge of collapse. Several times, he was pursued and wounded by Gu Chongqing, his body riddled with gaping wounds. Stop him! Someone please stop him! He bellowed. If anyone can halt him, I shall make them the leader of Qingfeng Zhai. As he sprinted wildly, his voice echoed through the trees. The once disoriented bandits, upon witnessing their bloody leader being chased from behind, were instantly paralyzed with fear, running even faster, not daring to pause for a moment. At that moment, anyone with a modicum of sense understood that if even the leader was so gravely injured, Qingfeng Zhai was doomed, utterly and irrevocably. Yet, Tu Wanxiong was ruthless, deliberately fleeing toward the throngs of bandits, and as he ran, he tossed his fellow outlaws towards Gu Chaqing as human shields, hoping to buy himself a moment's respite. Unbeknownst to him, with each bandit Gu Chaqing dispatched, he absorbed more vitality, swiftly replenishing his strength. Of course, the bandits' desperate counterattacks did delay Gu Chaqing somewhat, granting Tu Wanxiong a fleeting opportunity to breathe. Escape. Relentless escape. Frantic escape. After a while, Tu Wanxiong finally burst forth from the forest, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for air. Since the founding of Qingfeng, this was the first time he had found himself in such a dire and humiliating predicament. Behind him, the forest loomed like a dark abyss, a devourer of life, suffused with unending dread. The fierce flames still raged, and Qingfeng had been reduced to ashes. As he beheld the ruin of his life's work, resentment and bitterness engulfed his reason, and he trudged toward the back mountain of Qingfeng, a desolate figure. There lay a hidden cave, within which rested a blood-red coffin, adorned with various yellow talismans, exuding an eerie and sinister aura. Damn it! They all deserve to die. Ha ha ha, everyone must die. Tu Wanxiong cackled, his laughter a blend of madness and despair as he frantically tore at the talismans on the coffin. Yet, at that moment, a cold gleam flashed, aimed directly at his throat. With a soft thud, Tu Wanxiong's eyes widened in shock, and he slowly crumpled to the ground. In his final moments, his gaze was filled with despair, terror, and an incredulous sense of injustice. If only he had not provoked his pursuers. No, he had never instigated them. It was they who sought to apprehend him. Cursed blacklist. Had he not become an outlaw? Had he not committed countless heinous acts? Would he not be living peacefully now? Alas, in this world, there are no ifs, nor is there room for regret. Thus, the infamous criminal of the blacklist, the leader of Qingfeng, met his quiet demise here, a poignant irony to behold. Gu Chaqing approached slowly, a surge of pure life energy flowing into his body, richer than that of Luo Maokai and others, significantly enhancing his strength. The pinnacle of martial arts, known as the Thousand Gene Power, represented the ultimate limit of body refinement. The further one progressed, the more arduous the journey became, a truth that Gu Chaqing deeply understood. However, he never contemplated gaining strength through the act of killing. Such thoughts were foreign to him, for he was inherently a simple and kind-hearted youth. Next came the customary practices of the martial world, murder and looting. Yet, Gu Chaqing failed to notice that the blood splattered from Tu Wanxiong had mysteriously vanished upon touching the blood coffin, as if absorbed by the casket itself. Before long, Gu Chaqing rummaged through Tu Wanxiong's lifeless form and unearthed several items. First, there were more than 10 silver notes, each worth 1,000 taels, which he hastily tucked away. Next, he discovered 2 martial arts manuals, Venomous Fang Blade and Iron Shirt Technique, which he deemed worthy of reference. Additionally, there was a peculiar token, roughly the size of half a palm, one side engraved with a skull and the other with the number 78. Its significance eluded him, so he decided to keep it for now. The young man couldn't help but reflect on the stark reality. Indeed, one could gain wealth through violence, while rebuilding bridges and roads often left no traces of the deceased. Furthermore, having acquired 2 martial arts manuals, Spirit Snake 3 whips and Plum Blossom 5 swords, from Wan Yuji and Luo Maokai, he had amassed a collection of 4 manuals in a single night, a veritable windfall. With a swift motion, Gu Chaqing severed Tu Wanxiong's head and wrapped it in oiled paper and tattered cloth, securing it at his waist. This served as evidence for his blacklist mission. The authorities recognized heads, not faces. Rising slowly, he exhaled a long sigh of relief. This task was finally accomplished, and despite the convoluted journey, the outcome was rather satisfactory. Just as Gu Chaqing prepared to depart, a sudden gust of cold wind swept through the dim and damp cave, sending a chill down his spine. He furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. This place was no longer safe. As he stepped out of the cave, the blood-red coffin erupted behind him, and an eerily strange figure lunged toward him. Who goes there? With a swift turn, he countered with a strike, feeling a tremendous force rebound through his body, sending him crashing into the rocky ground. Such formidable strength. Before he could fully grasp the situation, he quickly regained his footing, only to behold the assailant. His heart sank in shock. The figure was clad in blood-stained garments and dark armor, with a green face and protruding fangs, emanating a foul stench that could be sensed from several paces away. This creature was no human. It resembled a walking corpse. Gu Chaqing felt bewildered. What was this unexpected encounter in the martial world? Without time to ponder, the blood-clad, dark-armored undead lunged at him once more. Meanwhile, Jin Shazi, who had been spectating from a distance, was equally startled by this sudden turn of events. What in the world? This Qifeng stronghold has raised a corpse puppet. This is no ordinary bandit lair. Something is amiss. Very amiss. In the mind of the sword blind, a plethora of thoughts flashed through, initially poised to strike directly. He hesitated, ultimately restraining himself, as he yearned to discern the true limits of Gu Cha-Ching. The clash resonated, a cacophony of steel. Gu Cha-Ching unleashed a sweeping sword technique akin to a raging torrent, yet it proved utterly ineffective against the corpse puppet. Compared to martial artists like Tu Wansheng, this corpse puppet was evidently far more formidable. In terms of strength, it surpassed Tu Wansheng by several folds, rendering Gu Cha-Ching akin to a mere child, devoid of any means to retaliate. Although the corpse puppet fought without strategy, its impenetrable defenses rendered Gu Cha-Ching's exquisite swordplay mere trifles. Moreover, the corpse puppet exhibited no fear of death, pain, or fatigue, effectively nullifying Gu Cha-Ching's physical advantages. Unable to kill or even repel it, what could be done? Fortunately, Gu Cha-Ching possessed a nimble agility. Even in the face of adversity, he could still evade the creature. Alas, since he could not prevail, retreat was his only option. In a fleeting moment, Gu Cha-Ching propelled himself away from the corpse puppet, leveraging his movement to dash deeper into the forest. The dawn was gently breaking, the first light of day approaching. Two figures darted through the woods, one in pursuit and the other fleeing with remarkable speed. Not far behind, the sword blind followed, panting heavily, nearly devoid of the strength to speak. After running for a full 2 hours, as daylight approached, Gu Cha-Ching found himself unable to shake off the relentless corpse puppet, which had thoroughly exhausted the sword blind, who, due to age and old ailments, no longer possessed the vigor of his youth. Had he known Gu Cha-Ching would prove so troublesome, he would have eradicated the corpse puppet at the outset. Moments later, Gu Cha-Ching abruptly halted, for ahead lay a precipice, leaving him with no path forward. This was a dire situation. Frowning slightly, Gu Cha-Ching contemplated retreat just as the corpse puppet closed in behind him. With a swift motion, the chilling wind swept past, the bloodthirsty visage of the creature looming. In but a fleeting moment, Gu Cha-Ching was sent sprawling, the iron sword in his grasp rendered jagged by the creature's claws. He could not win, not in the slightest. Quickly rising, he wiped the blood from his lips, evading while contemplating his escape. Yet, as time wore on, the strength of the corpse puppet intensified. Not only was it powerful, but its speed and agility matched Gu Cha-Ching's own. With a thunderous roar, the corpse puppet unleashed its fury, casting a sinister shadow over the youth. Was this to be the end of his journey? Gu Cha-Ching's heart brimmed with reluctance and regret. Although he had long since come to terms with life and death, he did not wish to perish. As long as a glimmer of hope remained, he would strive with every ounce of effort to survive. He had truly exerted himself, but the overwhelming might of the corpse puppet instilled a sense of despair. Suddenly, the first rays of dawn broke through, a beam of sunlight cascading upon the earth, as if light itself pierced the darkness, bestowing boundless vitality upon the realm. In the face of life and death, there exists great terror, yet also profound enlightenment. Gu Cha-Ching gazed at the beam of light piercing through the heavens like a sword, and within him, a profound clarity emerged, dispelling all confusion and despair. Simultaneously, the sword spirit within his mind trembled violently, seemingly stimulated by an overwhelming force. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his shoulder as the claw of a corpse puppet pierced his skin, the toxic essence gradually seeping into his body. Fortunately, in that crucial moment, he managed to awaken to his senses, narrowly evading a fatal blow. Had the claw struck his neck directly, it would have surely been severed. Reinvigorated by courage, Gu Cha-Ching no longer retreated. Instead, he engaged the corpse puppet head-on. "You claw at me, I shall stab you with my sword." It was a reckless exchange of injury for injury, life for life, an utterly desperate style of combat. Though Gu Cha-Ching bore the heavier wounds, his resolve remained unshaken. If he were to perish in battle, at least this life would not have been lived in vain. Suddenly, a shaft of light broke through the clouds and enveloped the corpse puppet, causing thick black smoke to billow from its form as it let out a tortured howl. Was it afraid of sunlight? Gu Cha-Ching instinctively glanced upward, realizing that dawn had arrived unnoticed. The gentle sunlight caressed his face, imparting an inexplicable warmth. In that moment, the insights he had grasped earlier surged back into his consciousness. The Qingyan sword technique, restrained and ancient, embodies a harmonious balance, revealing an ethereal might. The Xiantian sword technique, expansive and forceful, manifests the weight of mountains. The Ruyun sword technique, a graceful blend of rigidity and softness, flows like water. The Tian sword technique, profound and boundless, transforms in unpredictable ways, resembling a shooting star. These transcendent sword techniques, coupled with an unparalleled will, gradually coalesced into a radiant sword light, reminiscent of the primordial dawn when light first burst forth, bestowing life and hope upon all living beings. In that fleeting moment of brilliance, akin to a dazzling firework, Gu Changqing would ultimately harmonize the four sword techniques, culminating in a singular sword move. As the light descended upon the earth, he unleashed a strike that would echo through the ages. One sword, eternal chill. With a low shout, Gu Changqing and his sword transformed into a chilling radiance, plunging directly into the forehead of the corpse puppet. A roar of agony erupted as the puppet's body exploded, sending powerful shockwaves that cast Gu Changqing down the precipice, landing him fortuitously in the rushing waters of a stream. The remnants of the corpse puppet disintegrated into a pool of black blood, leaving the surroundings in eerie silence. A moment later, the blind swordsman descended from the sky, regrettably arriving a fraction too late. Was it truly over? Had the young lad managed to vanquish the corpse puppet? What had transpired here moments before? The blind swordsman wore a bewildered expression, grappling with the unexpected turn of events. Having arrived just a moment too late, he was confronted not only with the defeat of the corpse puppet, but also with the inexplicable disappearance of Gu Changqing. How much had he missed? Alas, there was no one to blame but himself. The main issue lay in Gu Changqing and the corpse puppet's extraordinary speed. Any other martial artist, even a master of the Enlightenment realm, would have faltered long before. It was evident that Gu Changqing was an extraordinary talent. What now? If the boy truly went missing, that old fellow, Mao Zhujuan, would likely hold him accountable. The blind swordsman shook his head with a heavy sigh and began searching the vicinity, unwilling to believe that Gu Changqing could have perished so easily. The following morning dawned bright and sunny. The flames at Qifeng stronghold raged throughout the night, only subsiding with the dawn. The surrounding hunters, sensing something amiss, stealthily ventured forth to investigate. What they discovered was shocking. The area around Qifeng stronghold was littered with the bodies of bandits, their deaths horrifyingly gruesome, each one silenced by a single sword thrust to the throat, their eyes remaining wide open in death. As for Qifeng stronghold itself, it had been reduced to ashes, leaving nothing behind. In the rear mountains, the corpse of the notorious leader Tu Wanxiong was found, headless yet identifiable by the hunters familiar with his attire and physique. Heavens above! Which divine being has manifested to obliterate this den of thieves? Could it be that the imperial forces have intervened? Or perhaps a chivalrous master of the martial arts happened upon this place? Thank the heavens! Truly, the mountain deity has bestowed protection upon us. With Qifeng stronghold eradicated, tranquility has finally returned to the region encompassing Daqingshan and Zishanling. Outside Qingshan town, at Shirley Pavilion, an official carriage was parked by the roadside. Zhou Chengyan and Wei Yong stood in the pavilion, gazing silently into the distance. Though they had arrived near Qingshan town, Zhou Chengyan did not proceed directly to his post, but instead awaited news through the night. As dawn broke, 3 guards hurriedly approached, appearing travel-worn and covered in dust. Upon seeing them, Zhou Chengyan and Wei Yong silently sighed in relief. Their return alive indicated that the situation was not as dire as it could have been. Tian, what news do you bring? Wei Yong inquired hastily, offering a water skin to the 3 men. Thank you, Captain, Tian replied, his throat parched, gulping down 2 swigs of water before passing the skin to his companion. After taking several deep breaths, he began, reporting to you, my lord, Qifeng stronghold has been annihilated. When we arrived, the hills were strewn with the corpses of bandits, at least 300 to 500 dead, including their leaders, and their stronghold has been burned to the ground. What? Zhou Chengyan and Wei Yang's expression shifted drastically, a mix of astonishment and confusion washing over them. They were well aware that Qifeng stronghold was a malignant presence on Zishanling, having evaded the authorities for years due to the treacherous terrain. Time and again, the imperial court had dispatched troops to eradicate these bandits, only to return defeated, suffering heavy losses. The mountainous landscape was ill-suited for large-scale military engagements, and the Wei Wu dynasty's focus was currently diverted to the northern front and quelling uprisings in the martial world, leaving them unable to confront the bandit menace. Over time, these mountain marauders had become a thorn in the side of the Wei Wu dynasty, a foe that could not be fully vanquished. The notion of deploying elite fighters from within the palace was ludicrous. Setting aside the challenge of persuading such masters, the dangers of the martial world were ever present. Should they perish, what then? The capital required these skilled individuals to maintain order, while the border battles demanded their expertise as well. In such a vast realm of strife, with myriad interests and delicate balances at play, the lives of ordinary citizens mattered little to the lofty nobles. This was an era of chaos, a time when the very foundations were crumbling. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as these bandits did not incite rebellion or provoke widespread outrage, the court would remain largely indifferent. Moreover, Qing Fengzhai possesses its own background, be it within the court or the martial world. Mishandling such matters could lead to dire consequences, potentially resulting in irreversible devastation. The news of Qing Fengzhai's demise was astonishing, leaving Zhou Cheng'an and Wei Yong momentarily in a state of disbelief. Especially for Zhou Cheng'an. A distinguished scholar of the gentry, his descent to the south for an official appointment felt like a significant reduction in stature. Yet, he bore a secret edict, tasked with a crucial mission, which weighed heavily on his mind. After a brief moment, Wei Yong regained his composure and urgently inquired, who was responsible for this? The subordinate was at a loss. When they stealthily approached, they only glimpsed a few fleeing bandits. The situation was unclear at the time, and they dared not advance further for fear of exposure, thus humbly requesting punishment from their commander. Tian-Er and his companions looked remorseful. They had ventured to gather intelligence, and if they could not ensure their own safety, how could they relay the information back? Consequently, Wei Yong refrained from any harsh rebuke, merely nodding to indicate for them to continue. Subsequently, Tian-Er and his companions recounted the circumstances they witnessed, including the fates of those bandits. A swift strike to the throat, clean and decisive. Was it the work of a single individual? This person was likely a master of the sword, at the very least a practitioner of the qi gathering stage. Wei Yong pondered this, a flicker of respect blossoming within him. Regardless of the identity or motives of the perpetrator, the annihilation of Qing Fengzhai could be deemed a service to the people. Zhou Cheng'an also nodded slightly, deeply moved. The world is fraught with turmoil, and the common folk suffer. If not for the court's ineptitude, how could the realm have descended to such a state? Of course, as an official of the court and a learned scholar, there were certain truths Zhou Cheng'an could not voice and actions he could not undertake. He could only strive within his capacity to provide the populace with a semblance of fairness and kindness. Be it antiquated or obstinate, in this era, the principles of heaven, earth, sovereign, kin, and teacher serve as the guiding moral code. Those who oppose it shall meet their demise. Esteemed elder, how shall we proceed? With the absence of external interference, it would be prudent to address the internal issues within Qingshan town. In the future, as the southern and northern routes converge directly to the capital, this place is destined to flourish in commerce. We must ensure that no individual or faction is allowed to act at will here. Today, as I take up my post, I intend to ascertain the true nature of this modest Qingshan town. Indeed, replied Wei Yong and his companions, clasping their hands in agreement, their spirits invigorated. They then followed the procession towards Qingshan town at a deliberate pace. Meanwhile, in the Black Wolf Gang's Foreign Affairs Hall, within a concealed chamber, anguished cries from a woman echoed intermittently, gradually fading into silence. Moments later, Ho Yuanjie emerged from the room, his eyes gleaming with a sinister red glint that soon dissipated. Young master, a crisis has arisen. A grave situation has unfolded. The head of Foreign Affairs rushed in, his face etched with anxiety and alarm. Ho Yuanjie, who had been in high spirits, felt his mood sour instantly. With a casual swipe, he struck the head of Foreign Affairs to the ground, coldly admonishing. How many times have I told you? If there is something to report, do so calmly. Do not shout in my presence. Yes, yes. The head of Foreign Affairs hurriedly nodded, then paused before continuing. Young master, something truly serious has happened. The Clear Wind stronghold was annihilated overnight. Its 4 leaders perished, and even the fortress itself was reduced to ashes. What? Slap. Ho Yuanjie struck the Foreign Affairs Hall master with a sudden blow, leaving him dazed. Why did the young master hit me? He stammered. My apologies. I was startled and acted out of reflex, Ho Yuanjie replied, feigning contrition. Yet his somber visage bore no trace of remorse. The Foreign Affairs Hall master felt aggrieved, but dared not voice his discontent, instead bowing and flattering in submission. After some time, Ho Yuanjie gradually regained his composure and requested the hall master to recount the events that transpired. Do you know who is responsible? He inquired. No. The fleeing bandits were all in a frenzy, claiming that there are demons in the mountains. Some were so terrified they died on the spot. Demons? Huh. What demons exist in this world? Could it be the blind swordsman's doing? This thought flickered through Ho Yuanjie's mind. only to be dismissed with a shake of his head. The likelihood of that was slim, if the blind swordsman had indeed intervened. The likes of Tu Wanxiang and his bandits would have fled at the first sign of danger instead of fighting desperately. Do not underestimate these bandits. They are capable of anything to preserve their lives. Old Ma, what is the bounty for the Clear Wind Stronghold and Tu Wanxiang? Reporting to the young master. The extermination of Clear Wind Stronghold carries a reward of 1,000 taels of gold. As for Tu Wanxiang, a notorious figure on the blacklist, the slayer will not only receive the bounty, but also an additional vial of blood chi pill. The Foreign Affairs Hall Master replied promptly, displaying his keen awareness. 1,000 taels of gold is neither a trivial sum nor an exorbitant one. After all, no one would anticipate that someone could single-handedly obliterate the entire Clear Wind Stronghold. Divided among a large faction, each member would receive only a few hundred or even dozens of taels of silver. While a few hundred taels may seem a fortune to common folk, it was hardly appealing to the Black Wolf gang. Conversely, the blood chi pill, known for enhancing vitality, was a treasure typically concocted only by elite sects or noble families. A wave of greed surged within Hou Yuanjia. Should he claim the blood chi pill for himself? He was confident that with his innate talent, he could achieve remarkable breakthroughs in his cultivation. With this thought, a glimmer of ambition sparked in his eyes. Old Ma, send someone to the post station to keep watch and see who undertakes the task, regardless of who it is. If they step into the territory of the Black Wolf gang, whether they be dragon or tiger, they shall lie low. And if no one claims it? If no one comes forward, then it shall be ours, and what of it? Understood. I shall make arrangements at once. The Foreign Affairs Hall Master's eyes brightened as he hurriedly departed. Before long, 4 gang members hastily entered the dim chamber, tidied up, and silently carried out the lifeless body of a woman. In the rear mountains of Clear Wind Stronghold, a figure leapt through the air and approached a cave. Damn it! Where's my corpse puppet? Where's my perfectly intact corpse puppet? How could it be missing? Those worthless fools at Clear Wind Stronghold. Tu Wanxiang, how could you fail at such a simple task? What use do I have for you? A figure adorned with a ghastly mask approached, their voice tinged with an aged rasp, accompanied by a hunched back that suggested considerable years. The elder with the ghostly visage was presently engulfed in fury, yet Tu Wanxiang had met his demise, rendering any attempts to desecrate his remains futile. The thought of the punishment that awaited him for this failure sent a chill through the elder's heart, leaving him in a state of profound discontent. Ah, it appears to be one of the accursed from the Xianin sect. No wonder I caught a whiff of decay from afar. As he spoke, the figure of Jian Xiazi emerged at the cave's entrance, grasping a sword staff. Unable to locate Gu Changqing, Jian Xiazi had no choice but to retreat. Yet the appearance of a corpse puppet within Qingfeng village was a matter of great significance, compelling him to investigate thoroughly. Fortunately, the mastermind behind this affair did not disappoint. They had unwittingly presented themselves on a silver platter. Blind man, sword staff. You are Jian Wuchen, the former guardian of Beiguan, aren't you? The ghostly elder recognized Jian Xiazi's identity with a single glance, his countenance darkening considerably. Jian Xiazi paused momentarily, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. It had been ages since he had been addressed by that name, and he had nearly forgotten it. Yet, it seems him still remembered. Despite his long departure from being the guardian of Beiguan, after a brief pause, Jian Xiazi spoke again now. Enlighten me about your Xianin sect's intentions in stirring up trouble here. Ha ha ha, do you truly believe I would divulge such secrets? Dream on. Xianin Holy Mother, Supreme True Demon, protect my corporeal form, renowned throughout the ages. The ghostly elder chanted incantations, and an ominous aura swiftly enveloped the entire cavern. Howling winds surged within the cave, accompanied by wails that echoed eerily. Jian Xiazi, wielding his sword staff, felt a shift in his expression as he summoned his internal energy, instantly dispelling the surrounding chill. The Xianin sect's techniques were notoriously malevolent, possessing the ability to not only manipulate the environment, but also to influence the minds of their adversaries to a certain extent. The ghostly elder, with his substantial standing in the Xianin sect, wielded exceedingly sinister powers that warranted Jian Xiazi's utmost seriousness. However, the ghostly elder underestimated Jian Xiazi's current prowess. Upon their initial clash, he found himself at a disadvantage, relentlessly suppressed by Jian Xiazi's unyielding sword staff. After all, he was once the esteemed guardian of Beiguan, a renowned expert on the heavenly rankings. Despite being blind and burdened by old ailments, he was more than capable of subduing a few malevolent spirits. With a swift motion, Jian Xiazi's staff pierced the ghostly elder's arm, blood cascading to the ground. Yet, Rather than exhibiting any exhilaration, Jian Xiazi spoke with a dispassionate tone. Given your strength, I presume you must hold a notable position within the Xianin sect. Might I have the honor of your name? I am the Withered Corpse, one of the 28 celestial lodges of the Xianin sect, the one known as Jisoo. The ghostly elder puffed out his chest, his tone suffused with pride. Jisoo, also referred to as the water leopard, is the last of the eastern 7 stars, symbolizing the fierce winds stirred by the swaying of the azure dragon's tail. Consequently, people often associate the Jisoo star with the arrival of strong winds. Whenever the Jisoo star shines particularly brightly, it is often seen as an omen of impending tempestuousness and ill fortune. Jian Xiazi furrowed his brow slightly, then disdainfully scoffed. The Xianin sect revels in these fanciful and hollow pursuits, feigning mystery and weaving an array of lies as their banner to enhance their standing within the populace. Particularly, the leader of the Xianin sect compares himself to the earthly messenger of the Xianin Holy Mother, claiming to guard humanity while punishing evil and promoting virtue. Strangely enough, many fall prey to such nonsensical reasoning, ultimately embarking on an irreversible path. Xianin Holy Mother, Supreme True Demon. Xianin Holy Mother, Supreme True Demon. Grant me the incantation to vanquish the wicked. Shirgu Han recited incantations fervently, a hint of malevolence etched across his brow. Suddenly, his form swelled, transforming from a gaunt figure into one of formidable strength. With a thunderous roar, Shirgu Han's hands morphed into lethal claws, aimed squarely at the sword-blind man. The clash of combat erupted once more, with the sword-blind man effortlessly parrying with his staff, while Shirgu Han found himself unable to breach the distance to his opponent. The disparity in their strengths was abundantly clear. The old blind man, too, wielded a sword, and he invited his adversary to witness its majesty. As his words faded, he slowly drew forth a straight longsword from within his staff. Indeed, this sword was an impressive 7 inches longer than a typical blade, thus necessitating a staff as its sheath. With the Tai Yin Meteor 12 kills technique, one sword's edge could command legions. This blade harbored a terrifying sword intent capable of overwhelming multitudes, embodying the sword-blind man's indomitable spirit, akin to a solitary warrior guarding a pass against an army. With a thrust, the sword pierced Shirgu Han's chest, his eyes wide with horror. What a fearsome blade! Had he not been prepared, he would surely have met his demise beneath its strike. A torrent of blood erupted from his mouth, and while his vitality waned slightly, he remained alive, albeit with a mask of pain etched across his features. The sword-blind man furrowed his brow, seemingly struck by a realization. He is still alive? Truly, those of the Xianin sect are mad, having transformed themselves into mere puppets of the dead. And what are these puppets? Undying, eternal, invincible. Surely this is the most perfect form of existence. Ha ha ha. Perfect? Mere wretched beings, nothing more. Undeterred by the sword-blind man's derision, Shirgu Han replied, Jian Wuchen, you may have triumphed this time. Yet, triumphed? The sword-blind man scoffed, coldly interrupting, is the old blind man showing you mercy? If you are discontent, I can grant you the first strike, and we shall see if the old blind man can bring you to your end. You, Shirgu Han, exasperated, finally huffed, then let us part ways for now, and we shall see what fate holds. Attempt to flee? Have you consulted the blind man's sword? Just as the sword-blind man prepared to unleash a strike, Shirgu Han suddenly activated a mechanism in the cave's wall, causing an avalanche of debris to descend. With a thunderous crash, the cave trembled violently, evoking a sense of impending doom. After a moment, tranquility enveloped the cavern, as if it had fallen into deathly silence. As rubble scattered and dust swirled, the sword-blind man emerged from the cave, his expression stoic. Did he truly let him escape? The prowess of the Xianin sect was indeed formidable. Alas, the northern territories are embroiled in chaos, and now the southern lands have also succumbed to unrest. Alas, the state of the world is fraught with difficulties. Jian Xiazi lamented, shaking his head before departing, leaning upon his sword staff. The rise and fall of nations brings suffering to the common folk. The white clouds drift lazily overhead, while the mountain stream flows endlessly. The wind caresses the flowers, and the sun warms the mountain peaks. It was noon, and the mist in the mountains swirled beautifully, creating a picturesque scene. However, when Gu Chaqing opened his eyes once more, he found himself in a narrow cave. Where is this place? Who has rescued me? At that moment, Gu Chaqing appeared quite disheveled, his body marred with numerous wounds, many of which were grievous, exposing flesh and bone. Such severe injuries would have surely claimed the life of another. Fortunately, Gu Changqing possessed an extraordinary vitality and a robust physique honed through rigorous training, which allowed him to cling to life. Even so, his body was ravaged by corpse poison, causing excruciating pain that rendered him almost immobile. Had it not been for the protection of the sword spirit over his mental fortitude, he might have lost his sanity. Nevertheless, despite the pain, Gu Changqing was astonished to discover that the blood energy within him seemed to have intensified, akin to boiling magma surging through his veins. Such formidable and abundant blood energy was rarely possessed even by martial artists at the Gathering Qi realm. This was the boon granted by vanquishing the corpse puppet. The corpse puppet lacked life force, yet it was suffused with an overwhelming blood energy. Had Gu Changqing not been afflicted by the corpse poison, his injuries would have likely healed long ago. As Gu Changqing was lost in thought, a waft of fragrance reached his nostrils. Turning his head, he noticed a palm-sized white fruit beside him, looking remarkably appetizing, seemingly prepared just for him. Accepting his fate, Gu Changqing thought little of it and struggled to bite into the fruit, consuming it bit by bit. The fragrant essence flowed into his abdomen like sweet dew, sending a warm current coursing through his body, not only mending his wounds, but also purging the corpse poison within him. What a miraculous fruit! Gu Changqing's eyes sparkled with delight. In less than half an hour, he regained the ability to move freely. First, he examined his body and found no missing limbs. Luck was on his side. Next, he checked his belongings. The silver notes and manual were intact, and the severed head of Tu Wanxiong hung at his waist. Regrettably, his iron sword had been lost when it fell from the cliff, but that was beyond his control. Just then, a cacophony of roars and clashes erupted from outside the cave, suggesting a fierce struggle. Gu Changqing immediately heightened his alertness and cautiously approached the cave's entrance. Roar! Grr! Within the valley, the roar of a tiger echoed, sending birds and beasts scattering. By the waterside, a bamboo bear was engaged in a fierce battle with a gigantic black tiger. The black tiger was enormous, nearly the height of a man, while the bamboo bear, though wounded, was clearly at a disadvantage, having narrowly escaped several near-fatal encounters with the tiger's jaws. Fortunately, the bamboo bear had thick skin and robust flesh, providing strong defense. Despite being on the back foot, it continued to hold its ground against the formidable tiger. As time passed, a hint of cunning humanity flickered in the eyes of the black-furred giant tiger, revealing that it was no ordinary beast. With a sudden roar, the tiger retreated, feigning weakness, and began to circle the bamboo bear, launching surprise attacks. Though the bamboo bear possessed formidable defenses, it was less agile than the tiger. And with its body wounded and blood flowing incessantly, its stamina rapidly diminished, leading it to feel an overwhelming fatigue. The bear's head grew heavy, and soon, a flaw appeared in its defenses. In an instant, the black-furred giant tiger lunged at the bear with ferocious intent. Like a ravenous predator, it struck with brutal force, catching the bamboo bear off guard, sending it sprawling to the ground. Its neck clamped tightly within the tiger's jaws. The bear thrashed wildly, desperate to escape. Yet the tiger's weight held it firmly down, rendering it powerless to break free. As the bear's situation grew dire, a rock suddenly hurtled through the air, crashing heavily against the tiger's head. The impact caused the tiger to roar in pain, blood oozing from its brow, adding a savage fierceness to its already fearsome visage. Seizing the opportunity, the bamboo bear broke free and swiftly retreated into the nearby underbrush. The tiger turned its gaze to see a young boy cautiously approaching with a wooden stick, radiating an aura of fierce determination. Go! Get away! Gu Changqing commanded, swinging the stick in an attempt to drive the tiger back. However, the beast, consumed by rage, had lost all sense of reason. It only desired to rend the boy into pieces and devour him whole. With a thunderous roar, the tiger leaped towards the youth. Tie-in sword technique, falling stars. 12 kills in a thought. Yet, Gu Changqing had evidently overestimated the resilience of his weapon. With a sharp crack, the stick splintered, and the boy was thrown to the ground, his arm injured by the tiger's sharp claws. The tiger's hide was remarkably tough, akin to that of a seasoned martial artist, and without any internal energy to bolster his strike, the fragile stick was incapable of harming the beast. The tiger lunged repeatedly, attempting to bite the boy's vitals. But Gu Changqing, having significantly increased his strength, managed to hold the tiger's neck at bay. Just then, a plump figure burst from the foliage, crashing into the tiger with great force. The sound of impact echoed as the black-furred giant tiger was hurled several feet away, momentarily dazed. Seizing this chance, Gu Changqing sprang to his feet, picking up a broken branch and driving it into one of the tiger's eyes. With a sickening squelch, blood gushed forth as the tiger rolled on the ground in agony. howling in pain and fury. Gu Chaqing pressed his advantage, mounting the tiger and relentlessly striking its head and abdomen with powerful blows. Each hit resonated with immense force, instilling a growing sense of fear within the beast. With another furious roar, the black-furred giant tiger, disregarding all restraint, broke free from its constraints and fled in terror. Before departing from the valley, he could not help but glance back, his solitary eye filled with a deep-seated resentment. With a thud, Gu Chaqing sank to the ground, internally exhaling a sigh of relief. It had indeed been somewhat taxing, considering he had only just recovered from his injuries and possessed little stamina. Had the giant tiger not fled, he would have been compelled to contemplate his own escape. With a whimper, the bamboo bear slowly approached, nudging Gu Chaqing affectionately to express its gratitude. Subsequently, the bear plucked 2 white fruits from a tree by the pond, consumed one, and then offered the other to Gu Chaqing, the very fruit he had previously devoured in the cave. "Thank you, Dudu," Gu Chaqing replied with a clear smile. He had long noticed the black cloth tied around the bear's little leg. It was indeed the same bamboo bear he had encountered on the mountainside. Dudu. Gu Chaqing surmised that Dudu had saved him, and thus felt a surge of gratitude. Since he had begun practicing the tie-in sword technique, Gu Chaqing's spiritual perception had sharpened considerably. With the aid of the sword's consciousness, he could faintly sense Dudu's thoughts, allowing for a simple exchange of ideas between man and bear. Dudu, too, expressed gratitude, for had it not been for Gu Chaqing's timely intervention, it might have met its demise at the jaws of the giant tiger. "There is no need for thanks. We are all good friends. You help me, and I help you," Gu Chaqing said, affectionately ruffling the bear's head, feeling quite at ease. After consuming the white fruit, both Gu Chaqing and Dudu quickly regained their strength and health. Instinctively, Gu Chaqing surveyed his surroundings, only to realize he was in a secluded valley, surrounded by mountains, veiled in mist, with the sweet melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers wafting through the air. The scene was enchanting. Nearby, a waterfall cascaded into a pond, magnificent and awe-inspiring, reminiscent of a paradise untouched by the world. The peculiar white fruit trees grew beside the pond, reaching over a yard in height. Not particularly lush, but brimming with vitality. However, only a handful of fruits dangled from the branches. Upon noticing the pond, Gu Chaqing recalled his blood-stained attire, feeling rather unclean, and thus leapt into the water to wash himself thoroughly. Witnessing this spectacle, Dudu was momentarily perplexed. "You're using my drinking spot for a bath? Please, have some decorum." Yet, despite its thoughts, Dudu found the scene amusing and decided to jump into the pond as well, splashing about joyfully, like a waterfall tumbling down 3,000 feet. As if the Milky Way has descended from the heavens. Was this the waterfall the poet spoke of? Indeed, it was a sight to behold. The youth, filled with curiosity at the sight of the waterfall for the first time, swam to the edge of the stone platform beneath the falls, eager to experience the breathtaking power of the cascading water up close. However, the ferocious torrent crashed heavily upon the stone, sending sprays of water that knocked him off balance and plunged him back into the pond. Gurgling, Gu Chaqing swallowed a mouthful of water, astonished beyond measure. He had never imagined that water could wield such formidable force, akin to the weight of 1,000 pounds. The obstinate youth, not easily deterred, resolved to approach the waterfall once more, determined to conquer the stone platform. With prior experience in mind, the young lad cautiously ascended the azure stone platform. Yet, before he could firmly establish his footing, he was once again swept into the water pool by the immense torrent, even more disheveled than before. This was his inaugural encounter with the terrifying impact of the waterfall, akin to the Milky Way cascading from the heavens, an unending and ceaseless force. If this waterfall were a sword, then facing such a formidable technique would surely overwhelm even the sturdiest of bodies, rendering any resilience futile. In the midst of his reflections, Gu Chaqing suddenly found himself pondering numerous thoughts. If he were to train beneath the waterfall, or even consider the waterfall as a target for sword practice, would that not be an intriguing endeavor? This notion took root in the young man's heart, burgeoning with relentless vigor. As the moon waned and the stars dimmed, the night fell silent, inviting the gentle evening breeze. The secluded valley cast a faint glow upon his solitary figure as he became enveloped in the azure waters. At this moment, Dida leaned against the ginkgo tree, staring vacantly at the reflection in the pool, exuding an air of profound solitude. The boy was repeatedly toppled by the waterfall, yet he persistently climbed back onto the azure stone platform, seemingly oblivious to fatigue. Dida marveled at his own madness for watching the boy throughout the night. Initially, he found the boy amusing, then deemed him foolish. And now he felt a sense of numbness. Dudu could not comprehend what the boy was doing. Was he not weary? Did he not feel pain? Was this not arduous? The reason Dudu remained was to witness just how long the boy could endure. The boy beneath the waterfall exhibited remarkable tenacity and adaptability. Initially, Gu Chaqing struggled to maintain his balance on the azure stone platform, yet now he could withstand the waterfall's onslaught for over 30 breaths, marking a significant advancement. Simultaneously, he sensed the transformation within his physique, particularly under the waterfall's impact. His muscular and skeletal strength had undergone tremendous enhancement, akin to iron forged through countless trials. Perhaps due to the ginkgo's influence, Gu Chaqing felt no fatigue nor hunger. He trained throughout the night, oblivious to the approaching dawn. Dudu, would you care to join me for some exercise? It could be quite enjoyable. Upon hearing Gu Chaqing's invitation, Dudu cast a reproachful glance, his eyes filled with resentment. Young lad, do you not hear the folly in your words? Do you think I, a bamboo bear, am foolish enough to be easily deceived? Is this what you call exercise? It is merely self-inflicted suffering. I, of the bamboo bear lineage, prefer leisure and indulgence, never hardship. Not exercising, the boy sighed, devoid of any mockery. But you are so weak, unable to fend off even the giant insects. What will you do if they bully you in the future? Woo. Dida had intended to retire for the night, but upon hearing that he could not even defeat the giant insects, his rotund body stiffened in indignation. You troublesome boy, if you insist on saying such things, then I shall not feel sleepy anymore. With that, Dudu plunged into the water pool, joining the boy in his training. The boy was momentarily taken aback, then a smile broke across his face. Days passed swiftly, with the sun rising and setting. And 3 fleeting days had gone by. Every day, Gu Chaqing diligently practices his martial arts on the bluestone platform. When fatigue sets in, he rests by the pond while honing his swordsmanship. If weariness overtakes him, he peruses martial arts manuals to invigorate his spirit. When hunger strikes, he plucks ginkgo nuts or prepares roasted fish and meat. His days are blissfully free and exceedingly comfortable. Now, Gu Chaqing has not only solidified his footing on the bluestone platform, but is also able to practice his swordplay beneath the waterfall, although his movements may lack precision. His comprehension of the sword path has deepened significantly. Notably, Dudu manages to endure the waterfall's onslaught, albeit lazily sprawled on the bluestone platform, allowing the water to cascade over him. In a mere 3 days, Gu Chaqing's prowess has surged remarkably. A faint golden light begins to shimmer on his skin, and his strength has escalated to 1400 Jun, far surpassing the formidable 2 Wanxiong from before. He is exceedingly confident that he will soon break through to the perfected stage of skin training. As for the 4 martial arts techniques, Poison Fang Blade, Iron Shirt Technique, Spirit Serpent Whip, and Plum Blossom 5 Swords, Gu Chaqing has thoroughly mastered them all. These martial manuals are certainly not lacking in merit. Each possesses distinct characteristics. However, due to Gu Chaqing's elevated starting point, having mastered 2 superior sword techniques and 2 pinnacle sword arts, the majority of these techniques, with the exception of Iron Shirt Technique, offer him little substantial aid, merely broadening his horizons. Nevertheless, it must be noted that while Iron Shirt Technique is an external practice, it proves exceptionally beneficial for physical conditioning. Gu Chaqing's ability to endure beneath the waterfall for such an extended period is entirely attributed to the support of the Iron Shirt Technique. Of course, as a swordsman, Gu Chaqing is primarily focused on combat and the honing of his edge, yet he diligently trains his physique. Were this to reach the ears of Mao Jiujuan and the blind swordsman, they would undoubtedly chide him for neglecting the essence for the trivial, reversing priorities. Outside Qishan town, at the Qingyan sword sect, Mao Jiujuan returned, weary from his travels, only to find the sect's residence deserted, leaving him utterly perplexed. What on earth? Why is there not a soul in sight? Where are my disciples? Could it be that enemies have come knocking? No, there are no signs of a struggle. Could it be that these 2 rascals have gone off gallivanting? The mere thought of the unreliable Shuri caused Mao Jiujuan's forehead to bead with frustration. Just as he was about to venture out in search of them, a figure silently appeared outside the courtyard. Well, what brings the renowned blind swordsman here today? Upon seeing the newcomer, Mao Jiujuan was momentarily taken aback before offering a sardonic smile. The blind swordsman, rather than displaying anger, calmly found a place to sit. Mao Jiujuan furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. This individual had previously been known for his fiery temper. How could he possibly be so submissive? Unless, blind swordsman, what exactly do you intend to do? If you seek a fight, I am always ready to oblige. Fight. I, the blind swordsman, have always believed in subduing others through virtue. You hardly believe that yourself, do you? Listening to Mao Jiujuan's derisive remarks, the blind swordsman sighed and said, Well, I came to talk to you, primarily about Gu Cha-Ching. Gu Cha-Ching. You know Gu Cha-Ching? Mao Jiujuan suddenly sprang up. Resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his face a mask of vigilance. Old blind man, Gu Cha-Ching is the closed-door disciple of this old man. I warn you not to act recklessly, or I shall not let this matter rest. Let it not rest, then. Do you truly believe you can still best me? The sword-blind man's attitude was exceptionally arrogant, infuriating Mao Jiujuan to the point of stomping his feet. I am utterly exasperated. Speak. What is it you want? Without hesitation, the sword-blind man stated, I intend to take Gu Cha-Ching as my disciple. What? Absolutely not. Mao Jiujuan roared, spitting flecks of saliva onto the sword-blind man's face. Let me make this clear. Gu Cha-Ching is my disciple, and a prodigious talent of the Qingyan sword sect. Do you dare to entice him to betray his master? Not a chance. I may not be able to defeat you now, but I will curse your ancestors for generations and even dig up your grave. The old man grew increasingly agitated, nearly resorting to physical confrontation. The sword-blind man's eyelids twitched, and he scoffed, Who says a person can only have one master? I merely came to inform you, not to seek your approval. Regardless, I shall not consent. Mao Jiujuan retorted without a moment's thought. My young disciple possesses a pure heart, cherishing respect for the elderly and love for the young, revering his teachers and valuing the way. As long as I disagree, he certainly will not comply. Huh? You old coot think you can bully the lad because of his kind-heartedness and naivety, do you? Let me enlighten you. Gu has mastered my Taiyin Star 12 kills, and he has already reached a state of transcendence. Do you truly believe you can hinder my intention to take him as my disciple? What? You? What did you say? Transcendence? Gu Cha-Ching's swordsmanship has reached transcendence. Mao Jiujuan stared, dumbfounded, at the sword-blind man, his face a picture of disbelief. The sword-blind man, however, wasted no time on theatrics, succinctly recounting his encounters with Gu Cha-Ching while also informing him of the annihilation of Qifeng village. At this revelation, Mao Jiujuan was left utterly bewildered. A youth who had practiced martial arts for less than a month single-handedly brought down an entire village. Such a notion seemed utterly absurd, and it was not just Mao Jiujuan, a seasoned veteran, who found it hard to believe. Even the sword-blind man, had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, would likely have doubted its veracity. Wait, you say that lad has already achieved the pinnacle of skin training. Mao Jiujuan may have been skeptical of the sword-blind man's character, but he had unwavering faith in his discernment. Sometimes, the insights gleaned from the heart can be more authentic than those perceived by the eyes. It is far more than merely having achieved the pinnacle of skin training. Gu possesses strength that rivals 1,000 pounds, comparable to many martial artists who have reached the stage of organ training. I plan to guide him down the path of extreme martial artists. Moreover, the 4 sword techniques he has mastered have all reached the level of transcendence, and he has comprehended at least 3 sword intents. In a sparring match, I would struggle to suppress him. At best, it would end in a draw. Listening to the sword-blind man's admiration and reflections, Mao Jiujuan's eyes widened once more, and his breath quickened. For sword techniques reaching transcendence, and the comprehension of 3 sword intents? A prodigy. That lad is truly a phenomenon. However, upon reflecting on such a prodigious talent in the sword arts meeting an untimely demise at the tender age of 18, both elderly gentlemen could not help but silently curse the ancestors of the Gu family through generations. Ah ha ha ha. Mao Jiujuan suddenly placed his hands on his hips, laughing heartily, clearly reveling in his delight. Old man, what are you laughing at? Heh, why shouldn't I laugh when my disciple is so extraordinary? Seeing Mao Jiujuan so smug, the blind swordsman could not resist retorting. Heh, what are you so proud of? What have you taught that young lad? His current foundation is solely the result of his own talent and hard work, which has nothing to do with you. You. Mao Jiujuan's smile froze in an instant, leaving him momentarily speechless. Indeed, he seemed to have only taught 3 sets of sword techniques and had imparted nothing else, right? The principles of being a person? Nonsense. How would he know anything about that? Realizing this, Mao Jiujuan felt utterly exposed, mortifyingly embarrassed. Out of words, are we? At your age, have some dignity, will you? Regardless, that young lad is still my disciple, and I take pride in him. Mao Jiujuan smirked defiantly. You, a wandering dog, what is there to be pleased about? Wait until you reclaim the gates of the Qingyan sword sect before you come flaunting in front of the old blind man. Mao Jiujuan's expression turned ashen. Yet he found himself unable to retort. The turmoil during the Qingyan incident had led to the sect's downfall, ultimately falling into the hands of outsiders. A thorn that had long pierced Mao Jiujuan's heart. Unfortunately, given his current state, he was utterly incapable of reviving the sect. After a moment of silence, Mao Jiujuan seemed to ponder something. By the way, why did that young lad suddenly head to Qifeng village? Given his introverted nature, he shouldn't have sought to provoke them, should he? That is something you must ask your esteemed disciple about. Esteemed disciple? Aishui and Xiao Yi are still occupied in Nanling City. Could it be that rascal Shuri? What has he done now? A sense of foreboding tightened in Mao Jiujuan's chest. Your esteemed disciple mentioned that the demonic sect is struggling and on the verge of starvation. So he sent that young lad to undertake tasks from the blacklist to sustain the sect. The blind swordsman scoffed. TSK, TSK, TSK. I never expected your disciple to possess such high awareness. You've indeed broadened my understanding, even as a blind man. Mao Jiujuan was infuriated. A storm of black lines swirling around his head. He knew all too well Shi Yi's true nature. Outwardly honest and unassuming, yet inwardly cunning. Nothing like the upright and kind-hearted old man he was. This rebellious disciple, such a scoundrel, when he returns, I shall break his dog legs. Mao Jiujuan scolded, gritting his teeth. In front of the blind swordsman, he could never admit fault. After all, as long as he was innocent, the blame lay with his disciple. Eh? Master, you're back? Shuri returned to the sect carrying various items, initially elated upon seeing Mao Jiujuan, but quickly his smile turned sheepish. However, when Shuri noticed the blind swordsman standing beside him, his expression immediately stiffened. Senior Jian is also here. Ha, 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 greetings, Senior Jian. Heh. The blind swordsman nodded with a smile that did not reach his eyes, uttering not a word. Shuri suddenly felt that the atmosphere on site was somewhat eerie. In the past, whenever his master and the blind swordsman met, they would exchange no more than 3 sentences before resorting to blows. Yet now, they were able to stand calmly in the same courtyard? How peculiar. Extremely peculiar. At that moment, the blind swordsman inexplicably procured a hefty stick and personally handed it to Mao Jiujuan, saying, Old fellow, as you mentioned, once he returns, break his dog legs. Mao Jiujuan's eyes twitched furiously, wishing he could retaliate with a strike of his own. However, he was entirely disinclined to quarrel with the blind swordsman at that moment. Instead, with a grim expression, he turned to Shi Yi and inquired, You are the senior brother of the Qingyan sword sect, correct? Where is my newly admitted, obedient disciple? Shi Yi's heart tightened, and he lowered his head, stammering and hesitant to respond. Bang! Mao Jiujuan struck Shi Yi's head with the stick. Speak up, master. My junior brother said he wanted to contribute to the sect, so he accepted a blacklist mission and went to Qifeng village over in the West Mountain Ridge. Bang! Another swift blow landed, precise and unforgiving. So the sect is short on funds, is it? Bang! A blacklist mission, is it? Bang! Qifeng village, is it? Bang! You are leading your junior brother into danger, are you? Bang! A series of blows left Shuri battered and bruised, yet he neither evaded nor retaliated. Although he had never intended to harm his junior brother, he recognized that his handling of the situation was indeed improper, putting his junior brother at risk. Should anything unfortunate occur, he feared he would be filled with regret for a lifetime. It was over. It seemed that the persona of this senior brother was unraveling. Once his junior brother returned, he would certainly need to offer a heartfelt apology. Wait, something felt amiss. Hold on with the blind swordsman here. Who was watching over his junior brother? Good heavens. The old blind man set me up. Realizing this, Shuri could no longer contain himself. Senior swordsman. Weren't you supposed to be watching over my junior brother? Where is he? The blind swordsman was taken aback by Shi Yi's sudden change of topic and found himself at a loss for words. Mao Jiujuan, noticing the blind swordsman's troubled expression, pressed on, Old blind man, where is my obedient disciple? Did you not finish your explanation just now? After a moment of hesitation, the blind swordsman decided to speak the truth. Gu Xiaoji, he has gone missing. What? Missing? Shuri was momentarily stunned. While Mao Jiujuan erupted with fury, You lost him, and you still have the audacity to discuss taking on disciples with me. You shameless old fool. I admit my fault in this matter, but you have scolded me. We must find a way to locate him. As he spoke, the blind swordsman recounted the events surrounding Gu Cha-Ching being pursued by a corpse puppet. Upon learning that Gu Cha-Ching had slain the corpse puppet, Mao Jiujuan's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. His disciple was indeed so valiant? How could I, as his master, have been completely unaware? That was a corpse puppet from the Xianin sect. Among low-tier evil entities, they are the most difficult to eliminate. Even they would require considerable effort to vanquish. It is not that the corpse puppet is powerful, but rather that it is difficult to kill. Beside him, Shi wore a perplexed expression, entirely unaware of the news regarding the destruction of Qi Feng's stronghold, and unable to comprehend the conversation between the two. However, he recognized the formidable nature of the corpse puppets and was astonished that his junior disciple could vanquish one. What transformations could have transpired in just a few days? So, it is true that Gu Changqing was cast down the cliff? Mao Jiujuan's countenance grew grave, his brows furrowed. It seems so, but regrettably. I searched beneath the cliff and found nothing save for a rushing stream. Pausing briefly, Jian Shazi added, in fact, not finding him is a good sign. It indicates Gu Changqing is still alive, which is why I chose to wait here for him. Humph. Mao Jiujuan shot Jian Shazi an exasperated glare. Though he held a disdain for the man, he had complete faith in his judgment. Furthermore, he believed that a person of indomitable spirit would not perish quietly. Jian Shazi then stated solemnly, by the way, Mao old man, are you aware of the corpse puppets at Qi Feng stronghold? Of course not. Otherwise, I would have eradicated them long ago, Mao Jiujuan replied, exasperation lacing his words, accompanied by a sense of dread. Such malevolent beings, which feed on the blood of the living, grow stronger with time, posing an ever greater threat. Had it not been for Gu Changqing's inadvertent destruction of Qi Feng's stronghold, who knows when these corpse puppets would have emerged? If they were to ascend to mid-tier or even high-tier malevolence, the consequences would be dire. The entire Qiheng County could suffer catastrophic loss, rivers running red with blood. 3 centuries prior, the Central Plains witnessed a chaos of corpse puppets that ravaged 12 cities in the northern lands, resulting in the deaths of millions and instilling terror throughout the realm. Had it not been for the intervention of the immortal sects, the death toll might have been far greater. Thus, corpse puppets are a taboo. Anyone who encounters them meets their demise, making them the enemy of all. Mao old man, this matter reeks of peculiarity. The Xianin sect would not act without cause. You must investigate thoroughly. Humph, why don't you investigate? Jian Shazi could not help but roll his eyes. Are you out of your mind? You expect a blind man to delve into such matters? Are you mocking me? Ahem. I spoke too candidly, merely jesting. Heh. Mao Jiujuan chuckled awkwardly, assuring there was no intent to offend. To alleviate his own discomfort, Mao Jiujuan suddenly turned to his battered and bruised apprentice, growing increasingly displeased. Why are you still here? Huh. Shi was bewildered and somewhat flustered. Then, where should I be? Go search for your junior disciple. If you cannot find him, do not return to see me. With that, Mao Jiujuan kicked Shi away. Shi rose, rubbing his backside in grievance, his eyes filled with resentment. Oh, junior disciple. Do you know how much suffering your elder brother has endured for you? You must repay him well in the future. Time in the mountains is indifferent to the passage of days, and before long, another 7 days had slipped by. Beneath the waterfall, the young swordsman silently gathered his strength. And with a single stroke of his sword, the once turbulent cascade was cleaved in twain, resembling a curtain of water, before swiftly returning to its original state. Although merely a fleeting moment, the bamboo bear Dudu observed with acute clarity, even startled, its black and white fur bristling. Gu Changqing was increasingly becoming unrecognizable. It was a wonder that Dudu had to engage with such a creature daily, and had never once emerged victorious. The Qingyun sword art was exquisite, its sword momentum reaching a small level of mastery. The Xuani sword art was equally ethereal, achieving similar prowess. The Royun sword art was no less remarkable, and the Taiyin sword art too, all attaining a small level of mastery. In the realm of body refinement, he had achieved a small degree of mastery, his strength weighing 3,000 jun, with mental perception extending 19 zhang. Under the communion of sword and spirit, a cascade of insights flooded Gu Changqing's mind. The remarkable fruits of his several days of diligent cultivation in the valley, a testament to his rapid advancement with immense gains. Of course, this progress was largely due to the assistance of the white fruit. Although Gu Changqing was unaware of the true nature of this treasure, he was certain of its immense rarity. Regrettably, the supply of white fruit was limited. He had consumed merely 9, one each day, perfectly suiting his training needs without waste. The only limit was that Gu Changqing's recent breakthroughs had been too swift, and he now found himself at a bottleneck. Having unblocked 3 meridians, further advancement was proving exceedingly difficult. Not something to be achieved through mere perseverance. It was time to depart. With a splash, Gu Changqing leapt into the pond to cleanse himself thoroughly. Dudu seemed to sense something amiss and silently followed closely by his side. This was indeed an ideal place for cultivation, yet it was time to leave. Otherwise, his master and senior brother would surely grow concerned. Alas, in truth, I shall miss you too. Gu Chaqing embraced Dudu, affectionately ruffling his round, furry head. The youth, having had few friends since childhood, cherished every bond deeply. After spending several days together, a profound friendship had blossomed between him and Dudu, to the extent that he had contemplated remaining in this carefree haven indefinitely. Yet, no gathering lasts forever. Ultimately, the youth must depart. He had to survive, alter his fate, and attend to a multitude of tasks awaiting him. At times, destiny resembles an invisible shackle, binding one in confinement, denying freedom. The youth donned his tattered robes, securing his wooden staff and bundle at his waist, and strolled towards the valley's exit. However, before he could step out, a rotund figure trailed behind. Who else but Dudu? Woo-woo. What? You wish to accompany me? Woo-woo. Splendid. The youth's face lit up with joy as he scooped up Dudu and twirled around several times. Dudu, momentarily bewildered, pondered whether such courtesy was fitting for a bamboo bear. Woo-woo. Woo-woo. Oh, you wish for me to gather all the white fruits? Woo-woo. Very well. It would be wasteful to leave them behind. Gu Chaqing nodded enthusiastically and proceeded to pluck the last 7 white fruits. He deemed these treasures valuable enough that his master and senior brother should also have a taste. And he mustn't forget to reserve one for Uncle Sword, as well as prepare some for his second and third senior brothers. As for the 2 extra items, they can be kept for monetary gain, to revitalize the sect in the future. Thus, a delightful decision has been made. In the depths of the forest, a disheveled man, unkempt and rugged, leaned on a wooden staff, seemingly in search of something. Moments later, he arrived at the edge of a small stream, hastily rushing forward to drink deeply from the water, hoping to quell the gnawing hunger within. This man is Shuri, appearing quite disheveled. He has been wandering this desolate wilderness for a full 7 days. Yet not only has he failed to find his junior brother, but there are hardly any creatures to be heard. Furthermore, he had made a special trip to Qifeng village, only to discover it in ruins. Upon inquiry, he learned that Qifeng village had long since fallen. Although he attributed this to the actions of the blind swordsman, it did not deter him from his sole focus of searching for his junior brother. However, the area around Shishan Ridge is neither small nor large, making the search for a person quite challenging. Consequently, his provisions have run out, and his clothing is tattered, leading to the current scene. Suddenly, a crackling sound of breaking branches echoed nearby, and Shuri became alert. Turning to look, he saw a bamboo bear, towering over a person, approaching the stream, presumably to drink. Shuri discreetly prepared to evade it. It was his first encounter with such a massive bamboo bear. Wait a moment. There seems to be someone riding atop it. That attire, that appearance, it seems somewhat familiar. Could it be? Is that my dear junior brother? Shuri was momentarily stunned, then rushed forward with tears of joy. Huh? Is that my senior brother? But what is he doing here? From a distance, Gu Chaqing noticed a beggar sprinting towards him, momentarily taken aback. The figure seemed somewhat familiar, yet the unkempt appearance starkly contrasted with his memories of the proud senior brother. Nevertheless, there was no doubt it was indeed his senior brother. Dudu, that's my senior brother. Please don't bite him. Gu Chaqing gently patted Dudu's head and then stepped forward to greet Shuri. Senior brother, what brings you here? Junior brother, my dear junior brother. I have finally found you. How could I have lived if I hadn't found you? Shuri exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace Gu Chaqing, weeping profusely. Do you know how I have endured these 7 days? Gu Chaqing felt an overwhelming warmth in his heart. Indeed, his senior brother was deeply concerned for him, and he regretted not returning to the sect sooner. I'm sorry, senior brother, It's quite all right. It matters not if the mission has failed. As long as you are safe, Shuri reassured him, patting the young man's shoulder with a faint gravity. He reminisced about his own early missions, recalling the countless failures he endured on his first, second, and third attempts. But so what? Gradually, he had grown accustomed to it. Indeed, one could wonder if Shuri was cursed with misfortune, as every mission he undertook seemed to end in failure, beset by all manner of unforeseen circumstances. Otherwise, how could the senior brother's chronicles of the Jianghu have come to be? Certainly, it is through numerous failures that one accumulates wisdom. Failures? There are none. Gu Chaqing was momentarily taken aback, sensing that his senior brother must have misinterpreted something. Then why apologize? Shuri was equally perplexed, his face a mask of doubt. Have you done something to offend me? No, Gu Chaqing replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. I merely feel that my late return may have caused you concern. Concern? It's nothing, really. Shuri chuckled awkwardly, making a valiant effort to mask his embarrassment. During the absence of his junior disciple, This senior brother had been indulging in music at the brothels every day, seemingly in high spirits. Had it not been for the return of Mao Jiujuan, he would likely still be lost in the delights of Baiwa Tower. Naturally, such matters could not be disclosed, lest it lead to misunderstandings on the part of his junior disciple. Wait. Shi suddenly froze, as if struck by a realization. Junior disciple, you just mentioned that the mission did not fail? What do you mean? Well, senior brother, please take a look. I have apprehended 2 Wanxiang. As he spoke, Gu Changqing handed a wrapped parcel to Shi. Oh, what? What did you say? Shi exclaimed, opening the package to reveal the severed head of 2 Wanxiang. Despite its swollen state, the head still bore the fierce visage of its former owner. Shi examined it closely, repeatedly confirming its authenticity, yet remained in a state of disbelief. Could it be that he was hallucinating? Smack! Shi suddenly slapped himself. Ouch! That truly hurts. If it hurts, then it must not be an illusion, right? So, does this mean that Qingfeng village was also eradicated by you, junior disciple? Indeed. Gu Chaqing then succinctly recounted the events leading up to this moment, his gaze clear and tranquil, as though recounting an ordinary occurrence, devoid of any need for boasting. However, Shi was utterly stunned, completely at a loss for words. You, a mere novice in the martial arts. No, wait, have you reached the minor completion stage? Major completion? Perfection? Minor completion in muscle training. What? Junior disciple, you have truly reached the minor completion stage in muscle training? Even if you had consumed the legendary indestructible elixir, you should not be this formidable. Junior disciple, have you truly attained minor completion in muscle training? Shi gazed at Gu Chaqing in disbelief, wishing to dissect him piece by piece to ascertain whether his junior disciple was, in fact, a disguised monster. Yes, I have reached minor completion in muscle training. Gu Chaqing nodded honestly, then expressed some concern. However, since entering this stage, my physical training speed seems to have significantly slowed, and I estimate it will take about half a month to reach major completion. For Gu Chaqing, who had only 2 years to live, half a month felt like an eternity. After all, it had been less than a month since he began his cultivation journey. Shi was left speechless, his mind swirling in confusion. Junior disciple, can you speak plainly? You consider this speed slow? How are other martial artists supposed to survive? Once upon a time, Shi Guang devoted a full 2 years to tempering his physical form during the initial stages of his training, and he spent an additional 3 years honing his sinews and bones. This was largely due to the profound heritage of the Qingyun sword sect. Otherwise, a typical rogue cultivator would likely require even more time. Were it not for Shi's understanding of Gu Chaqing's character and his sincere, clear gaze, he might have doubted whether his junior disciple was merely posturing before him. Something felt amiss. Even if his junior had achieved minor success in sinew training, he should not be a match for seasoned practitioners, should he? Never mind, he decided, for his junior was a complete enigma that defied conventional reasoning. At this moment, Shi Guang's mind was somewhat muddled, yet upon seeing his junior disciple unharmed, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Junior, your excellence places considerable pressure on me as your senior brother. Shi Guang chuckled bitterly, feeling both proud and anxious. Am I truly that remarkable? Gu Chaqing responded with surprise, recalling how their master had once remarked on his innate lack of aptitude for martial arts. That was merely in comparison to me. You are only slightly behind, yet far superior to others, Shi Guang asserted with a righteous pat on the boy's shoulder, his face devoid of any embarrassment as he praised himself. Indeed, I shall strive diligently to surpass my senior brother as soon as possible, the youth declared with enthusiasm, his heart buoyed by the affirmation. He believed his talent in swordsmanship might be commendable, yet he felt he fell short in other respects compared to his senior brother, especially after reading the remarkable travelogue penned by Shi Guang, which he found to be an indispensable guide for navigating the martial world. The mere recognition from his senior brother filled him with immense joy. The Qingyun sword sect is truly wonderful. Our master is kind, and my senior brothers are friendly, fostering a harmonious atmosphere where conversations are delightful. However, Shi Guang nearly stumbled, his expression gradually stiffening as his heart silently wept. Who could truly comprehend his feelings? He could hardly fathom the day when his junior might eclipse him, and how his second junior sister and third junior brother would scorn him then. No, Shi Guang, you must rally yourself. You must strive harder. You can do it, he thought, feeling a pang of despair. After a considerable time, 2 weary figures appeared on the official road outside Qingshan town. At that moment, Gu Chaqing and Shi Guang, in tattered clothing and looking rather disheveled, drew the attention of passers-by as the youth rode atop an impressively large bamboo bear. In these times, one had seen horses, donkeys, and even humans being ridden, but never a bear. Numerous merchant caravans traversed the official road, accompanied by many displaced persons and beggars, who, upon witnessing this spectacle, instinctively recoiled in fear and made way. "Junior, something seems rather amiss," Shi Guang remarked. "What is it, senior brother? Qishan town is neither a major stronghold nor a prosperous land. So why are there so many merchant caravans? Furthermore, there are currently no conflicts in the southern borders, from whence come all these refugees and beggars?" "I do not know," Gu Changqing replied earnestly, shaking his head. Such matters of deduction were clearly beyond him. Shi Guang could not help but roll his eyes, realizing he was speaking to a wall. "Forget it, I shan't dwell on it any longer." At that moment, Gu Changqing suddenly halted, his gaze serene as it fell upon a woman by the roadside. On the official path, a gaunt woman knelt, persistently beseeching the passers-by, yearning for a kind soul to extend a helping hand. At her feet lay the lifeless body of a man, presumably her husband, while in her arms she cradled a newborn infant, barely a month old. The baby, silent and content, suckled on its fingers, peacefully nestled against its mother, evoking a twinge of sympathy in those who beheld the scene. Some among the onlookers felt compassion, others appeared indifferent, and some even deemed the sight ominous, retreating to a distance. In such times, mere survival was a formidable challenge. Compassion bore little significance. With their own bellies unfilled and bodies unadorned, who would extend aid to another? As no one acknowledged her plight, a flicker of despair began to cloud the woman's eyes. The world is rife with suffering. Existence is indeed arduous. The woman longed to fade away quietly, yet when she glanced down at the child in her arms, a profound reluctance gripped her heart. Sometimes, the essence of life lies in legacy and continuity, an unbroken chain of existence, a torch passed from one generation to the next. Not far away, Gu Changqing witnessed this poignant tableau and found himself unwittingly halted. His eyes were clear and calm, yet within him stirred a complex array of emotions. His spiritual insight, sharpened by the connection of his sword, allowed him to sense the moral inclinations of those around him, yet in the woman he discerned an intricate tapestry of despair intertwined with hope. "Junior brother, do you wish to assist her?" Shuri followed his gaze, also perceiving the woman's desolation. However, apart from feelings of pity and sorrow, he harbored no intention of stepping forward to offer help. There were countless individuals in similar predicaments, particularly in the Wei Wu dynasty, which had faced repeated defeats and internal strife in recent years. How many had been uprooted from their homes? How many found themselves in despair, helpless? How many remained unburied? Their remains left to the wilderness, interred in foreign lands? Assistance was beyond reach. It was simply unattainable. Shi, once filled with youthful fervor and a sense of justice, had ultimately found himself beset by troubles, leading him to grow weary and disillusioned. He understood his junior brother's kind heart and feared that the harsh realities of the world might ensnare him, dragging him into the mundane struggles of life. Thus, he felt compelled to counsel him. Yet, Gu Changqing held a differing perspective. "Elder brother, she is a kind soul. I believe she is in dire need of support. On this thoroughfare, there are countless beggars and destitute souls. Who does not require assistance? Yet, how many can you truly help? Though I am not astute, I understand that if no one aids her, both she and her child may perish here. Life is too precious to be trampled upon. The sufferings of the world are akin to frost upon tiles. Yet, the cold frost shall disperse in time, and after hardship, sweetness will follow. In this tumultuous world, every matter is fraught with difficulty. When the warmth of spring arrives, may the flowers bloom abundantly." Shi fell into a contemplative silence. He had previously regarded Gu Changqing as merely kind-hearted, but now he discerned that his junior brother not only possessed a pure character, but was also imbued with a hopeful vision of the world's beauty. It is hard to imagine that this is a boy who has emerged from the depths of despair and hardship, living each day under the shadow of death. Lost in thought, Shi gradually descended into contemplation. Perhaps the world is somewhat dark, yet there must be light within it. If not, then this boy before us is indeed a beacon of hope. "Little junior brother, how do you intend to assist him? Can you offer him money?" Gu Changqing, lacking experience in such matters, sought the opinion of his senior brother. Shi shook his head. In this treacherous world, human nature is unpredictable. If you offer her wealth and others find out, it will not only fail to help her but may indeed bring her harm. Is this what Master meant by "a common man is innocent, but possessing treasures is a crime"? Gu Changqing seemed to grasp the meaning, realizing that books truly impart much wisdom. Indeed, among all poisons, the most venomous is the human heart. Sure, he had roamed the world with his master from a young age, witnessing both the most beautiful and the most grotesque aspects of humanity, all stemming from the nature of man. Senior brother, how then should I help her? If you genuinely wish to aid her, you must provide her with a stable living environment, allowing her to settle down in peace. Would world peace suffice? Sure Yi's mouth fell agape, momentarily stunned. He had never anticipated that such words would emerge from the lips of a youth as innocent as Gu Changqing. Had anyone else spoken thus, he would have dismissed it as folly, yet the sincerity and clarity in Gu Changqing's eyes inexplicably stirred something within Shuri. Could this be what Elder Sword spoke of as a heart untainted? Unbeknownst to Gu Changqing, Shuri Yi's thoughts were adrift, while he genuinely yearned for world peace. Though he recognized the impossibility of such a dream, he still harbored hope, if only he could survive. Senior brother, take these silver notes. Gu Changqing quietly produced a stack of silver notes and a large bag of silver coins, all of which he had painstakingly acquired from the bodies of bandits at Qingfeng Stronghold. A rough estimate revealed over 10,000 pieces of silver. Little junior brother, where did you acquire such a fortune? Shuri was momentarily taken aback, realizing that even if he toiled his entire life in the fields, he could scarcely amass such wealth. It's what you taught me, senior brother. The rules of the martial world: kill and plunder. Gu Changqing responded with unshakable conviction, oblivious to any wrongdoing in his actions. Shuri stared in disbelief at Gu Changqing, appearing as if he had just seen a ghost. How many bandits must one kill to acquire such a sum? Just moments ago, Shuri had perceived Gu Changqing as pure-hearted, fearing that such a disposition might lead to future burdens. Now, however, he felt entirely reassured. This lad was fierce in his actions. How could he possibly possess any feminine compassion? After a moment's hesitation, Gu Changqing proceeded to share his experiences and observations from Qingfeng Stronghold, of women being violated, of murder for amusement, of cruel tortures. Upon learning of the atrocities committed by Qingfeng Stronghold, a flash of anger and murderous intent flickered in Shiyi's eyes, transforming his previously honest demeanor into one that bore a hint of ferocity. The scoundrels of Qingfeng Zhai deserve nothing less than death. Regrettably, these bandits can only perish once. Otherwise, Shuri would wish to slay them again. Little junior brother, with so much wealth, why not keep it for yourself? Etlon once remarked that riches are merely external possessions, sufficient only when they serve a purpose. Moreover, I may not have long to live, and these funds may remain unspent. After a pause, Gu Changqing continued, Senior brother, with this money, can we help her? Indeed, we certainly can, Shuri replied solemnly, ultimately softening his heart. He planned to first bring the woman and child back to the Qingyun sword sect, where there were available rooms. After all, with the junior siblings absent, it was merely a matter of adding a few extra chopsticks. As for why he would not send them to the government office, it was simply a matter of distrust. Shuri was all too aware of the corruption within the current regime. He would not gamble the lives of the woman and child on the fleeting benevolence of officials, for they could not afford to lose, and should they fail, they would pay with their very lives. Having promised his little junior brother, Shuri was determined to see this through. Duo, forgive me. I am so sorry. My dear, your father has passed, and we can no longer survive. It is a pity that you have yet to truly see this world. Yet, this world is not particularly beautiful. It is somewhat dirty and chaotic. Perhaps it is better that you remain unaware. But you are so young, and it pains me to part with you. I am so sorry, so sorry. The woman murmured beside the official road, her tears flowing silently as she wept. As if sensing her sorrow, the infant in her arms instinctively reached out to touch her mother, but the little one was far too weak and soon fell silent again. Just as despair enveloped the woman, a tall figure appeared before her, accompanied by a youth riding a bear, Shuri and Gu Changqing. Why you? The woman instinctively shielded her child, feeling a twinge of fear, especially with the towering bamboo bear beneath Gu Changqing, which, despite its seemingly harmless demeanor, was nearly as massive as an adult bull. There is no need to fear. We mean you no harm, Shuri quickly reassured her, then smiled broadly. What is your name, dear sister? I am called Yun Yang, the woman replied nervously, unable to meet Shuri's gaze. However, upon glancing at her child, she knelt once more and pleaded, Esteemed sir, could you please save my child? She has not eaten for 2 days and is on the brink of collapse. I implore you, save her. I would be willing to sell myself into servitude, if only to save her. There is no need for such sacrifice. I intend to take you back to the sect, where you may assist with some chores. The sect? Yin Yang was momentarily taken aback. Though she knew not what a sect entailed, it sounded like a promising refuge. Yet, as she glanced at her husband's lifeless body at her feet, a shadow of sorrow flickered in her eyes. Ultimately, when one passes, they must find peace in the earth. Yun Yang could not bear to leave her husband's body to rot in the wilderness. She yearned to bury him, yet dared not voice her plea, fearing that Shi might become angered and abandon her. In her dire circumstances, following Shi was perhaps her and her child's only chance of survival. Very well. Let us take him along and find a place to lay him to rest, Shi remarked. Perceiving Yun Yang's hesitation as he effortlessly hoisted the man's corpse onto his shoulder, undeterred by the grimness of the task. Thank you, my lord. Thank you. Yun Yang expressed her profound gratitude, bowing repeatedly with her child in her arms, tears streaming down her face. There is no need to thank me. If you must express gratitude, direct it towards my junior brother. He possesses a kind heart and cannot bear to witness the sufferings of others. Hence his desire to assist you in overcoming this hardship. At the very least, to ensure your survival, Shi explained. Yun Yang stood momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated that the one truly aiding her was the silent youth beside them. In these times, most people are preoccupied with their own troubles, indifferent to the plight of others. Those who meddle in the affairs of others often find themselves ridiculed as fools, or even entangled in a web of chaos. At the dawn of humanity, goodness was inherent. When did the human heart become so callous? Compassionate souls should not be scorned, nor should kindness be reproached. This was the sentiment held by Gu Cha-ching. Thank you, young sir. Yun Yang attempted to bow again, but was gently halted by Gu Cha-ching. His act of saving others stemmed from a pure intention, devoid of any desire for reward. Thus, he required no expressions of gratitude. Observing the frail child in the woman's embrace, Gu Cha-ching quietly retrieved a ginkgo nut from his robes and offered it to her, advising, prepare a decoction with this ginkgo nut and administer it to the child daily. He should regain his health swiftly. Thank you, young sir. Yun Yang felt somewhat overwhelmed, yet the sincerity reflected in the boy's clear gaze compelled her to accept his kindness. Gu Cha-ching then handed the remaining ginkgo nuts to Shi, saying, Senior brother, these are a few I gathered from a valley. They are beneficial for health. You, the master, and the second and third senior sisters may each have one, and the rest can be given to the master for further handling. Gu Cha-ching was already aware from Shi that Jian Xie was currently residing at Qingyun Sword Sect, so there was no need for a special search. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated, junior brother. I believe the master and senior Jian will be quite pleased, Shi replied, pocketing the ginkgo nuts without realizing their true value, assuming they were merely wild fruits from the mountains. However, considering it was a gesture from his junior brother, Shi could not help but feel gratitude. Junior brother, when you undertake the blacklist mission, be sure to conceal your identity. Do not expose yourself, lest you attract trouble, Shi cautioned. Aware of the background of Qingfeng village, and wishing to keep Gu Cha-ching away from unnecessary entanglements. Yes, I understand. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Oh, it is not guidance, merely sharing experience, Shi chuckled. Amidst their laughter, he turned to leave, carrying the corpse while those around them made way. Their faces contorted with unease. Yun Qing was momentarily taken aback before hurriedly following Shi. She harbored no fear of being deceived by others. Her sole concern was the survival of her child. Originally, Gu Cha-ching intended for Dudu to accompany the senior brother back, but this obstinate creature refused vehemently, leaving Gu Cha-ching with no choice but to allow it to follow him. As he gazed at the receding figures of the senior brother and Yun Yang, Gu Cha-ching stood alone, lost in thought. In those days, Lan had guided him through similar trials. Suddenly, a wave of melancholy washed over him. Compared to the displaced beggars and vagrants who had been uprooted from their homes, Gu Cha-ching considered himself fortunate. Although his childhood had not been easy, Lan had shielded him, allowing him to spend most of his days in relative tranquility. At least he was alive. In this world, mere survival was a formidable challenge. The stench of excess and waste permeated the affluent quarters, while the bones of the frozen dead littered the roads. Yun Yang was but a reflection of the suffering inherent in this era. The true reality lay in the existence of those living like walking corpses, the vagrants and beggars. Ayo. Dudu seemed to sense the sorrow within the young boy and leaned against him, attempting to offer warmth and support. Feeling Dudu's concern, the youth momentarily paused, then recovered, a glimmer of pure joy illuminating his face. Thank you, Dudu. I will be all right. We shall be all right. He affectionately ruffled Dudu's head, steeling himself to continue their journey. Nevertheless, he remembered the senior brother's admonition and fashioned a rudimentary mask for himself. Half an hour later, the boy and Dudu arrived at the outskirts of Qingshan town, only to be taken aback by the scene before them. Chaos. Utter chaos. Thousands of vagrants and beggars had congregated outside the town, nearly overwhelming the entire official road. The cacophony was deafening. Some were even brazenly selling their children in public. The senior brother had spoken the truth. There were countless suffering souls in this world. And how much could he truly help? After a moment of silence, Gu Chaqing found himself devoid of altruistic thoughts, recognizing the limitations of his own abilities. Meanwhile, the local officials stood resolutely at the town's entrance, preventing the influx of vagrants and beggars. Even merchant caravans were required to verify their identities before being allowed entry. Regardless, this central region remained under the dominion of the Weiwu dynasty, and ordinary vagrants dared not infringe upon the authority of their betters. Yet, as the number of beggars swelled, the potential for conflict loomed ominously, threatening to turn all of Qingshan town into a river of blood. Setting aside his turbulent thoughts, Gu Chaqing approached the town's entrance. However, as he drew near, he was halted by the vigilant guards. Halt! Who are you? What brings you to Qingshan town? Upon hearing the guard's demand, Gu Chaqing instinctively stopped. There was no denying that in his current state, dressed in tattered black robes and wearing a crude mask, especially with the towering bamboo bear by his side, he did not appear to be a man of good character. Sir, I previously accepted a black market task at the Qingshan post inn, and I have returned to fulfill it. Gu Chaqing spoke candidly, yet the duty officer clearly remained skeptical. Regardless of who one might be, entering Qingshan town required presenting an official travel permit, and without it, passage was forbidden. Such was the decree of the county magistrate. A travel permit? Gu Chaqing furrowed his brows. When he previously entered and exited Qingshan town, no mention of such a permit had been made. However, as it was a government regulation, he harbored no doubts. At that moment, a merchant caravan of over 10 individuals entered the town, each displaying their respective travel permits, which were written on yellow paper and bore the unique seal of the authorities. Gu Chaqing's frown deepened. Sir, I lack a travel permit, but I am a hired sword, not a vagrant or a beggar. I merely wish to enter to complete a task and then depart. Humph. Whether you are a hired sword or a ghost hunter, without a travel permit, you shall not be allowed entry. Should you dare to force your way in, you would be opposing the government and the court. The duty officer declared, his demeanor arrogant. This tactic had proven effective time and again. Ordinary warriors would hardly dare to stand against the authority of the court. Sir, how might one obtain a travel permit? Gu Chaqing inquired patiently. Given his current prowess, breaching the town's barriers would be a trivial endeavor. Yet he was fundamentally a man of principle. Since ancient times, scholars have disrupted laws with words and heroes with strength. Yet Gu Chaqing had never contemplated resorting to violence to challenge the law or intimidate the weak. Obtaining a travel permit is not impossible, provided you pay for it. The duty officer grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. He had discerned that Gu Chaqing was no mere vagrant. He was likely a wandering warrior. If he did not seize this opportunity to extort a hefty sum, how could he justify his own position? How much? Gu Chaqing asked. Not much. 10 taels of silver for a travel permit, the duty officer replied, waggling a finger, his eyes glinting with avarice. Oh, as Gu Chaqing reached into his pocket, he suddenly remembered that he had given all his money to his senior brother and was now utterly penniless. A lapse in judgment, indeed, he had no funds. Sir. Gu Chaqing said somewhat sheepishly, I currently have no money. Might I settle the payment after I complete my task? It should be quite valuable. What? No money. Why are you even here? The duty officer, incensed by embarrassment, turned cold, and in his frustration, raised his club to strike Gu Chaqing. He intended to teach this oblivious individual a lesson. With a dull thud, the club halted midair, not out of mercy from the duty officer, but because Gu Chaqing had firmly grasped it in his hand. With his immense strength, he was unfazed by such an attack. With a crack, the club splintered under his grip, sending the officer staggering back several steps before he fell to the ground. The sudden turn of events drew curious gazes from the surrounding crowd. However, upon witnessing the altercation between Gu Chaqing and the officer, onlookers swiftly retreated, wary of becoming collateral damage. What do you intend to do? The officer stammered. I warn you, do not act recklessly. I am a government officer with official status. If you harm me, the court will certainly not spare you. At this moment, Wang Tian appeared fierce outwardly, yet inwardly he was gripped by an overwhelming terror. Just a moment ago, he had sensed a chilling aura of murderous intent enveloping him, as if a mere glance from the other could extinguish his life. He silently cursed himself for allowing greed to cloud his judgment, foolishly provoking someone who could be a desperate outlaw, should that be the case. His demise would be utterly in vain. At that moment, other guards gathered around, their expressions tense as they watched Gu Changqing, their demeanor taut as a drawn sword. In the realm of the underworld, desperate individuals are the most troublesome. It is best to avoid provoking them. This was the consensus among ordinary guards. Yet some individuals often fail to recognize their own limitations or the gravity of the situation. I apologize for my earlier rudeness, though it was you who initiated the confrontation. Gu Changqing instinctively defended himself, the surge of murderous intent rising within him. However, he quickly regained his composure. Though the guards were greedy and self-serving, they were not ruthless bandits. There was no need for such hostility. Thus, he tempered his murderous intent and returned the broken staff to Wang Tian. Wang Tian, feeling anxious as he accepted the fractured stick, found himself at a loss for words. Gratitude? Unnecessary. An apology? He could not bring himself to utter it. Cursing? He dared not. Desperate individuals could kill without a moment's hesitation. What are you all doing standing around? Aren't you supposed to be working? A sharp voice cut through the tension as a young captain in yellow entered, parting the crowd. It was Lord He. Lord He, you must advocate for me. Wang Tian was about to complain, but he watched in astonishment as the captain paused, then hurriedly approached Gu Changqing, bowing deeply. My lord, you have returned. This captain, known as He Ya, had recently been favored by the newly appointed county magistrate, rising to the rank of captain in yellow, making him a significant figure in the small town of Qingshan. Yet, in the presence of the figure cloaked in black, he exhibited such humility. What then was the status of the man in black? Why you, my lord? Wang Tian's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees. At that moment, he wished he could slap himself for being so foolishly blinded by greed. It was over. He was surely doomed. Gu Changqing, recalling He Ya, clasped his hands in greeting. Sir, might I borrow 10 taels of silver? Of course, my lord. Though He Ya was somewhat perplexed, he unhesitatingly produced 10 taels of silver and respectfully handed them over. For ordinary citizens, 10 taels was no small sum. However, for officials, it was merely a trifling amount. Thank you, sir. Gu Changqing accepted the silver and presented it before Wang Tian. Here are 10 taels. Can you grant me a travel permit? This Wang Tian's hands trembled, causing the coins to clatter to the ground. He hastily waved his hands in denial. And no, I was merely joking. You've misunderstood. It's all a misunderstanding. At that moment, despair washed over Wang Tian. Having engaged in corruption, he had been caught red-handed by his superior. Had he not dug his own grave? What a misfortune. The black-clad figure struck Wang Tian sharply across the face, demanding in a stern voice, what on earth is happening? What road pass? What silver? Wang Tian, you better explain yourself clearly, or I will not hesitate to toss you into the dark prison. At the mention of the dark prison, Wang Xiaoter trembled in fear and hastily recounted the events that had transpired, daring not to conceal a single detail. After all, with so many eyes upon him, any attempt to hide the truth would be futile. However, upon hearing the account, the black-clad figure grew even more incensed and delivered a forceful kick to Wang Tian. Thud, thud, thud. My lord, I was wrong. I understand my mistake. I beg of you, spare me. I have elders above and children below. I cannot afford to lose this position. Wang Tian scrambled to his feet, crying out and bowing his head in repentance, filled with remorse. The black-clad figure cast a cold glance at him, saying, You lot have been tyrannical long enough. But now you have drawn the ire of the lord of the town's martial division. I ask you, how many of you possess the brains to comprehend the gravity of this situation? What? The town's martial division? At this revelation, Wang Tian's legs turned to jelly, and he was drenched in cold sweat, nearly fainting from sheer terror. What was the town's martial division? It was the emperor's blade, capable of striking down whomever it desired, obliterating any foe. Even the most notorious forces of the Jianghu would not dare provoke the town's martial division lightly. Yet, how could such a figure exist in this backwater town of Qingshan? Before Wang Tian could utter another word, the black-clad figure commanded his subordinates to escort him back to the yamen for questioning. Everyone understood that Wang Tian's fate was sealed. Among the local officials, how many had clean hands? An investigation would reveal the truth without fail, leaving no room for hope of escape. Gu Changqing furrowed his brow slightly, wishing to clarify that he was not a lord of the town's martial division, but seeing Wang Tian, lost and forlorn as he was taken away, he held his tongue. His senior brother had advised him to keep his identity hidden, and he had no intention of forgetting that. "Sir, I lack a road pass. May I still enter?" Gu Chaqing inquired, picking up the silver and returning it to the black-clad figure. Of course, of course. The Lord possesses the vermilion bird token of the town's martial division. Not only in Qingshan town, but even within the government offices, he can come and go freely. As he spoke, the black-clad figure eagerly gestured and personally led Gu Chaqing into Qingshan town, with Dudu quietly following behind. Witnessing this scene, many were left in stunned silence, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. However, upon entering Qingshan town, Gu Chaqing distinctly sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat amiss. The lively energy had dissipated, replaced by a tension and gravity that hung in the air. Yet, Gu Chaqing was not one prone to curiosity, so he refrained from asking further questions, knowing he would depart once his task was completed and return to his sect to continue his cultivation. Peace, tranquility, simplicity. This was the life Gu Chaqing yearned for. With the black-clad figure as his guide, their passage was unhindered. They soon arrived at the post station, where the empty, chilly hall stood in stark contrast to the previous bustle. According to the black-clad figure, the newly appointed county magistrate was addressing the turmoil in Qingshan town, leading everyone to feel apprehensive. Who would have the heart to come here and accept tasks? After escorting Gu Chaqing to the post station, the black-clad boy departed alone. Now adorned in yellow garments and burdened with pressing affairs, he could not linger by Gu Chaqing's side. Dudu remained in a corner of the hall, while Gu Chaqing ascended to the second floor, where he immediately spotted the station clerk. It was the same individual who had recorded his task previously, and at that moment, he was dozing off at the counter, appearing utterly idle. "Excuse me, sir. Please awaken. I am here to submit a task." Gu Chaqing gently tapped on the table and retrieved the package containing the severed head. "Yun, what brings you here?" The clerk stretched languidly, still ensnared in a haze of sleep, evidently failing to recognize Gu Chaqing. "I am here to submit a task," Gu Chaqing reiterated. "A task? What task?" "A blacklist task." Gu Chaqing unveiled the contents of the package, stating, "This is the head of Tu Wanxiang, number 89 on the blacklist. Please verify, sir." "Oh. A blacklist task. Let me—" His words abruptly halted as the clerk jolted awake, sleep vanishing in an instant. "What? Tu Wanxiang? The Tu Wanxiang of Qifeng village? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It is actually you." The clerk finally recognized Gu Chaqing, for his attire was strikingly unique, making him hard to forget. Dressed in a black cloak and mask, he was clearly not an ordinary individual. However, given the apparent stature of Gu Chaqing, even the clerk felt compelled to show deference, especially since the black-clad boy had treated him with respect. Sir, I believe there has been a mistake. This task was submitted 3 days ago, and the reward has already been claimed. I have it duly recorded here." Claiming a reward from the blacklist without proper authorization could lead to imprisonment, the clerk said, his expression shifting to one of discomfort. He glanced at the severed head in the package and hesitated, stating, "Moreover, the face of this head is swollen, its features distorted. I cannot ascertain whether this indeed belongs to Tu Wanxiang. Someone submitted the task." Gu Chaqing frowned, "But this is truly the head of Tu Wanxiang. I never speak falsehoods. I am but a humble clerk, adhering to the regulations. The task has been completed, and the reward has already been distributed. I must ask you to leave." The clerk waved his hand dismissively, appearing quite helpless. "But I have clearly completed the task. Why am I not receiving my reward?" Gu Chaqing insisted, his nature being one of strict adherence to rules, desiring others to uphold them as well. "I have already stated that this task has been completed, and the reward has been issued. There is no further reward to be claimed. Then tell me, who completed the task?" Gu Chaqing intended to confront the clerk regarding the misappropriation of his reward, a notion he found utterly unacceptable. Yet the clerk merely lowered his head, his demeanor resolute. "I am sorry, but that information is a matter of state secrecy and cannot be disclosed to you. Whom should I inquire with? The regulations were set by the court. Perhaps you could consult the county magistrate. Otherwise, I am unable to assist you." Although the clerk harbored some apprehension regarding Gu Chaqing's identity, his own interests took precedence. He was determined to remain tight-lipped, confident that Gu Chaqing would be powerless against him in this matter, for it was a significant affair, and a person of his humble stature would likely go unnoticed. Ultimately, Gu Chaqing was unable to claim the rewards for his mission. He departed from the post station in silence and proceeded towards the government office. Just as he arrived outside the office, he encountered the hurriedly returning He Yazi. "My lord? What brings you here?" "Oh, I have come to inquire with the county magistrate about what to do if someone has fraudulently claimed the rewards for the black market mission." "What? Yazi was momentarily taken aback, recalling that Gu Chongqing's target for the black market mission was none other than Tu Wanqiong. Gu Chongqing then succinctly recounted the entire sequence of events, including the downfall of Qingfeng's stronghold, the demise of Tu Wanqiong and his associates, as well as his experiences at the post station. Upon hearing Gu Chongqing's narrative, Yazi stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished. It is worth noting that the news of Qifeng's stronghold's destruction had caused quite a stir throughout Qingshan town. Yazi had initially suspected Gu Chongqing might be involved. But when Gu Chongqing took an extended period to return for his reward, he dismissed the thought. It was only 3 days prior that someone unexpectedly claimed the rewards for Qifeng's stronghold, bringing the matter to a close. Now, with Gu Chongqing returning with Tu Wanqiong's head, only to be informed that the mission had already been completed, this was no trivial matter. On one hand, it suggested corruption within the government office. On a larger scale, it put the authority of the court into question. Yazi was aware of Gu Chongqing's identity. Had Gu Chongqing been a full member of the town's martial division, the matter could have been easily resolved. However, as he was merely an outer member, he had no authority to represent the division. Should the county magistrate wish to suppress this issue, Gu Chongqing would likely have to endure it in silence. My lord, perhaps it would be best to let this matter go. Why should I let it go? Gu Chongqing expressed his confusion. The task was completed by me. The reward should rightfully be mine. It is wrong for someone to claim the reward fraudulently. Alas, in this world, where is there a clear distinction between right and wrong? Yazi shook his head with a wry smile. Yet right is right, and wrong is wrong, Gu Chongqing insisted resolutely. Yazi was left speechless, feeling a sense of profound reflection. My lord, do you know who submitted the task? I know a bit. It was the foreign affairs lord of the Black Wolf gang. However, he was merely acting on orders, and behind it, my lord, the Black Wolf gang is not to be trifled with. I advise you to leave this place of turmoil at once. Yazi urged again, wishing to forge a good relationship with Gu Chongqing, as well as admiring his heroic act of annihilating Qingfeng's stronghold. Such a hero should not fall victim to the sordid schemes of others. May I ask how I might meet the county magistrate? Gu Chongqing was evidently undeterred, his resolve unwavering. Alas, it will be difficult for you to see the county magistrate this way. Let me take you inside. Yazi sighed in resignation but resolved to assist Gu Chongqing nonetheless. Thank you, my lord. Please, do not call me my lord anymore. I am unworthy of such a title. Very well, my lord. Yazi chuckled softly. His previously heavy heart lightened considerably. Despite his unfamiliarity with Gu Chongqing's appearance, the tone and inflection of the latter's voice suggested youthfulness, perhaps even a hint of youthful exuberance. Such a person is truly commendable. The sentiments of the common folk resonate with the notion that one should neither seek officialdom in life nor descend into hell and death. For the authority of the officials dictates right from wrong, and regardless of who is in the right, favors must be exchanged. What is desired from above is often not what is needed below. This encapsulates the saying that it is easy to meet the king of hell, yet difficult to deal with the little ghosts. However, with the guidance of the black-haired boy, Gu Chongqing would naturally be spared from the myriad of troublesome entanglements. Sir, the county magistrate is typically occupied with official duties in the inner courtyard and does not permit outsiders. Allow me to announce your arrival, he said. Very well, esteemed official. In the central courtyard, Gu Chongqing gently patted Dudu's back and patiently awaited his turn. The government office was vast for Gu Chongqing. This was the first time he had seen such a grand establishment, complete with rockeries, flowing water, pavilions, and the melodious chirping of birds. A stark contrast to the environment outside Qingshan town. Oh, whoa, Dudu called out softly, feeling a bit peckish. Gu Chongqing, not wishing to search for food in another's domain, could only ask Dudu to endure for a while longer. At that moment, 2 striking figures entered Gu Chongqing's line of sight. Sister Shuang, look quickly, it's a bamboo bear. I have heard that these creatures are exceedingly rare, found only in the southern forests, and they are so clumsy, plump, and adorable. A whimsical girl in colorful attire rushed towards the bamboo bear, accompanied by a poised woman clad in black. The 2 girls stood close together, seemingly unafraid of a sudden attack from the bamboo bear. The colorful girl even reached out to touch Dudu's belly, completely disregarding Gu Chongqing's presence. Fortunately, Dudu, with his gentle and languid nature, paid them no mind. Who are you? What are you doing here? The black-clad woman suddenly turned to Gu Chongqing, a hint of wariness in her gaze. I am a knife-bearer, here to see the county magistrate, Gu Chongqing replied, slightly furrowing his brow at her tone. Yet he spoke the truth. The ability to move freely within the government office indicated that her identity was likely significant, perhaps even connected to the magistrate himself. It would be wise to avoid offending her. What brings a knife bearer to this place? The black-clad woman pressed on, her demeanor somewhat aggressive. What concern is it of yours? Gu Chaqing countered. The black-clad woman's brow furrowed, creating a tense atmosphere. At that moment, the colorful girl spoke up. Big brother knife bearer. Is this bamboo bear yours? No, Gu Chaqing replied honestly, shaking his head. He considered Dudu a companion, not a servant, and he had never intended to capture Dudu. So the bear could not be deemed his possession. If this bamboo bear is not yours, then why is it following you? The colorful girl blinked, her curiosity evident. Dudu is my companion. He chose to accompany me of his own volition. So, his name is Dudu. What a lovely name. The colorful girl's eyes sparkled with delight. However, the black-clad woman interjected. This bamboo bear is quite impressive. We shall take it. Name your price. Gu Chaqing cast a fleeting glance at the woman in black, choosing to disregard her entirely. Through the innate perception of his sword heart, he sensed an undercurrent of malice emanating from her, prompting him to refrain from any interaction. You. The expression of the woman in black grew cold as she prepared to unleash her wrath. However, the girl in colorful attire beside her gently tugged at her sleeve and said, Sister Shuang, we've come out to enjoy ourselves, so let us not get upset. All right. The woman in black, evidently prioritizing the girl, chose to hold her tongue. After a brief pause, the colorful girl suddenly smiled and said, Brother knife holder. You mentioned that this bamboo bear isn't yours. If I can figure out a way to make it follow me, does that mean it becomes mine? Dudu does as it pleases. I shall not infringe upon its freedom, Gu Chaqing replied earnestly, fully aware that Dudu understood his words. You will. Dudu nuzzled against Gu Chaqing, thereby expressing its own sentiments. Very well, you've said it. The colorful girl beamed brightly and produced a sweet candy from her pocket, her favorite treat. Dudu. You're so adorable. Would you come with me? If you do, I promise to provide you with an abundance of delicious food. Regrettably, Dudu, being a bamboo bear, had no interest in sweets and completely ignored her. Not interested? The colorful girl furrowed her brow slightly, but remained undeterred. She then summoned an array of fruits and meats, placing them before the bamboo bear, yet Dudu still showed no sign of reaction. These treats pale in comparison to the ginkgo nuts, and certainly do not match the delectable grilled fish prepared by Gu Chaqing. Furthermore, Dudu had a strong sense of pride, refusing to accept food offered without merit. Even when hunger gnawed at it, Gu Chaqing affectionately ruffled Dudu's head, a warm feeling blossoming within him. Although he would not obstruct Dudu's freedom, the thought of it leaving him brought forth a pang of sorrow. Brother knife holder, could you perhaps persuade Dudu for me? The colorful girl looked up at Gu Chaqing, her bright eyes seemingly pleading. Gu Chaqing merely cast a sidelong glance at her, offering no acknowledgement of her request. Brother, why are you ignoring me? What is wrong with me? The colorful girl pouted, her face a picture of sorrow and innocence, on the verge of tears. Were it anyone else? Their heart might have melted at the sight, yet Gu Chaqing felt a twinge of irritation. Why are you crying? Humph. I'll cry if I want to. It's none of your concern. You're the one who is bullying me. The colorful girl retorted, her voice rising as her tears flowed more freely. When a woman chooses to be unreasonable, she can become utterly incomprehensible. Gu Chaqing maintained his stoic demeanor, stating, My senior brother once told me that a woman's words are deceitful. Do not trust the fabrications they weave. And if I continue? If you keep crying, I shall knock you unconscious to silence you. Gu Chaqing's response left the colorful girl utterly speechless, her expression frozen in shock. What manner of brutal individual would utter such cold-hearted words to a delicate young maiden? How infuriating. It is utterly inhumane. Are you not a man? Is your sole purpose to bully women? Shouldn't you extend a modicum of leniency towards me? The young lady in colorful attire was clearly exasperated, her frustration palpable. Gu Chaqing pondered for a moment before replying, I am not a man, and you are not a woman. What? The young maiden was taken aback. My elder brother once said, at our age, we are still but children. The young lady was rendered speechless. It was impossible to hold a conversation under such circumstances. What nonsense had that so-called elder brother imparted? He is leading the youth astray. Pray tell, what is your name? Gu Chaqing remained silent, choosing not to respond. He despised deceit. Yet he was ever mindful of his elder brother's admonition to conceal his identity to avoid unnecessary complications. I am Huang Yi, as in the reluctance to part. The young maiden introduced herself with great candor, then gestured towards the woman in black beside her. She is Qi Shuang, as in frost and snow. Oh, Gu Chaqing replied politely, though he had little desire to engage with the two. However, Huang Yi, somewhat astonished, remarked, "She is Qi Shuang, a paragon among women, ranked within the top 100 of the Hidden Dragon list." "What do you mean, Bio? Are you dismissing her? What is the Hidden Dragon list?" Gu Chaqing inquired with curiosity. "What? You are unaware of the Hidden Dragon list? Did you spring forth from a rock?" Huang Yi was momentarily taken aback, feeling a twinge of disappointment. She had assumed Gu Chaqing possessed some extraordinary background, only to discover he lacked even the most basic knowledge of the martial world. Clearly not a disciple of any prominent sect. Nevertheless, Huang Yi proceeded to enlighten him about the Hidden Dragon list. Just as Gu Chaqing and Huang Yi were conversing, an irate roar suddenly pierced the air. They turned swiftly to see that Qi Shuang had, unbeknownst to them, procured a rope and had ensnared the neck of Dudu. With a sudden tightening of the rope, Dudu felt an uncomfortable sensation, baring its teeth and thrashing in anger. However, Qi Shuang possessed considerable strength, resolutely pulling on the rope in an attempt to subdue Dudu. "Sister Shuang, what are you doing?" Huang Yi exclaimed, utterly stunned by the unforeseen turn of events. "Since you have taken a liking to this bamboo bear, I shall assist you in taming it. Such a beast lacks humanity and must be subdued by force, much like the wild stallions on the prairie." "Sister Shuang, please stop. This is not how it should be. Do not harm it." Huang Yi frantically waved her hands, trying to intervene, but Qi Shuang remained unmoved, for she had always pursued whatever caught her eye with relentless determination. Woo-woo. Dudu charged forward, and Qi Shuang sidestepped, delivering a swift strike intended to injure it. A dull thud echoed, but rather than injuring Dudu, her arm was sent recoiling back by an overwhelming force. "What?" Shuang's expression was tinged with astonishment. She had not anticipated that her powers could be eclipsed by a mere beast. This revelation ignited even greater interest within the typically competitive young lady. With a resounding thud, she unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, only to discover that her 2,000 units of strength were utterly ineffective against Dudu. This bamboo bear was undoubtedly gifted. She must subdue it. With this thought in mind, Shuang focused her energy, channeling her internal power throughout her body, resulting in a sudden increase of 30% in strength. What of its innate talent? A mere wild beast could scarcely comprehend the might of a martial artist who harnesses energy. As she spoke, Shuang struck Dudu with a palm, sending it sprawling to the ground. However, Dudu quickly regained its footing, shaking off its dazed head, and lunged towards Shuang with even greater ferocity than before. "Hey, aren't you going to help?" Huang Yi inquired, noticing Gu Chaqing's indifference. In truth, Dudu was quite formidable. Gu Chaqing was not overly concerned, for he had faced Dudu in battle on multiple occasions and was well aware of its true prowess. Having feasted on ginkgo nuts for years, Dudu possessed not only innate strength, but also formidable defenses. Especially after enduring the pounding of the waterfall, its potential had been fully realized, with its power increasing almost daily. In terms of sheer strength, Gu Chaqing was no match for it. In a martial contest, Dudu might struggle against Shuang, but its resilience rendered it nearly invincible. "Huang Yi, what was that hidden dragon ranking you mentioned?" Gu Chaqing continued the previous topic while intently observing the clash between Dudu and Shuang. Huang Yi seemed to have calmed down and replied, "The dragon hides in the abyss, soaring into the heavens." The hidden dragon ranking consists of the top 100 energy-gathering martial artists among the younger generation of our Wei Wu dynasty. "Are they truly formidable?" Gu Chaqing inquired. "Indeed, they are. The talents on the hidden dragon ranking can generally fight above their level. The weakest among them is at the Danqi stage, such as Sister Shuang. "So, she is the weakest?" Gu Chaqing expressed his disappointment. Huang Yi nearly choked on her words, casting Gu Chaqing an exasperated glance. "What do you have to be disappointed about as a body-refining martial artist? Aren't you missing the point? Even if Sister Shuang is the weakest, she is still a genius on the hidden dragon ranking." Gu Chaqing furrowed his brow, refraining from further argument. As he perceived that Shuang did not appear as formidable as he had imagined, at least, he felt she was not as powerful as his elder brother. In truth, Gu Chaqing had perused the cultivation text of the Qingyun sword sect and understood that the cultivation of energy-gathering martial artists was also divided into 5 stages: seeking energy perception, condensing Dan Qi, opening Dan Spring, transforming into Qi Si, and finally, manipulating Qi to generate external forces, such as sword energy and blade energy, which possess tremendous lethality. Unfortunately, Gu Chaqing was born with an absolute meridian, rendering him unable to cultivate internal power techniques, which significantly limited his progress in martial arts. The more powerful the martial arts techniques, the greater the internal power required to activate and wield them. And the strongest among them? Gu Chaqing inquired. The most formidable on the hidden dragon ranking was undoubtedly the top contender, Zhang Tianqing, a martial artist at the qi manipulation stage, who had attained complete mastery of body refinement and could contend against those in the awakening stage. Truly a terrifying presence. Huang Yi spoke eloquently, clearly well-versed in the matters of the martial world. The term great perfection of body refinement refers to reaching a state of completion at every stage of body cultivation. Such warriors, in battle, can often unleash extraordinary combat prowess, rendering them virtually invincible among their peers. Gu Chaqing, in truth, also pursued this path of great perfection in body refinement, albeit in a more extreme manner, having even surpassed conventional limits. As the two engaged in their leisurely conversation, the atmosphere shifted with new developments. Although Qi Shuangshuang was a practitioner of Danqi, she had yet to condense her Danguan, resulting in severely limited inner strength. While she could unleash formidable power in short bursts, prolonged engagement would inevitably lead to the depletion of her energy. A warrior devoid of inner strength bears little distinction from an ordinary body cultivator. In contrast, Dudu, despite lacking inner energy, possessed remarkable stamina, growing more tenacious with each encounter. Merely moments later, Qi Shuangshuang found herself overwhelmed. Had she not practiced the esoteric art of agile footwork to evade and dodge, she would have likely been trampled and brutalized by Dudu by now. Should I intervene? Perhaps it is best to refrain. This woman harbors ill intentions and impure motives. Allowing her to face some hardship may serve her well. Huang Yi, resting her chin on her hand, pondered quietly, appearing to relish the unfolding drama. Utterly indifferent to Qi Shuangshuang's predicament, for those who speak of sisters and friends may not always be true allies. With a loud thud, Qi Shuangshuang was indeed unable to withstand for long, directly colliding with Dudu and being sent hurtling into the courtyard wall. Cough. A mouthful of blood erupted forth, and she appeared disheveled and utterly humiliated. Huang Yi covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking as she nearly burst into laughter. Gu Chaqing shot a curious glance at the girl, instinctively stepping back. How could one find joy in witnessing her companion's defeat? Surely, this woman must be deranged. His senior brother's words rang true. A woman's heart is as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. It is best to maintain a respectful distance. Help! Someone, come quickly. Kill it. Slay this beast. Qi Shuangshuang shouted in a fit of rage, her eyes aflame with indignation. How could the esteemed eldest daughter of the Qi family endure such humiliation? Almost immediately, four guards emerged from the shadows, surrounding Dudu with an air of tension. They were Qi Shuangshuang's protectors, typically only taking action when her life was in jeopardy. Clearly, they deemed Dudu a threat to her safety. With inner energy flowing and surging, the four were all warriors at the gathering Qi stage, their inner strength surpassing even that of Qi Shuangshuang. Dudu let out a low growl, its fur bristling as it sensed the imminent danger. At that moment, Gu Chaqing drew a wooden stick from his waist, stepping forward to stand by Dudu's side. Replacing a sword with a staff, Gu Chaqing's demeanor transformed dramatically, though merely a practitioner of minor muscle refinement. The sharpness of his aura was hardly inferior to that of the four guards. In an instant, both sides stood poised, neither daring to make a rash move. On the other side, after the young man entered the inner courtyard, he did not meet with the county magistrate immediately. As Zhou Chengyan and Wei Yang were engaged in a serious discussion in the study, he could only stand outside, waiting silently. Wei Yang, what is the current situation? In response to your inquiry, esteemed elder, the granary of the government has long been depleted. And now all the grain in Qingshan town is under the control of the Black Wolf gang. What of Fei Yu's side? That old fox is exceedingly cunning, speaking and acting with utmost discretion. After a pause, Wei Yang continued. He claims that last year the granary suffered a loss due to water damage, and this matter has been reported to the Qihang prefectural office. The officials responsible at that time have received the punishment they deserved. However, according to my investigation, all those officials have perished under various unfortunate circumstances. Evidently someone is intent on silencing them. It is clear that the Black Wolf gang is involved in this conspiracy. What an insidious scheme. I have underestimated these vermin. Although Zhou Chengyan had anticipated this, his heart still seethed with rage. Since assuming office, he had meticulously reviewed numerous records from Qingshan town, and the revelations contained therein could only be described as shocking. Robbery and theft were commonplace, and instances of murder and arson were far from rare. The government not only colluded with merchants and local gentry, but also conspired with underworld forces. It is unfathomable that the order of a place could rely on criminal elements for maintenance. Such a notion is utterly ludicrous. Currently, the internal situation of Qingshan town remains relatively stable, yet a multitude of refugees and beggars congregate at the outer walls, should they breach the defenses. The consequences would be dire. Originally, Zhou Qingyan had intended to open the granaries to alleviate the external pressures on Qingshan town, but now, with the granary empty, his aspirations as a county magistrate feel futile, akin to a skilled cook without rice to prepare a meal. Zhou Qingyan had considered directly petitioning the court to forcibly suppress the unrest in Qingshan, but after reflection, he abandoned this impractical idea. After all, distant waters cannot quench a nearby fire. Zhou Qingyan is certain that the moment he makes a move, the Black Wolf gang will be alerted and may resort to extreme measures, such as inciting public sentiment to create chaos or secretly scheming to disrupt peace, even risking mutual destruction. Regardless of the outcome, the one to bear the brunt would undoubtedly be Zhou Qingyan, the newly appointed county magistrate, and the court would only perceive his actions as ineffective. Zhou Qingyan never underestimates any adversary. The Black Wolf gang has operated in Qingshan town for many years and undoubtedly possesses means. Those refugees and beggars did not appear without reason. There must be a hidden hand orchestrating it all. Moreover, the sudden arrival of the young lady from the Ji family, accompanied by a noble, is merely a casual visit? Or is it a matter of surveillance or suppression? This situation is intricately connected, and for the sake of the greater good, Zhou Qingyan dares not act rashly. To resolve the Black Wolf gang issue, a foolproof strategy must be devised. And what of the refugees and beggars? Have their origins been inquired about? Yes. Inquiries have been made. They are villagers from the surrounding areas of Qingshan town, reportedly driven here by banditry, with their fields destroyed and homes burned, leaving them homeless and seeking survival in Qingshan town. Banditry? It is merely the chaos wrought by the Xianyin sect. Zhou Qingyan scoffed disdainfully, yet found himself helpless. He had not anticipated that such a seemingly insignificant Qingshan town could be intertwined with so many formidable figures. He had underestimated them. Nevertheless, under the guise of the imperial court, he directed the collection of provisions from various local gentry to temporarily alleviate the crisis. Once this ordeal was surmounted, he would settle accounts with the Black Wolf gang. But what if they were unwilling? Then he would proceed with official matters. He could hardly believe that these gentry and landlords had clean hands, never having engaged in acts of oppression. If he could not subdue the Black Wolf gang, he could at least vent some frustrations on them in defense of the common folk. Understood. Wei Yong bowed in acknowledgement and subsequently summoned the black-clad boy waiting outside. Initially, Zhou Qingyan had not held the black-clad boy in high regard. His decision to employ him stemmed from the boy's relatively untainted background, as he was not affiliated with the corrupt county magistrate Fei Yu and had not engaged in any illicit activities. However, after some interaction, Zhou Qingyan gradually recognized numerous virtues within the boy. He was not only zealous against injustice, but also upheld a sense of fairness, never oppressing the populace. Furthermore, the boy possessed keen insight and was efficient in his tasks, demonstrating a sharp intellect and diplomatic finesse. Such a subordinate was, naturally, a pleasure for Zhou Qingyan to work with. Your Excellency, County Magistrate, and Commander Wei Yong, we are here to pay our respects. In this informal setting, there was no need for excessive formalities. Thank you, County Magistrate. The black-clad boy clasped his hands in greeting, intending to report on Gu Chaqing's matters. However, at that moment, a sword-bearing guard rushed in, visibly anxious. County Magistrate, it's terrible. The eldest miss of the Qi family has been engaged in a scuffle at the courtyard and has sustained injuries. What? Zhou Qingyan and Wei Yong were momentarily stunned, followed by expressions of astonishment. They were well aware of Qi Shuang's haughty disposition. Who could have dared to best her? Meanwhile, the black-clad boy seemed to recall something, his face turning pale, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Let us go and assess the situation. Understood. As they spoke, the group hurried towards the outer courtyard. Simultaneously, Gu Changqing suddenly made his move, charging directly at Qi Shuang. Capture the leader first was a principle articulated in the tales of his elder brother. To Gu Changqing, Qi Shuang embodied the leader of the thieves. If he could vanquish her, all ensuing troubles would be effortlessly resolved. As for the consequences, those were matters for the sagacious to ponder, but Gu Changqing had no intention of weighing such considerations. Stop, how dare you? The four guards, both astonished and furious, surged forward. They had not anticipated Gu Changqing's audacity to strike amidst such a siege. However, as they prepared to subdue him, a massive figure lunged forth. violently knocking aside the guard stationed before Gu Chongqing. That figure was none other than Dudu, now fully prepared for combat. Having lived alongside Dudu for many days, Gu Chongqing was well acquainted with him, and their synergy was seamless. Nevertheless, the four guards were formidable. They merely staggered briefly before regaining their balance, then retaliated by sending Dudu flying. Yet, in that fleeting moment of distraction, Gu Chongqing had already reached Qi Shuang's side. In a fleeting moment, a chilling glimmer emerged. Gu Chongqing's wooden staff moved with astonishing swiftness, akin to a meteor plummeting through the darkness, slicing through the air with a resounding crack. In an instant, the shadow of death enveloped Qi Shuang, leaving even Huan Yi beside her in a state of shock. What is happening? A conflict arising so suddenly, and with such lethal intent? Is such ruthlessness truly necessary? This diverges completely from the narrative I had envisioned. Who exactly is this masked individual? Am I to perish? No. No, no. It cannot be. I am the eldest daughter of the Qi family, a paragon of the hidden dragon list. How could I possibly meet my end in such a place? Yes, it must be an illusion. They dare not kill me. Absolutely dare not. Yet, why am I gripped by fear? I fear death. Qi Shuang, in a state of panic, was etched with terror upon her face. Had her inner strength not been depleted, perhaps she could have mustered a forceful surge to evade this deadly strike. Alas, in this world, there are no what-ifs. Hold on, stop. Show mercy. 3 shouts rang out, representing Zhou Cheng'an, Wei Yang, and the Black Boy. Yet, the sword that had been thrust forth was akin to water spilled. It could not be retracted at will. Just at this critical juncture, Huang Yi suddenly appeared beside Qi Shuang, pushing her aside with a palm and narrowly averting the deadly blow. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this scene, many breathed a silent sigh of relief. If Qi Shuang had truly perished within the government office, it would have spelled genuine calamity. He dares to kill me? He truly dares to kill me? Qi Shuang clutched her injured neck, appearing utterly dazed. The once haughty demeanor completely vanished. That strike had been utterly terrifying. Even in peak condition, she might not have withstood it. Thankfully, Huang Yi had acted in time, preserving her life. Sister Shuang, it's all right now. It's all right. Huang Yi gently patted Qi Shuang's shoulder, smiling in a bid to soothe her. Yet, internally, Huang Yi was equally astonished. She had acted swiftly, yet Gu Chongqing's bamboo sword had still managed to graze Qi Shuang's neck. Such astonishing swordsmanship could not possibly belong to an obscure individual. Her interest in Gu Chongqing was growing by the moment. How did you appear just now? Gu Chongqing turned to Huang Yi, his brow furrowed. He had not seen her presence moments ago. She seemed to materialize beside Qi Shuang like a phantom. Such a peculiar method. If she intended to assassinate him, would he be able to evade her? Were Huang Yi privy to Gu Chongqing's current thoughts? She would likely be both amused and exasperated. She was no cold-blooded killer. Why would she engage in a senseless assassination? It was utterly nonsensical. Kid, you seek death. Just as Gu Chongqing's mind wandered, the 4 guards regained their senses and charged toward him with lethal intent. Stop. Wei Yang leaped forward, positioning himself before Gu Chongqing, while Dudu returned to Gu Chongqing's side, poised for action. Captain Wei, step aside. The individual nearly harmed our young lady. We, the Qi family, deserve an explanation. I sincerely hope, Commander Wei, that you will not put us in a difficult position. The 4 guards were grim expressions. Had it not been for the official nature of this place, they would have acted with force long ago. Sensing the tension in the air, Huang Yi felt compelled to intervene. All right, everyone, let us not resort to violence. It was merely a misunderstanding, and there is no need for such hostility. Sister Shuang, do you not agree? Qi Shuang opened her mouth to speak, but hesitated. She was indeed at fault earlier, and having been saved by Huang Yi, she felt obliged to concede, despite her inner resentment. However, she silently vowed to investigate Gu Chongqing thoroughly once this matter was resolved. At that moment, Zhou Cheng'an approached. Yet he ignored Qi Shuang and directed a grateful gaze towards Huang Yi. I truly appreciate your timely intervention. You averted a calamity. Grandpa Zhou, you flatter me. It was but a small effort on my part, Huang Yi replied, a hint of shyness washing over her as she fidgeted with the hem of her garment. In Zhou Cheng'an's presence, she resembled an innocent girl, utterly devoid of any mischievous demeanor. Gu Chongqing, momentarily lost in thought, recalled his master's words. Indeed, beautiful women often weave deception. Suddenly, Huang Yi seemed to have an epiphany and pointed at Gu Chongqing. Oh, right, Grandpa Zhou, this person appears to be looking for you. Really? Zhou Cheng'an raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Gu Chongqing more closely. clad in a tattered black robe and concealing his face with a rudimentary mask. It was evident that he was intent on obscuring his identity. He had nearly delivered a lethal blow to Qi Shuangshuang. It was astonishing that such a skilled swordsman resided in Qingshan town, a veritable den of hidden talents. May I inquire as to who you are? What counsel do you seek from me? Zhou Qing'an asked, curiosity piqued. Are you the county magistrate? Gu Chaqing retorted with a question of his own. I am Zhou Qing'an. The magistrate of Qishan town, Zhou Qing'an acknowledged, his demeanor open and forthright. County magistrate. Before Gu Chaqing could respond, the black lad interjected, County magistrate. This valiant individual is a swordsman possessing an external affairs insignia from the town's martial office. I was just about to report to you regarding this swordsman. The black lad deliberately revealed Gu Chaqing's credentials, hoping to elevate the latter's status in Zhou Qing'an's eyes and subtly assist him. Indeed, upon learning of Gu Chaqing's association with the martial office, Zhou Qing'an's demeanor grew noticeably more cautious. County magistrate, my black market task has been usurped. I kindly request justice from you. Gu Chaqing stated plainly, devoid of any pretense, leaving the surrounding individuals momentarily stunned. Zhou Qing'an furrowed his brow and spoke in a low voice, Captain Ming, what is the meaning of this? Ming Chong was the black lad's true name. But due to his darker complexion and youthful visage, everyone had grown accustomed to calling him the black lad. Naturally, few dared to address him by his nickname anymore. Esteemed county magistrate, not long ago, this valiant individual undertook a task from the blacklist to apprehend the notorious bandit leader Tu Wanxiang of the Qifeng stronghold. However, upon his return to report the completion of his mission, he discovered that someone else had already fulfilled the task. What? You were the one who killed Tu Wanxiang? Zhou Qing'an and Wei Yang were momentarily taken aback, their expressions mirrored by the astonished faces of Qi Shuangshuang and the others, while Huang Yi, filled with curiosity, failed to grasp the significance of such a minor bandit. In a hushed tone, Qi Shuangshuang elucidated, Sister, you may not be aware, but Qifeng stronghold is notorious in the Xishan Ridge region. Even the imperial court has been unable to subdue them, allowing them to operate with impunity. Such formidable foes? The imperial court cannot eradicate them? Huang Yi furrowed her delicate brows, instinctively glancing at Zhou Qing'an, her gaze tinged with intrigue. Finally regaining his composure, Zhou Qing'an coughed discreetly. Bandits are akin to a troublesome itch. While they pose challenges, they are not fatal. Currently, the primary military forces of the court are stationed at the borders, leaving little energy to contend with these outlaws. Then why not dispatch the Jinwu division to suppress them? Huang Yi inquired, her curiosity unabated. As the court's sharpest blade, the Jinwu division naturally has more pressing responsibilities, such as quelling the Xian'in sect and other rebellious factions. Are we to simply allow bandits to wreak havoc upon the populace? Thus, the blacklist was established. Zhou Qing'an demonstrated remarkable patience, earnestly explaining to Huang Yi, in fact, the primary purpose of the blacklist's inception was to encourage wandering heroes or righteous sects to assist the court in eliminating these heinous criminals. However, as time has passed, those named on the blacklist have gained considerable influence, leading many factions to hesitate in taking action, as they must weigh the risks and benefits. One of the most egregious incidents occurred over a decade ago, when a righteous sect accepted a task from the blacklist, only to be jointly annihilated by figures from the list, resulting in the demise of all 172 members. The event sent shockwaves through the realm, creating a profoundly negative impact, prompting the court to dispatch numerous strongmen from the Jinwu division to eradicate those on the blacklist. Regrettably, only a scant few were captured, while the rest of the villains evaded justice, leaving the matter unresolved. Such outcomes have directly led various factions to refrain from openly undertaking tasks from the blacklist. Unlike the solitary wandering heroes, those so-called righteous sects have families to care for, and few can withstand the pressure of retaliatory strikes from the blacklist's denizens. Moreover, who can guarantee that those infamous criminals do not have collusions with other factions? Huang Yi, possessing a keen intellect, quickly grasped the implication of Zhou Qing'an's words. Subsequently, the group redirected their attention to Gu Chaqing. You claim that you killed Tu Wanxiang. Might I inquire if you have any evidence? This is the head of Tu Wanxiang. You may inspect it. Gu Chaqing unfastened the bundle at his waist and cast it onto the ground, revealing the filthy severed head that rolled forth. When I accepted the task, the official at the post station indicated that only upon presenting the head could the mission be considered complete. Hence I've kept it with me. Huang Yi and Qi Shuangshuang instinctively took a step back, their stomachs churning. How could anyone carry a severed head with them? Is this what they call a knife wielder? It's utterly repulsive. Tu Wanxiang. Zhou Cheng'an and Wei Yong were both momentarily stunned, having never anticipated that Gu Chaqing had indeed killed Tu Wanxiang, especially Wei Yong, who had previously encountered Tu Wanxiang and even fought against him. He hurriedly approached to inspect the head and found no signs of disguise or alteration. Despite some swelling and a foul odor, it was undoubtedly the head of Tu Wanxiang. It's really Tu Wanxiang's head, Wei Yong reported his findings truthfully, then quietly stepped aside. To be honest, both Zhou Cheng'an and Wei Yong were utterly shocked upon learning of the destruction of Qifeng village. At this moment, they gazed at Gu Chaqing with complex expressions, their minds in turmoil. How could this be possible? With sheer strength, he annihilated a band of marauders. Who exactly is this person? Strictly speaking, Gu Chaqing's act of killing Tu Wanxiang and obliterating Qifeng village effectively saved Zhou Cheng'an and Wei Yong's lives. Had it not been for the fire, he said, they would likely have faced dire consequences. This favor was something Zhou Cheng'an and Wei Yong had to acknowledge. Therefore, for both personal and public reasons, they could not ignore this matter. Captain Ming, who misappropriated the task. Reporting to the county magistrate, it was mine, the external affairs head of the Black Wolf gang, though he is likely acting under the orders of Ho Yuanjia, the young lord of the gang. Furthermore, it seems the county lieutenant is also involved. At this point, Ming Chong lowered his head nervously, aware that his words could be seen as instigation. Of course, given the current situation in Qishan town, it was clear to anyone not foolish that County Magistrate Zhou Cheng'an and the county lieutenant were not allies, and their conflicts would inevitably escalate into a life-and-death struggle. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Zhou Cheng'an seethed with anger, and despite his mastery of tempering his emotions, he felt a surge of impulsiveness. However, after a brief moment of rage, he gradually regained his composure. While the matter seemed straightforward and manageable, it hinged on one crucial premise, that the government, or rather Zhou Cheng'an, possessed absolute power to suppress the influence of County Lieutenant Fei Yu and the Black Wolf gang. Otherwise, it would all be mere talk. Clearly, Zhou Cheng'an was far from being able to suppress the Black Wolf gang, let alone control the entire government office. Rest assured, esteemed one, regardless of the circumstances, the Qingshan office will provide you with an account. Wait. Just then, Qi Shuangshuang turned to Gu Chaqing and said, you have no proof. On what basis can you claim that this is Tu Wanxiang's head? What if this head merely resembles him? What if you are the imposter? Zhou Cheng'an and Wei Yong exchanged glances, their brows furrowed. The head is right here. What more evidence do we need? Ming Chong could not help but interject. That cannot be said. Wei Yong shook his head with a wry smile. It's not that we doubt this noble warrior, but without conclusive evidence. What if the Black Wolf gang turns against us and accuses us of fabrication? At present, the bandits of Qifeng village have either perished or fled, leaving no witnesses to affirm that it was indeed Tu Wanxiang. Captain Wei's assertions hold merit. Zhou Cheng'an, feeling rather helpless, lamented, though I hold the esteemed title of county magistrate, the Black Wolf gang operates as a force of the underworld. Unless they harbor rebellious intentions, I am powerless against them. At this juncture, Zhou Cheng'an cast a meaningful glance at Qi Shuangshuang. The root of all current difficulties stemmed from Zhou Cheng'an's lack of support. Should the imperial court intervene, he would possess the confidence to eradicate those lurking malevolences and restore clarity to Qingshan town. Does this imply that my reward is unattainable? Gu Chaqing inquired earnestly. Rest assured, once I ascertain the truth of this matter, I shall ensure that justice is served, Zhou Cheng'an replied with gravity. Not merely in a perfunctory manner, for he genuinely required more time. The lament of a dignified court official, rendered impotent by a band of ruffians, is a sorrowful reflection of the court's plight and the era itself. What Zhou Cheng'an had yet to disclose was that the Black Wolf gang was shrouded in the influence of the Fuyuan Chamber of Commerce, with the chief family being one of its proprietors. Perhaps their connection was tenuous, yet it sufficed to shield the Black Wolf gang from the court's pressure. Qi Shuangshuang's sudden arrival could very well be an implicit admonition to Zhou Cheng'an, which was a principal reason for his trepidation regarding the Black Wolf gang. Gu Chaqing remained silent, quietly stowing away Tu Wanxiang's severed head and reattaching it to his belt. The youth held steadfast to his principles, yet at times found himself perplexed by the state of the world. Despite his diligent efforts to fulfill his mission, he was left bereft of the reward he rightfully deserved. This world should not be so unjust. The youth firmly believed in self-reliance, the notion that hard work brings reward, that every consequence stems from a cause, and that good and evil are met with their respective retributions. At that moment, Zhou Cheng'an inquired once more, by the way, may I ask your esteemed name? Gu Chaqing replied, as my elder brother has advised, the world of martial arts is fraught with danger and treachery. I must not reveal my true identity." His candid response left those present momentarily bewildered. "You, a hired blade, caution us about the perils of the martial world? Must you be so blunt?" Suddenly, Huang Yi burst into laughter, hastily covering her mouth. "I apologize. I did not mean to laugh. I simply could not contain myself." At that moment, Huang Yi found Gu Chaqing increasingly intriguing. Subsequently, Zhou Qing sighed with a resigned smile. "Since you prefer not to disclose your true name, perhaps you could provide a pseudonym for future correspondence." "A pseudonym? You may call me Shi," Gu Chaqing responded before turning to depart, with Duda trailing leisurely behind him. His elder brother had instructed him to maintain his anonymity, yet he had not specifically prohibited him from using a name. After all, his elder brother was formidable and unafraid of potential retribution. Observing Gu Chaqing's solitary figure, Zhou Cheng'an and Wei Yang felt a pang of guilt and compassion. Ultimately, this issue was a matter for the officialdom, yet it was Gu Chaqing who bore the brunt of the consequences, which was truly unjust. All they could do now was stabilize the situation and await a more opportune moment. Outside Qingshan town, at the Qingyun sword sect, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Shi accompanied Yun Yang to bury her husband before returning to the sect. Meanwhile, Mao Jiujun and the blind swordsman were engrossed in a game of chess, their expressions notably grave. They maneuvered the pieces with intense focus, oblivious to Shi and Yun Yang's presence outside the courtyard until their concentration was interrupted. "Master, I have returned." As Shi stepped into the courtyard, he felt two palpable auras of hostility enveloping him. What on earth is happening? Confused, he quickly retreated, standing outside the courtyard with a posture of contrition. "You little rascal, I instructed you to find the junior disciple, and yet you return alone?" Mao Jiujun cast aside his chess piece and glared at his eldest disciple with discontent, then turned his gaze to Yun Yang. Well, it seems you've grown wings and brought back a stranger? Rest assured, master, I have located the junior disciple. However, he has gone to Qingshan town to undertake a task from the blacklist. I simply returned to deliver a message." Shi hastily explained, recounting the events of his 7-day search in Shishan Ridge and how he encountered Gu Chaqing. Yet, as he mentioned Gu Changqing's current state, he hesitated, ultimately deciding against revealing the junior disciple's cultivation level. After all, such news was astonishing. He doubted his master would believe it. It would be best for the junior disciple to present that surprise himself upon his return. "Well, that is reassuring. Mao Jiujun sighed in relief, then turned to Yun Yang. "What is the meaning of this woman's presence? Our Qingyun sword sect is not a refuge. It seems you are becoming increasingly reckless. Hurry and see her off." Wait, master, please hear me out. What is there to discuss?" Mao Jiujun seemed to have an epiphany. Staring at Shi in astonishment, "Could it be that this child is yours?" The blind swordsman nearly choked on his drink, struggling to regain his composure. Yun Yang appeared flustered and at a loss. Shi, equally exasperated, responded, "Master, it's not as you imagine. She has just lost her husband and is struggling to survive with a child. The junior disciple found her pitiable and wished to offer her shelter." "Huh, that lad has a kind heart, but he can scarcely take care of himself." Yet, his words trailed off as a stack of silver notes suddenly appeared before Mao Jiujun, which Gu Changqing had instructed Shi to deliver as living expenses for the sect. "Master, this is the money earned by the junior disciple for the sect's expenses." Mao Jiujun was momentarily taken aback. "Master? My apologies. I spoke too loudly just now. It was quite rude and may have startled you." He swiftly snatched the silver notes and tucked them away with practiced ease. Shi was left bewildered, while the blind swordsman scoffed at the old man's shamelessness. "What do you know? This money is for me to help little Changqing find a wife. Mao Jiujun has already devised a plan. If his young disciple is not destined to live long, he shall arrange several marriage prospects for him, ideally resulting in the birth of several plump, healthy children to carry on the family legacy." Pausing for a moment, Mao Jiujun turned to Yun Yang and said, "Sister, you may reside here at my Qingyun sword sect from now on. We are all men of various ages, and we are in need of someone skilled in sewing and mending." "Thank you for your kindness, elder," Yun Yang replied, clutching her child and preparing to kneel, tears streaming down her face. Despite the apparent simplicity of the Qingyun sword sect, it brought her an overwhelming sense of security. If she could live here peacefully, raising her child, it would not be an unhappy life after all. "There is no need for such formality, sister. Our Qingyun sword sect has few rules. There is no need for bowing or kneeling. Consider this your home," Mao Jiujun reassured her. "Very well," Yun Yang said, rising and wiping her tears. instinctively retreating to stand beside she. By the way, master, my junior brother specifically asked me to deliver these fruits to you, claiming they are beneficial for one's health. Look, my junior brother is truly thoughtful. As she spoke, she stepped into the courtyard and placed several white fruits on the stone table, and soon a faint, pleasant aroma filled the air. Suddenly, Jian Shezi sprang to his feet, disbelief etched across his face, and even Mao Jiujuan stood frozen. His gaze fixed upon the white fruits on the stone table. After a long moment, Mao Jiujuan regained his composure, exclaiming, "She, where did these fruits come from?" "They were given by my junior brother," she replied, puzzled. "And where did your junior brother acquire them?" Mao Jiujuan pressed on. "I'm not sure. It must be from deep within the Shishan Ridge," she responded uncertainly, clearly sensing that something was amiss with his master and Jian Shezi, and quickly inquired, "What's wrong, master? Is there an issue with these fruits?" Ignoring she, Mao Jiujuan turned to Jian Shezi and asked, "Old blind man, am I seeing things? Is this the Baiyu fruit? My eyesight may be poor, but my judgment is clear." Jian Shezi replied with conviction. "The fragrance is unmistakably that of the Baiyu fruit." Indeed, Baiyu fruit, a rare treasure from heaven and earth. Mao Jiujuan delicately cradled one of the white fruits, his heart racing with excitement. "Master, is this fruit exceptionally delicious? Why are you so excited?" she asked, utterly confused as he picked up a fruit and examined it closely, finding nothing particularly remarkable. "Eat, eat, eat. You worthless boy only thinks of eating." "Ah, master, why are you scolding me? What's wrong with scolding you? Do you wish to retort?" "And no, I wouldn't dare." She shrank back. "Ah, merely afraid? Not unwilling?" Mao Jiujuan sneered. "Oh, you little rascal, have you grown wings? How dare you think of retorting to your master?" With a thud, a playful slap landed on Shi's head, leaving him feeling quite aggrieved. After a moment, Mao Jiujuan's mood gradually settled, and he said with exasperation, "You ungrateful little brat. This fruit is recorded in ancient texts as a heavenly material, blooming once every 33 years, bearing fruit after another 33 years, and requiring yet another 33 years to mature. A martial artist in the realm of ordinary gathering of energy consumes a white spirit fruit, not only becoming invulnerable to poisons and enhancing their physical prowess, but also augmenting their inner strength by an entire 60 years. Would you not deem this a treasure?" "What?" Stoney was left speechless, trembling as the white jade fruit nearly slipped from his grasp. What a jest! 60 years of relentless cultivation could be circumvented with such a fruit. Is this not the dream of every martial artist, a leap into the heavens? It appears that indeed, great fortunes do fall from the sky. With a tense expression, Stoney cradled the white jade fruit in his hands, afraid to let it drop, yet hesitant to place it in his mouth lest it dissolve. He felt compelled to apologize to the fruit, acknowledging that he had been far too careless, casually tucking it away, an act that was nothing short of sacrilege against a heavenly marvel. Wait, there seems to be a discordant note. Wasn't the junior disciple equally nonchalant in the beginning? Observing his senior disciple's naive demeanor, Mao Jiujuan was beset by a wave of frustration. Thud. Another swift strike landed on Stone E's head. He gazed vacantly at his master. "Why? Why do you strike me again? My hand itches." Mao Jiujuan replied with a stoic expression, contemplating whether to expel this foolish lad from his tutelage. "Sword blind, it appears the western mountain ridge conceals great opportunities. Perhaps it is connected to that item. I shall take the time to investigate." Mao Jiujuan and Sword blind exchanged solemn words, their expressions grave. Unable to contain his curiosity, Stone interjected, "Master, Senior Sword, what are you discussing? Can you speak plainly? I cannot comprehend." Thud, thud. Both elder men simultaneously struck, adding 2 more bumps to Stoney's head, leaving him in despair. At that moment, Yun Yang cautiously approached, her heart fluttering with trepidation. "Old master, I also possess a fruit, given to me by that young man. I had no knowledge of its value. Otherwise, I would never have accepted it." Yun Yang, a diligent and honest woman, though unaware of the significance of the white jade fruit to martial artists, could surmise its rarity, understanding it was certainly not something for someone of her humble status to claim. In truth, Yun Yang felt content merely to have a place to call home. She harbored no extravagant desires. However, her words cast a heavy silence over the trio. The white jade fruit, a rare treasure even among celestial sects, had been carelessly bestowed upon a stranger, one who lacked martial prowess, no less. Was this not a squandering of a precious gift? Alas, Sword blind sighed, suddenly reflecting on the matter. I never imagined that young Gu possessed such fortuitous blessings. Yet, regrettably, although the white jade fruit is a marvel, it cannot remedy his congenital affliction. Mao Jiujuan shook his head with a wry smile. That foolish lad surely does not grasp the fruit's value. Otherwise, he would not have so readily presented it. Master, you are mistaken. The junior disciple is certainly not as you presume. Suddenly, Shuri spoke up, his expression unexpectedly solemn. Although the junior disciple may not recognize this white jade fruit, he undoubtedly understands its rarity. Otherwise, he would not have specifically instructed me to share it with you. Does that mean I, the old blind man, will also receive one? The sword-blind man was momentarily taken aback, a warmth inexplicably blooming within him. Not just you. My second junior sister and third junior brother will also partake. The sword-blind man fell silent. Mao Jiujun, feeling a sense of guilt, remarked, but this gift is too substantial. What merit do I possess to deserve it? Shuri grinned. I know the junior disciple well. Despite appearing somewhat dim-witted, he genuinely cares for those around him. Thump. The sword staff struck down, delivering another blow. Shuri, incensed, retorted, Senior Sword, why do you hit me again? That lad possesses a heart of gold, full of wisdom disguised as folly. While you're the fool here. Shuri's anger dissipated, and he felt a sense of grievance rising within him. At that moment, Mao Jiujun turned to Yun Yang and said, Sister, keep this white spirit fruit well, since it was left for your child by Chongqing. It is indeed this little one's fortune. Yun Yang was momentarily stunned before tears streamed down her face once more, her heart brimming with gratitude. She suddenly felt that her luck was not so dire after all. At least there were those who sincerely wished to assist her, and the world still held hope. Master, there is an extra white spirit fruit here. Why not consume it together? It might just help with your injuries. Shuri was about to persuade him when Mao Jiujun directly interrupted. I am well aware of my own condition. Though the white jade fruit is a rare treasure of heaven and earth, it cannot bring the dead back to life. My Danquan energy core is damaged, and my 3 meridians and 7 wheels are shattered. I am beyond salvation. Moreover, such a celestial rarity only yields miraculous effects upon its first consumption. Taking it repeatedly bears little benefit. It is better to keep it for future use. Shuri bowed his head, feeling an immense weight in his heart. Do not stand around foolishly. Send word to your junior brothers and sisters to return to the sect promptly. Understood. Shuri nodded silently and departed. Mao Jiujun then turned to the sword-blind man, saying, Old blind man, this white spirit fruit should help you regain your former glory, should it not? It should. The sword-blind man replied, his heart racing, even his voice trembling slightly. Though his injuries were severe, they were not as grave as Mao Jiujun's. If aided by the white jade fruit, even if he could not return to his peak, he would at least alleviate his lingering afflictions. However, he also realized that he seemed to owe Gu Chongqing an immense debt of gratitude, perhaps even a life debt. As expected, Mao Jiujun's tone shifted. Old blind man, my junior disciple has rendered you such a significant favor. Shouldn't you show your appreciation? Gu is not like you, old scoundrel. He is not the type to bear grudges or seek repayment. The sword-blind man shot back with a pointed glance, emphasizing the term small-minded. My junior disciple is certainly not that sort of person, but the illustrious defender of Baiguan, Jian Wuchen, should not be someone who forgets kindness and acts shamelessly, right? The sword-blind cursed inwardly, yet ultimately, with a hint of pride, he patted his chest and declared, I am quite satisfied with young Gu. Shall I pass on to him a manual for sword nurturing? This is your suggestion, not mine. The 2 old foxes exchanged hearty laughter, as if they had shed their former enmity, embodying the spirit of laughter dissolving grievances. As twilight descended, Gu Chongqing and Duda wandered along the desolate street, an inexplicable discomfort lingering in their hearts. Perhaps it was due to his slow reactions, or perhaps a reflection of his lack of wit. Long ago, Gu Chongqing had grown accustomed to enduring scorn and abuse, embracing a life of submission. It was not that he was timid or weak, but he deemed such indignities trivial when weighed against the gravitas of life and death. Master Shuri, wait for me. A figure pursued from behind. Calling out to Gu Chongqing, it was the black-clad Ming Chong. Is there anything else, my lord? Is your name truly Shuri? Did the county magistrate not say you could use an alias? Ming Chong was momentarily taken aback, finding the situation both amusing and perplexing. He then retrieved a silver ingot worth 50 taels from his pocket and offered it to Gu Chongqing. This is a token of gratitude from the county magistrate for saving his life. Save his life? Gu Chongqing was taken aback. I don't recall rescuing your magistrate. The magistrate claimed that on the day he assumed office, he was besieged by the bandits of Qingfeng Mountain. And had it not been for your timely intervention disrupting their plans, he might have perished in those mountains. Oh, I did not act to save them. So no need for thanks. Gu Chaqing waved his hand, declining Zhou Cheng'en's goodwill. The young man held steadfast to his principles. He would not covet what was not rightfully his, believing earnestly that diligence is rewarded, and that morality is clearly delineated. Refusing wealth? Truly, you are a fool. A whimsical voice suddenly chimed, prompting the two to turn and discover Huang Yi stealthily appearing behind Gu Chaqing. Greetings, Miss Huang. Meng Chong hurriedly bowed, aware that, despite his ignorance of her background, Zhou Cheng'en's demeanor suggested she was quite significant, warranting his respect. Huang Yi scrutinized Gu Chaqing, seemingly seeking to discern something about him. Yet Gu Chaqing paid her no heed, turning to continue his path, with Dudu trailing closely behind. Some individuals, when their paths diverge, must not ally. Trying to escape? Where do you think you can run? Tiger Lord, I implore you, spare my granddaughter. She is but a child, not yet 10. Repaying debts is a matter of principle. Since you lack the means, let this girl serve as compensation. Her young age is no matter. A few years of care will suffice. And our young master has a penchant for such tender little ones. No, please no. Refusal? Do not think I am remiss in offering you a choice. Either repay the debt or surrender the girl. Otherwise, even the King of Heaven cannot save you. Have you not inquired? In Qingshan town, no one dares to owe anything to my Black Wolf gang. The sounds of destruction echoed from the roadside tea house, chaos reigning all around. At this moment, the elderly man in the tea house was firmly restrained by several disciples of the Black Wolf gang, while a young girl beside him wept profusely. Her face etched with terror. The sudden commotion naturally drew numerous passers-by to stop and observe. Among them, some gazed with sympathy, others watched with indifference, and a few even mocked the scene with laughter. A group of thieves weaved through the crowd, their eyes gleaming with avarice. The sheer chaos in a small town like Qingshan speaks volumes about the turmoil that plagues the world. Cease at once. With a commanding voice, Meng Chang strode forward, his face a mask of anger. Desist. Under the jurisdiction of the county magistrate, how dare you commit such brazen acts of violence and seize innocent women? Meng Chong, donned in the resplendent yellow attire of a constable, exuded an imposing presence, prompting the surrounding onlookers to instinctively part ways. I wondered which hero had arrived. It is none other than the yellow tyrant himself, Meng Chong. What brings you here, Black Tyrant? Have you abandoned your master to join us in our merriment? The leader of the gang, named Luo Hu, was a martial artist renowned within the Black Wolf gang, equal in stature to Yishan. Following Yishan's demise, Luo Hu's influence within the gang had inexplicably surged, and he now oversaw various enterprises, including loan sharking and gambling, gaining significant favor from Ho Wenjia. Luo Hu, do not overstep your bounds. Meng Chong retorted coldly, his expression darkening. He clearly recognized Luo Hu and understood the formidable power he wielded. In times past, he would never have dared to intervene in such matters, but as the Yellow Constable, it was his duty to act. Overstep? And what of it? Luo Hu laughed recklessly, pulling forth a promissory note from his pocket. This is a loan agreement from old Zhang's son, who borrowed 300 taels from our Black Wolf Bank. Complete with his signature. It is only just that debts are repaid, even if it means going to the authorities. But my son is dead. You drove him to his death. Old Zhang wailed in anguish, grief welling within him. His son, Zhang Dachuan, had been a notorious gambler, ensnared by a web of debts that spiraled out of control, leading to the family's ruin and the loss of their home. In despair, Zhang Dachuan had taken his own life, while his wife met a tragic end against a doorpost, leaving only a frail old father and an innocent young girl to rely on one another. In a desperate bid for survival, old Zhang had shamelessly borrowed a meager sum from neighbors and managed to open a small tea house at the street corner. Yet the Black Wolf gang remained relentless in their pursuit. They were merciless, preying upon the vulnerable, epitomizing the predatory nature of the gang. What does it matter if someone dies? Zhang Dachuan was not killed by us. His death absolves him of his debts. As long as any member of the Zhang family remains alive, the debts owed to the Black Wolf gang shall remain unchanged. Listening to Luo Hu's venomous threats, old Zhang was overwhelmed with despair, tears streaming down his face. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Meng Chang took a decisive step forward, toppling the henchmen of the Black Wolf gang to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, old Zhang broke free and clutched his young granddaughter tightly, fearful of losing her. Black Tyrant, you have crossed the line. Is this not a violation of the law? Luo Hu smiled, but the expression bore an icy chill. This matter shall be reported to the county magistrate, who will make the final decision. You may leave now. Ming Chang remained remarkably composed, aware that he could not match the strength of the Black Wolf gang, and thus invoked the name of the magistrate, Zhou Cheng'an, hoping to instill at least a modicum of fear. Little black brat, do you presume to challenge me by invoking the magistrate? Luo Hu's demeanor turned frigid, and he unleashed a powerful punch directed at Ming Chang. With a resounding thud, their palms collided. Ming Chang was sent staggering 3 paces back, his arm numbed and rendered immobile. In stark contrast, Luo Hu remained unscathed, exuding an air of ruthless dominance. Though Ming Chang was also a martial artist, he had merely attained a modest proficiency, unable to contend with the formidable Luo Hu, who had achieved mastery. Huh, little black brat, with such meager strength. Do you aspire to play the role of the righteous defender? Mind your own business. How dare you attack an official of the court? Enough of your nonsense. In Qingshan town, the Black Wolf gang holds sway. Luo Hu boasted with unabashed arrogance, showing no regard for the authority of the court or its officials. A saying circulated in the streets, in Qingshan, chaos or order is dictated by the Black Wolf. It was evident that the Black Wolf gang's influence in Qingshan town was deeply entrenched, and justice had become a rare commodity in this world. Among the crowd, Huang Yi narrowed her eyes, poised to intervene and teach Luo Hu and his cohorts a lesson. Yet, out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a familiar figure approaching Luo Hu, causing her to hesitate. Captain Ming, please, save my child. I beg you. Elder Zhang knelt before Ming Chang, repeatedly bowing his head, his heart filled with dread. If even Ming Chang could not assist them, their hopes would be utterly extinguished. Elder Zhang, it seems you have beseeched the wrong deity. It would be wiser to implore me. Perhaps I might show mercy and spare your miserable life. Luo Hu jeered, his confidence unwavering as he ordered his men to seize Elder Zhang and his granddaughter once more. Ming Chang attempted to intervene but was forcefully obstructed by Luo Hu. At that moment, a figure entered the fray, instantly capturing the attention of those present, including Luo Hu and Ming Chang. Clad in tattered black robes and wearing a rudimentary mask, it was none other than Gu Changqing. My lord, Ming Chang exclaimed, recognition igniting a spark of joy upon his face. Luo Hu, however, sneered menacingly. What a fine day for someone to come and seek their demise. With that, he lunged at Gu Changqing. With a thunderous crash, their fists met. Gu Changqing stood unwavering, like a mountain, while Luo Hu was sent reeling backward, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing against the wall of a tea house, his right arm shattered and devoid of sensation. The force of 3,000 Jun was far beyond the capacity of an ordinary martial artist to withstand without internal protection. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The members of the Black Wolf gang staring in horror at Gu Changqing, particularly Luo Hu, whose face was etched with unrestrained terror. Only Luo Hu himself understood the sheer terror of Gu Changqing's strength, an utterly pure force, unparalleled and devastating, which extinguished any flicker of resistance within him. Who are you? Luo Hu managed to suppress his fear and pain to inquire. I am called Shuri, Gu Changqing replied earnestly. Although he did not reveal his true name, he was not dishonest either. After all, a pseudonym is merely a pseudonym, and he could just as easily be Shuri as he could be Mao Jiujun naturally. Invoking his master's name directly would be somewhat impolite. As Gu Changqing held great respect for his teachers and elders, thus he chose to spare his senior brother's feelings. Luo Hu was unfamiliar with Shuri. Yet at that moment, he could only concede. Might I inquire which path you traverse, Sir Shuri? Why do you oppose my Black Wolf gang? Was it not you who struck first? Gu Changqing retorted. Luo Hu found himself at a loss for words, feeling a sense of despair. Upon reflection, it indeed appeared that he had initiated the conflict. In truth, Gu Changqing had never intended to engage in combat. He had merely chanced upon Luo Hu's conversation with Shuri and learned that Luo Hu was affiliated with the Black Wolf gang, prompting him to seek directions. Yes, Gu Changqing wished to visit the Black Wolf gang, but regrettably, he was unfamiliar with the way, much like his earlier attempt to reach Qifeng village. However, every time he asked for directions, he encountered unnecessary troubles, and eventually, Qifeng village mysteriously fell. What is your name? Luo Hu. Are you all members of the Black Wolf gang? Yes, indeed. Then you must know how to reach the Black Wolf gang, correct? I do. Would you kindly guide me there? I wish to go to the Black Wolf gang. WH. What? Luo Hu was momentarily taken aback. And then a sense of dread gripped his heart, as though something ominous was about to unfold. There was no denying that Gu Changqing's earlier display of strength was overwhelming, leaving Luo Hu quite apprehensive about inviting trouble into his lair. Wait, something feels off. This person's attire is quite peculiar. A black robe? A mask? Luo Hu's pupils dilated as he seemed to recall something of great significance, his heart sinking further into fear. Just recently, Qingfeng village had been annihilated, and this news had spread like wildfire throughout Qihing County. With the Black Wolf Gang's intelligence and resources, the details of the incident were swiftly uncovered. From the fleeing bandits, they learned that the destruction of Qingfeng village and the execution of its 4 leaders was attributed to a devil clad in a black robe and mask. At the time, Hou Yuanjie had commanded a thorough search for the whereabouts of this masked figure, yet after many days, they had found no trace, and the matter faded into obscurity. Everyone believed that the masked figure was dead, which is why Hou Yuanjie dared to allow the Foreign Affairs Hall Master to claim the rewards for the blacklist task. However, Luo Hu's heart began to race with anxiety. Stop! A sudden, chilling command rang out, causing everyone to turn. A few lackeys from the Black Wolf Gang had seized old Lu and his granddaughter, brandishing knives at their throats. Old Lu cried out in desperation, while the little girl trembled, tears streaming down her face. Tiger Lord, come quickly. If he dares to make a move, I shall slay these 2. A youth with a sharp face and wild hair smirked maliciously, his eyes glinting with a hint of sinister madness. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. If he could not only rescue Luo Hu but also earn great merit for the Black Wolf Gang, his rise to prominence would be imminent. Ha! Well done, you wild-haired fool. I shall remember this great contribution of yours. Luo Hu quickly regained his composure and hurriedly dragged his injured arm towards the wild-haired youth. Gu Chaqing furrowed his brow slightly, while Meng Chang dared not act recklessly. He could hardly suppress his self-reproach, lamenting that he had squandered a golden opportunity merely by being dazed. The overwhelming prowess of Gu Chaqing had stunned him, leaving him momentarily unable to react. How infuriating. Now that the adversary had a hostage, how should he respond? Meng Chang felt a rising tide of anxiety, yet found himself powerless to act. You little brat. Regardless of who you are, sever an arm now to apologize to Lord Hu, or I shall swiftly end this old man's life. The wild-haired youth, with a fierce glint in his eyes, licked the blade of his knife, exuding an air of confidence. Lord Luo frequently taunted and mocked, seemingly intent on reclaiming the dignity he had just lost. Gu Chaqing, puzzled, inquired, I do not even know them. Why do you threaten me with them? Individuals like you, who wear a facade of righteousness, would never allow innocence to be caught in the crossfire. The wild-haired youth sneered, as if he saw through everything. Righteousness? Are you referring to me? Gu Chaqing was taken aback, visibly surprised. Even those around them instinctively glanced at Gu Chaqing, clad in a black robe and mask, a sight that hardly suggested a virtuous person. What righteous hero would dress in such a manner? Ahem. The wild-haired youth coughed awkwardly to mask his embarrassment. That's not the point. Surely you wouldn't wish to witness this old man and young boy perish before your eyes, would you? Gu Changqing seemed to recall something, and the previously calm waters of his heart began to stir. Was this what his senior brother referred to as moral coercion? You threaten me with the lives of innocents. Do you not find that utterly shameless? Shameless? The wild-haired youth scoffed disdainfully. This is how the world operates. It mocks the poor but shows leniency to the immoral. To survive, one must resort to any means, be ruthless, and devoid of shame. Benevolence and morality? What are those? As long as I lack morality, no one can constrain me. The wild-haired youth felt an overwhelming pride, believing he had reached the pinnacle of his existence. However, just then, Gu Changqing turned to leave, as if all that transpired had no bearing on him. What? Leaving? You cannot leave. You must not leave. Stop. You better stop right there. Otherwise, I shall slay them this instant. The wild-haired youth feigned madness, brandishing his weapon in a threatening manner. But I am neither related to them nor do I know them. Enough of your nonsense, little brat. I have little patience. As the conversation unfolded, the scruffy-haired youth severed an ear from the elderly Zhang, who, in agony, clasped the wound, his face a gruesome tableau of blood and flesh. Gu Chaqing halted, silently turning to regard the members of the Black Wolf Gang, witnessing Zhang's harrowing plight. The onlookers recoiled in horror, retreating several steps. Indeed, the Black Wolf Gang was a band of merciless ruffians, their cruelty beyond measure. Meanwhile, officials from the magistrate's office hastily arrived. Among them were men under Meng Chang's command. Haida, what is the situation? He inquired. The Black Wolf Gang is committing murder in broad daylight and abducting women. Apprehend them all. Leave no one unscathed. Upon hearing Meng Chang's command, The surrounding constables exchanged uncertain glances, their faces betraying hesitation. The Black Wolf gang had long been notorious in Qingshan town, instilling fear not only in the common folk but even within the ranks of the officials. However, in the presence of such a crowd, if they were to falter, they would not only lose face but also risk their own safety. Weighing their options, the constables ultimately encircled the members of the Black Wolf gang. Yet they refrained from taking rash actions, mindful of the hostages at stake. Luo Hu, there is no escape for you. I advise you to surrender willingly to spare yourselves from further suffering. Meng Chan, caught between caution and authority, employed both threats and persuasion. Spare me your empty threats. Do you think I am easily intimidated? Luo Hu sneered, having regained his composure from the earlier fright, feeling the reins of control slip back into his grasp. His objective now was to stall for time, awaiting reinforcements from the Black Wolf gang. The bustling street was rife with informants from the gang, undoubtedly alerting their comrades. With a swift motion, the scruffy-haired youth sliced off Zhang's other ear, toying with it in his hand. The members of the Black Wolf gang laughed maniacally, their faces alight with arrogance. Little brat, with every third count, I will take another slice from this old fool, first his ears, then his eyes and nose. If you wish to spare him further torment, you ought to sever one of your hands and one of your legs, the youth cruelly threatened. Did you not just say you would only take one hand? Gu Cha-ching questioned, assuming the youth had misspoken. The scruffy-haired youth paused, then, in a fit of rage, retorted. I find you displeasing. Why not take an extra leg? If I were to mutilate myself, would you let them go? What do you think? The youth chuckled, his laughter laced with malice. Surely not. Gu Cha-ching pondered earnestly, recalling his elder brother's words about the unreliability of those within gangs. You are not as foolish as you appear, the youth scoffed. Since you will not spare them, why should I heed your words? Gu Cha-ching posed another inquiry, and the members of the Black Wolf gang fell silent. The scruffy-haired youth was taken aback by Gu Cha-ching's perilous line of questioning. After all, those self-righteous individuals would rather endure hardship than bear any stain on their honor. If others are indifferent to these matters, it truly becomes quite challenging. In truth, Gu Cha-ching is merely not very astute. However, he is not foolish. He desires to survive more than anyone else. With a sudden step forward, Gu Cha-ching inadvertently intensified the already grave atmosphere surrounding him. At that moment, Meng Chong felt an overwhelming sense of apprehension. He had intended to dissuade Gu Cha-ching from acting rashly, yet he realized he had no standing to utter such words. The blade was not poised at his own throat, nor was the Black Wolf gang threatening him. Who could truly understand the feelings of the person involved? The vile members of the Black Wolf gang possessed no humanity, yet they seemed unafraid of retribution. Many believed that Gu Cha-ching must be the epitome of integrity and kindness, ultimately willing to make concessions to save the grandfather and grandson. How about this? If you sever one of your own arms, I shall release one person, suggested the scruffy-haired youth, attempting to appear clever while fearing that he might truly push Gu Cha-ching to the brink. He felt that releasing a hostage was inconsequential, as they could simply recapture them later. As long as they could eliminate Gu Cha-ching, it would be a monumental achievement. With another step forward, Gu Cha-ching plunged the once bustling street into an eerie silence, the oppressive atmosphere making it difficult to breathe. Stop. You better stand still. The scruffy-haired youth's eyes gleamed with madness and malice. You little brat, if you dare take another step, I will ensure they die a miserable death before your eyes. With a swift motion, he severed an arm from the old man Zhang. Grandpa! The piercing screams and fearful cries painted a portrait of the most tragic scene imaginable. Those surrounding them wore expressions of unbearable sorrow. Even a woman shielded her eyes, unable to bear the sight of such cruelty. Meng Chong was consumed by a mix of rage and despair, his face paling to an extreme. Even Huang Yi among the crowd refrained from making any sudden movements. For the members of the Black Wolf gang were a band of desperate criminals. She had no certainty that she could rescue the grandfather and grandson before they acted. Should she falter, she would become a murderer herself. Life is so precious, yet you treat it as mere fodder. Gu Cha-ching hesitated momentarily, his gaze fixed calmly upon the old man Zhang. I am sorry. The old man seemed to have succumbed to the pain, lost in a daze, yet in that moment, he thought he heard Gu Cha-ching apologize to him, a powerless apology, yet tinged with a cold resolve. Gu Cha-ching might not be able to save anyone, but he was capable of taking a life. Apologize. Ha ha ha. So now you realize your mistake? But if apologies were effective, why would we need the law? The scruffy-haired youth, reveling in his perceived victory, felt even more triumphant upon hearing Gu Cha-ching's words. He had indeed been correct. The more upright and kind a person was, the more likely they were to be burdened by their own reputation. But should the virtuous and kind be subjected to such indignities? Yes, they deserve it. This was the scruffy-haired youth's answer, and perhaps the answer of this era. I am sorry, but I cannot die yet. What do you mean? I cannot perish. Therefore, I shall eliminate you all. With that, Gu Chaqing advanced once more, striding directly toward Luo Hu and his accomplices. Halt. I command you to stand still. The words abruptly ceased as the scruffy-haired youth was suddenly shoved aside by the elder Lu, who took advantage of the distraction. The attention of the surrounding henchmen was entirely fixated on Gu Chaqing, leaving them momentarily oblivious. Seizing the opportunity, Elder Lu shielded his granddaughter with one arm, preparing to flee. However, the ferocious members of the Black Wolf gang quickly regained their senses and instinctively swung their blades, intent on apprehending the grandfather and granddaughter duo. Beasts! You wretched creatures shall meet a grim fate. Elder Lu bravely positioned himself in front of his granddaughter, absorbing all harm intended for her. Alas, being merely mortal, he ultimately succumbed to the relentless onslaught of blades. Yet, in his final moments, he summoned the last of his strength to push his granddaughter toward Gu Chaqing, sacrificing his life for hers. Quick! Capture that little wretch. Do not let her escape. Luo Hu shouted in a panic, and the surrounding gang members were thrown into disarray. Without a hostage, they could scarcely fathom the horrific repercussions they would face. Gu Chaqing would not spare them, nor would Ming Chang. Even the common folk surrounding them would not show them mercy. Just as the scruffy-haired youth was about to seize the little girl, a flash of cold light suddenly pierced through his hand, blood erupting in a gruesome spectacle. Ah! His anguished cries echoed through the heavens, many regarding him with scornful disdain. Elder Lu, who had endured the loss of an ear and the severing of an arm, did not scream so wretchedly, yet the young man, merely wounded on the back of his hand, displayed such cowardice, rendering it utterly ironic. Nonetheless, that strike had been extraordinarily swift, akin to a shooting star streaking across the night sky, dazzling and breathtaking. The assailant was none other than Gu Chaqing. Grandfather. The little girl was caught by Gu Chaqing. Yet fear gripped her heart, and she cried out in tears, utterly lost. If you trust me, you may entrust her to me. Huang Yi had appeared by Gu Chaqing's side, willingly accepting the little girl. Gu Chaqing sensed Huang Yi's kindness towards the child and did not object, for his purpose lay in vengeance. Relieved of his concerns, Gu Chaqing turned his gaze back to Luo Hu and the scruffy-haired youth, his calm demeanor now tinged with a palpable murderous intent. We are members of the Black Wolf gang. I advise you not to act rashly. Luo Hu, blustering yet inwardly terrified, wished to plead for mercy, but could not swallow his pride. The scruffy-haired youth cowered behind Luo Hu, utterly devoid of his previous audacity. Scoundrel! It is you. All this chaos is your doing. You shall meet your end. Luo Hu, now thoroughly engulfed in dread, pushed the loyal scruffy-haired youth forward. The gang's shameless deeds had long since ceased to astonish the onlookers. The scruffy-haired youth crumpled to the ground, pleading, No, please do not kill me. I beg of you. Spare my life. Gu Chaqing remained silent, advancing step by step, while Dudu quietly followed in his wake. The onlookers were filled with a sense of lamentation, reflecting that while the sins of heaven may be defied, those of one's own making are inescapable. Gu Chaqing had initially intended to depart, yet the unruly youth insisted vehemently, even resorting to threats against the lives of the elderly Zhang and his grandson, compelling Gu Chaqing to harm himself. In truth, from the moment Gu Chaqing turned, Luo Hu and the others had sealed their own fates. Stop. In a flash, a glimmering blade found its way into the throat of the unruly youth, whose eyes widened in terror as the life within him gradually ebbed away. He was dead. The unruly youth lay lifeless in a pool of blood, leaving no one to anticipate that the previously fearsome outlaw would meet such a grim end. Was this not the essence of karmic retribution? Indeed, good and evil will ultimately be rewarded, and the cycle of heaven is relentless. For those who doubt, let them gaze skyward. Does the divine spare anyone? Cease this. You are outrageous. Two furious roars echoed in the distance, but alas, they arrived a moment too late. The newcomers were none other than the leaders of the Black Wolf gang's Blade and Horse Hall and the Battle Hall. These two halls represented the pinnacle of combat prowess within the Black Wolf gang, tasked with seizing territories and resources. Notably, the dogfighting arena fell under the jurisdiction of the Blade and Horse Hall. Naturally, both halls occasionally undertook less savory endeavors, such as serving as temporary bodyguards, collecting protection fees, and engaging in assassination and plunder. Behind the two hall leaders followed a throng of over 1,000 gang members, a formidable presence that nearly filled the entire street. It was no wonder that Shou Qing held such apprehension towards the Black Wolf gang, with such a multitude of followers, including many martial artists of the body refinement realm. A conflict could unravel into chaos throughout the entirety of Qingshan town. You scoundrel! Did you not hear me command you to stop? The leader of the battle hall, a towering figure, brandished his long knife and bellowed, exuding the fierce aura of a battlefield warrior. Gu Chaqing wiped the blood from his wooden stick, uttering not a word. He had indeed heard the shout, yet his heart was resolute with murderous intent, and he would show no mercy. Dudu stood beside Gu Chaqing, defiantly facing the members of the Black Wolf Gang. Black Wolf Gang, this is Qingshan town. Do you seek to rebel? Meng Chang, a shrewd individual, realized that today's events would likely not conclude amicably. Thus, he seized the initiative, attempting to cast a label of treachery upon the Black Wolf Gang. As anticipated, upon hearing the word rebellion, many members of the Black Wolf Gang exchanged glances, their resolve visibly wavering, yet the two hall leaders remained unwilling to concede. After all, having assembled such a grand display, retreating without a fight would lead to whispers throughout Qingshan town and even Qiheng County the following day. Should the Black Wolf Gang relent, the authorities and other forces would surely press further. The martial world is a treacherous path of no return. One must either advance or face demise. In truth, the Black Wolf Gang had long since exhausted their options. After weighing their choices, the leader of the battle hall coldly declared, "Meng Captain, you represent the government. The Black Wolf Gang is willing to grant you a concession. Let this matter rest. But the individual who has slain one of our members must accompany us back to answer to the young master." As he spoke, the leader of the battle hall pointed a finger at Gu Chaqing, his demeanor exuding an unyielding authority, leaving no room for negotiation. At the moment when Gu Chaqing made his move, he was observed by two hall masters, who swiftly concluded that he was certainly not a practitioner at the Qi-gathering stage. As long as he was not a Qi-gathering warrior, the Black Wolf Gang believed they could easily subdue him, provided, of course, that the authorities did not intervene. However, Meng Chang firmly opposed this notion without a second thought. Just now, Luo Hu and his associates committed acts of violence in public. Lord Shuri was merely acting in defense of justice. I shall report this matter to the county magistrate myself. So there is no need for your Black Wolf Gang to involve yourselves. As he spoke, Meng Chang positioned himself beside Gu Chaqing, standing defiantly against the Black Wolf Gang, thereby clearly stating his stance. The surrounding officials, witnessing this scene, rallied behind Meng Chang. This had escalated beyond a mere case of murder. It was a clash between the authority of the government and the interests of the Black Wolf Gang, a matter of allegiance that affected the welfare of all. To be candid, the Black Wolf Gang held a dominant position in Qingshan town, and it was primarily the interests of the government that were at stake. The more profit the Black Wolf Gang accrued, the less the government could gain. Of course, County Clerk Feiyu was an exception, after all, within the entire office. Only a few senior officials reaped the rewards, while the rest were left to depend on the whims of the Black Wolf Gang. In the past, everyone might have chosen to endure the situation, but Qingshan town was no longer what it once was. Zhou Cheng'an wielded considerable influence in the gentry, and his reputation was quite commendable. If he could establish a firm foothold, it would merely be a matter of time before he dismantled the Black Wolf Gang. By aligning themselves at this juncture, they could not only gain the appreciation of the county magistrate but also earn a favorable reputation among the populace, an advantageous situation for all. As for a confrontation between the two factions, that seemed improbable. They did not believe the Black Wolf Gang would dare to brazenly attack officials in the street. While matters of the martial world might be resolved among themselves, crossing the line with the imperial court would be deemed treasonous, punishable by death. It appeared that Captain Ming was resolutely determined to navigate these murky waters. The knife and horse hall master sneered, his sunken cheeks betraying a hint of sinister malice. Meng Chang stood his ground unwaveringly. I am merely executing my official duties. If the Black Wolf Gang is dissatisfied, you may report me to the authorities and initiate a formal inquiry. However, today, you shall not take anyone away. At this point, Meng Chang could only press forward with determination. The knife and horse hall master's eyes glinted with ruthlessness. Since you seek your own demise. Suddenly, a sharp sound interrupted his words, prompting everyone to instinctively turn their heads. They beheld Luo Hu clutching his throat, collapsing into a pool of blood, struggling silently for a moment before his eyes finally closed in death. It turned out that just as the Black Wolf Gang was preparing to act, Gu Chaqing had struck first. His sword was swift, resembling a meteor streaking across the night sky, plunging directly into Luo Hu's throat. Although Luo Hu was not weak and had the potential to evade this fatal strike, He never anticipated that Gu Chaqing would dare to act first in such a situation. Targeting him specifically. Caught off guard, he was unable to respond in time. Not only Luohu, but all those who had just attacked were etched in Gu Changqing's memory. None would be spared. Despite the lack of familial ties, Gu Changqing felt an undeniable urge to take action for the sake of the old man Zhang, who risked everything to protect his beloved granddaughter. He trusted that Zhang would not wish for his granddaughter to grow up enveloped in hatred. Swish, swish, swish. With a single sword, 12 flashes, 12 kills. Although the wooden stick was a blunt instrument in Gu Changqing's hands, it transformed into a chain that ensnared souls. It was only when the last of the Black Wolf Gang's henchmen lay defeated that the onlookers began to regain their senses. What kind of swordsmanship was that? How could he have slain over 10 people with a single strike? Astonishing. Terrifying. Many felt a shiver run down their spine, their faces reflecting shock and horror. How dare you kill the disciples of the Black Wolf Gang? You shall pay for this a charge. Attack him. Kill him. Amidst the furious roars, the two hall masters waved their hands, and thousands of gang members surged toward Gu Chaqing. They understood his prowess, yet believed their numbers would prevail, after all. Even a multitude of ants could bring down an elephant, let alone a mere warrior at the body refinement stage. At that moment, the officials were left dumbfounded. They had assumed the Black Wolf Gang would retreat in the face of difficulty, at least unwilling to engage in open conflict. However, Gu Chaqing's slaughter of Luohu and others ignited the wrath of the two hall masters. This fury, they knew, could only be quelled with blood. Be careful, sir. Ming Cheng unsheathed his sword, ready to fight alongside Gu Chaqing, but was halted by Gu Changqing's gesture. No need for you to intervene. My senior brother has taught me that matters of the martial world should be handled within the martial world. I can manage this. Before Ming Cheng could respond, Gu Chaqing stepped into the tide of Black Wolf Gang members, akin to a tiger entering a flock of sheep, unleashing a massacre. Growl. Did he let out a low roar? His massive form charging into the crowd, leaving devastation in his wake. As Gu Chaqing and Duda drew all attention from the Black Wolf Gang, no one dared to provoke Meng Chong and the other officials. What shall we do, Blackhead? An anxious subordinate inquired, filled with trepidation. This is beyond our capacity to handle. We must inform the county lord at once and summon the officials to restore order. Restore order. Blackhead. Might that be a tad alarmist? The Black Wolf Gang was causing chaos on the streets and had just threatened us officials. Such rebellious acts must be forcefully suppressed. Understood. The subordinate understood the gravity of the situation and hurriedly departed. Meanwhile, with every strike Gu Changqing delivered, another disciple of the Black Wolf Gang fell. These individuals were deeply guilty and deserved their fate. Gu Chaqing felt no burden, believing he was not killing but enforcing divine justice. In a moment of contemplation, the youth recalled the 7th page of his senior brother's martial chronicles. The martial world is not merely about killing, it is about stopping violence with violence. If that is the case, then kill, 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 kill. Within the inner sanctum of the Black Wolf Gang, Lu Ping, after reviewing the gang's accounts, noticed the sky darkening. Night was approaching. He intended to indulge himself at the 100 Flowers Pavilion, where the embrace of soft jade and fragrant warmth was simply exquisite. However, at that moment, an untimely voice shattered Lu Ping's reverie. The hall master is in trouble. A grave matter has arisen. A stout figure with a round face and bulging ears, the notorious mastermind of the Foreign Affairs Hall, approached. Lu Ping, visibly irked, retorted, "Ma, are you intentionally cursing me? You have troubles, and now your entire family is in peril. Master Lu, I assure you, I am not here to quarrel." Mon replied earnestly. A grave incident has unfolded in Qingshan Town. The members of the Battle Hall and the Knife and Horse Hall have clashed with the officials in the vicinity of Changmen Street. What? Lu Ping's expression shifted dramatically, a wave of inexplicable panic washing over him. This was a particularly sensitive time. Zhou Cheng'an was wary of the Black Wolf Gang, and the Black Wolf Gang, in turn, held trepidation towards Zhou Cheng'an. If one were to speak of the formidable figure behind Zhou Cheng'an, then, given Hou Yuanjia's arrogant nature, he would have long since buried Zhou Cheng'an alive, allowing him no room to maneuver. Historically, the common folk have refrained from clashing with the officials, and the denizens of the martial world adhered to this unwritten rule as well. The court had its own decrees, while the martial world operated under its own customs. Nevertheless, the latter could never supersede the former. Mon, elucidate the situation without delay. There is no time for lengthy explanations. We must summon the young master. Only he can resolve this matter, Mon urged. Given that the leader of the Black Wolf Gang was currently in seclusion, striving for a breakthrough. All significant affairs were under the purview of the young master. They must inform Ho Yuanji at once. Absolutely not. The young master is currently indulging himself. Interrupting him now would be tantamount to courting death, and you would drag me down with you. Lu Ping refused outright, prioritizing his own desires over the chaos engulfing Qingshan town, especially since it merely involved a conflict with the officials. Mon, feeling exasperated, understood the young master's temperament all too well. To disturb him now would surely invoke his wrath. Thus, he succinctly recounted the events that had transpired, assaulting and killing in public, threatening the officials with hostages, even provoking the harbinger of doom from Qingfeng village. Is this some jest? Lu Ping's ire surged. The mere thought of a person capable of annihilating an entire village was terrifying. Yet Luo Hu and his ilk had chosen to provoke such a being. Was this not a path to self-destruction? Fuming, Lu Ping unleashed a torrent of curses. Luo Hu. That fool. He can't even manage a simple debt collection. He deserves whatever fate befalls him. Master Lu, now is not the time for wrathful words. We must devise a way to quell this turmoil. And how shall we do that? Shall we offer our faces to appease them? Even if the battle hall and the knife and horse hall were to grant me favor, the officials would never relent. What then shall we do? Do not fret unduly. As long as the master and the young master are present, even if the sky were to fall upon Qingshan town, it would result in nothing more than mutual destruction. Once the master emerges from his seclusion, all issues will be resolved. Very well, I shall dispatch someone to keep watch. Should any signs of trouble arise, we can respond with composure. Indeed, go forth, Lu Ping nodded, signaling for Ma to take his leave. Yet, unable to quell his concerns, Lu Ping promptly summoned 300 elite warriors from the Black Wolf Gang's inner hall to accompany him. These 300 were all seasoned body refiners, trained as covert assassins by the Black Wolf Gang. Typically, they would only be mobilized in the face of significant upheaval within the gang. However, given the current circumstances, there was no time to consider their numbers. In the tranquil courtyard of the government office, Zhou Cheng'an was diligently reviewing documents in his study, meticulously considering matters ranging from public welfare to commerce, from defense to the environment, attending to every detail with his own hands. Yet, every time he reflected upon the current state of Qingshan town, this venerable official could not help but shake his head in dismay. Old master, trouble has arisen in Qingshan town, came the urgent voice of Wei Yang from outside. Zhou Cheng'an, adept in the art of maintaining his composure, continued to peruse the documents while inquiring, "Why do you appear so flustered, Captain Wei?" "News has arrived from Captain Meng's side," Wei Yang explained. "The personnel from the government office have clashed with the members of the Black Wolf Gang. Currently, both sides are in a standoff on Chang'an Street, and we seek your decisive judgment." "What?" Zhou Cheng'an's wrist trembled, causing ink to spill onto the papers. However, his mind was consumed with visions of the two factions engaging in a violent confrontation. After a brief moment of distraction, he hastily exited his study, demanding, "Now, please clarify the situation." "Reporting to you, old master. This matter concerns that Shi, Wei Yang explained with a wry smile, recounting the incidents involving Luo Hu and the others from the Black Wolf Gang. To commit murder brazenly on the streets and dare to threaten government officials is a flagrant disregard for the law. Despite Zhou Cheng'an's mastery of self-cultivation, his expression darkened with fury. "If I recall correctly, Shi is an outer member of the town military division?" "Indeed. This individual is far from ordinary." "Old master, how should we respond?" Wei Yang asked anxiously. Zhou Cheng'an, however, waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Since we are in this predicament, we must find peace within it. This is a crisis, but it may also present an opportunity." "What do you mean by that, old master?" Wei Yang was taken aback. Regardless of Shi's martial prowess, the possession of the Vermilion Bird token signifies his significant status. If the Black Wolf Gang truly targets him, the town military division, known for its ruthless and tyrannical nature, would not simply let this matter slide. Though I harbor disdain for this violent institution of the dynasty, sometimes it is the wicked who must contend with wickedness, especially in the murky waters of Qingshan town, where brute force often outweighs strategy. After a brief pause, Zhou Cheng'an continued, "Issue my orders. Summon the government officials of Qingshan town to assemble and swiftly support Chang'an Street. Additionally, you shall take my seal to Qihang Prefecture to request assistance. The Black Wolf Gang is inciting chaos, possibly indicating treasonous intentions. We must implore Qihang to send troops to quell this insurrection." "What?" Wei Yang exclaimed. "This is unwise. Given the current turmoil in Qingshan town, if I depart now, Who will ensure your safety, old master? My safety is not a concern. The Shi family will provide protection, Zhou Cheng'an replied with a knowing smile. The young lady of the Shi family resides here, and it is only fitting she lend her strength. Moreover, this matter is of grave importance, and I trust no one else. Then I shall depart immediately. Wei Yong wasted no time, taking the county seal and promptly leaving. Assistance is as urgent as extinguishing a fire. Not a moment can be delayed. On Changnan Street in Qingshan Town, this night was destined for sleeplessness, as even the luminous moon appeared veiled by a faint hue of crimson. The acrid scent of blood permeated the entire length of the street, causing no one to dare approach, not even the officers led by Meng Chang, who could only observe from a distance. In the center of the street, Gu Changqing fought his way from one end to the other, returning thrice more to slay yet more foes, leaving a multitude of lifeless bodies from the Black Wolf gang sprawled in pools of blood, transforming the narrow street into a veritable river of crimson. As wooden sticks splintered, Gu Changqing effortlessly exchanged his weapon for a long knife. Although it lacked the finesse of a sword, wielded with his immense strength, there was no need for intricate techniques. A single stroke sufficed for each adversary. Meanwhile, the thugs of the Black Wolf gang, consumed by bloodlust, grew increasingly ferocious and energized under the promise of bountiful rewards from their two leaders. In the underworld, survival hinged upon a life-or-death gamble. For an ordinary martial artist, even one at the Gathering Chi stage, facing such a frenzied onslaught would be exhausting, if not fatal. Yet, they had the misfortune of encountering the prodigious Gu Changqing. Now that he had perfected his skin training, he could absorb the residual life force from the deceased, rendering his defenses formidable and his recovery abilities alarmingly potent. With a heart burdened by injustice, the young man wielded his blade through the night. With each step, he felled an opponent, his murderous intent soaring to the heavens. Like a specter, he moved with a ghostly grace, his blade embodying the laughter of demons. Blood stained the long street, while the wind howled, sweeping away the remnants of the past. Amidst the howling winds, one could hear the anguished cries of life itself. One by one, gang members fell, leaving only Gu Changqing, drenched in blood, standing amidst the crimson pools, his solitary, desolate figure resembling a deity emerging from the depths of hell. He had gone mad, utterly consumed by the frenzy of slaughter. Once a mighty force of over 1,000, now only a mere handful remained standing, their expressions vacant, filled with terror and bewilderment, reminiscent of the bandits from Qifeng stronghold. This individual, does he not tire? Can he not be killed? Is he man, ghost, or some monstrous entity? The two leaders exchanged glances, their faces etched with horror. This youth could not be allowed to live, otherwise the Black Wolf gang would face endless repercussions. They had long suspected that Gu Changqing was the enigmatic harbinger of doom responsible for the annihilation of Qifeng stronghold. And at last, they understood why the remnants of that band had succumbed to madness. Who could maintain composure in the presence of such a harbinger of death? Not only were the members of the Black Wolf gang struck by terror, but Ming Chang and the other officials stood dumbfounded, frozen in disbelief. This was utterly terrifying. One person had single-handedly slaughtered nearly 1,000 members of the Black Wolf gang over the course of more than an hour. This was no mere performance. Such a loss of life was unfathomable, representing the fighting strength of the gang's two main factions. What a ruthless heart! What a fierce technique! What terrifying power! Undoubtedly, Dida played a significant role in this battle as well. It not only secured Gu Changqing's rear, but also charged through the enemy ranks, dispatching numerous foes. However, Dudu relied solely on brute strength, devoid of any technique, and thus could not match Gu Changqing's speed or efficiency in slaying opponents. Blackhead, do you think we still need to lend a hand? If we ascend, shall we not become a hindrance? Quickly, wake me up, Black Leader. Are we not dreaming? How could such valiant individuals exist in this world? Haha. The Black Wolf gang has suffered the loss of two major factions, and their reputation will undoubtedly plummet. Who can truly dictate the affairs of Qingshan Town from this point forward? Courage. This gentleman is indeed exceedingly brave. The officials, astonished yet delighted, exchanged laughter, and the previously oppressive atmosphere lightened considerably. In stark contrast, the Black Wolf gang retreated in disarray, having fallen into dire straits. What on earth is happening? Where is the support for the Black Wolf gang? Why has it not yet arrived? Is it possible that the message did not reach the inner sanctum? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Black Wolf gang has eyes and ears throughout Qingshan Town. There must be someone to relay the information. The two faction leaders were consumed by anxiety. Yet the current situation left them utterly helpless. Engaging in battle was certainly not an option, and the thought of escape never crossed their minds. They could only buy time. In truth, given their strength, fleeing would pose no problem, and now would be the ideal moment. However, they found themselves in a predicament from which retreat was unthinkable. With over 1,000 followers from the two factions, they had been reduced to a miserable flight from a single individual. Should word of this incident circulate in Qingshan town, not only would the reputation of the Black Wolf Gang suffer, but they too would be held accountable within the organization, rendering them unable to show their faces in Qingshan town henceforth. Weighing the pros and cons, they naturally resolved to fight Gu Chaqing to the bitter end. Moreover, they believed that after such a prolonged engagement, Gu Chaqing must have exhausted much of his stamina. Joined together, even if they could not slay him on the spot, they could at least subdue him. As long as they awaited the arrival of the Black Wolf Gang's elite forces, the situation would remain under their control. With this in mind, the two villains exchanged knowing glances. Prepare to meet your end. Suddenly, they leaped high and struck simultaneously, their long blades slicing through the air like famished tigers pouncing on their prey. Yet, they had underestimated Gu Chaqing's prowess. Clang! Clang! The clash of blades erupted. And before the astonished eyes of the onlookers, two figures were sent flying like kites severed from their strings, crashing into the walls of nearby shops. The crowd shuddered, their disbelief palpable. Previously, Gu Chaqing had slain numerous minions of the Black Wolf Gang, but the Blade Master and the Combat Master were seasoned warriors at the pinnacle of their craft, and yet they could not withstand even a single strike from Gu Chaqing. The disparity was evident. Amidst the ruins, the two faction leaders stared blankly, unable to comprehend the shattered blades in their hands, their eyes betraying sheer terror and confusion. A deep gash stained their chests, seeping through their garments. How could this be possible? Meanwhile, on the other side of Qingshan town, 300 elite members of the Black Wolf Gang found themselves trapped at the intersection of Chongbei Street, confronted by none other than Zhou Cheng'an, who personally led 300 officials to block their path. If a confrontation were to ensue, these 300 constables would undoubtedly prove no match for the 300 elite warriors of the Black Wolf Gang. Yet, Zhou Cheng'an, undeterred by the imminent danger, stood resolutely at the forefront of the line, flanked by two of the Shi family's guards. Not only did Lu Ping and Mon refrain from rash actions, even their subordinate, Ho Yuanjie, would find himself powerless in such a situation. Zhou Cheng'an's unique status rendered him untouchable. Any harm inflicted upon him by the Black Wolf Gang would constitute treason, a heinous crime that could not be overlooked even by those who stood behind the gang. Moreover, the guards of the Shi family signified their unwavering stance. Zhou Cheng'an could not afford to be harmed, at least not at this moment. Nor could he fall victim to the Black Wolf Gang. Honorable County Magistrate, I implore you to allow us passage, Lu Ping humbly requested, yet Zhou Cheng'an remained unmoved. You must be aware of the laws of the Wei Wu dynasty. Those who gather to conspire against the state shall be judged for rebellion. Facing annihilation of 3 generations and extermination of 9 clans, night had fallen, and the gathering of such a multitude in the city, armed no less, could only imply insurrection. True to his scholarly nature, Zhou Cheng'an's words held a weight that left the members of the Black Wolf Gang thoroughly subdued, cloaked in righteousness. The crime of treason was a sin unforgivable, a death sentence for any who dared to cross it. Even the formidable Xianin sect, known for its rebellious nature, had been cowed into hiding, scheming in the shadows, let alone the insignificant Black Wolf Gang. Yet, despite the necessity to retreat, Lu Ping felt a sense of deep dissatisfaction. Thus, both sides remained at an impasse, unwilling to yield. The streets of Chongnan lay in eerie silence, thick with the scent of blood. Many citizens peered anxiously through the cracks of their doors and windows, hearts racing with tension, fear, and shock. Meng Chong and his companions gazed wide-eyed, while even Huang Yi found herself momentarily lost in the gravity of the situation. Was this truly the end? They were all dead, every last one of them. Including the 2 hallmasters, the Black Wolf Gang's thousands of followers had perished in the streets. A few voices of muted celebration emerged, and some bolder townsfolk discreetly ventured out, eager to spread the news. The members of the Black Wolf Gang have met their demise. Good riddance. With so many of their ranks vanquished, the once dominant gang in Qingshan town would surely feel the repercussions of this devastating loss. Gu Chaqing returned to the intersection with Dudu, his blood-stained appearance betraying an air of menace, his demeanor now more formidable. Master, are you unharmed? Meng Chong inquired cautiously, anxiety evident in his tone. I am well. Perfectly fine, Gu Chaqing replied, his gaze clear and devoid of the savagery one might expect after such slaughter. In truth, he felt invigorated. having vanquished so many nefarious foes. The vitality he had amassed surged within him, significantly enhancing his cultivation. In the realm of physical refinement, he had reached an impressive mastery, boasting a strength of 3,300 Jun and a spiritual perception extending 23 Zhang. Under the keen awareness of his sword heart, Gu Chaqing realized he had made further progress, a sensation he relished deeply. Suddenly, a small figure knelt before him, her youthful face streaked with tears. The little girl uttered not a word, merely bowing her head in silent reverence. Gu Chaqing quickly approached her, gently lifting her up, his demeanor notably solemn. Some individuals, though humble and impoverished, cannot bear to witness the suffering of others. They strive to wield their modest strength to assist others, aspiring to make the world a slightly better place. It is not solely those who are resplendent who are deemed heroes. Gu Chaqing entrusted the young girl to Huang Yi and turned to Ming Chong, inquiring, "Do you know how to find the Black Wolf Gang?" Ming Chong, taken aback for a moment, quickly regained composure. What does the esteemed one intend to do? The Black Wolf Gang has wrongfully claimed my reward, and I seek to reclaim justice for myself. Moreover, my senior brother once stated that one must eradicate evil thoroughly to uproot it completely. Thus, I must pay a visit to the Black Wolf Gang. After all, matters of the Jianghu are best resolved within the Jianghu. What? You mean to kill? Ming Chong and Huang Yi were once again stunned, while the surrounding officers were filled with astonishment. How terrifying. Just how deep is this noble one's murderous intent? Caw. A mysterious bird soared across the night sky, reaching the distant city of Nailing. Moments later, the bird circled above before landing in a secluded courtyard. Yu Jingxue gently caught the bird, tenderly smoothing its feathers, and then removed a small note from its talon, which contained a message from Shuri. What is it? Senior sister? Yi Qianxuan appeared beside Yu Jingxue, her face alight with curiosity. It is a message from my senior brother's mystical bird. Huh? That fellow is sending you a message at this hour? Could it be that something has transpired at the sect? No. He simply requests that we return to the sect immediately, claiming that there is some momentous news. Momentous news? Could it be that our master has received good tidings? Or perhaps my senior brother has. Yu Jingxue regarded Yu Qianxuan's nonchalant demeanor and couldn't help but deliver a light smack to her head. How did such an unreliable person manage to infiltrate the Zhenwu division? It seems that apart from herself, there is not a single sane individual in the entire Qingyun sword sect. Wait, Gu Jingxue suddenly pondered. Is it possible that, in the eyes of others, she too is not perceived as a normal person? Alas, what a misfortune. Senior sister, shall we return? Let us go back and see. Though my senior brother can sometimes be unreliable, you should not jest with us. If it truly is a matter of joy for our master, we might need to prepare a grand gift. Yu Jingxue's expression turned serious, while Yu Qianxuan couldn't help but roll her eyes. As night deepened and the stars dimmed, the ordinary folk had long succumbed to slumber. Yet, the streets of Qingshan town were ablaze with light, bustling with an unusual clamor that felt quite peculiar. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mao Jiujian, noticing Gu Chaqing had not yet returned to the sect at such a late hour, summoned Shuri to search for him. However, as Shuri stepped into Qingshan town, he inexplicably sensed an atmosphere that felt somewhat off. Although the town exuded an air of tension, the citizens lining the streets were animatedly discussing among themselves, their expressions quite agitated. Old Wang, what has transpired in the town tonight? Why is it suddenly so lively? What? You don't know? I have no idea. I was just falling asleep when I was roused by the commotion. I thought there was a rebellion underway. The events that transpired earlier were far more exhilarating than the siege. Oh, what exactly happened? Allow me to tell you. Just a short while ago, the two major factions of the Black Wolf Gang, consisting of over 1,000 members, were utterly annihilated. The Black Wolf Gang has surely encountered an insurmountable obstacle. What? What did you just say? You see, I witnessed a remarkable hero named Shuri, wielding a long blade, cleaving his way from one end of Chang'an Street to the other, dispatching several foes in repeated waves, leaving no one alive. It was truly a moment of cathartic justice. One man defeated over 1,000 members of the Black Wolf Gang? Old Wang, do you even hear yourself? Old Su was momentarily taken aback, suspecting that his companion was jesting. Old Wang, however, became quite agitated. This is absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes. As the script would describe, the corpses piled high, the blood flowing like rivers. Currently, the officials are busy clearing the bodies from Chang'an Street. If you don't believe me, go see for yourself. After a brief pause, Old Wang added, though I advise against it, the sight is horrifically disturbing, and I fear you would lose sleep after witnessing it. Old Wang spoke with an air of self-satisfaction, as if he himself had vanquished the members of the Black Wolf gang, which was rather shameless. Meanwhile, Old Su stood there, dumbfounded, momentarily at a loss for words. Also taken aback was Shi, who felt somewhat bewildered, having overheard numerous discussions praising his supposed heroic deeds, yet he had done nothing at all to earn such accolades. This is absurd. Undoubtedly, this is a case of exaggerated fame. After years of living incognito, has someone finally uncovered my identity? Is there a plot against me? The more Shi pondered, the more anxious he became, prompting him to seek out a few townsfolk to inquire about the situation. However, after a round of questioning, Shi nearly choked on his own blood. Clad in a black robe, wearing a mask, and accompanied by a colossal bamboo bear, this so-called hero, Shi, is none other than my little disciple. Surely not. I specifically instructed him to conceal his identity, and now he has brazenly usurped my name. Well, you clever little rascal who never tells a lie. No, I do not wish to be hailed as a hero. This matter must be clarified by my little disciple. Shi muttered to himself, both amused and exasperated. He felt a mix of astonishment at Gu Changqing's prowess and exasperation at his actions. His little disciple's bloodlust seems rather excessive. The total number of foes Shi had dispatched in his lifetime surely pales in comparison to the count of Gu Changqing's recent conquests. However, Shi firmly believed that Gu Changqing would never harm the innocent indiscriminately. The members of the Black Wolf gang had surely met their deserved fate. Shi simply hoped that these events would not adversely affect his little disciple's character. With that thought in mind, Shi hastened his steps towards Chang'an Street. In a short while, Shi arrived at the scene of the incident. Despite being mentally prepared, upon witnessing the street littered with heaps of corpses, he was still overwhelmed by the sheer horror of the sight. The long street resembled a crimson river, strewn with the corpses of thousands from the Black Wolf gang, their lifeless bodies lying in pools of blood. Several officials were busily transporting the remains in carts to a remote burial ground, where they would wash the streets and spread lime. The sheer number of dead was overwhelming, making individual burials impossible. If not promptly addressed, a plague could arise. Coming to his senses, Shi noticed the absence of Gu Changqing and hurriedly inquired with the officials. "Oh, are you looking for Lord Shi? Let me tell you. He is formidable indeed. With a single stroke of his blade, he has sent the Black Wolf gang into disarray, the blood flowing like rivers. Lord Shi mentioned that his master once spoke of eradicating evil and uprooting it entirely, which is why he ventured to the Black Wolf gang's stronghold. He is indeed our great hero in Qishan town, and we all hold him in high esteem." Upon hearing this, Shi felt a wave of dismay wash over him. When had he ever uttered such words about eradicating evil and uprooting it? Was his junior brother laboring under some misunderstanding regarding his master? Could it be his own reckless writings from his youth that had led to this belief? Alas, it seemed that one's excellence could not remain hidden. Even casual scribblings could send ripples through the martial world. "Ah, my dear junior brother, you understand me well." Shi sighed deeply, his emotions a tangled web. Yet, these thoughts were not the crux of the matter. His junior brother had ventured to the Black Wolf gang? Although it was not a den of tigers and dragons, it was nonetheless a nest of wolves, fraught with danger. No matter, he must first locate his junior brother. In an instant, Shi leaped gracefully, vanishing into the night like a wraith. The surrounding officials were taken aback by this spectacle. A particularly astute official seemed to have an epiphany and promptly reported to the county magistrate. "Your Honor, the members of the Black Wolf gang have retreated. How shall we respond to their potential counterattack? What is the situation on Longnan Street? My subordinates have confirmed that the two main factions of the Black Wolf gang have suffered complete annihilation. Old Liu and his men are currently clearing the street. However, the number of dead is staggering. It is estimated that it will take until tomorrow morning to be fully cleaned up." Zhao Kuo, one of Shou Chang'an's personal guards, tasked with ensuring the safety of the esteemed elder, was visibly excited, his eyes gleaming with fervor. These guards were seasoned veterans, experienced in the harsh realities of battle. Yet the notion of a single individual, like Gu Changqing, slaying over 1,000 foes was almost unfathomable, even in the annals of warfare. Historical texts often recount tales of a lone warrior holding back thousands, of ancient champions who could face a multitude alone, yet such accounts are often embellished, lacking the awe that comes from first-hand experience. In truth, Gu Changqing had not single-handedly vanquished 1,000 members of the Black Wolf gang. A portion of that carnage was due to the efforts of the bamboo bear, Dudu. However, it is universally acknowledged that Dudu serves as Gu Changqing's formidable steed, akin to a warhorse on the battlefield. Hence the two are inherently united, leaving no room for dispute. When Zhou Chang'an first learned of this revelation, he was equally astonished, even somewhat incredulous. After all, these were not merely a few thugs, but a multitude of ruthless individuals. They were not harmless lambs awaiting slaughter. Even if they were lambs, the labor of slaughtering them one by one would likely be exhausting. It was indeed surprising to discover such fierce and valiant individuals within Qingshan town. Should this person be placed among the troops at the border, he would undoubtedly emerge as an unparalleled general, charging bravely into the fray. Zhou Qing'an could not help but reflect on this, striving to calm his agitated heart. Yet, upon contemplating the current state of the border forces, a profound sense of helplessness arose within him. Report. What brings such urgency? Esteemed County Lord, someone inquired about Lord Shiyi's situation. Judging by their tone, they seemed to be a friend or acquaintance. A friend? Zhou Qing'an was momentarily taken aback. Then a thought struck him. What is their appearance? What is their strength? Approximately 27 or 28 years old, tall and robust, possessing lightness skills of considerable mastery, at least a martial artist of the Gathering Qi realm. Gathering Qi realm? Zhou Qing'an's eyes brightened. The special lightness techniques require internal power to execute. Thus they could confidently assert that the individual's prowess was at least at the Gathering Qi realm, if not higher. A martial artist of this caliber could easily sweep through the entire Black Wolf gang. It seems the Black Wolf gang has indeed encountered formidable opposition this time. Zhou Qing'an could not suppress a chuckle, mixed with a sense of lament. In this age of great strife, while personal martial prowess may not resolve every issue, it can certainly address the vast majority of them. Nevertheless, Zhou Qing'an remained steadfast in his belief that while martial arts may stabilize a nation, it is only through scholarship and governance that one can truly bring order to the world. Each individual harbors their own beliefs and aspirations, the pursuit of self-cultivation, family harmony. And governance is Zhou Qing'an's ambition, as it is for most aspiring scholars. Zhao Guardian, issue the command. The Black Wolf gang is to be deemed a collective of insurrectionists, irredeemably heinous and vile. Immediately recruit the young and capable of Qingshan town to apprehend their accomplices and seal off their businesses, particularly the gambling houses and dog tracks. No one is to enter or exit. At this juncture, a glimmer of cold resolve flashed in Zhou Qing'an's eyes. Tonight, I shall seize this fortuitous opportunity to cleanse Qingshan town of its filth. Understood. Zhao Kuo bowed respectfully and departed. Upon returning to the inner courtyard of the yamen, Zhou Qing'an entered his study alone, his expression devoid of any overt joy. He procured brush, ink, and rice paper, intending to report the events of the night to the imperial court. The Black Wolf gang was not as straightforward as it appeared, especially considering their deep-rooted operations within Qingshan town, which could trigger widespread repercussions if they failed to annihilate the Black Wolf gang decisively this time. Once the adversary regained their footing, they would undoubtedly retaliate with ferocity, setting fires and wreaking havoc, potentially leading to the complete destruction of Qingshan town. Thus, Zhou Qing'an knew he must proceed with caution. Reporting to the county lord, Miss Qi requests an audience. Suddenly, a voice from outside the study interrupted. But before Zhou Qing'an could respond, Qi Shuangshuang boldly entered, displaying remarkable disregard for decorum. Zhou Qing'an merely frowned slightly, choosing not to delve deeper into the matter, as he had previously exploited the confrontation between the Qi family and the Black Wolf gang. The younger generation pays their respects to the esteemed elder. Miss Qi, what brings you to visit at such a late hour? Evidently, Miss Qi Shuangshuang had come to demand an explanation, her words lacking any semblance of courtesy or politeness. Having resided in the official residence's annex, isolated from the outside world and undisturbed by others, her access to information had been severely limited. Had it not been for the return of her guards with news, she might still be oblivious to the unfolding events. By the time she learned of the conflict between the Black Wolf gang and the authorities, it was already too late. In truth, Qi Shuangshuang could hardly fathom that the situation in Qingshan town could deteriorate so rapidly within a single night, with the government daring to act against the Black Wolf gang. Moreover, there was that individual named Shiyi, who single-handedly vanquished over 1,000 members of the gang, an utterly incomprehensible feat at times. Even minor skirmishes on the battlefield do not result in such casualties, let alone within a town. Earlier, Qi Shuangshuang had engaged in a brief confrontation with Gu Chaqing, and she was certain that he was merely a martial artist at the body-refining stage, devoid of any internal energy. Had it not been for her own exhaustion of energy at the time, she was confident she would not have been bested. Regardless, Qi Shuangshuang stubbornly believed that someone like Gu Chaqing could never slay 1,000 members of the Black Wolf gang alone, unless aided by external forces. Hence, her immediate suspicion fell upon Zhou Qing'an, the magistrate of Qishan County. Indeed, It must be Shou Qing'an orchestrating things from the shadows. What? Is your chief family intending to support the Black Wolf Gang? Zhou Cheng'an's expression turned cold, and his demeanor became markedly more indifferent. While he certainly harbored apprehensions regarding the chief family, he would not yield an inch when faced with matters of great significance. My apologies, esteemed elder. The Black Wolf Gang is merely an affiliate of the Fuyuan Chamber of Commerce. Such a significant upheaval must warrant an explanation for the chamber, would it not? Qi Shuang's tone softened. She was reluctant to sever ties with Zhou Qing'an at this juncture. Humph. The Black Wolf Gang commits acts of murder and incites rebellion in the streets. They are unworthy of pity. Is that reason not sufficient? What? Qi Shuang's expression shifted dramatically, her eyes flashing with indignation. She knew the Black Wolf Gang would never conspire against the state. This was clearly Zhou Cheng'an's rhetoric. Yet she found herself unable to refute it. Setting aside the notion of rebellion, the underhanded deeds committed by the Black Wolf Gang were ample justification for 100 executions. After a moment's pause, Zhou Qing'an continued, Miss Qi, I advise you to refrain from wading into these murky waters. Otherwise, you may inadvertently implicate the chief family. Thank you for your counsel, esteemed elder. I am fully aware of my own boundaries. Qi Shuang replied coldly, turning to leave, her mind set on disregarding Zhou Cheng'an's admonition. Has everyone departed, yet you still linger? Zhou Cheng'an observed the girl peering in from the window with a bemused smile, feeling considerably more at ease. How did you know I was here, Grandpa Zhou? Huang Yi entered the study with an air of confidence, cheerfully preparing tea and offering a massage to the elder. Embodying the essence of a dutiful granddaughter seeking favor. Though I am a scholar, I adhere to the principle of following nature. Even if I cannot achieve the unity of heaven and man, my perception of the world around me remains quite acute. Zhou Cheng'an, however, did not conceal anything and, after a brief explanation, relished a sip of tea. Huang Yi nodded, somewhat understanding, but her mind was filled with vivid images of Gu Chongqing's ruthless actions. You ventured south once again. Did you not sneak away by yourself? Zhou Cheng'an remarked. It is not wise for a clever old man like me to see through your schemes without revealing them. Be cautious, lest you lose your hair from stress. How did you end up entangled with the chief family? He continued. The chief family is a lineage of merchants driven by profit. Their values are excessively materialistic. And with your background, you ought not to associate with them, Zhou Cheng'an stated calmly. I am aware. I am not foolish. It is evident that Sister Shuang intends to use me. However, since she treats me to delightful meals and entertaining outings, I suppose I might as well indulge her, Huang Yi replied with a narrow-eyed smile, displaying no concern for others' opinions of her. Zhou Cheng'an solemnly cautioned. Some matters you perceive as mere frivolity are, in fact, calculations for the chief family. You may be clever, but they are not naive. They will not allow you to take advantage without consequence. Whatever you gain today, you will repay with interest in the future. Oh, Huang Yi murmured. Her head bowed as she fidgeted with the hem of her garment, her demeanor clouded with discontent. She despised being treated like a child, yet found it difficult to argue in front of Zhou Cheng'an, who was not only an elder, but also her mentor. With the northern conflicts escalating and the southern currents swirling, your sudden appearance here will arouse much suspicion. I shall report this to the court and arrange for your swift departure, he declared. I have not had my fill of enjoyment. I refuse to leave. Huang Yi pouted. Her cheeks puffed in defiance. Nonetheless, Zhou Cheng'an remained resolute in his decision to ensure her departure, unaffected by her protests. At that moment, a glint of mischief sparked in Huang Yi's eyes as she tugged at Zhou Cheng'an's sleeve and said, By the way, Grandpa Zhou, I have a favor to ask of you. Huh, you little rascal. I can only presume your request is not of the virtuous sort, Zhou Cheng'an chuckled. Oh dear. Why would you say such a thing? Huang Yi replied earnestly. Earlier, a fellow named Shuri rescued a little girl in the street, and I promised him I would take good care of her. And what of it? Zhou Cheng'an inquired. Grandpa Zhou, you know my lively nature. I am hardly suited to take care of anyone, she admitted. So you wish to abandon the responsibility and leave the girl in my care? He asked. Yes. Huang Yi nodded eagerly. Absolutely not. Zhou Cheng'an swiftly rejected her request, anticipating her plea. As the saying goes, a gentleman's word is worth 1,000 gold pieces. Since you have made a promise to him, you must fulfill it. Otherwise, you risk losing your credibility. The chronicles of strange tales recount that those who break their word may suffer dire consequences. Huang Yi gasped, instinctively covering her mouth. Ha! Zhou Cheng'an laughed heartily, dispelling the gloom within him. Grandpa Zhou, even you are picking on me. One's own affairs should naturally be attended to by oneself. Humph, that old rascal is quite incorrigible. I shall pay you no mind. I shall not be intimidated. Huang Yi huffed in indignation, muttering as she plucked a few of Shou Chang'an's whiskers, causing the county magistrate to grimace in pain and hastily wave his hands. After a bout of commotion, Huang Yi stormed out of the study, only to encounter a timid figure crouched by the wall. Xiaoxi, come here. From now on, stay by my side, and I shall protect you well. Huang Yi beckoned, and the little girl cautiously approached her. She was the very child whom Gu Chongqing had rescued on Changnan Street. Xiao Yushi, with her delicate beauty, was a symbol of hope, embodying the wishes of her kin for her to flourish like the fragrant grass after rain, vibrant and full of life, and as pure and clear as the bright moon illuminating the ages. Alas, now Xiaoxi had become an orphan. In Qishan Town on North Street, rows of yellow lanterns hung high along the roadside, leading to an opulent mansion. Master, this is the inner sanctum of the Black Wolf Gang. The person you seek should reside within. Meng Chong took the initiative to guide Gu Chongqing directly to the Crimson Gate. However, the entrance to the Black Wolf Gang's stronghold was tightly shut, with only a few guards on duty and no other personnel in sight. Sir, why is there no one here? Gu Chongqing, possessing keen spiritual perception, had already subtly investigated the Black Wolf Gang's stronghold. Few members were gathered within the courtyard, and many areas lacked even the presence of guards. Perhaps they have all gone out, Meng Chong speculated, though he refrained from making unfounded assertions without evidence. Gu Chongqing nodded in silence, making his way straight to the Crimson Gate, with Du Du quietly trailing behind. Who goes there? State your name. The guards of the Black Wolf Gang prepared to draw their blades, only to be met with a flash of cold light. The 4 guards collapsed instantly, their necks marred by fine gashes, swiftly devoid of life. Gu Chongqing had come to kill, and thus paid no heed to the customary niceties of the martial world. Innocent bloodshed? Such a notion was unfathomable. Every member of the Black Wolf Gang was culpable, for in such an environment, no soil conducive to virtue could thrive. Yet, as Gu Chongqing and Ming Chong entered the stronghold, they were met with piercing cries of despair and pleas for mercy echoing from the depths of the inner courtyard. Upon closer listening, the voice belonged to a woman. Please, spare me. I beg you, spare me. My parents are waiting for me to return home. I implore you. Help. Help me. No. Please, no. The desperate wails abruptly ceased, leaving the inner courtyard in a chilling silence. Moments later, the sound of shuffling emerged from within, as Black Wolf Gang members carried a lifeless female body from a room and deposited it into a pre-dug grave. Alas, this is the 3rd one tonight. Indeed. The young master has grown increasingly ruthless and malevolent. I no longer dare to enter the dark rooms. Mind your words. Be cautious lest calamity befall you. By the way, what is the situation outside? Why have all the elite members of the inner hall been mobilized? I have heard that the officials wish to trouble our Black Wolf Gang, and Master Liu has taken his men to reclaim our territory. Fear not, for in this small plot of land in Qishan Town, we hold the reins. Enough of this. Let us get to work. The supply of meat in Qingshan Town is dwindling, and soon we may have to source from outside. It is unfortunate. The young master is too heavy-handed, lacking any sense of tenderness. What a waste indeed. Such delicate beauties are wasted in such a manner. How splendid it would be if they were bestowed upon us. The 4 men whispered to one another, their laughter laced with lewdness, oblivious to the 2 figures that had appeared behind them. In the corner, amidst the earth, 3 young maidens lay in a pool of blood, their expressions twisted in terror, their bodies a grotesque sight, marred and broken. This scene struck a profound chord of horror in Gu Chongqing and Meng Chong. It is unimaginable what unspeakable tortures those girls endured before their demise. They were someone's daughters, deserving of a beautiful life, yet they withered away in such brutal cruelty. The members of the Black Wolf Gang deserve nothing but death. A surge of murderous intent washed over them, sending chills down their spines. Instinctively, they turned to see 2 cold, piercing gazes fixed upon them, causing the 4 to collapse in terror. Who are they? No, they are not human. They are ghosts. The malevolence of humanity surpasses even the deadliest of poisons. Gu Chongqing had witnessed the horrors of purgatory at Qingfeng village. Yet he never imagined the Black Wolf Gang's inner hall harbored such filth and depravity. How much evil is concealed in this world? How can humanity harbor such malice? You shall pay for this. Gu Chongqing, typically reserved and not one for many words, displayed little change in expression even in the depths of his fury, though his clear eyes glinted with a chilling resolve. Initially, he had sought justice from the Black Wolf Gang, believing he owed nothing to others nor wished for any debts to linger over him. Thus, as they wrongfully claimed his reward, he intended to retrieve it. However, The earlier scene had left his heart in turmoil, igniting a flame of righteous indignation. He yearned for vengeance, unashamedly. The actions of the Black Wolf gang were nothing short of heinous, inciting the wrath of both heaven and man, their demise well-deserved. With a swift motion, the cold glimmer of steel flashed, and the 4 members of the Black Wolf gang collapsed into the blood-soaked earth. Their eyes still wide with disbelief and horror as they perished. They could not fathom why their lives had ended so abruptly. Nor could they escape the weight of their sins that dragged them into eternal damnation. In the silence that followed, Gu Chongqing removed his black robe, draping it over the body of one maiden. Meng Qiang, regaining his composure, hurriedly shed his outer garment to cover the other 2 girls. Rest assured, I shall avenge you. Gu Chongqing had never been one to meddle in the affairs of others. Yet, at this moment, he found himself consumed by a desire to commit murder, to eliminate those who perpetrated heinous acts and bore grave sins. He firmly believed in the principle of retribution. Good begets good, and evil begets evil. Is it absurd? Perhaps. A little. Is it tragic? Indeed, it is profoundly tragic. Despite being a man with a seemingly short lifespan, he still contemplated interceding in matters that did not concern him. Gu Chongqing mused that if his senior brother were to learn of this, he would surely mock him, for in the world of martial arts, one of the gravest taboos is to interfere in others' affairs. Suddenly, a commotion arose. Who goes there? An alarmed voice cried out. Intruders! Quickly, summon help. The guards of the Black Wolf gang, patrolling nearby, were startled to see 2 unfamiliar figures in the courtyard and immediately raised the alarm. In an instant, the scattered members of the gang converged, swords drawn, brimming with hostility. Yet, how could a ragtag assembly of fewer than 100 men possibly impede Gu Chongqing's murderous advance? Especially with the mutated bamboo bear, Dudu, rampaging through the crowd? In mere moments, the once bustling compound fell silent. The members of the Black Wolf gang met their doom. The air thick with the stench of blood. Stepping through the crimson puddles, Gu Chongqing made his way toward the hidden chamber where Hou Yuanjie was said to be. A location extracted from one of the gang members under Ming Qiang's interrogation. With a powerful kick, he flung open the door to the dark room. A putrid stench assaulting his senses, causing him to frown deeply. He had encountered this odor before in the dungeons of Qingfeng village. It was the foul amalgamation of congealed blood and various filth, the sort of scent that no ordinary person could endure. It was hard to fathom that the young master of the Black Wolf gang would choose to reside in such a wretched place. It was a mark of profound psychological disturbance. Meng Qiang, cursing quietly, chose to remain outside the dark room, his stomach churning, while even Duda kept a considerable distance, unwilling to approach such a filthy and foul-smelling area. With unwavering resolve, Gu Chongqing stepped into the dark chamber, which indeed lived up to its ominous reputation. Enveloped in darkness with not a single window to let in light, a few white lanterns hung by the bedside, casting an eerie glow that hinted at something sinister. At that moment, Hou Yuanjie reclined on the bed, his chest exposed, disheveled and clad in disarray, a look of indulgent satisfaction etched upon his face, as if he had just experienced unparalleled fulfillment. Though surprised by Gu Chongqing's entrance, Hou Yuanjie remained composed, his reddened eyes betraying a hint of morbid exhilaration. Those drunken fools outside are utterly worthless, unable to stop even a single intruder. Yet, your arrival is most fortuitous. For I have been eager to test the extent of my newfound power after consuming the 5-stone powder and blood chi pill. As he spoke, Hou Yuanjie abruptly sprang to his feet, lunging at Gu Chongqing with claw-like hands, as if they were withered bones with razor-sharp talons. The air crackled ominously as he struck, creating a chilling sound that sent shivers down the spine. This was an unholy technique, the blood-poison bone claw. Swift and ruthless, it resembled something out of a nightmare. Gu Chongqing had never encountered such a bizarre martial art before, and, caught off guard, felt the deadly claws grasp him. Gu Chongqing's sleeve was torn, revealing his bronze-hued arm, faintly glimmering with a golden sheen. Hou Yuanjie wore a sinister grin, his eyes betraying a sense of triumph. Yet, just as he prepared to mock, the smile on his face slowly stiffened, giving way to astonishment, panic, and disbelief. For his full-force strike had astonishingly failed to inflict any harm upon Gu Chongqing. Not even a scratch marred the other skin, leaving only a shallow claw mark on his arm. What kind of body refinement technique is this? Such defense is inconceivable, absolutely impossible. At this moment, Hou Yuanjie had already attained the pinnacle of the training stage, and after mastering the blood-poison white-bone claw, he had one foot in the gathering chi realm, his strength surpassing that of the formidable Tu Wan Hong. Yet, that last attack felt as though it had struck an iron plate, nearly shattering his sharp nails. Before he could utter a word, Gu Chongqing lunged forward, wielding his knife like a sword, aiming directly for Hou Yuanjia's forehead. The blade moved with the swiftness of lightning, the intent to kill enveloping Hou Yuanjia in a shadow of death. He felt the imminent threat. This knife would surely be his end. No, I cannot die. I am the young master of the Black Wolf gang, endowed with power and influence, practicing sinister arts, and possessing an infinite future. Get away, get away. With bloodshot eyes, Hou Yuanjia internally screamed in a frenzy, driven by the instinct to survive. He instinctively recoiled from Gu Chongqing's lethal strike, yet a portion of his scalp was severed, blood cascading down, leaving him disheveled and in a woeful state. As he tumbled, Hou Yuanjia hurled several concealed weapons, extinguishing the lights in the darkroom. In an instant, the chamber was shrouded in darkness, as if engulfed by an abyss, rendering visibility non-existent. A chilling laughter echoed in the void, imbued with malevolence and eeriness, its source indiscernible. Young man, I am well versed in the mechanisms of this dark chamber. Let us see what you can do against me. His words were abruptly cut off as Gu Chongqing's knife-like cleaved through the air. With a heightened sense of awareness, nothing in the darkness could evade his perception. With a muffled sound, Hou Yuanjia instinctively raised his hand to defend himself, but the blade mercilessly severed a portion of his palm. And Gu Chongqing followed through with a kick that sent him flying. A dull thud resonated as he collided with the wall, shattering it, and rolled into the courtyard. The force of 3,300 Jun not only shattered Hou Yuanjia's lower body, but left him in a pitiful state. Yet, compared to the suffering of the young girls he had tormented to death, this pain was trivial. To repay virtue with virtue, to repay malice with malice. To end killing with death, evil must be met with evil. Although Gu Chongqing was not a villain, at this moment, he wished to transform into a harbinger of vengeance, sweeping away all the sins of the world. Throughout his life, Gu Chongqing had maintained goodwill towards this world, embodying kindness, even when taking a life. He sought to minimize the suffering of his foes. However, this time, he could not grant Hou Yuanjia a swift death, for the latter's cruelty and malevolence were beyond forgiveness. He could not, and would not absolve him of his heinous deeds. A piercing scream shattered the silence of the night, as Hou Yuanjia, pale and trembling, clutched his groin in excruciating agony. The torment he endured was beyond what any ordinary person could withstand, especially the psychological blow that every man could comprehend. Ming Chang stood in stunned silence, grappling with the surreal scene before him. The once proud and domineering Hou Yuanjia was now subjected to such unbearable pain, an experience that was undoubtedly more torturous than death itself. Gu Chongqing emerged from the shadows, advancing step by step towards Hou Yuanjia, who remained mute before his presence. His gaze as cold and unyielding as that of the Grim Reaper. You, a mouthful of blood erupted from Hou Yuanjia as he crumpled, his strength waning. His lower body rendered useless, he could only brace himself with his hands. Just then, a colossal figure silently materialized behind him. Thud. The weighty foot pressed down on Hou Yuanjia's back, his contorted face grinding against the ground, rendering him helpless no matter how fiercely he struggled. Having been raised in luxury, Hou Yuanjia had never encountered such humiliation. A torrent of emotions surged within him. Panic, dread, fury, and resentment. Who are you? Who on earth are you? He bellowed, spiraling into madness. He had never believed in divine retribution or karma, allowing him to act with reckless abandon, oppressing others and committing heinous acts without remorse. He had never anticipated that one day he would find himself in such a wretched predicament. Gu Chongqing offered no response to Hou Yuanjia's inquiries, instead delivering a powerful blow to his face. Thud. The sound echoed as Hou Yuanjia's cheek swelled, his teeth shattering with the impact. This was a mere fraction of Gu Chongqing's strength. Otherwise, a single punch could have obliterated Hou Yuanjia's skull. The first punch was for your fraudulent claim to my reward. Thud. The second was to avenge those you have tormented. Thud. The third was to settle the unrest in my heart. Thud. The fourth was for your malevolence, for I simply wished to strike you. Thud. And the fifth, without reason, was merely the desire to hit you. Thud. 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 Gu Chongqing relentlessly pummeled Hou Yuanjia's face, leaving him bruised and battered. His eyes vacant and filled with terror and despair, devoid of any trace of his former arrogance. As Gu Chongqing raised his fist for the final blow, Ming Chang urgently interjected, "My lord, this man is indeed a vile criminal, but to simply kill him would be too merciful. It would be far better to hand him over to the authorities for a public trial, to expose his crimes and execute him before the masses, bringing solace to the families of the victims." For years, the Black Wolf gang has terrorized Qingshan town, and if we can bring about a public execution of Hou Yuanjie, it would serve as the greatest comfort to the bereaved. With this thought in mind, Gu Changqing nodded solemnly. Indeed, what you say holds merit. Although my elder brother once remarked that matters of the martial world should be settled within, he has harmed countless innocent lives. And it is imperative that his malevolence be made known to all, ensuring his infamy endures for eternity. No, do not. You cannot kill me. I am the deputy leader of the Black Wolf gang. My father is Hou Junhai, and he will not let you go unpunished. Hou Yuanjie screamed in a frenzy, even resorting to threats. Gu Chaqing remained unfazed, but Ming Chang's expression turned grim. The Black Wolf gang's audacity and malevolence stemmed from the formidable presence of Hou Junhai, a martial artist at the threshold of the gathering Qi realm, whose reputation even made the authorities wary. With Hou Junhai in seclusion, this peril still loomed. As long as he remained, the Black Wolf gang could not be considered truly vanquished. At that moment, a cacophony of approaching footsteps grew louder. Lu Ping and Mon were returning with 300 elite members of the Black Wolf gang. As sub-deputy, what has happened here? Seeing the devastation at their base, Lu Ping and Mon were instantly struck with shock, frozen in place. Previously, they had been stalled midway by Shou Cheng'an, hesitant to act recklessly, which led to a significant delay. They had later stealthily taken a detour to Chang'an Street, only to be met with a scene of carnage that left them utterly horrified. Upon learning that Gu Chaqing had departed, they hastily returned, fearing for the safety of their base, only to discover that the heart of the Black Wolf gang had been infiltrated. Everyone, do not act rashly, or I will slay your deputy leader. Meng Chang, displaying quick wit, seized Hou Yuanjie and pressed a knife to his neck. Ha! Kill me, and you shall all perish. Hou Yuanjie raved, his eyes filled with venomous rage. As long as he survived this day, he vowed to exact a gruesome revenge on those who had humiliated him. Stop. Release the deputy leader. Ming, let us negotiate. Do not harm him, or there will be no refuge for you in the entirety of Qishan town. Lu Ping threatened, employing both soft and hard tactics. Unfortunately, the Ming Chang of today was no longer the naive youth of the past, having witnessed Gu Changqing's terrifying prowess. He now held unwavering confidence, one might even say blind trust, in him. It seems you have yet to grasp the gravity of the situation, Meng Chang replied coolly, plunging his knife into Hou Yuanjie's shoulder. With a sickening sound, the blade sank into flesh, eliciting a piercing scream from Hou Yuanjie, his face contorted in agony and terror, devoid of any semblance of the previous madness or arrogance. As expected, Lu Ping and Mon hesitated, acutely aware of the precariousness of the situation. Your Excellency, are these the elite members of the Black Wolf gang? Upon hearing Gu Chaqing's sudden inquiry, Meng Chang was momentarily taken aback. I believe so. As this is the inner sanctum of the Black Wolf gang. My lord, what do you intend to do? Naturally, I shall adhere to the rules of the martial world, eliminate evil without mercy, uproot the wicked. With that, Gu Chaqing raised his blade once more, disregarding his own safety. Impudent. You overestimate yourself. Kill them. Upon hearing the commands of the two leaders, 300 elite Black Wolf warriors surged towards Gu Changqing with lethal intent. The air was filled with the glint of blades and the cacophony of battle. Blood and flesh scattered across the ground. One by one, the elite warriors of the Black Wolf collapsed, most falling with a single strike. Under the overwhelming force of Gu Changqing's 3,300 Jun, there was no need for intricate swordplay. Brute strength sufficed. Despite the fierce demeanor of the 300 elite, none could withstand a single blow from Gu Changqing. Witnessing the lifeless bodies of his comrades lying in pools of blood, Hou Yuanjie was overwhelmed with a mix of laughter, tears, and terror, utterly stunned by the scene before him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could one individual's might rival that of 300 martial artists? It must be an illusion. Yes. Once I awaken from this nightmare, all will be well. Wake up, please, wake up. Hou Yuanjie appeared completely dazed, pleading for mercy with tears streaming down his face. Slapping himself in disbelief, devoid of any semblance of his previously arrogant demeanor. In the face of death, all are equal. His current expression of fear and desperation was far more pitiful than that of the innocent civilians he had once harmed. Meanwhile, Gu Chaqing's rampage among the crowd left Meng Chang in a state of shock. Unlike the ordinary members of the Black Wolf gang, these were the C Army de la C Army, genuine body-refining warriors, each capable of facing 10 opponents. Yet, they were unable to withstand even a single move from Gu Changqing. In truth, body-refining warriors were merely stronger than ordinary individuals. However, in Gu Changqing's eyes, there was little distinction. One could die from a pierced throat, a severed neck, or the loss of a head. Nevertheless, it was evident that the life force of these elite warriors was significantly more potent than that of the common members. After slaying over 100 foes, Gu Changqing felt the sword spirit within his mind pulsating intensely, becoming more tangible and evoking an extraordinarily vivid sensation. The infusion of life energy catalyzed a transformation within his spirit. In an instant, Gu Changqing grasped a deeper understanding of the sword path. The body could be forged into a sword, and all things in the universe could serve as a blade. With the slaughter continuing, a heavy stench of blood filled the air of the encampment. More and more elite Black Wolf warriors fell by Gu Changqing's hand, their robust life energy surging into him, continuously nourishing his body. The human body conceals 12 meridians, situated in the hands, feet, waist, spine, back, and head, each meridian linked to the limits of strength one can endure. Cultivating the muscles and bones is essential for fortifying the body to withstand greater forces. Without robust support, even a martial artist endowed with immense power would struggle to withstand the repercussions of their own might, leading to inevitable collapse. As Gu Changqing felt the meridian strengthening, his body expanded and his strength surged. He had reached a remarkable state of muscle training, yet his power was still shy of 3,900 June. Just a step away from perfection. Indeed, combat and slaughter are the swiftest paths to enhancing one's prowess. Having witnessed the darkness of the human world, Gu Changqing felt an unparalleled lightness in his heart. To punish evil was to promote good. Unmatched, this individual is indeed formidable. Quickly, summon the leader from his seclusion. As they beheld the figures fall one after another, Lu Ping and Mon were struck with terror and hurriedly fled towards the main hall of the stronghold. Within the hall, there lay a concealed chamber. Upon activating the mechanism, a narrow passage was revealed. The two stumbled inside, their expressions fraught with panic. With a resounding thud, as the last figure collapsed, Gu Changqing had mercilessly slain all 300 elite members of the Black Wolf gang. The ground was littered with corpses, blood saturating the earth. Under the moonlight reflecting a vivid crimson reminiscent of blooming flowers. Hou Yuanjie was in a frenzy, alternating between laughter and tears, occasionally howling in agony as though driven to madness. Young master, cease your incessant wailing. It is utterly exasperating. Meng Chong, overwhelmed by irritation, delivered several sharp slaps, jolting Hou Yuanjie awake. The latter clutched his head, trembling uncontrollably, his face a mask of despair and terror. At that moment, Gu Changqing emerged from the pool of blood, causing Hou Yuanjie to shudder violently, a warmth spreading in his trousers. What of my task reward? What? What reward? Hou Yuanjie found himself utterly bewildered. He comprehended each word yet failed to grasp their collective meaning. Gu Changqing threw down a package from his waist before Hou Yuanjie, revealing a gruesome, severed head. This is the head of Tu Wanxiu. You have unlawfully claimed my blacklist task and must return my reward. Hou Yuanjie stared blankly, his mouth agape. He had never anticipated that his reckless appropriation of a blacklist task would bring such catastrophic consequences upon the Black Wolf gang and himself. In truth, it was merely a coincidence. Had Gu Changqing's task not been misappropriated, he would not have lingered in Qingshan town, would not have encountered the Black Wolf gang's tyrannical behavior, nor would he have incited the ensuing bloodshed, ultimately leading to this massacre within the gang's stronghold, be it fate or retribution. The repercussions of this calamity were entirely of Hou Yuanjie's own making. Gu Changqing was a man of reason, even if Hou Yuanjie deserved death 1,000 times over. He insisted that the latter repay his rightful reward. However, the blood chi pill had already been consumed by Hou Yuanjie, leaving him unable to offer any restitution. At that moment, a middle-aged man leapt into the courtyard, clad in a flowing black robe adorned with a vividly embroidered golden wolf's head. His gaunt cheeks gave him an appearance of frailness, akin to a withered skeleton, yet his gaze was sharp and contained a profound energy, indicative of a practitioner at the gathering chi stage. Leader, it is they. Lu Ping and Mon followed closely behind, their eyes alight with urgency. Yet, upon witnessing the countless corpses strewn across the courtyard, they became rooted to the spot, their faces pale with fear and dread. Had they not fled at the first sign of danger, they too would likely have joined the lifeless bodies on the ground. Which audacious scoundrels dare to wreak havoc in the Black Wolf gang? As he gazed upon the sea of corpses, Hou Zhenhai's eyes brimmed with fury, especially when he beheld the pitiful state of his son. Overwhelmed by rage, he lost all semblance of reason. Having cultivated his energy into the gathering chi realm, he had initially intended to stabilize his cultivation before emerging to strengthen the Black Wolf gang and restore its former glory. However, upon his emergence, He was met with this horrific scene. How could he remain calm? How could he accept such a fate? It is no exaggeration to say that the moment the 300 elite members of the Black Wolf Gang perished, their foundation was irrevocably shattered. Even if Ho Jinhai were to start anew, it would take no less than 3 to 5 years of relentless effort to achieve any significant success. Yuanjie, you shall pay for this. Before his words could fully escape his lips, Ho Jinhai lunged forward like a hawk descending upon its prey. His claws sharp as blades slicing through the air. His movements mirrored those of Ho Yuanjie. Yet it was evident to Gu Chaqing that Ho Jinhai's aura was far more ferocious, an overwhelming sin of blood enveloping him. As if the shadow of death loomed nearby. Blood poison bone claw, kill, kill, kill. The clash of claws against blade resonated with a piercing metallic sound. Ho Jinhai's claws remained unscathed, while Gu Chaqing's blade bore several nicks. How could a mere mortal's flesh and blood surpass the resilience and sharpness of weaponry? Gu Chaqing was momentarily taken aback, while Meng Chang stared in disbelief. Father, Father, save me. Please, save me. Kill them all. The once despondent eyes of Ho Yuanjie sparkled with renewed life upon seeing his father emerge. Had he not been pinned down by Dudu, he would have surely leaped to his feet in excitement. With a swift motion, Ho Jinhai's claws pierced through Gu Chaqing's chest. Such speed, such an uncanny form, such a fierce assault. Ho Jinhai pressed on, unrelenting, each strike aimed at vital points. In mere moments of combat, Gu Chaqing found himself at a disadvantage, sustaining injuries at the hands of Ho Jinhai. However, through the resonance of his sword heart, Gu Chaqing discerned that his opponent's strength exceeded 4,000 Jun, surpassing his own. Typically, a perfected body refining realm cultivator possesses around 1,200 Jun of strength. Even the formidable Tu Wanjun from the 8th and 9th ranks of the blacklist holds merely 1,400 Jun. Yet, under the enhancement of internal energy, Ho Jinhai's power soared to 4,000 Jun, illustrating the formidable augmentation internal energy provides in combat. The clash resumed, shadows intertwining as sharp blades met. After yet another exchange, Gu Chaqing was left battered and bruised, a harrowing sight, while Ho Jinhai appeared unfazed, as if he were merely enjoying a leisurely stroll. He was outmatched in strength, outpaced in speed, and found himself unable to gain any advantage in swordplay. Is this the might of a gathering Qi realm warrior? Truly impressive. Gu Chaqing felt a heavy weight in his heart, tempering his previously inflated ego. In this world, there are countless formidable masters. With his current strength, he could scarcely protect himself, let alone defy fate. Amidst low growls, Dudu suddenly charged towards Ho Jinhai. Beast! Get away! A resounding crash echoed as Dudu was sent flying by a punch from Ho Jinhai. However, Gu Chaqing seized the opportunity to catch his breath. Stop! Cease immediately! Ho Jinhai, if you do not relent, I shall take your son's life. Meng Chang threatened loudly, pressing a blade against Ho Yuanjie's throat, whose face was etched with fear. Lu Ping and Ma and initially intended to stealthily intervene, but given the precarious situation, they hesitated to act. Should anything happen to the young master, Ho Jinhai would undoubtedly kill them on the spot. Yuanjie, Ho Jinhai, concerned for his son, refrained from further aggression, merely casting a cold glance at Meng Chang. Very well. Is the government intent on annihilating my Black Wolf Gang? After a pause, he turned his gaze back to Gu Chaqing and inquired, and who might you be, that you oppose my Black Wolf Gang? After a moment of silence, Gu Chaqing candidly replied, I am sure Ho Yuanjie has wrongfully claimed the reward for my black market task, and I have come to seek justice. What? Ho Jinhai was momentarily stunned, bewildered. He simply could not fathom why someone would obliterate his Black Wolf Gang over a mere black market task. If you desired a reward, you should have spoken up. The Black Wolf Gang is vast and prosperous. I could repay you tenfold. Is it truly necessary to eradicate us? Meanwhile, not far away on a balcony, a certain senior brother nearly spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing Gu Chaqing's declaration, struggling to suppress the impulse to reveal himself. In truth, sure, he had arrived long ago, but seeing Gu Chaqing engaged in combat without imminent danger, he chose to remain hidden, observing quietly. Although he was unaware of the intense bloodlust driving his junior brother, he knew his character well enough to trust that he would not indiscriminately slay innocents. The Black Wolf Gang would indeed meet its demise. However, upon hearing his name misappropriated, sure, he felt an overwhelming wave of frustration. He was taken aback that his junior brother would invoke his name in such a manner, with such audacity. Alas, what can be done? He is my junior brother, and I must indulge him. The rules of the martial world dictate that harm should not befall one as wife and children. State your demands, draw a line, but release my son. Hou Zhenhai, gritting his teeth to suppress his fury, longed to tear Gu Chaqing and Meng Chong into pieces. Unfortunately for him, Meng Chong was not swayed by such arguments. Hou Zhenhai, spare me your talk of martial codes. You and your son have violated the law of the land, deserving of death 1,000 times over. How many have suffered at the hands of your Black Wolf gang, leading to the ruin of families? Do you wish for my death? Hou Zhenhai's gaze turned icy, as a murderous intent surged within him. Though he cherished his son, nothing compared to his own life, even his son's. In this world, no one could threaten him. With this thought, Hou Zhenhai charged with lethal intent towards Meng Chong. Even if his son were to perish, he would bury the entire Qingshan town alongside him. Do not doubt the resolve of a villain. Such individuals are often devoid of sanity and humanity. Halt. With a sudden tremor of his hand, Meng Chong left a faint scar on Hou Yuanjie's neck. No, please. Father, no. Hou Yuanjie trembled, pleading incessantly. He had never imagined that one day he would fear death so profoundly, and that the one who would bring him to this brink was none other than his own father. Retribution. Indeed, there is retribution. In a frenzy, Hou Yuanjie descended once more into despair. Curse be it. Meng Chong silently cursed, his heart racing with anxiety, just as he prepared to make a desperate move. Gu Chongqing intercepted Hou Zhenhai once again, and the two quickly became entangled in combat once more. With a series of resounding impacts, fists and feet clashed, blades and claws interlinked. This time, armed with prior battle experience, Gu Chongqing refrained from direct confrontation with Hou Zhenhai, instead utilizing the agile techniques of the soft cloud swordplay to evade and counter. Under the resurgence of his formidable physique, although Gu Chongqing could not harm Hou Zhenhai, he managed to withstand the latter's onslaught. Simultaneously, Dudu lunged once more at Hou Zhenhai, synchronizing perfectly with Gu Chongqing. Thus, the fierce clash continued, with Hou Zhenhai's internal energy depleting rapidly. After a while, his strength waned significantly. Conversely, Gu Chongqing grew more vigorous with each passing moment, feeling no trace of fatigue. As the tide of battle turned, Gu Chongqing and Dudu gradually gained the upper hand. Cursed be Hou Yuanjie. What kind of monster has he provoked? Hou Zhenhai silently cursed, even feeling the impulse to eliminate his own son. Swish! A blade struck Hou Zhenhai's arm, leaving a gash deep enough to reveal bone. What? Sensing danger, Hou Zhenhai's complexion shifted dramatically, and he swiftly dodged Gu Chongqing's assault, turning to flee towards the main hall with astonishing speed. Not good. He intends to escape. Sir, quick, pursue him. We must not allow the culprit to get away. Meng Chong shouted urgently. Were it not for the need to restrain Hou Yuanjie, he would have already dashed after him. In truth, Gu Chongqing had already set off in pursuit without needing to be reminded, moving with equal swiftness. Just as Hou Zhenhai was about to slip into the hidden chamber of the hall, an eerie sensation suddenly crept over him from behind, causing his scalp to prickle with fear. Swish! A glimmering blade sliced through the air with lethal intent. Hou Zhenhai instinctively sidestepped to avoid a fatal blow, but the blade grazed his back, sending him hurtling away. Bang! With a resounding crash, the secret door of the chamber burst open, kicking up a cloud of dust. Yet, as Gu Chongqing stepped forward, he suddenly halted. Inside the chamber appeared a multitude of disheveled, innocent faces, children imprisoned within, both boys and girls, all around 6 or 7 years of age. However, their gazes were vacant and numb, devoid of the lively spark typical of youth. What is the meaning of this? What has the Black Wolf gang done? In recent years, the local government of Qingshan Town had frequently received reports from citizens about children going missing or disappearing. Yet, every search ended in futility, leaving the matter unresolved. In this era, seemingly resplendent yet fundamentally decayed, life and death have become mere commonplace occurrences. Apart from the profound sorrow of one's own parents, most individuals merely observe with detached indifference, unable to empathize. Alarmingly, there exists a plethora of traffickers who peddle children, a vile practice that has persisted throughout history and remains inextricable from society. Deceit, abduction, violence, and unspeakable acts abound. It is utterly unfathomable that a mere small town like Qingshan could harbor such moral degradation. What heinous acts must pervade the entire world? Are you cultivating malevolent techniques? Gu Chongqing beheld the mountain of ghastly white bones within the secret chamber, acutely aware that the victims numbered far more than one. He suddenly recalled the notion of corpse puppets, as well as the sinister method spoken of by Shuri. Certain nefarious practices demand life and blood for sacrificial rites, employing exceedingly cruel methods that invariably lead to capriciousness and temperament, which is a principal reason such dark arts remain shunned by society. A chilling cackle echoed throughout the hall as Ho Jinhai descended into a frenzied state. His eyes glowed a fierce crimson, his bones protruding grotesquely, rendering him a hideous monstrosity. Help, the leader! A monster! The leader has transformed into a beast. Lu Ping and Mon hastily arrived, only to witness the horrifying transformation of Ho Jinhai, leaving them rooted in shock and terror. They could never have anticipated that their once revered leader was, in fact, a creature of nightmare. Initially intent on joining forces with him against Gu Changqing, they now found themselves too fearful to approach, even contemplating flight. Since you've uncovered my secret, perish. With those words, Ho Jinhai vanished like a specter, reappearing behind Lu Ping and Mon, his hands clawing towards their heads. No, leader! Save us! No! Their agonizing screams echoed as Ho Jinhai forcibly drained their life essence, reducing them to mere heaps of desiccated bones, thus concluding their wicked lives. Witnessing such a horrifying spectacle, even Gu Changqing, normally slow to react, felt a shiver run down his spine, his scalp prickling with dread. Indeed, the vitality of warriors is far richer than that of ordinary folk. Ho Jinhai's ghastly grin revealed a renewed vigor, his previously weakened state restored, now even more formidable. He then cast his gaze upon the children in the chamber, intent on absorbing them entirely. Not enough, not nearly enough. I crave more. I demand a greater supply of vitality. With maniacal laughter, Ho Jinhai lunged towards the children, yet Gu Changqing resolutely positioned himself in front of him. A violent clash ensued, propelling both combatants apart with equal force. It was evident that Ho Jinhai could grow stronger by devouring vitality, and Gu Changqing was determined to thwart his desires. However, it must be noted that the current Ho Jinhai appeared even more terrifying than the previously lifeless corpse puppets, for the latter lacked sentience, whereas Ho Jinhai embodied a living malevolence. Kill, kill, kill. I shall consume you. I will devour you. Ho Jinhai's gaze swept over Gu Changqing with insatiable greed. He could sense the immense vitality coursing within his opponent. If he could consume it, perhaps he would shatter the limits of qi gathering and ascend to greater heights. In a fleeting thought, Ho Jinhai lunged once more at Gu Changqing, his ferocity unparalleled. Clang! Gu Changqing was jolted back, and in a misstep, he retaliated with a downward slash of his blade. However, Ho Jinhai disregarded the impending harm, bracing himself against the strike while simultaneously slashing at Gu Changqing's chest. A chilling sound echoed as 3 claw marks appeared on Gu Changqing's torso, blood seeping through his garments and staining them crimson. You are doomed. Having been afflicted by my blood-poisoning bone claw. Hee. Ho Jinhai twisted his neck, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Despite enduring Gu Changqing's blade, his wound showed no signs of bleeding and healed rapidly, presenting an eerie spectacle. Suddenly, Ho Jinhai's expression stiffened. Rather than succumbing to weakness after the injury, Gu Changqing kicked him away with remarkable force. You're not poisoned. How? How is this possible? Ho Jinhai's face darkened. Disbelief etched across his features as he stared at Gu Changqing. The malevolent technique he practiced, known as the blood-poisoning bone claw, was designed to sap one's vitality, rendering them powerless once struck. Yet, Gu Changqing had been clawed numerous times, showing no indications of poisoning, leading Ho Jinhai to question the authenticity of his own cultivation. In truth, Gu Changqing had consumed a substantial quantity of white spirit fruits, which not only rendered him resistant to toxins, but significantly enhanced his immunity. After all, he had withstood the poison of the undead. Seizing the moment while Ho Jinhai was momentarily dazed, Gu Changqing unleashed his full might. 12 kills of the Taiyan star. With a thought, 12 swords manifested, embodying the celestial might of the stars. Swish! A powerful sword energy surged forth, enveloping Ho Jinhai in 12 gleaming streaks of cold light. Gu Changqing reasoned that if one strike was insufficient to vanquish his foe, he would unleash multiple strikes to ascertain whether his blade was swifter or his opponent's recovery more formidable. Boom! Ho Jinhai was blasted out of the hall, colliding with the courtyard wall, instantly transforming into a ruinous expanse. Concurrently, Meng Chong dragged Ho Yuanjie over as if he were a lifeless animal. A howl of anguish erupted as Ho Jinhai clawed his way out of the debris, his body marred with countless wounds, each gash deep enough to reveal bone. And his aura significantly weakened. Die, 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 he growled, a beastly roar resonating from his throat, his bloodshot eyes gleaming with a frenzied thirst for vengeance. He had completely lost his sanity, resembling a desperate wild beast. Gu Changqing's gaze remained calm, his long knife poised across his chest. Indeed, his previous assault had proven effective. Even with Ho Jinhai's formidable regenerative abilities, it demanded a tremendous expenditure of life force. Tian Star's 12 kills. Another 12 beams of cold light erupted forth, dazzling and radiant, akin to the brilliance of life itself. Ho Jinhai fought desperately to defend himself. But under the overwhelming sword energy, his efforts were futile. Thud. Ho Jinhai's arms were severed, and his chest was drenched in blood. This time, Ho Jinhai, exhausted and extinguished, could no longer recover. Tick-tock. Blood dripped from the blade's tip, and the entire world seemed to stand still. Gu Chaqing, gripping his shattered longsword, advanced step by step towards Ho Jinhai. His footsteps were neither light nor heavy, yet each stride felt as though it were treading upon the very heart of Ho Jinhai, instilling an overwhelming sense of oppression and dread. No, please don't kill me, I beg you, spare my life. I am willing to atone. I possess wealth, a considerable fortune. Indeed, I hold a secret, a monumental secret. If only you would grant me mercy. Ho Jinhai knelt upon the ground, pleading desperately. Stripped of any semblance of the authority and dignity befitting a gang leader. If you can confront death with composure in times of despair, Gu Chaqing was an exception. Ho Jinhai, having founded the Black Wolf Gang through sheer ruthlessness and audacity, was no stranger to bloodshed. Over the years, countless innocents had perished at his hands. And he knew the depths of his malevolence, understanding that a dreadful end awaited him. In such a mindset, Ho Jinhai fancied he had transcended the fear of death. Yet, when faced with its reality, terror gripped him, nerves frayed, and he found himself crying out for mercy. To save his own life. He was willing to divulge his greatest secret, however it was unnecessary. Gu Chaqing spoke with a calm yet resolute tone, his murderous intent unwavering. Not one to be easily swayed by curiosity, he held no interest in the secret Ho Jinhai claimed to possess. His sole desire was to eradicate the malevolent presence, to safeguard the people and eliminate future threats. Please, don't kill me. No. Stop. A distant voice of protest rang out. But Gu Chaqing's resolve was as unyielding as iron. With a swift motion, the blade fell, the head rolled upon the ground. Ho Jinhai's eyes bulged, clearly unable to rest in eternal slumber. Who could have anticipated that the Black Wolf Gang, which had plagued Qingshan Town for over a decade, would be utterly annihilated in a single night, the gang leader's head severed from his body? Suddenly, a surge of vital energy infused Gu Chaqing's being, merging with the sword's spirit within his mind, rejuvenating his limbs and bones. In that moment, clarity dawned upon him. His physical cultivation reached perfection, his muscles honed, strength weighing 4,000 jun, and spiritual perception extending 30 zhang. Meanwhile, Meng Chang stood frozen, engulfed in a profound sense of unreality. He had done it. The master had truly accomplished the impossible. With a single effort, he had eradicated the entire Black Wolf Gang. Much like the earlier downfall of Chi Feng's stronghold, it was simply astonishing. Magnificent. What a fitting end. Meng Chang laughed heartily, a surge of inexplicable emotion swelling within him. It became apparent that the world indeed operated on principles of karma, that in this realm, righteousness would ultimately triumph over wickedness. Father! Father! A heart-wrenching wail pierced the air as Ho Yuanjia collapsed to the ground. It was over. Everything was lost, and he could scarcely fathom the fate that awaited him. At that moment, several figures descended into the courtyard, the foremost being Qi Shuangshuang, the eldest daughter of the chief family. Fool! I commanded you to cease. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me? Chilled Frost's voice was sharp, and her words dripped with scorn, embodying an air of arrogance and superiority. Gu Chaqing furrowed his brow slightly and retorted, I hear you, but why should I heed your words? Stammering, she was momentarily taken aback, for no one had dared to speak to her in such a manner throughout her life. Gu Chaqing's demeanor struck at the very core of Chilled Frost's pride, especially after their previous encounter, which had left her brooding over her humiliation. Old grievances and new resentments surged within her, igniting a fierce resolve. Why? Simply because this young lady is superior to you. In the heat of the moment, Chilled Frost unleashed a powerful strike towards Gu Chaqing. The blade soared forth, and with a resounding clash, metal met metal. Chilled Frost's palm, shielded by her internal energy, remained unscathed, while Gu Chaqing's sword shattered inch by inch. A tremendous force sent him hurtling backwards, his blood surging violently, a trickle of crimson escaping the corner of his mouth. A practitioner at the Qi gathering stage could wield an astonishing 6,000 pounds of force with the aid of their internal energy. Such was the might of internal power. And Chilled Frost surpassed Ho Jinhai by a considerable margin. Gu Chaqing was inwardly astonished. During his earlier battle with Ho Jinhai, the latter's internal energy had barely grazed him. Yet chilled frost energy penetrated his very being, relentlessly assaulting him. Were it not for Gu Changqing's perfected skin technique, akin to that of a diamond, he would likely have been severely injured by now. Humph. Last time, I was careless and exhausted my internal energy, which allowed you to push me back. This time, I shall ensure you understand the prowess of a Qi practitioner. Amidst her mocking laughter, Chilled Frost struck again, steadfast in her refusal to acknowledge defeat. In the realm of martial arts, strength reigns supreme. With a swift motion, another palm descended like a drifting leaf upon the breeze. Gu Chaqing felt as though his vision blurred, with Chilled Frost hands seemingly emerging from all directions, overwhelming him. The principle of virtual and real intertwined. What the eyes perceive may not always be the truth. Thus, Gu Changqing closed his eyes, relying solely on the instinct of his sword to sense his surroundings. In that moment, he focused his thoughts, stepping aside with his left foot to evade the force of Chilled Frost's strike, then countered with a powerful punch aimed at her. The impact resonated with a loud thud, yet Gu Chaqing was still sent flying by her palm. His strength paled in comparison to that of a martial artist enhanced by internal energy. Moreover, Chilled Frost was a prodigious talent listed on the Hidden Dragon rankings, possessing not only Qi but also intricate and profound martial techniques, rendering her far beyond Gu Changqing's unarmed capabilities. In truth, Gu Chaqing had begun his training with the sword and had yet to earnestly learn the arts of unarmed combat. How is this possible? Chilled Frost, having repelled Gu Chaqing, wore not a shred of joy upon her face, but rather an expression of disbelief. For just moments ago, Gu Chaqing had managed to counter the Chilled family's secret martial art, the illusory Jade Hand. Though the Chilled family was renowned for their mercantile legacy, their martial arts heritage ran deep, and the illusory Jade Hand was one of their most prized techniques, striking with such fluidity that it left opponents defenseless. However, Gu Chaqing effortlessly alleviated the intricacies of the illusory Jade Hand, which left Qi Shuangshang somewhat incredulous. How did you accomplish that? Qi Shuangshang's expression turned icy, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. She would not permit the existence of anyone capable of unraveling the martial arts legacy of the Qi family. This individual before her must perish. Gu Chaqing remained silent, his demeanor growing increasingly vigilant as he sensed the malice brewing within his opponent. Master, catch the sword. Just as Qi Shuangshang was poised to strike, Meng Cheng suddenly retrieved a hefty ancient sword from the weapon rack in the secret chamber and hurled it towards Gu Chaqing. Taken by surprise, Gu Chaqing nearly lost his grip, yet in the next instant, his eyes sparkled with interest. This black ancient sword was unwieldy and substantial, roughly the width of an arm, with a double-edged blade that bore no sharpness, weighing at least 100 pounds. Moreover, the blade was inscribed with two archaic characters, Jean Quebec, a blunt sword of great weight, exquisitely crafted yet unrefined, akin to the gate of the heavens. What a magnificent Zhongke sword! The more Gu Changqing examined it, the more he appreciated it, unable to resist the urge to swing it a few times. For an ordinary body-refining martial artist, wielding such a heavy sword would be a daunting task, but for Gu Chaqing, whose strength surpassed 4,000 Jun, this sword was perfectly suited to him. Furthermore, such a robust blade should be resilient against damage. Previously, the long sword had not suited him well, hindering his ability to execute the nuanced changes of swordplay. Now, with this sword in hand, Gu Changqing's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation, resembling a transcendent divine sword, exuding an aura of overwhelming strength. How dare you disregard me, miss? Qi Shuangshang, having never encountered such disrespect, felt her anger boil, gritting her teeth as she unleashed her twin daggers towards Gu Chaqing. Clang! The heavy sword met the twin daggers in a clash. In a flash, two figures shimmered as Gu Changqing's arm was grazed by the daggers, nearly causing him to drop the sword. Despite Gu Changqing's innate swordsmanship allowing him to anticipate his opponent's moves, he found little opportunity to retaliate against Qi Shuangshang's onslaught, highlighting the disparity between strength and speed. Martial artists endowed with internal energy exist on an entirely different tier from those without. Had Gu Chaqing not possessed formidable physical conditioning and high resilience, he might have already suffered injuries from Qi Shuangshang's internal force. Is this all the strength you possess? Qi Shuangshang observed Gu Changqing dodging and retreating, a sense of petty satisfaction blossoming within her. Not far away, Meng Chong watched anxiously. Had it not been for the need to protect the child in the secret chamber and to keep an eye on Ho Yuanjia, he would have rushed out to fight alongside Gu Changqing. Of course, Meng Chong was also self-aware, knowing that even if he joined the fray, he would likely be of little assistance. Didu, aren't you going to help? Didu lay lazily to the side, appearing both fatigued and hungry, too weary to even lift its eyelids. Yet, it was aware of Gu Changqing's prowess and believed he could handle the situation, just as Duda suspected. Despite Gu Changqing currently being on the defensive, he remained unfazed and devoid of any trace of panic. The formidable resilience of Gu Changqing rendered him remarkably durable. As long as he was not subjected to critical strikes, he could swiftly recover. Seizing this opportunity, he aimed to experience the true prowess of a Danqi martial artist. In stark contrast to the nefarious path cultivated by Hou Junhai, Qi Shuangxuang hailed from a prestigious lineage, mastering martial arts that were of the highest caliber in the world of martial arts. Her attacks were at times bold and ferocious, while at others, they were unexpected and intricately agile. Through the engagement with Qi Shuangxuang, Gu Changqing found himself greatly enriched, simultaneously uncovering his own shortcomings. The same sword technique executed with a wooden sword, a long saber, or a heavy sword yielded drastically different results. An improper sword would lead to a flawed technique, and consequently an inadequate sword momentum. For instance, as Gu Changqing attempted to wield the Taiyan Star 12 kills with the heavy sword, its form was present, yet its essence was utterly absent. It bore no semblance of danger, and even his movements felt sluggish. The technique remained unchanged, yet the momentum deviated from its original form. After several attempts, Gu Changqing discerned that the most fitting technique for the heavy sword was, surprisingly, the Xianti sword technique. As one of the three foundational sword techniques of the Qingyun sword sect, the Xianti sword technique appeared rather unremarkable. In combat, it lacked the grace and fluidity of the Rouyun sword technique, and in practice, it was not as intricate as the Qingyun sword technique. The Xianti sword technique emphasized sheer force and simplicity, resembling a method suited for brutes. However, this very quality allowed it to harmonize splendidly with the heavy sword, yielding an effect that surpassed the sum of its parts. With a newfound insight, Gu Changqing's sword momentum abruptly transformed. His previously chaotic technique was distilled into simplicity, becoming dense and substantial amid its expansive movements. Clang! The heavy sword collided once more with the twin blades. Yet this time Gu Changqing did not falter. Instead, he steadied his stance. His swordplay became straightforward and direct, each strike embodying the pinnacle of strength, nearly forcing Qi Shuangxuang to relinquish her dual blades. What? How can this be possible? Qi Shuangxuang exclaimed in shock, unable to comprehend the sudden surge in Gu Changqing's strength. Yet she dared not confront him head-on any longer. After a series of exchanges, Qi Shuangxuang could distinctly perceive the alterations in Gu Changqing's swordplay. The weighty and solid momentum bore down upon her like a mountain, leaving her somewhat breathless. The paired blades, the dual-edged butterfly, utilizing her agile movements. Qi Shuangxuang incessantly varied her attacks, striving to exploit any openings in Gu Changqing's defense. Unfortunately, she had underestimated his indomitable spirit. You strike me once, I shall not evade but meet it head-on, then counter with a strike of my own, wounding for wounding, risking life for life. This was Gu Changqing's brutal and reckless approach to combat. Qi Shuangxuang had never encountered such a reckless style. After several exchanges, she found herself suppressed by Gu Changqing. Her advantages rendered ineffective. Gradually, she lost the initiative, her strength waning. Each of her attacks was met with Gu Changqing's heavy sword, while his counterattacks compelled her to exert herself to the utmost. Damn it! How could I possibly lose to someone so insignificant? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Qi Shuangxuang ground her teeth in frustration, her inner energy reaching its zenith. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air echoed as two blades intertwined, transforming into two gleaming serpents of cold light, coiling and striking with lethal intent. Gu Changqing maintained his composure, as if he had foreseen this encounter. He inhaled deeply, channeling his Xiantian swordsmanship to its zenith, causing a faint glow to emanate from the heavy quiescent sword. A sword without an edge, yet ingeniously crafted. With a single stroke, the resonance of 9 strikes reverberated, the essence akin to a bell. Boom! The air surged violently as blades clashed once more, this collision more ferocious than any prior. Qi Shuangxuang felt an overwhelming force surge through her dual blades slipping from her grasp. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Changqing stepped forward, his heavy quiescent sword aimed directly at her throat. A profound murderous intent surged within him, yet after a moment's contemplation, he refrained from piercing her throat. It was not out of pity, but rather a sense of futility. After all, there was no animosity between them. Qi Shuangxuang was merely impolite, willful, and unreasonable. Nothing more. Shall we continue? Gu Changqing inquired calmly, retracting his sword and stepping back. The strength of one can subdue 10. A single sword can shatter myriad techniques. Although Gu Changqing had yet to reach such a pinnacle, he was more than capable of dealing with a genius ranked at the bottom of the hidden dragon list. Qi Shuangshuang's face turned ashen, nearly collapsing to the ground. She could hardly fathom that she, the esteemed eldest daughter of the Qi family and a prodigy on the hidden dragon list, had been defeated by a mere body-refining martial artist. Previously, she could have attributed her loss to exhaustion, but now, with her internal energy fully replenished, she had no excuses, no justifications. Humiliation, sorrow, fury, and resentment surged within her, gradually eroding her sanity. No, I am the eldest daughter of the Qi family, a prodigy on the hidden dragon list. I cannot allow others to know I have been bested by a body-refining martial artist. I refuse to become a source of ridicule. What are you all standing there for? Did you not see I was nearly killed? Kill him. Eliminate him. Annihilate everyone here. Qi Shuangshuang roared, and 4 of her guards leapt forward, surrounding Gu Changqing. As for Ming Chang, merely a minor character, unworthy of concern, to be dealt with later. What do you intend to do? Gu Changqing stood resolutely, his sword raised, a slight frown creasing his brow. He was perplexed by their intentions. Was it merely a loss that warranted such a murderous response? Why was this woman so malicious? However, before the 4 guards of the Qi family could act, a deep voice resonated through the night sky, bullying the weak with the strong, overwhelming the few with the many. Do you not adhere to the codes of martial ethics? Very well, if this is how you wish to play, then I, sure, shall not hold back. Before his words had fully dissipated, Shuri leapt down from above, his feet riding the air currents, effortlessly descending in a flawless display. A resounding boom echoed as he made his grand entrance. Feeling the astonished gazes around him, Shuri nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, he had somehow donned a flowing robe, which billowed without wind as he landed, exuding an air of a master arriving. Senior brother? Gu Changqing was momentarily taken aback, but soon his face lit up with joy as he directly approached Shuri. The guards of the Qi family, harboring a sense of caution, refrained from rash actions. What a remarkable lad! You have indeed grown stronger. Shuri heartily patted Gu Changqing on the shoulder, his face beaming with pride, entirely disregarding the presence of the Qi family members. In truth, Shuri had arrived quite some time ago. He had observed Gu Changqing as he battled, faced setbacks, and ultimately turned the tide in his favor. His heart brimmed with admiration and affection for this younger disciple. A true prodigy is not merely one who sails smoothly through life. That title belongs to the fortunate. It is those who flourish amidst adversity who truly deserve the moniker of prodigy. No, in Shuri's eyes, even the term genius pales in comparison to his junior. Gu Changqing was an anomaly, an exceptional talent in the sword arts. Shuri had not anticipated that Gu Changqing would incite such a considerable uproar while merely undertaking a task in the small town of Qishan. Yet he felt no sense of disapproval towards him. After all, traversing the martial world is about the pursuit of justice and vengeance. The martial realm is not merely a place of bloodshed. It is a realm where one stops violence with violence. Matters of the martial world are settled within the martial world. You strike me, I strike you. If there is indeed a problem, it must lie within the world itself. Initially, Shuri had no intention of intervening. After all, Gu Changqing had single-handedly obliterated the entire Black Wolf gang, achieving a commendable feat, however. The audacity of the Qi family to bully the weak and outnumber the few was intolerable. Despite the decline of the Qingyan sword sect, the pride of the sect remained intact. As long as the elders were alive, they could not allow the younger generation to be oppressed. Elder brother. At this moment, Ming Chang was equally taken aback, astonished to learn that Gu Changqing had a master. But upon further reflection, he was filled with excitement. If such an individual was so formidable, how powerful must his elder brother be? This is stable. This situation is secure. Shuri cast a dismissive glance at Ming Chang. Youngster, one may indulge in a haphazard meal, but one must not call out elder brother indiscriminately. I apologize. I was just... Before Ming Chang could finish his words, Shuri interjected. However, your call does ring quite melodious. It is not unwelcome. Ming Chang was momentarily stunned, but then realized that he had received Shuri's acknowledgement, which warmed his heart considerably. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qi Shuangshuang had gradually regained her composure. Yet the indifference of Shuri and Gu Changqing filled her with humiliation. Who are you? Why do you meddle in the affairs of the Qi family? Is the Qi family truly that impressive? Shuri shot a disdainful glare at Qi Shuangshuang. You many practitioners of Qi are bullying my junior alone. Do you have no shame? I wonder how that old cripple, Qi Yuqing, has raised you. It seems you are regressing rather than advancing. You know my great-grandfather. Qi Shuangshuang was initially stunned, but then her face flushed with anger. How dare you insult my chief family's elder? And what of it? If you have the ability, summon him to confront me. Shuri exuded an air of invulnerability, causing Qi Shuangshuang to waver internally. Despite Shi Yi's youthful appearance, his imposing presence was far from ordinary. Such individuals often possess significant backing. Qi Shuangshuang cursed her misfortune under her breath. Had she known earlier of Gu Changqing's esteemed background, she would have refrained from such impulsive actions. Now, she found herself in a precarious position. Esteemed sir, the Qi family is not unreasonable, however. The Black Wolf Gang is an external affiliate of the Fuyuan Chamber of Commerce, and now they have been ruthlessly slaughtered. Shouldn't your junior provide our Qi family with an explanation? Aware of Shi Yi's formidable reputation, Qi Shuangshuang invoked the names of the Qi family and the Fuyuan Chamber of Commerce in an attempt to intimidate him. Unfortunately, Shi Yi was unfazed. Spare me your nonsense. How could I be unaware of the Black Wolf Gang's true nature? They are notorious for their heinous crimes, rapes, murders, and arson. The most egregious act of all is their coercion of innocent girls into prostitution. They are devoid of humanity. Your Fuyuan Chamber of Commerce's association with such scoundrels clearly indicates that you are no virtuous entity either. As Shi Yi's ire intensified, he lunged toward Qi Shuangshuang. Stop. How dare you? The 4 elite guards rushed forward to intercept him, yet they gravely underestimated Shi Yi's prowess. Come forth. Allow me to demonstrate the sword intent I have recently comprehended. Witness how I wield my fingers as a blade, shattering your defenses. The waters of the great river flow from the heavens, rushing to the sea and never returning. Shi Yi extended his fingers as if they were a sword. Channeling his inner energy, his formidable presence surging like a mighty river, unstoppable and relentless. With a resounding crack, the 4 guards were simultaneously thrown back, grievously injured and spitting blood. The 4 elite guards of the Qi family were no match for Shi Yi in a single exchange. Gu Changqing found the outcome unsurprising. But Qi Shuangshuang and Meng Chang were left utterly astonished, awestruck by his prowess. He is wielding sword intent through sheer will? The opponent is indeed manipulating sword intent. They had distinctly felt an overwhelming sword force bearing down upon them, which the Qi family's guards could not withstand. In comparison to Shi Yi's river-like sword intent, Gu Changqing's previous heavy sword force seemed but a minor spectacle, a testament to the vast chasm between their levels of cultivation. Just as Shi Yi reveled in his triumph, a faint voice whispered in his ear, "Senior brother, it is the yellow river that flows from the heavens." Though Gu Changqing had never attended formal schooling, he was familiar with a few timeless verses. Shi Yi, his mind tangled in confusion, thought, isn't the yellow river just another river? No fault there. Oh. Gu Changqing nodded earnestly, clearly taking it to heart. Was that the river sword technique? Qi Shuangshuang, seasoned and perceptive, seemed to grasp something, and her expression suddenly darkened with alarm. Why you? You are the wandering hero Shi Xiaotian, who is thought to be dead. Wandering hero? Shi Xiaotian? Gu Changqing instinctively glanced at Shi Yi, his clear eyes brimming with bewilderment. Even Meng Chang had come to a realization, his face alight with astonishment. Hero Shi? You are truly the legendary hero Shi. Sighing, Shi adjusted his attire and stood with an air of nonchalance, feigning nostalgia. I had intended to engage with you as an ordinary man, yet it appears that while I have long departed from the martial world, the legends of Shi Yi persist within it. That mere nickname is hardly worth mentioning. Senior brother, you were once called Shi Xiaotian? Gu Changqing had never heard of the other party's name, yet the moniker of wandering rogue seemed rather unrefined. After all, aliases were commonplace in the martial world. Who didn't he have a few? Shi Yi explained with unyielding confidence. Indeed, senior brother is right. My alias is Shi Yi. Gu Changqing nodded in agreement, almost causing Shi Yi to choke in disbelief. Junior brother, spare me, I beg you. Senior brother, what is the matter? Nothing, nothing. Shi Yi forced a smile to mask his embarrassment. Ahem, that aside, it is time to send them on their way. What do you intend to do? Qi Shuangshuang's expression turned grave, and she instinctively took a step back. The 4 guards struggled out of the ruins, positioning themselves firmly in front of Qi Shuangshuang. Their duty was to ensure her safety, willing to sacrifice their lives if necessary. What am I doing? Shi grinned. Why? I am merely doing what you all intended to do earlier. Pausing momentarily, he turned back to Gu Changqing. Junior brother, today I shall teach you another lesson. In the martial world, aside from killing and silencing witnesses, one must also learn to obliterate evidence to ensure one leaves no trace behind. His voice was devoid of warmth, reminiscent of a demon from the abyss. Qi Shuangshuang and her 4 guards shivered involuntarily, overcome by a chilling sensation. Yet, Gu Chaqing nodded in deep agreement, feeling that his senior brother's words were profoundly insightful. In an instant, Shi Yi's smile vanished, and his demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. His previously innocent expression turned cold and menacing, a glint of murderous intent shining in his eyes. Be careful. Whoosh. For currents of energy surged through the air, aimed directly at the foreheads of the 4 guards. With 4 muffled thuds, they collapsed, blood pooling from the holes that appeared between their brows. They were dead. The esteemed guards of the Qi family had perished so easily. The reputation of the wandering rogue as ruthless and merciless was indeed well-deserved. Lady, do you have any last words? Shi Yi regarded Qi Shuangshuang with an indifferent gaze, as if she were already a corpse. Qi Shuangshuang's heart trembled, panic engulfing her. Why you cannot kill me? I am the eldest daughter of the Qi family. If you take my life, the Qi family will not spare you. Many had said the same in the past, yet. Shi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze profound. Qi Shuangshuang, you are no novice in this world. Surely you understand that those who traverse the shadows must eventually pay their debts. With that, Shi Yi raised his hand once more, preparing to strike her down. Who? Gu Changqing suddenly shouted, his eyes fixed on a shadow lurking behind a nearby rock formation. Ah, you can actually see through my concealment technique. How did you manage that? Huang Yi approached calmly, her face alight with curiosity. Following her was a timid little girl, none other than Xiaoxi. Shi frowned slightly, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. The sudden appearance of the two had eluded his senses, which was highly unusual, unless... It is you? Gu Changqing clearly recognized them, his expression shifting to one of complexity. He harbored little affection for Huang Yi, yet felt a twinge of compassion for the young girl. Had she not encountered Gu Chaqing, had she not been rescued, the girl's fate would undoubtedly have been dire. Junior brother, do you know them? With his murderous intent subdued, Shi Yi reverted to his honest demeanor. Gu Changqing pondered briefly before shaking his head. I do not know them. Huang Yi was taken aback. You. We met earlier. How can you suddenly deny recognition? As she spoke, she exaggeratedly wiped away non-existent tears, adopting a pitiful expression that invited sympathy. However, Gu Changqing remained unmoved. We merely crossed paths. We are not acquainted. Familiarity breeds closeness, Huang Yi boldly declared. We can grow to understand each other better if we engage more often. I know your name is Shi. At this, Shi nearly choked, struggling to maintain composure. Huang Yi looked astonished. What are you doing? No, I apologize. I simply couldn't help myself. Shi Yi said, his face contorted with discomfort. He added cautiously, is it possible that I am the real Shi? Those around them exchanged bewildered glances, all rendered speechless. No one expected the seemingly honest and reserved Gu Chaqing to adopt his master's name as an alias. It was truly perplexing. After a moment, Huang Yi finally regained her composure. Shi Yi, could you, for my sake, spare Sister Shuangshuang? Shi glanced at Qi Shuangshuang and, feigning generosity, replied, very well, for the sake of my junior brother, I shall let her off this time. Gu Changqing was momentarily stunned. He had said nothing at all. What was his master's intent? Thank you, brother Shi Yi, Huang Yi beamed, even winking at Gu Changqing. With a knowing glance, Shi Yi offered Gu Changqing an adult-like smile. Shortly thereafter, Huang Yi led Qi Shuangshuang away, the latter keeping her head down in silence. Yet it was evident that the Qi family would not let this matter rest easily. Why not eliminate Qi Shuangshuang? In Shi Yi's eyes, she was merely a minor player in the grand scheme of things. Her life or death mattered little. However, he granted Huang Yi this favor, thus forging a benevolent connection for his junior brother. Meanwhile, Xiaoxi bowed thrice from a distance before silently departing. Some debts of gratitude need not be voiced. The young girl would forever hold them in her heart. Junior brother, you truly do not know that little girl? I do not. Very well. It is best not to grow too close to her. Agreed. Gu Chaqing's crisp response left Shi momentarily speechless. Aren't you curious about the reason? We are not close, so it is natural we would not grow too intimate. Besides, I trust my master will not harm me. Indeed, that is certain. Shi puffed out his chest proudly. You are my dearest junior brother. Let us go, my junior disciple. The master has summoned you home. Shi said with a smile, patting Gu Chaqing on the shoulder. He then turned to Ming Chang. Ah, that official from the government. Ming Chang quickly clasped his hands in greeting. I am Ming Chang. My senior brother calls me Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming. This Black Wolf gang was established by my junior disciple, was it not? Of course. Meng Chong nodded vigorously. Since that is the case. According to the rules of the martial world, all that belongs to the Black Wolf gang now belongs to my junior disciple. That should be the case. Meng Chang replied, forcing himself to comply, not daring to voice any dissent. However, the Black Wolf gang was a formidable force in Qingshan town, and the wealth they had amassed over the years was undoubtedly vast. Meng Chong felt he could not take such liberties. Shi smiled contentedly and was about to continue when Gu Chongqing interjected, "Let us depart, senior brother. We shall leave everything here." "Oh, what? My junior disciple. The Black Wolf gang is quite affluent." Shi grew anxious. Such a fortune could easily purchase the entire Baiwa Tower. He envisioned having his junior disciple buy it, allowing Shi to live leisurely every day. However, Gu Chongqing's next words left Shi utterly speechless. Aunt Lan had once told him that ill-gotten wealth should not be taken, for it brings calamity. The Black Wolf gang oppressed the common people, bearing heavy sins. Their riches were all acquired through the exploitation of the populace, every coin stained with the sweat and blood of the people. "Senior brother, can I truly accept such wealth?" Gu Chongqing had faced hardship since childhood, yet even in his most destitute moments, he had never harbored any improper desires. He understood that Aunt Lan wished for him to become a strong, brave, upright, and kind person, someone worthy of respect, not at all ridiculous. Gu Chongqing felt he might never achieve true goodness and integrity, yet he still hoped to remain guiltless. Shi remained silent for a long while, realizing that his junior disciple's reasoning was unassailable. He could only hope that the kindness of his junior disciple would not be forsaken by this world. "Very well. I shall heed your words, brother." Shi nodded earnestly, leading Gu Chongqing away, with Du silently following. As for the subsequent cleanup, that would naturally be handled by the government officials. Shi was not concerned that the authorities would engage in corruption, for the Black Wolf gang had been subdued by Gu Chongqing. Who would dare misappropriate the wealth of the Black Wolf gang, knowing it would implicate Gu Chongqing? To be entangled with Gu Chongqing was to be at odds with the entire Qingyan sword sect. If the officials were wise, they would know precisely how to act. Thus, the issue of the wandering beggars outside Qingshan town would be resolved effortlessly. The moon shone brightly among the stars, and that night was particularly luminous. As Shi had anticipated, upon learning of the Black Wolf gang's demise, the entire Qingshan town was engulfed in immense joy and celebration. Even the government officials found it hard to believe. However, when they laid eyes on the dismembered corpse of Hou Zhenhai and the incapacitated Hou Yuanjie, their hearts filled with disbelief transformed into profound shock. Some even went so far as to stomp a few times beside Hou Zhenhai's corpse, yet their anger remained unexpressed. For over a decade, the Black Wolf gang has terrorized the citizens of Qingshan town. Many have seen their wives and daughters suffer at the hands of the gang, while others have had their parents coerced, and some have lost friends and relatives to the gang's brutality. They dared not voice their fury or despair. As the old grievances resurfaced, Zhou Cheng'an found himself consumed by rage. He never anticipated that such a small place as Qingshan town could harbor so many vengeful spirits and tragic tales. The only solace was that Meng Chongping had returned with dozens of young children, offering a glimmer of hope to families that were on the brink of collapse. Perhaps the scars these children bore would take a long time to heal, yet they had survived, which was a small blessing amidst the misfortunes. There was little left to discuss. After the public trial, Zhou Cheng'an swiftly sentenced Hou Yuanjie to immediate execution. Thus, the malignant tumor plaguing Qingshan town was eradicated. To prevent the resurgence of the Black Wolf gang, Zhou Cheng'an ordered a thorough sweep of all their strongholds and hideouts overnight, apprehending those who needed to be captured and executing those who warranted death. In truth, besides the inner sanctum, battle hall, and armory of the Black Wolf gang, the other factions were merely engaged in deceit, vice, and petty crimes. Upon seeing the officials approach, they surrendered without a fight. The entire operation proceeded remarkably smoothly, with all the gang's ill-gotten gains confiscated and repurposed by Zhou Cheng'an to provide relief to the destitute and homeless, restoring order to the town. Meanwhile, Gu Chongqing and Du had returned to the sect alongside Shi. The familiar aura, the comforting environment, and the known faces stirred a sense of tranquility and warmth within the youth, rendering him entirely at ease. "Greetings, master." "Greetings, Uncle Jian." Gu Chongqing hurriedly approached to pay his respects, as Mao Zhujuan and Jian Xiezi welcomed him. "You rascal, you truly give us no peace of mind. It's only been half a month, yet I feel an unexpected sense of nostalgia." Compared to when he left, the youth seemed to have grown taller and matured considerably. However, When Mao Jiujuan sensed Gu Changqing's cultivation level, he was utterly taken aback, a reaction mirrored by Jian Xiezi. Slap. Mao Jiujuan instinctively slapped Shuri, leaving the latter bewildered. Master, why did you hit me? Does it hurt? Of course it hurts. You have a prosthetic hand. How could it not? The pain confirms that I am not dreaming, nor is this an illusion. Shuri felt a sudden urge to cry. The once formidable rogue now appeared as a child burdened with grievances. Unfortunately, Mao Jiujuan had no time for Shuri's plight and, in disbelief, turned to Gu Changqing. Have you truly perfected the muscle phase? How on earth did you cultivate? I don't know. I just grew stronger through fighting, Gu Changqing replied honestly. For he truly had no understanding of his own physical condition, attributing it merely to his extraordinary talent. After all, even the ancient war gods had their share of gifted individuals who grew bolder and stronger with each battle they fought. Mao Jiujuan, believing in the miraculous effects of the white spirit fruit, chose not to dwell on the matter any longer. By the way, Changqing, why did you return so late? Before Gu Changqing could respond, Shuri interjected, Master, you have no idea. Our junior brother accomplished something monumental in Qingshan town. He annihilated the entire Black Wolf gang. What? Mao Jiujuan was rendered speechless, and even the sword blind was momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, urged by Mao Jiujuan, Shuri recounted in detail the exploits of their junior brother in Qingshan town, becoming increasingly animated as he spoke. Tales of righteous indignation and valor unfolded, how he stood against injustice, how he decisively vanquished foes, and how he eradicated evil while championing virtue. Notably, when Shuri mentioned Gu Changqing's rejection of the Black Wolf gang's riches, his tone brimmed with admiration. After absorbing this astonishing account, Mao Jiujuan and the sword blind were left utterly astonished, struggling to regain their composure. Each event surpassed their expectations, yet they silently nodded in approval of Gu Changqing's actions. In this chaotic world, while killing as a means to stop further bloodshed may not be the optimal solution, it is undoubtedly the swiftest and most effective. In matters of chivalry, the greatest folly lies in excessive compassion. Should one fail to manage the situation properly, the Black Wolf gang could retaliate ferociously, threatening the lives of the townsfolk, leading to unimaginable consequences. Amidst their astonishment, both men were deeply concerned about how this experience would affect Gu Changqing's psyche. After all, even when faced with such malevolent foes, the act of taking so many lives could weigh heavily on any ordinary individual. However, upon seeing the clarity in the young man's eyes, their anxieties began to dissipate. It appeared that Gu Changqing's mindset was remarkably stable, unaffected by the violence he had witnessed. Taking a deep breath, Mao Jiujuan, feeling a tinge of guilt, said, Gu, my boy, I regret leaving you to face the perils of the martial world alone. You do not harbor any resentment towards your master for disappearing, do you? Not at all, Gu Changqing replied earnestly, shaking his head. Etlon once said that partings are an inevitable part of life. Some farewells are merely a prelude to reunions, while others signify eternal goodbyes. I am truly glad that you have returned, master. Listening to Gu Changqing's heartfelt words, Mao Jiujuan felt a lump in his throat. Heh, you are usually so reserved. Yet you can express yourself so eloquently when it matters. After a brief pause, he added, All right, it is quite late now. Let us eat something before resting. Understood, master. Gu Changqing nodded, and the group made their way to the kitchen, with Duda trailing behind. In the dining room, Yin Yang bustled about with the child on her back, serving steaming dishes onto the table. Laughter and conversation filled the air as they dined, creating a warm and joyous atmosphere. Even Dudu nestled beside Gu Changqing, relishing the meal with great delight. Yin Yang cherished such moments, feeling the warmth of home envelop her, dispelling her fatigue. After dinner, Gu Changqing commenced his sword practice. The night's battles had yielded profound insights, and he needed to reflect on them thoroughly. Upon witnessing this scene, both Mao Jiujuan and the sword blind were once again left in awe. Old Mao, did you just suggest that Gu Xiaozi should take a proper rest? Is this truly what he calls resting? Could it be that he harbors a misunderstanding of the term? Is there a possibility that his interpretation of rest diverges fundamentally from ours? Regaining his composure, Mao Jiujuan hastily summoned Shuri, you wretched disciple. Has your junior brother always been like this? Indeed, master, ever since your departure. A sharp rebuke followed, as Mao Jiujuan retorted. What do you mean by after you left? I merely stepped out to attend to matters. Do you genuinely wish to see me gone so that you may inherit the Qingyan sword sect? Should I remain silent then? Speak, continue. Mao Jiujuan glared at his eldest disciple, his gaze unkind. It appears that the junior brother truly requires no rest. He spends each day either practicing swordsmanship or engrossed in books. Even when his energy is depleted, a brief moment of respite rejuvenates him. He is simply beyond human comprehension. Shuri felt a pang of despair. His junior brother's relentless pursuit left him questioning how he could possibly enjoy life. Mao Jiujuan remained silent, fully aware of Gu Chongqing's extraordinary talent and his innate connection to the sword. Yet, the ancient text did not suggest that such a gift would negate the need for rest. Struggling to find answers proved fruitless, and eventually, Mao Jiujuan decided to let it be. Let nature take its course. As the moon waned and stars dimmed, the night enveloped the world. Following a night of turmoil, Qingshan town gradually fell into a tranquil hush, though the townsfolk remained immersed in exhilaration. In just one night, the blight upon Qingshan town was entirely eradicated. And under the authority of the local government, prices of goods and grain plummeted, restoring order to the community. Simultaneously, with the annihilation of the Black Wolf gang, much of the territory became vacant, providing temporary refuge for wandering beggars and homeless individuals, thereby alleviating all potential threats. Perhaps disheartened by recent events, Qi Shuangshuang departed Qingshan town immediately after bidding farewell to Huang Yi. She needed to report the occurrences to her family in person. Within the blossoming flower pavilion, fragrances wafted through the air, and the place was brightly lit. The once bustling hall now lay eerily quiet, devoid of patrons. Understandably, the commotion surrounding the downfall of the Black Wolf gang had rendered everyone hesitant to venture out. Who would risk being misinterpreted by the authorities? In the inner chamber of the pavilion, two figures emerged from the shadows. Huan Yong promptly stepped forward to pay her respects. I greet the two esteemed envoys. I have heard of the incident involving the Black Wolf gang. What transpired? Did Zhou Cheng'an instigate trouble? The older man among the two spoke in a grave tone, while the younger seemed indifferent, glancing around carelessly. Reporting to Envoy Wei Yang, the obliteration of the Black Wolf gang was purely coincidental. It was not Zhou Cheng'an's machinations, but rather their own folly, Huan Yang replied with a wry smile, recounting the events in Qingshan town in detail, including Gu Chongqing's motives for confronting the Black Wolf gang and the subsequent downfall, leaving nothing unclear. The blossoming flower pavilion, being the sole establishment of its kind in Qingshan town, was naturally well-informed. The demise of the Black Wolf gang ultimately stemmed from their audacious appropriation of others' tasks on the dark list, which led to their downfall at the hands of those they wronged. Though it may sound absurd, this is the stark reality. Wei Yangsher coldly huffed, declaring that the Black Wolf gang, a group blissfully ignorant of their impending doom, deserved their fate. However, their actions had regrettably disrupted the grand affairs of the holy sect, rendering their demise insufficiently mourned. Indeed, Wei Yangsher is one of the 12 upper envoys of the Xianyin sect, a martial arts master of the enlightened realm. Beside him stood the youthful Chen Longsher, the youngest practitioner of the enlightened lower realm among the 12 upper envoys of the Xianyin sect, who was responsible for the death of Ho Zhenhai. I have heard it was a certain Shuri. What is his background? Shuri is the eldest disciple of the Qingyun Sword sect, occasionally visiting our Baiwa pavilion for revelry. The Qingyun Sword sect? No wonder. Wei Yangsher clearly recognized the name, his eyes betraying a glimmer of trepidation. The Qingyun Sword sect is one of the 12 sword guardians of the realm. Although it has waned in prominence, its foundational strength remains, making it a formidable force capable of easily suppressing the Black Wolf gang. It can only be said that the Black Wolf gang's malevolent deeds met with misfortune, colliding with the Qingyun Sword sect, truly a stroke of fate they deserved. Of course, when it comes to grave transgressions, the Xianyin sect is not without its own culpability, albeit their methods are more potent, insidious, and clandestine. Furthermore, Shuri bears another identity. Oh, he is none other than the infamous Little Calamity, Shi Shaotian, once renowned in the martial world. Shi Shaotian? It is he. Wei Yangsher's expression shifted to one of astonishment, his brow furrowing in disbelief. That Calamity still lives? Truly, the heavens are blind. Chen Longsher, bewildered, interjected. What are you speaking of? Who is this Shuri? Who is Shi Shaotian? What wandering rogue? I have never heard of this person. Is he truly famous? The flower lady promptly bowed and replied, Chen Longsher entered the world of martial arts rather late, so perhaps he has not heard of this individual's name. However, he was indeed quite well known in his time, though his reputation was far from favorable. Wherever he went, calamity followed, leading many to regard him as a harbinger of misfortune. At this moment, Wei Yangsher continued, Shi Xiaoyan's origins remain shrouded in mystery, with no one knowing his sect or lineage. Yet his prowess is formidable, particularly in swordsmanship. far surpassing his peers. He began traversing the martial world at the age of 14, gained notoriety by 16, and by 18. He ranked among the top 10 on the Hidden Dragon list. At 20, he ascended to the pinnacle of the list, leaving his contemporaries unable to hold their heads high. Moreover, he walks the line between righteousness and wickedness, meddling in affairs that do not concern him, employing unscrupulous means to deceive and exploit. In his wake, both the righteous and the wicked were left in disarray. Later, he single-handedly annihilated the 18 bandits of Lianyun Dock, which eventually drew the attention of the Blackwater Old Monster from the Earth list, leading to his pursuit to the edge of the Eastern Sea, where his fate remains unknown. Some say he has perished, a notion even the Blackwater Old Monster seems to accept. Shi Shaotian is likely a pseudonym for Shi. However, no one anticipated that he was a disciple of the Qingyun sword sect, which explains his astonishing power. Upon finishing his account, Wei Yangshi could not help but furrow his brow. Should the Qingyun sword sect decide to intervene in the affairs of Qishan Town, then the Xian'an sect's strategies would require considerable reevaluation. The Dragon of the Morning, who held a twisted smile in his eyes, was indifferent to such matters. His pride was immense, forbidding the existence of anyone more gifted than himself. His greatest pleasure lay in trampling upon those so-called talented individuals, relishing their cries for mercy. He could scarcely contain his eagerness to confront Shi. Yet, more pressing matters demanded their attention, necessitating a temporary restraint. Madame Hua, the Black Wolf gang has been obliterated, and Hou Zhenhai is dead. What of our desired items? Have they been claimed by Shi? The expression of Wei Yangshi turned grave. Unlikely, came the response. We have gathered intelligence from the authorities indicating that Hou Zhenhai met his end quite cleanly. He sought to barter secrets for his life. Yet Shi ended him with a single strike. Originally, the young lady of the Ji family intended to intervene, but she too was injured by Shi, and even her guards were slain. After a pause, Madame Hua continued, Shi is quite foolish. Having dismantled the Black Wolf gang, all their possessions rightfully belonged to him. Yet, he took nothing, claiming he would leave it for the government to aid the destitute and beggars. Now that the government has seized the Black Wolf gang's assets, if my subordinates are correct, those items should have fallen into their hands. Is the information reliable? Wei Yangshi asked, brow furrowed. It should be, replied Madame Hua. She then recalled something. By the way, esteemed sirs, Fei Yu sent us a message, hoping we might lend him assistance. Subsequently, Madame Hua handed a letter to Wei Yangshi, who opened it and gradually revealed a smile. The connection between the Black Wolf gang and Fei Yu is no secret in Qishan Town. With the gang's downfall, Zhou Qing'an would soon turn his attention to Fei Yu. If Fei Yu wished to survive, he would have to cooperate with us. This presents a splendid opportunity. Stowing the letter securely within his robe, Wei Yangshi replied, Very well, I will report this to the sect for further action, but given the current scrutiny, it would be prudent for him to remain discreet. Understood, Madame Hua bowed in acknowledgement, but when she lifted her gaze once more, she found herself facing an empty space, as if no one had ever been there. The following morning dawned bright and sunny. For the townsfolk of Qingshan, it was a splendid day, as the nefarious Black Wolf gang had been vanquished and the greedy shopkeepers had vanished. The streets and alleys brimmed with life, and even the usually dismal marketplaces appeared remarkably cleaner. However, for Mao Jiujun and Jian Xiazi, the sunlight seemed particularly harsh, for they had spent the night in vigil, silently observing Gu Chongqing practice his swordsmanship until dawn. Now, Mao Jiujun bore dark circles under his eyes, while Jian Xiazi appeared utterly drained, as if his very essence had been siphoned away. In contrast, their senior brother, Shi, had shown remarkable foresight. Knowing Gu Chongqing's endurance, he had retired early and slept soundly until morning, brimming with vitality. Indeed, Jian Xiazi was somewhat accustomed to Gu Chongqing's relentless nature. But for Mao Jiujun, this was an entirely novel experience, leaving him astounded. A whole night of practice. Was this lad even human? He seemed more like a creature of legend. At that moment, Mao Jiujun began to comprehend the immense pressure Shi faced, with Gu Chongqing's boundless energy. Who could possibly surpass him? Not only Shi, but Mao Jiujun himself felt an overwhelming weight upon his shoulders. His concern was not that Gu Chongqing might eclipse him, but rather that he might prove incapable of imparting knowledge to such a gifted student. Oh, the peculiar tribulation of having a disciple who is both exceptionally disciplined and outstanding. With a feigned sigh of frustration, Mao Jiujun's demeanor prompted Jian Xiazi to feel a surge of irritation. Yet, Jian Xiazi too marveled at Gu Chongqing's prodigious talent. In stark contrast to the astonishment of Mao Jiujun and Jian Xiazi, Gu Chongqing at that moment exuded tranquility, his body relaxed and expansive. A subtle stream of vital energy coursed through him, permeating his limbs and fortifying his physique, rendering his muscles more robust and his vitality more potent. "All right, lad. Take a moment to rest." Mao Jiao-jun could not help but exclaim. "It's all right, master. I'm not fatigued. I feel invigorated," Gu Chongqing replied earnestly. "Did I imply that you were weary?" Mao Jiao-jun retorted with a scowl. "What I meant was that we should take a break. We are the ones who are tired, understand?" "Oh, understood, master." Gu Chongqing sheathed his sword and exhaled a long breath of stale air. In the presence of his elders, he appeared modest and reserved, devoid of any semblance of the decisive warrior he was. "Now, let us discuss your recent training. Have you encountered any obstacles or challenges?" Mao Jiao-jun, taking his time, lifted a cup of tea, adopting a posture befitting a mentor. Even Jian Xiazi adjusted his attire, preparing to offer Gu Chongqing some sage advice. "Yes, I have indeed faced some difficulties," Gu Chongqing nodded and confessed, "Master. Ever since I entered the muscle training phase, I've noticed my progress has slowed considerably, and my strength seems to be increasing at a diminishing rate. I wonder if you possess any methods to enhance my cultivation. I am willing to endure hardship." Uft. Mao Jiao-jun sputtered tea, while Jian Xiazi stood frozen in disbelief. A young martial artist, who has barely practiced for a month yet has achieved remarkable progress in his training, dares to express dissatisfaction with his pace of cultivation. Is this not a matter of absurdity? Has the essence of justice and propriety vanished? Were it not for the unwavering belief of Mao Jiao-jun and the blind swordsman in Gu Chongqing's integrity, they might have thought this lad was merely boasting before them. However, amidst this commotion, Mao Jiao-jun and the blind swordsman suddenly recalled Gu Chongqing's precarious health. He was born with a rare condition, with a life expectancy that was alarmingly short. For Gu Chongqing, every moment was invaluable. Nearly forgot to extend greetings to the ancestors of the Gu family, in a silent yet shared sentiment. Both Mao Jiao-jun and the blind swordsman felt a pang of sympathy for Gu Chongqing. Clearing his throat, the blind swordsman spoke. "Young Gu, as one ascends to the higher realms of martial arts, the enhancement of strength and physique inevitably slows, for every body has its limits. Of course, there are numerous methods to elevate one's physical cultivation, such as superior martial arts techniques, training in harsh environments, or utilizing various elixirs designed for assistance in cultivation." "Nonsense. Chongqing, do not heed this blind fool's ramblings." Mao Jiao-jun shot an irritable glance at the blind swordsman before turning back to his young disciple. "My dear apprentice, your rapid advancement is a cause for concern. I fear your mindset may not keep pace, leading you towards the path of madness." The blind swordsman opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately chose silence, recognizing the truth in Mao Jiao-jun's words. Indeed, the relationship between mindset and cultivation is often complementary. Only with a robust mindset can one harness formidable power. "Master, how can one enhance their mindset?" Gu Chongqing inquired further. "Through study and self-cultivation," Mao Jiao-jun replied succinctly. His intention was to encourage Gu Chongqing to read more, to quell the violent thoughts that had arisen within him, particularly after his recent acts of slaughter against the forces of Qingfeng Zhai and the Black Wolf Gang. Although Gu Chongqing felt justified in his actions, the weight of taking lives lingered uncomfortably in his heart. Suddenly, the blind swordsman interjected, "There exists another method to swiftly elevate one's mindset." "What method?" "Please, Uncle Jian. Enlighten me." Gu Chongqing pressed eagerly. "Battlefields. Battlefields." Gu Chongqing was taken aback. While Mao Jiao-jun's expression darkened, "You cannot be suggesting that we send Gu Chongqing to the northern front." "Why not?" the blind swordsman countered earnestly. "The iron and blood of the battlefield serve as the finest crucible for honing one's mindset. What Gu lacks most at present is time." "You speak nonsense. I have already arranged a different path for Chongqing, and he shall not go to the northern front." "Old man Mao, despite the dangers of the northern front, with my watchful eye, I assure you that nothing will befall the young lad." "Enough of your drivel. Speak another word, and I shall deal with you first." Without hesitation, Mao Jiao-jun unleashed a blade of energy from his fingertip, clearly incensed. Seeing the escalating tension, Gu Chongqing swiftly positioned his sword before the blind swordsman, apprehensive that the two might truly come to blows. With a sudden thud, Gu Chongqing was jolted back several steps by the sword's aura, causing his heavy sword to slip from his grasp and clatter to the ground. This sword can actually withstand my sword energy." Mao Jiao-jun was momentarily taken aback, then his gaze fell upon Gu Chongqing's heavy sword. "Chongqing, where did you acquire this sword?" "Oh, I found it in a secret chamber of the Black Wolf Gang, retrieved from a certain official." I found it quite handy, so I brought it back. Gu Changqing replied as he picked up the heavy sword and handed it to Mao Jiujun. Zhangqiwei. Is this the very sword? Mao Jiujun recognized the two ancient characters on the blade, his expression shifting slightly. At that moment, the blind swordsman approached, feeling the sword for a moment. Ah, it truly is the Zhangqiwei's sword. Young Gu, you are quite fortunate. Is this sword truly powerful? Gu Changqing inquired with curiosity. Powerful is an understatement. The blind swordsman exclaimed with a hint of nostalgia. This sword is forged from celestial black iron using the fire of Earth's magma. Due to its unique composition, it took a full decade to refine it into sword form, truly a testament to 10 years to forge a sword. Alas, it is too hard to be sharpened. Upon reaching this point, the blind swordsman sighed and shook his head. With a flourish, Mao Jiujun wielded the Zhangqiwei sword, sending waves of energy rippling through the air, akin to a tempest sweeping away the remnants of clouds. Gu Changqing's sword heart was exceptionally perceptive as he beheld Mao Jiujun's swordplay. Grand and majestic visions unfolded in his mind, sometimes evoking the flight of dragons and phoenixes, at other times illuminating the harmony of heaven and earth, stirring his spirit and invigorating his being. Is this the true essence of swordsmanship? How remarkably powerful! Sword practitioners first hone their skills, then comprehend the momentum of the sword, using that momentum to grasp the path, crystallizing true meaning, which is termed sword intent. There are 3,000 forms of sword intent, each distinct. Previously, Mao Jiujun had merely instructed his disciples in the execution of sword techniques, but this marked Gu Changqing's first genuine observation of Mao Jiujun's formal sword practice. Truly a refreshing experience. Even the blind swordsman, who had often been at odds with Mao Jiujun, could not help but be internally impressed. He had to concede that in the realm of swordsmanship, this old coot was indeed among the best in the world. Alas, with a thud, the heavy sword struck the ground, the energy dissipating, causing the entire forest to tremble slightly, sending flocks of birds soaring and wild beasts fleeing in panic. What a delight! What a thrill! It has been far too long since I felt such exhilaration. Mao Jiujun's spirits lifted as he laughed heartily, clearly elated. Ever since his cultivation was destroyed, it had been ages since he had danced with a sword so freely. Just now, he had whimsically decided to test the strength of the Zhangqiwei sword and to demonstrate to his young disciple that this humble master still possessed some skill, at least surpassing that old blind man. In recent years, Mao Jiujun had secluded himself here, thinking he would sink into despair. But fate had bestowed upon him a disciple like Gu Changqing. He cherished this young apprentice, for in him, he sensed a long-lost emotion, a love for life, a pursuit of hope, a yearning for existence, and a defiance against fate. Despite knowing that he has less than 2 years to live, Gu Changqing continues to live with unwavering strength and determination, yearning for the gift of life. To this end, he practices diligently day and night, exhibiting a remarkable self-discipline that has never wavered. It is precisely due to Gu Changqing's positive mental state that Mao Jiujun gradually finds himself inspired, leading to a profound transformation in his mindset and significant breakthroughs in his swordsmanship. Not bad, remarked the sword blind with a faint smirk, though inwardly he felt a twinge of envy. He couldn't fathom how the shameless old Mao Jiujun had stumbled upon such an exceptional disciple. A genuine admiration mixed with secret jealousy enveloped him. Truly, the heavy quiescent sword is a marvel. This sword, both weighty and resilient, is nearly indestructible. Yet few possess the capability to wield it effectively. With a sigh, Mao Jiujun expressed his regret. Master, why do you say that? Gu Changqing inquired with curiosity. Mao Jiujun replied candidly, because this sword possesses a unique characteristic. The more internal energy infused, the heavier it becomes, hence the name heavy quiescent sword. As heavy as the gates of heaven. Isn't that a good trait? The stronger one is, the mightier the sword. That depends on the situation and the individual. Mao Jiujun patiently explained. Most practitioners seek speed, precision, and lethality in their swordplay. Who would choose such a cumbersome heavy sword? The sword of the senior brother is both heavy and large, akin to a door panel. He is a brute. Do not emulate him. Pausing momentarily, Mao Jiujun continued, every sword technique has its compatible weapon. For instance, the 12 kills of tie-in practiced by Sword Blind is an exceptional fast sword technique, perfectly paired with his specially crafted long sword. However, if you were to pit him against an opponent wielding the heavy quiescent sword, not only would it hinder his speed, but when he attempts to channel internal energy into the sword, the sudden increase in weight could render him unable to move it effectively, leading to a potentially fatal embarrassment before he even strikes the foe. Old Mao is not mistaken. The sword blind nodded in agreement, though his tone shifted as he added. However, the heavy quiescent sword is exceptionally suited for this young lad. He possesses extraordinary talent and is on the path of extreme physical refinement. Seemingly recalling something, Mao Jiao-jun quickly asked, "By the way, Cha-Ching, how much can you lift now?" "About 4,000 Jun." "Oh, already 4," his words abruptly halted. And Mao Jiao-jun trembled, finding it hard to believe. "What? Did you say 4,000 Jun of strength?" Not only Mao Jiao-jun, but even the sword blind found this astonishing. It is known that before a martial artist opens their acupoints, their physical strength has its limits. Many Qi practitioners do not exceed 3,000 Jun. Even after opening their acupoints, enhancing physical strength remains a formidable challenge, requiring both innate talent and the aid of rare treasures. Yet, Gu Changqing has already achieved 4,000 Jun after perfecting his muscle training, indicating vast potential for further growth. Come, try your strength with the heavy quiescent sword." Mao Jiao-jun casually tossed the sword to Gu Cha-ching and quietly stepped aside. With a thunderous crash, a deep fissure appeared in the ground of the courtyard, although it was not as loud as Mao Jiao-jun's previous display. A palpable tremor resonated beneath the feet of the onlookers. Approximately 5,000 Jun. Mao Jiao-jun and Jian Xiazi exchanged glances, both filled with astonishment. Even Gu Changqing was secretly amazed. A heavy sword had unexpectedly augmented his strength to such an extent. No wonder he could overpower Qi Shuangshuang, a prodigious talent on the hidden dragon ranking. Alas, if only he could cultivate internal martial arts and harness internal energy, his prowess would be even more formidable. Sigh. Mao Jiao-jun and Jian Xiazi shook their heads in lament, even too weary to chastise the Gu family. A bunch of worthless offspring, how absurd. Nevertheless, I shall strive diligently. In truth, Gu Cha-ching felt quite pleased with his current growth and progress, as each increment of strength was a testament to his hard work, which brought him considerable reassurance. He fondled the heavy sword, the Zhangque, with affection. Although he was unaware of the origins of this sword from the Black Wolf gang, it now belonged to him. Ahem. Mao Jiao-jun cleared his throat deliberately, reminding, "Old blind man, have you forgotten to mention something?" Jian Xiazi's expression shifted slightly as he suddenly inquired, "Gu lad, do you know what the white fruit you brought back is?" "I do not," Gu Cha-ching replied, shaking his head. "This item is known as the white spirit fruit, a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Consuming it not only renders one immune to all poisons but also fortifies the body, potentially augmenting one's internal energy by a full 60 years. As he spoke, Jian Xiazi produced the white spirit fruit from his bosom, seemingly intending to return it to Gu Changqing, who did not accept it. "Oh, what do you mean, Bio? Are you not astonished?" Jian Xiazi could not help but ask. "Isn't the fruit meant to be eaten? What is there to be astonished about? A fruit so precious, and you would let me have it freely. Do you not feel regret?" "Why should I regret?" Gu Changqing countered, leaving Jian Xiazi momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, Jian Xiazi resheathed the white spirit fruit, a smile gracing his face. "Well, perhaps you find the white spirit fruit ordinary, but to me, it is of great value. Thus, I shall remember this kindness." "That is fine. Uncle Jian has taught me swordsmanship, so consider it even." "That is different." Jian Xiazi shook his head earnestly. "Teaching you swordsmanship was my choice. It cannot be deemed a favor. Yet gifting you the fruit was also my choice. It is not a trivial matter." Gu Changqing spoke sincerely, his words evidently heartfelt. Feeling the clarity in the youth's gaze, Jian Xiazi suddenly laughed, genuinely delighted. "Very well. What a splendid sentiment. Initially, I had only agreed to teach you a single sword nurturing technique, but I have changed my mind. I have decided to impart all 3 techniques to you. Come, Gu lad, follow me." With that, Jian Xiazi patted Gu Cha-ching on the shoulder and led him away from the courtyard. Didu, nibbling on an ear of corn, silently trailed behind the youth. "Master, where is the junior apprentice?" Shuri emerged lazily, one hand clutching a steamed bun and the other a flatbread, looking quite satisfied with his appetite. Mao Jiao-jun struck Shi on the head with a flick, exclaiming with irritation, "Eat, eat, eat. That's all you know how to do. Why don't you just choke on it? Why not learn from your junior disciple, who diligently practices in hopes of achieving a breakthrough soon?" "Master, who could possibly outpace the diligence of my junior? Are you trying to take my life?" Shi lamented, cradling his head in a display of grievance. He reasoned that indulging in more flatbreads and buns might alleviate the turmoil within him. "You little rascal." Mao Jiao-jun raised his hand only to let it fall again, feeling a sense of helplessness. Deep down, he understood Shi's feelings compared to a prodigy like Gu Cha-ching. There was simply no competition. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, She said solemnly, "Master, I wish to return to Jiangnan for a while." "What do you intend to do there?" "Go and seek your demise." Mao Jiujuan shot a disapproving glance at his eldest disciple. After all these years, some matters must reach a conclusion. Avoidance is not a solution. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Shi feigned profundity. Bang! Unable to bear it any longer, Mao Jiujuan delivered another flick to Shi's head. "Stop pretending in front of me, you brat. Be cautious, or I'll give you a good thrashing." Shi's expression froze, and he wilted instantly. "Master, I'm grown up now. Please refrain from hitting me at every turn. Even if you're grown, you're still my disciple and will be responsible for supporting me in my old age. Bah! May you live a long life, as enduring as the heavens." "Humph. Do not flatter me with your slick tongue. However, I do enjoy hearing the truth. You may continue to extol my virtues." Shi felt a wave of black lines swirl around his head. Indeed, his master had no shame, a level he could not aspire to. "Master, in truth, I have already broken through to the 6th layer of the Qingyan sword forging technique." "Only the 6th layer?" Mao Jiujuan suddenly halted, his eyes widening in astonishment. "You truly have broken through?" "Yes, indeed. You little scoundrel, let me see." With that, Mao Jiujuan seized Shi's wrist, sensing the changes within him. The sword intent had indeed penetrated the realm of enlightenment, confirming that Shi had reached the 6th layer of the Qingyan sword forging technique, and within him, 18 meridians had been opened, establishing an exceptionally solid foundation. "You rascal, when did you achieve this breakthrough?" Mao Jiujuan, both astonished and delighted, couldn't help but give Shi a few more playful hits. Although the old man had a fondness for his junior disciple, the bond with his seemingly unreliable eldest disciple was far deeper. Shi had followed Mao Jiujuan since the age of 6, navigating the world together, experiencing the vicissitudes of life. Even after Shi began to venture alone, Mao Jiujuan had provided him with covert support. Otherwise, as a mere youth, he would have long been swallowed by the tides of the martial world. Their relationship was that of both mentor and father. "Hey, not long after you left, my junior disciple comprehended the rudiments of sword intent. I too have been inspired by him and have discerned my own sword intent." "What sword intent have you realized?" Mao Jiujuan set aside his surprise, urging Shi to demonstrate. Without hesitation, Shi called forth his sword, and a broad stone sword flew from the corner, landing in his grasp. Embodying the principle of controlling the sword with one's qi, the waters of the great river come from the heavens, rushing to the sea, never to return. As the stone sword danced, the courtyard was engulfed in swirling sands and crashing stones, with a tempest brewing. Mao Jiujuan seemed to witness a mighty river cascading from the heavens, its tumultuous waves ceaselessly surging. The sword's momentum reached its zenith. Filled with exhilaration, Mao Jiujuan was astounded by Shi Yi's remarkable progress. "Excellent. With your current strength, you can certainly safeguard yourself beneath the heavenly ranking." "But what of the heavenly ranking?" Shi Yi stood firm, his spirit stirred. "The heavenly ranking? Let us discuss that once you awaken." Mao Jiujuan's unrestrained critique was not born from disdain for Shi Yi, but rather from the stark chasm that separated the heavenly from the earthly rankings. Shi Yi, accustomed to such remarks, remained unfazed. "How did you manage this, you rascal?" he inquired. It was all thanks to my junior brother inadvertently enlightening me." Immediately, Shi Yi recounted the process of his enlightenment, leaving Mao Jiujuan utterly flabbergasted. It was indeed astonishing. Yet, Mao Jiujuan sensed something amiss, though he could not quite articulate it, dismissing Shi Yi's fortune as mere happenstance. "So, master, do I now qualify to embark on my journey?" Observing Shi Yi's smug demeanor, Mao Jiujuan couldn't help but unleash a flurry of playful blows, leaving the unfortunate fellow with a head full of bruises, on the verge of tears. "Rascal, when do you intend to depart?" "I'll wait for junior sister and junior brother to return. There are matters to discuss with them, and perhaps a little shock to share. To remind them that their senior brother will always be their senior brother." "Humph, do not think I am unaware of your trivial schemes, you sly brat, full of mischief." Though scolding, Mao Jiujuan's lips betrayed a hint of a smile. He understood that his eldest disciple, though amiable, was cunning and thick-skinned, which reassured him that this lad would not suffer greatly in the outside world. Once Shi fully absorbed the white spirit fruit and experienced a surge in inner strength, he made up for lost time over the years. "By the way, master, how do you plan to arrange for junior brother?" "I have already negotiated with the Nanling Martial Academy. They are willing to accept Chaqing as a student." "You intend to send junior brother to the Martial Academy?" Shi Yi's mind raced, suddenly grasping the implications. Master wishes for junior brother to venture onto the ascension platform? Mao Jiujuan silently nodded. The Immortal sect may be Changqing's sole hope for survival. If I recall correctly, the Ascension platform has limitations on slots. Will the Martial Academy truly provide Junior Brother this opportunity? I have left the Qingyan sword at the Nanling Martial Academy. What? Master, you? No need for further words. I know what I am doing. Mao Jiujuan waved his hand, his resolve unwavering. After a prolonged silence, Shuri solemnly declared, "Rest assured, Master. I believe Junior Brother will surely be able to reclaim the Qingyun sword for our sect." Haha, I think so too. Mao Jiujuan laughed heartily, evidently filled with confidence in Gu Chaqing. In the depths of the forest, a serene stillness enveloped the air, occasionally interrupted by the chirping of birds. Uncle Sword, is the sword cultivation technique a form of internal martial arts? But I am inherently devoid of the meridians needed to practice internal techniques. Perhaps I should just forego it? Gu Changqing, unwilling to put Jianxia in a difficult position, thus made several excuses. However, Jianxia wore a smile. Strictly speaking, the sword nurturing technique is not merely an inner cultivation method, but rather a unique forging art. Forging art? Gu Changqing was taken aback, for it was the first time he had heard of such a concept. Indeed, it involves special esoteric techniques, using the heart as the sword, thoughts as the guide, and blood as the tempering agent, to forge an unparalleled divine sword within one's body. Once the divine sword emerges, it will undoubtedly illuminate the heavens and the earth. Oh. Gu Chaqing was utterly bewildered, yet it sounded remarkably impressive. Jianxia continued, the sword nurturing technique consists of 3 parts: planting the sword, nurturing the sword, and maintaining the sword. I shall first teach you the methods of sword forging and breathing. Follow my lead. Gu Changqing nodded earnestly, beginning to practice the first part of the sword nurturing technique under Jianxia's guidance. Planting the sword in the heart is to form the sword heart. The sword heart attunes with the spirit, which becomes the sword spirit. The sword spirit manifests as the spiritual sword. The spiritual sword forges the body of the sword, which nurtures the soul of the sword. The soul of the sword transforms into the sword soul. The sword soul connects with the divine, resulting in the sword god. As an enigmatic incantation swept through his mind, the sword spirit within Gu Changqing's consciousness trembled violently, plunging him into a profound state of enlightenment. In the government office, within the inner hall, Fei Yu held a teacup, his heart in turmoil, feeling both constrained and anxious. The events of the previous night had unfolded too abruptly. The Black Wolf gang had inexplicably been obliterated. By the time he, the county vice, learned of the news, it was already too late to maneuver in secret. Fortunately, there had been a response from the Xianin sect. Otherwise, he might have fled under the cover of night. My apologies for keeping you waiting, Master Fei. As he entered the hall, Zhou Cheng'an strode confidently, despite a weariness etched upon his brow, his countenance radiating a pleasant demeanor. Greetings, County Lord. Fei Yu hastily rose and clasped his hands in respect, appearing exceedingly deferential, yet his mind raced with thoughts of Zhou Cheng'an's intentions for summoning him. Was it to apprehend him? Unlikely, for if that were the case, he would find himself imprisoned rather than in the inner hall. Fei Yu had always believed his hands were clean, and with the Xianin sect discreetly covering for him, he should possess no incriminating evidence. Could it be that the county lord merely sought to deliver a warning? Contemplating this, Fei Yu felt a sense of calm wash over him. I have heard that Master Fei has had close dealings with the Black Wolf gang. Is there any truth to this? After taking his seat, Zhou Cheng'an inquired casually, an invisible aura of authority enveloping Fei Yu, causing his expression to shift slightly. Your Excellency perceives incorrectly. There is absolutely no such matter. Fei Yu quickly denied the allegation, then elaborated. The Black Wolf gang is a tyrant in Qingshan town, oppressing the good and exploiting the common folk, disregarding even the authority of the government. However, the gang controls various shops in the town and employs numerous thugs, leaving me with no choice but to feign compliance for the greater good. I implore your Excellency to forgive me. What a commendable dedication to the greater good. What a skillful display of pretense. Fei Yu is indeed a cunning old fox in the realm of politics, effortlessly absolving himself with just a few words. Were it not for Zhou Cheng'an's intimate knowledge of the situation, one might genuinely believe that he was a virtuous official devoted to the nation and its people. However, knowing the truth does not empower Zhou Cheng'an to apprehend or torture a high-ranking official without evidence, as it would be both improper and illegal. As a scholar of great repute, Zhou Cheng'an embodies the aspirations of his esteemed predecessors, and thus, he would never test the law or disrupt the established order. His intention in summoning Fei Yu today is to gauge the latter's stance. It appears that, although Fei Yu is tense, he remains composed, likely holding some cards close to his chest. When dealing with such a wily character, one must not act impulsively. Even if Zhou Cheng'an were to forcibly detain him, he could merely be charged with malfeasance, which would result in punishment but little substantial impact, given that Fei Yu has powerful allies. In the present turmoil of the Wei Wu dynasty, where internal strife and external threats abound, the court is rife with factions competing against one another, and many officials are motivated solely by self-interest, with few truly dedicated to the welfare of the country and its people. This realization fills Zhou Cheng'an with deep sorrow, yet he finds himself powerless to change the situation. Nonetheless, with Qingshan town now firmly under his control, he feels liberated to take decisive action, such as rebuilding Qingshan town, repairing roads and bridges, facilitating trade routes, and even mobilizing troops from the north and south. Since this is merely a misunderstanding, he would request that Lord Fei assist in purging the remnants of the Black Wolf gang. Zhou Cheng'an, with a smile, raises his teacup, recognizing that now is not the time for open conflict. Why not assign Fei Yu some tasks to prevent him from undermining his efforts, trusting that he would not dare to refuse? Indeed, despite his internal reluctance and silent lamentations, Fei Yu bows in acquiescence, as he now represents the authority of the court and must stand against the Black Wolf gang. Just as their conversation unfolds, an excited voice from outside the hall interrupts. Report to the county magistrate. The garrison from Chihengfu has arrived, boasting 3,000 light cavalry. Excellent, Zhou Cheng'an exclaims, rising with renewed vigor. Although the Black Wolf gang has been utterly vanquished, many local gentry and clans surrounding Qingshan town are restless, and the Xian'in sect lurks in the shadows, watching closely. Without sufficient military force to suppress them, the situation may remain manageable for a time, but it poses a significant long-term risk. With the arrival of these 3,000 light cavalry, Zhou Cheng'an can seize the opportunity to eliminate all potential dangers. Meanwhile, Fei Yu's expression darkens, anxiety creeping into his heart. The members of the Xian'in sect are still present in Qingshan town, and should the situation unravel, he fears he may be caught in the ensuing chaos. He must act swiftly to inform the Xian'in sect, ideally facilitating their departure. In a fleeting moment of thought, Fei Yu concocts an excuse and hastily takes his leave. Outside Qingshan town, the 3,000 light cavalry stand in formidable formation, exuding an air of menace. At their forefront is a tall and imposing figure clad in black armor, the commander of the Chihengfu garrison's vanguard, Huang Gang. In the Wei Wu dynasty, local military forces are under the jurisdiction of regional officials, and without the commander's insignia, they are prohibited from entering towns at will, lest they face disciplinary action under military law. Originally, the small town of Qingshan did not require such a grand mobilization of 3,000 light cavalry. However, when insurrection is involved, even the esteemed Lord Qi Heng must proceed with utmost caution. At the very least, he must publicly demonstrate unwavering support for the local authorities. Otherwise, should turmoil arise in Qishan, the first repercussions would inevitably fall upon Lord Qi Heng. Brother Wei, did you not assert that the situation was dire? How is it that there are no signs of unrest in Qingshan? Not even a single beggar or refugee in sight. Wei Yang shook his head with a bitter smile. Last night, the Black Wolf gang suddenly launched an assault, which was indeed perilous. Otherwise, the elder statesman would not have dispatched me to the Yamen for assistance. However, I am unaware of the precise developments during that interval. Nevertheless, the cessation of hostilities is a blessing. At least my comrades are spared from hardship. Indeed, Huang Gang nodded silently, choosing not to elaborate further. Moments later, Zhou Cheng'an arrived personally to welcome them, accompanied by a throng of curious townsfolk. Welcome, esteemed generals, to our aid. We apologize for not extending a proper reception, and we hope for your understanding. His proactive greeting was a gesture of respect towards the vanguard battalion. Huang Gang dismounted and clasped his fist in salute. I am Huang Gang, captain of the Qiheng Guard, here to pay my respects to County Magistrate Zhou and to all esteemed officials. You are too kind, Captain Huang, Zhou Cheng'an replied, hastily returning the salute. We hold equal ranks and need not stand on ceremony. Huang Gang did not feign humility and took his place. It is somewhat ironic that while the Wei Wu dynasty was founded on martial prowess, it later favored civil governance, leading to a situation where civilian officials often overshadowed military commanders. Even among peers, civilian officials were typically accorded a higher rank. Notably, Zhou Cheng'an was not only a county magistrate of the 8th rank, but also a renowned educator to numerous princes, his scholarly reputation unmatched. Had he not offended the current prime minister with his outspoken views, he would not have been relegated to the remote town of Qingshan. In the presence of such an individual, Captain Huang naturally adopted a humble demeanor. The world of officials is much like the realm of martial arts, where one must navigate the intricacies of human relationships. By the way, County Magistrate, what is the situation regarding the rebellion in Qishan? Why? This matter is rather lengthy to explain. Captain Huang, please accompany this old man back to the official residence for a discussion. Respectfully, I comply. After you. The 3,000 light cavalry marched majestically into the town, and word spread rapidly. Upon returning to the yamen, Huang Gang had already gleaned the details of the events from Zhou Cheng'an. Someone single-handedly dismantled the entire Black Wolf Gang's insurrection. How is that conceivable? Stunned and incredulous, Huang Gang found it hard to believe. He never anticipated that his mission to restore order would conclude before it even began. And the accolades he had anticipated had evaporated into thin air. Brothers, does anyone understand this? 3 days later, Qinshan was entirely under Zhou Cheng'an's control. Numerous long-standing cases were reopened, and the yamen became accessible to the public, with citizens flocking to report grievances. Zhou Cheng'an showed no mercy. He executed those deserving of death and apprehended those who warranted capture, even seizing the assets of many gentry connected to the Black Wolf Gang, relegating them to the status of criminals. Under the suppression of 3,000 light cavalry, Qinshan town was thoroughly cleansed inside and out. Even the rebellious forces of the Xian sect lay dormant, too fearful to show their faces. Simultaneously, the local government established a series of watchtowers along the main roads, ready to respond swiftly should bandits dare to plunder. Of course, since the fall of Qingfeng's stronghold, the bandits in the vicinity had nearly all dispersed, marking a significant achievement. The few stragglers remaining dared not oppose the authorities. With obstacles cleared away, Zhou Cheng'an began to focus on the development and construction of Qinshan town. A large influx of refugees and beggars from surrounding villages flowed into the town, conveniently remedying the labor shortage. With the substantial wealth of the Black Wolf Gang and local gentry as a foundation, Qinshan town could adequately accommodate even more needy souls. Thus, houses were constructed, roads repaired, and bridges built. Within just a few days, the registered households in Qinshan town exceeded 30,000, with a permanent population reaching 100,000, flourishing in a burgeoning state, all progressing favorably. In Nanling City, at the Qi family estate. Master, has the young lady returned? However, she has come back alone and appears injured, in a rather weakened state. What did you say? In the study. Qi Tai abruptly rose, an aura of coldness emanating around him. The old steward hurriedly knelt, not daring to show any sign of defiance. With a swift motion, Qi Tai's expression darkened as he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, in her chamber, Qi Shuang received a bowl of medicinal soup from her mother and drank it in one go, gradually regaining some strength from her previously frail condition. Shuang, what on earth happened? Her mother inquired with concern. Just as Qi Shuang was about to speak, she saw Qi Tai approaching quickly. Daughter pays her respects to father. Qi Shuang hastily stood and bowed, a rush of grievances flooding her heart. Qi Tai examined his daughter, who appeared rather disheveled, and frowned. What transpired in Qinshan town? Why did you return alone? Where are your 4 guardians? And the one who accompanied you? Guardian Geng and the others perished, killed by Shi Xiaodian. Huang Yi was unwilling to leave with me and has temporarily stayed in Qinshan town. Then, Qi Shuang recounted her experiences in Qinshan town, speaking candidly without any concealment, for there was truly nothing to hide. However, upon hearing his daughter's account, Qi Tai stood frozen, unable to regain his composure for a long while. The demise of the Black Wolf Gang was of little consequence to Qi Tai. He was indifferent to the fate of Ho Shenhai and his son. Yet, the notion of a body-refining warrior obliterating a gang was somewhat hard for him to fathom. Furthermore, the fact that Shi Xiaodian, that harbinger of misfortune, was still alive and was even the heir of the Qingyun sword sect posed a significant challenge. After all, a dying camel is larger than a horse. Even in its decline, the Qingyun sword sect was not to be trifled with. As for the local government and Zhou Cheng'an, Qi Tai felt less concern, for he understood that Zhou Cheng'an was a man of principles and boundaries, making him easier to manage and balance. Father, now that Ho Jinhai has passed, and Ho Yuanjia has fallen into the hands of the authorities, our desired object may prove elusive. Qi Shuang's journey to Qinshan town was not merely an excursion or an attempt to intimidate Zhou Cheng'an. Rather, it was to obtain an item in Ho Jinhai's possession. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly, until the unforeseen encounter with Gu Chaqing thwarted our efforts, leaving us to return empty-handed. After a moment of contemplation, Tai spoke softly. You need not concern yourself further with this matter. Focus on recuperating, for in due time, I shall devise a means to send you to the Martial Arts Academy to compete for the opportunity to ascend the Immortal platform. Yes, father, Shuang replied, her face alight with joy and excitement. Subsequently, Tai departed the residence, making his way to the Fuyuan Chamber of Commerce. After a while, startling news began to circulate through the marketplace. A long-lost ancient tomb from a previous dynasty had been discovered near Qingshan town. Purportedly the treasure trove of the Duke of Zhou, containing secrets to eternal life. The announcement sent shockwaves across the land. Heroes from all corners of the realm flocked to the site, and various factions stirred with anticipation. Even the court dispatched numerous spies to ascertain the truth. Zhou Cheng'an soon received word of this news. His initial reaction was disbelief, followed by suspicion of a conspiracy. Indeed, Zhou Cheng'an did not believe that any ancient tomb existed near Qingshan town. From both geographical logs and historical records, it was clear that Qingshan town was an unremarkable locale. Were it not for the court's intention to establish it as a commercial hub between the north and south, it is unlikely that anyone would have paid attention to this small town, nor would he have taken up his post there. Is someone plotting against the court? A sense of unease crept into Zhou Cheng'an's mind, and he felt a vague connection between this incident and the secret edict he held. Fortunately, Qingshan town was currently safeguarded by 3,000 cavalry, deterring any nefarious elements from acting too recklessly. In the depths of the mountains, amid swirling mists and ever-changing atmospheres, Gu Chongqing sat cross-legged upon a rock, deeply contemplating the transformations brought about by the sword cultivation technique. In the palm of his hand, a blood-red sword shadow floated silently, emanating a faint sanguine glow. Jian Shazi stood quietly beside him, appearing somewhat dazed, as if profoundly affected. On the first day, with the aid of the sword's spiritual connection, Gu Chongqing had successfully condensed a sword seed, a force entirely distinct from inner strength, more akin to a manifestation of life's essence, quietly hovering in his dantian, replacing the roots he had lost. Jian Shazi's emotions mirrored those of Mao Jiujuan during his initial teachings to Gu Chongqing, both astonished and proud. What mindset does a master possess when they feel unworthy of their disciple? Despite lacking formal titles, Gu Chongqing and Jian Shazi shared a genuine master-disciple bond. Both, however, were unconcerned with trivial formalities. Following the condensation of the sword seed came the long process of nurturing it, which could take anywhere from a year and a half to several years. Jian Shazi had spent 3 arduous years cultivating his sword seed, enduring numerous setbacks before ultimately achieving success. Remarkably, Gu Chongqing managed to nurture his sword seed by the following day, transforming it into a vibrant blood-red sword shadow that traversed within him. With each graceful movement of the blood sword, Gu Chongqing felt an increasing solidity within his body, signifying a newfound method to enhance its strength. Yet, what left the sword blind utterly speechless was the once elusive crimson sword shadow, which, under Gu Chongqing's blood essence nourishment, gradually became more tangible, even capable of extending beyond his form. In merely 3 days, Gu Chongqing mastered the sword-nourishing technique, a feat that had taken the sword-blind 5 arduous years to accomplish. The heavens are indeed inscrutable. Where lies the justice of the cosmos? Now, the sword-blind could empathize with the feelings of the illustrious Mao Jiujuan. As mentoring such an extraordinary disciple left one with an overwhelming sense of depletion and immense psychological pressure. After an indeterminate period, Gu Chongqing gradually emerged from his meditative state, retracting the blood sword into his palm. The azure cloud sword technique reached a sublime level of mastery, the essence of the sword fully realized. The profound body sword technique achieved transcendence, the sword's momentum reaching its zenith. The gentle cloud sword technique flourished, the sword's force culminating in perfection. The tie-in sword technique reached a realm of divine understanding, the sword's might fully developed. The will of the sword, as the heavenly light descends upon the earth. A sword bears the chill of eternity. In terms of cultivation level, he attained the pinnacle of the muscle refinement realm, with a strength of 5,000 jun, a spiritual perception extending 50 zhang, and a sword heart measuring 1 inch. Through the intuitive perception of his sword heart, Gu Chongqing discovered a remarkable transformation in his cultivation state. Though he remained in the muscle refinement phase, his strength had surged by an astonishing 1,000 jun, an extraordinary phenomenon. Especially the dramatic increase in spiritual awareness, which heightened his sensitivity to the surroundings. When amplified by the enhancement of the heavy quarters sword, Gu Chongqing could unleash a staggering 6,000 jun of power, comparable to warriors in the Qi gathering realm who have opened the Dan Spring. Should he encounter Qi Shuang again, Gu Changqing was confident that a single stroke would suffice to subdue her. Moreover, with the four-sword techniques fully mastered, his every gesture exuded a majestic aura. Additionally, Gu Changqing discovered that following the transformation of his sword heart, he had acquired the attributes of sword will and sword heart. Without needing to inquire further, a moment of clarity surged within him. The sword will signified the fusion of a swordsman's spirit with the essence of the sword path. Encapsulated in the phrase, as the heavenly light descends upon the earth, a sword bears the chill of eternity. This technique was birthed from Gu Changqing's profound realization in the face of life and death, inspired by the first glimmer of heavenly light that fell upon the earth, representing his most powerful strike. However, the use of this sword would deplete his essence entirely, thus he would not wield it lightly unless in a life-or-death struggle. As for the sword heart, it was the aforementioned inch of the blood sword, born from the sword-nourishing technique. This entity served as a second heart for the swordsman, bestowing immense vitality upon the body while continuously fortifying the swordsman's physique. The stronger the sword heart, the more effective the refinement of the body, and at critical moments, it could be unleashed for desperate measures. However, enhancing the sword heart was no simple task. It required a substantial amount of rare materials to replenish blood essence and nourish the heart. Even a sword master like the sword blind, who had spent decades cultivating his sword heart, found it challenging to surpass 7 inches. After all, the rare materials of the world are exceedingly limited and largely controlled by the celestial sections. However, Gu Changqing requires no extraordinary treasures. He merely needs to vanquish his foes to extract a fragment of their vitality, which then replenishes his own blood energy and sustains his sword heart ceaselessly. It is no exaggeration to assert that the sword-nurturing technique is an exquisite martial art tailored specifically for Gu Changqing. Thank you for your guidance, Uncle Sword, Gu Changqing said, rising to pay his respects, his heart brimming with gratitude. Uncle Sword did not refuse the gesture, graciously accepting the bow. It appears that the sword-nurturing technique indeed resonates with you. Now that your sword heart has been born, you may nurture it gradually. However, having perfected your sinew training, it is time for you to enter the bone-tempering phase. Uncle Sword, is there anything particularly unique about the bone-tempering stage? Indeed, Uncle Sword nodded, candidly explaining. The bone-tempering phase differs from other body-refining stages. The sturdier your bones, the greater power they can withstand. Thus, this stage primarily focuses on enhancing physical strength. With minimal gains in power, your foundation is quite solid. Not only have you perfected your skin training, but your sinew training is also commendable. As the adage goes, the bones and sinews are interconnected, indicating that they are inherently one. Consequently, the bone-tempering phase will be considerably easier for you. Subsequently, Uncle Sword elucidated some key aspects of the bone-tempering stage and shared his personal experiences, enlightening Gu Changqing immensely. In summary, the bone-tempering phase encompasses 4 distinct characteristics: iron bones, silver bones, golden bones, and jade bones, corresponding to the stages of initiation, minor success, major success, and perfection in bone tempering, respectively. Unlike the training of strength, skin, and sinews, the bone tempering stage cannot be achieved solely through self-enhancement. It requires external stimulation and refinement. A process fraught with difficulty, demanding substantial resources and imposing high requirements on body refinement. Many martial artists find it arduous to reach perfection. Young lad, do you know why I specifically imparted the sword nurturing technique to you? I do not. Because the sword nurturing technique is one of the rare martial arts capable of accelerating the bone tempering process, particularly after the sword heart has been condensed. It can continuously stimulate the bones and sinews of your body. With the aid of precious medicinal baths, you could achieve bone tempering perfection in just 3 to 5 months. 3 to 5 months? Is it truly going to take that long? Gu Changqing furrowed his brow. Uncle Sword nearly sputtered in disbelief. 3 to 5 months, when compared to the years of training others endure, was hardly significant. Even he had toiled for 2 full years during his own bone-tempering phase, which was already remarkable. Uncle Sword opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated, suddenly realizing that this young man had only been practicing martial arts and swordsmanship for less than a month. Most critically, he had lived for less than 2 years. Perhaps even less. Despite Gu Changqing's current robust physique and swift sword training, the stagnation of his withered meridians showed no signs of improvement. This meant that, in a year or 2, Gu Changqing's vitality would gradually dwindle, leading to his demise. Gu, my young friend, do not aspire to reach for the unattainable. 3 to 5 months is a fleeting moment. For an ordinary martial artist, the arduous journey of tempering one's bones takes at least 3 to 5 years of relentless effort. Even the most gifted prodigies in martial arts require a year or two, and even then, achieving perfection in bone tempering is not guaranteed. Ah, thank you, Uncle Jian. Gu Chaqing nodded, his expression remaining relatively unchanged. The mindset of a person on the brink of death striving for life is something few can truly empathize with. Come now. Young Gu, let us return and rest for a while. I do not require rest. Uncle Jian, somewhat exasperated, retorted. Is it too much to ask for a moment of respite? I am quite advanced in years. A little consideration for this old blind man would not go amiss. Oh. Very well. Gu Chaqing absent-mindedly nodded, his mind preoccupied with thoughts on how to accelerate his cultivation speed. Duda whimpered softly, sluggishly following the two as they departed. After lunch, Gu Chaqing resumed his training. Prior to this, he had intentionally sought out Mao Jiujun, intending to practice all the sword techniques of the Qingyun sword sect. In martial arts, the quality of training is far more valuable than quantity. One cannot overreach and expect to digest more than one can handle. Had it been anyone else, Mao Jiujun would have swiftly reprimanded them and expelled them from the sect for such recklessness. Yet, with Gu Chaqing, he offered no such admonishment. For he recognized that this young disciple was a prodigy in the way of the sword, defying conventional wisdom. Thus, Mao Jiujun laid bare all his teachings. 18 foundational sword techniques, 7 intermediate sword techniques, and 3 advanced sword techniques, along with numerous rudimentary and fragmented moves, as well as some intricate foot and hand techniques. This represented the current foundation of the Qingyun sword sect. In truth, the sect had a rich heritage spanning centuries, far beyond what was presently available. However, due to the loss of their stronghold, many legacies had been lost, leading to the decline of the Qingyun sword sect. Furthermore, Gu Chaqing was unable to practice inner strength techniques, which meant that many sophisticated martial arts remained beyond his reach. In contrast, Uncle Jian's foundation was even more formidable. Aside from the 12 kills of Tian Instar, he had acquired 32 foundational sword techniques, 19 intermediate sword techniques, and 7 advanced sword techniques, all obtained during his tenure guarding the Northern Pass. Originally, Uncle Jian wished to inquire about Gu Chaqing's preferences, but Gu Chaqing bluntly declared that he desired them all, leaving Uncle Jian utterly flabbergasted. The notion of overreaching applied solely to ordinary martial artists. Gu Chaqing sought breadth and depth in his swordsmanship. Outside Qingshan town, the streets bustled with activity, and within the town, the throngs of people swelled. Compared to just a few days prior, Qingshan town had expanded 3 to 5-fold, becoming even more vibrant. Rumors of a treasure from a former dynasty's ancient tomb being discovered near the town had drawn many martial artists, eager to partake in the excitement, regardless of whether fortune awaited them. Amidst the crowd, Gu Jingxue and Yi Qianxuan stood still, exchanging incredulous glances, their faces etched with astonishment. They could hardly fathom that within less than a month of their departure, such a monumental transformation had occurred in Qingshan town, a reality that was simply astounding. Especially after they inquired further, their disbelief only deepened, leaving them utterly speechless. Sister, what is the situation with the senior brother? He single-handedly annihilated the Black Wolf gang? And he did it against overwhelming odds? Is he truly that formidable? Could it be that he was provoked by something? Yi Qianxuan rambled incessantly, embodying the essence of a chatterbox. Yu Jingxue furrowed her delicate brows and cast a faint glare at Yi Qianxuan, urging silence. Yes, Yi Qianxuan nodded eagerly, though it was indeed difficult to contain her curiosity. Due to the authorities' silence, the townsfolk believed that the one who single-handedly vanquished the Black Wolf gang was Shi Yi, and thus, the tale grew increasingly embellished. Originally, Gu Jingxue intended to visit Zhou Cheng'an at the government office, but now, filled with uncertainty, she decided to depart from Qingshan town and return to her sect to ascertain the situation. Not long after their departure, a woman clad in icy white entered Qingshan town, holding the hand of a young girl. Both were veiled, exuding an extraordinary aura that drew the attention of passers-by. However, with numerous martial artists in town, no one dared to approach recklessly. A misunderstanding could very well cost them their lives. The white-clad woman led the girl to a higher floor of an inn, merely ordering some tea, showing no interest in food. Innkeeper, I wish to inquire about something. She called for the tavern owner, tossing him a gold bean. The owner immediately brightened, his face alight with joy. Fairy, please ask whatever you wish. I shall speak without reservation. I seek information regarding the Black Wolf gang. The Black Wolf gang. The tavern owner gasped, involuntarily shivering. Although the gang had been destroyed, Its shadow still loomed large in the hearts of the townsfolk. Fearing any association with the Black Wolf gang, the tavern owner hesitated to speak carelessly. "I only wish to know the facts. Speak honestly." The white-clad woman's voice was cool and detached, prompting the tavern owner to comply and recount the details of the gang's demise. However, upon hearing the news of the Black Wolf gang's downfall, the woman slightly furrowed her brow in surprise. "Who was responsible?" "A hero named Shuri." "What is his background?" "I do not know." "Who could possibly know?" "The government office should be informed." "Very well, you may leave." The white-clad woman waved her hand, and the tavern owner retreated, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his face. "Ruoruo, the Black Wolf gang has been destroyed, and those who harmed you are no more. Your vengeance has been avenged. Can we now leave with your sister?" The white-clad woman turned to the young girl, her cold gaze softening slightly. The girl, lowering her head, replied, "Sister Yushi, I wish to find the person who saved me and thank him in person." The white-clad woman showed no displeasure. Loyalty and gratitude were commendable virtues, at least ensuring she would not become a heartless wretch. However, to embark upon the path of cultivation, one must sever the ties of worldly attachments. "Do you know his name?" "No, I do not." The girl shook her head. "And what of his appearance?" The little girl shook her head, recalling only a solitary figure standing before her. His slender, frail silhouette loomed large in her memory. Alas, in the chaos of that moment, she hurried away without committing his visage to memory. If she could not remember, then let her depart for now. The individual was a martial artist, destined to traverse the world of chivalry. Should fate allow, their paths would cross again in the future. The woman in white gently urged her onward, not pausing for the girl's response as she led her away from that place. In the outskirts of Qing Mountain, at the Qingyun sword sect, Gu Jingxue and Yi Qianxuan returned, leading their steed through the twilight glow. However, as they approached the gates of their sect, they unexpectedly halted, beset by an inexplicable sense of trepidation upon nearing home. A myriad of events had transpired during their absence. Chaos wrought by the Xianyin sect and the incessant duties of the Zhenwu division kept them in a relentless pursuit of the unruly. Now, having returned at last, they felt the sect was a sanctuary for their weary souls. Suddenly, a formidable surge of sword intent erupted skyward, akin to a mighty river rushing forth. The surroundings trembled violently, the air thick with sword energy, as dust and stones flew about. "What is happening?" "The sword intent has reached perfection. Could it be that senior brother has?" They exchanged glances, hastening towards the sect's annex. At that moment, Mao Jiujuan lounged in a rocking chair, sipping wine while grimacing, evidently displeased with the commotion stirred by Shuri. When that lad emerges from seclusion, he must tidy up the sect. Just as he mused, Gu Jingxue and Yi Qianxuan arrived in haste. "Master, we pay our respects." "Oh, you have returned." Mao Jiujuan did not rise, casually acknowledging them. "You have arrived at just the right time, coincidentally to witness your senior brother's breakthrough." "Master, has senior brother comprehended the sword intent?" "Indeed, after 10 long years of restraint, he has finally achieved it." Listening to Mao Jiujuan's response, the two were left speechless. What should have been joyous news of a breakthrough was conveyed in a manner akin to constipation. They wondered how senior brother would feel upon hearing it. Nevertheless, it was indeed a matter worthy of celebration. In truth, Shuri possessed considerable talent. Otherwise, he would not have been accepted as a disciple by Mao Jiujuan. Nor would he have mastered the 3 swords. Regrettably, things did not unfold as hoped. Although Shuri exhibited remarkable wisdom in various aspects, whether traversing the world or feigning ignorance, he seemed to have stumbled into a dead end in his sword practice, growing increasingly awkward with each attempt. It was a cruel irony that the cultivation at Qingyun sword sect was intricately linked to swordsmanship, without the ability to comprehend sword intent. One could not penetrate the essence of swordplay, which was why Shuri's Qingyun sword forging technique had stagnated at the 5th level for nearly a decade. Following a grievous injury, disheartened, he withdrew from the martial world, wandering with his master, ultimately choosing to live in obscurity here. Despite Gu Jingxue and Yi Qianxuan's current esteemed status, together they could hardly claim a life as vibrant as Shuri's. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the rooftop, standing tall amidst the treetops. "The 10-year period has arrived. Senior brother returns." "Ha ha ha ha." Shuri laughed heartily, exuding an air of exuberance. After a decade of honing his skills, today he finally unveiled his blade, proclaiming, "Who dares to harbor grievances?" His laughter resonated, leaving Mao Jiujuan and the others enveloped in a cloud of embarrassment. Fortunately, there were no outsiders present. Otherwise, they would have wished to vanish into the earth to escape the humiliation. "The elder brother is as arrogant as ever." Shameless. Yu Jingxue scoffed, though a smile betrayed her disdain. Even Yu Qianxuan, typically indifferent, felt a flicker of excitement. They reminisced about the times when their elder brother roamed the martial world, often returning with delightful treats and thrilling tales of his adventures. Initially, they found the martial world fascinating, but upon entering it themselves, they realized its perils and understood that the experiences he shared were drawn from his own life-threatening encounters. In truth, their elder brother had always been quite good to them, albeit with a hint of cunning. At last, you two have returned. Haha. Your timing is impeccable. Prepare to receive my strike. As he spoke, Shuri summoned his stone sword, leaping high and swinging it down towards Gu Jingxue and Yi Qianxuan. The sound of air being sliced through rang out, sending shockwaves through the atmosphere. Yi Qianxuan, quick on his feet, deftly evaded Shiyi's descending sword and drew his own long sword, launching a swift thrust aimed at Shiyi's waist. Simultaneously, Gu Jingxue, unyielding, gracefully leaped up, unsheathing her flexible sword to carve an elegant arc toward Shiyi's shoulder. Clang! The sound of clashing swords echoed as Shuri sidestepped, countering with a sweeping motion that forced both opponents back a step. Yet, Gu Jingxue and Yi Qianxuan quickly regained their balance and advanced once more, unleashing a flurry of fierce attacks. Not far away, Mao Jiujuan observed the fierce exchange with an appreciative smile. Each of the three, Shuri, Gu Jingxue, and Yi Qianxuan, had achieved a masterful level of swordsmanship, hinting at a near-transcendental understanding of their craft. However, Shiyi's technique appeared more composed and seasoned in comparison. Clang! Both swords met, combining strength and finesse. Shuri executed a swift turn of his large sword, parrying the dual assaults with ease. The clash of blades resonated in the air, generating powerful gusts. It seems my junior siblings Haven team made much progress in their swordplay. Perhaps your duties at the Jinwu division left you no time to practice? Shuri teased, then swiftly transitioned from defense to offense, launching a formidable counterattack against Gu Jingxue and Yi Qianxuan. The two exchanged exasperated glances before fully committing to the fray. Thus, the trio engaged in a vigorous exchange, their swords flashing and spirits soaring, each strike intensifying the battle. The air crackled with fierce sword energy, and every clash seemed to threaten the very fabric of space. Elder brother, anyone can boast. If this is all the strength you possess, then do not blame me for showing you no respect. Ah, you rebellious third brother. Who could forget the times you cried out for mercy in your youth? I say, elder brother, are you resorting to banter now that you cannot win? The tears from those beatings will be repaid today by me, Yi Qianxuan. Hee, this is merely a psychological tactic. Hey, you two, cease the idle chatter. If we are to fight, let us do so. Prepare yourselves. Gu Jingxue could no longer endure the flirtation between Shuri and Yi Qianxuan and intervened decisively. At last, after a fierce exchange, Shuri seized an opening and struck directly at Yi Qianxuan's shoulder. Caught off guard, Yi Qianxuan could only watch helplessly as Shiyi's sword approached. Yet, just then, Gu Jingxue swiftly intervened, parrying Shiyi's attack with her own sword, granting Yi Qianxuan a brief respite. Moments later, after an intense battle, all three were utterly exhausted. Ha ha ha, what a thrill. Elder brother, if we continue like this, it will be dark before we know it. Let us settle this with a single strike. Agreed. The three retreated simultaneously to gather their strength, a formidable sword intent radiating from them. Shiyi's sword intent was fierce and unparalleled, akin to a raging river. Yi Qianxuan's sword intent was perilous and extraordinary, exceedingly cunning. Gu Jingxue, specializing in the soft cloud sword technique, though not as robust as Shuri nor as dangerous as Yi Qianxuan, wielded a gentle yet relentless force within her sword intent, flowing continuously. Clang! As Shuri unleashed his sword, 100 acupoints within him erupted simultaneously, allowing him to confront two opponents and forcefully suppress their sword intents. How is this possible? 108 acupoints resonating, opening the meridians in such a manner. Gu Jingxue and Yi Qianxuan gazed at Shuri in shock, disbelief etched upon their faces. No. Even if Elder Brother has comprehended sword intent, it cannot be that he has suddenly become this formidable. Elder Brother, have you taken some sort of enhancement? Yi Qianxuan quickly recovered and inquired anxiously. Sure, he nearly spat blood in response. Nonsense. I am in excellent health and have no need for such things. Wait, why am I even discussing this with you? You, who have never even touched a woman's hand, know nothing. Yi Qianxuan's face turned crimson, yet he found himself unable to retort. Behold the sword. With a thunderous shout, Shuri swept aside Gu Jingxue and then pressed his sword against Yi Qianxuan's shoulder, a tremendous internal force surging directly into him. Wait. I concede. I admit defeat. Elder Brother, Please show mercy. Yi Qianxuan's face went pale as he hastily pleaded for leniency. After all, we are fellow disciples. A few soft words would suffice. Shi shook his head with a hint of regret. Do not concede, dear third brother. I prefer your rebellious spirit. No, I was wrong. I understand my mistake. Yi Qianxuan inhaled sharply, slowly recalling the terror he felt when elder brother first used that laxative on him. Back then, he was unfamiliar with it and could not approach master or his senior sister for assistance, so he had to endure the humiliation himself. As I reflect upon the past, tears well up within me. Enough, let us not dwell on this any longer. Gu Jingxue could no longer bear the sight and, sheathing her sword, shifted the conversation. By the way, senior brother, your cultivation has stagnated for many years. Even if you have comprehended the sword's intent, it is improbable that you possess such profound inner strength. What is truly happening? It all stems from a fortuitous opportunity bestowed upon me by junior brother. Fortuitous opportunity? What kind of opportunity? The celestial treasure, known as the white spirit fruit. Consuming one can augment one's inner strength by a full 60 years, entirely compensating for the time I have squandered over the years. What? The celestial treasure, the white spirit fruit. Gu Jingxue and Yi Qianxuan were taken aback, their expressions revealing disbelief. They had indeed heard of the miraculous effects of the white spirit fruit, yet had never laid eyes upon it. Moreover, theoretically, ingesting the white spirit fruit could enhance one's inner strength by 60 years, but very few could truly refine and absorb it completely. Ordinary martial artists, even upon consuming the fruit, would only experience half its efficacy. Furthermore, a sudden surge in inner strength, if not wielded with finesse, could easily lead to self-harm. Enough. Cease your envy. Did you think I summoned you back solely to witness my breakthrough? I am not that trivial. Shi waved his hand dismissively. Could it be? Yi Qianxuan's eyes brightened. Indeed, junior brother has also prepared a white spirit fruit for each of you. With that, Shi turned to the indifferent Mao Jujuan, who casually produced 2 white spirit fruits and tossed them to his 2 disciples. Junior brother actually thought of us. Yi Qianxuan was astonished, while Gu Jingxue remained silent. Regarding Gu Chaqing, this junior brother, Gu Jingxue and Yi Qianxuan felt little more than pity, especially Yi Qianxuan, who was aware of Gu Chaqing's background and the trials he had endured, yet he could not empathize. For he was born into a prestigious family and had lived a life of comfort. Had it not been for family disputes, he would not have rebelled and left home, ultimately striving to join the Qingyun sword sect to pursue Gu Jingxue. In Yi Qianxuan's view, this young junior brother, barely 18, should accept his fate. Why toil so? Is it not exhausting? Is it not painful? Though Gu Jingxue remained silent, she too felt that Gu Changqing ought to cherish the remainder of his life rather than become a disciple at the Qingyun sword sect. It was only when they learned from Shi about all that Gu Chaqing had accomplished during this period that they were left utterly dumbfounded, rendered speechless. First, he single-handedly obliterated the Qi Feng stronghold, slaughtering hundreds of bandits, including the notorious figure ranked 89 on the blacklist. Then, he faced 1,000 foes, annihilating the entire Black Wolf gang, even slaying their leader, who had entered the gathering Qi realm, on the spot. Initially, Gu Jingxue and Yi Qianxuan believed Shi had eradicated the Black Wolf gang, only to discover that the true mastermind behind it all was their very own junior brother, Gu Changqing. This revelation completely overturned their understanding. Moreover, after defeating the Black Wolf gang, Gu Chaqing even defied the odds to triumph over the peerless talent listed on the Hidden Dragon ranking, Qi Shuangshuang. Gu Jingxue and Yi Qianxuan had once spent a considerable time on the Hidden Dragon ranking, securing positions among the top 3, thus embodying the brilliance of an era. It was precisely this exceptional talent that caught the eye of the Zhenwu division, leading them to become third-grade secret guards. However, this realization only deepened their understanding that the geniuses on the Hidden Dragon ranking were not merely names without substance. Had it not been for the proud demeanor of their master, who nodded in agreement from time to time, Gu Jingxue and Yi Qianxuan might have suspected that their senior brother was playing a jest on them. At any rate, during their time at the same rank, they could not possibly compare to Gu Chaqing, not to mention them, even their senior brother, during his tumultuous exploits in the martial world, could not achieve the same remarkable feats as their junior brother. What truly astounded them was that their junior brother had progressed from an ordinary person to the bone refinement stage in less than a month of martial training. Indeed, after yesterday's medicinal bath, Gu Chaqing smoothly entered the bone refinement stage, a natural progression, and his strength surged by an impressive 300 June. As it turned out, as the blind swordsman had mentioned, a martial artist's strength increase would slow considerably after reaching the bone refinement stage, with the primary focus shifting to enhancing the body's resilience. Nonetheless, this gradual increase in strength was relative to Gu Chaqing himself. In reality, a 300 June increase in power far surpassed the majority of martial artists, even leaving many at the bone refinement stage slightly behind. Typically, the strength disparity among martial artists at the bone refinement stage would not be substantial, allowing 3 to 5 bone refinement practitioners to contend with those at the body refinement stage. However, Gu Chaqing's emergence had starkly widened the gap, creating an insurmountable chasm. It is not an exaggeration to assert that across the entire Wei Wu dynasty, there was virtually no one among the bone refinement practitioners who could rival Gu Chaqing, rendering him truly invincible at his level. At this moment, the shock within Gu Jingxue and Yi Qianxuan was beyond words. Although they were unaware of how the Bailing fruit had been obtained, the peril Gu Chaqing had faced lingered heavily in their hearts. Hee. Although my junior brother has yet to meet you, his loyalty and righteousness will become evident once he interacts with you, Shuri remarked as he jovially patted Yi Qianxuan on the shoulder. Yi Qianxuan, feeling somewhat envious, replied, "Our senior brother has never praised us like this, has he? You two are exceptions," Shuri retorted with a roll of his eyes. The second one is cold and aloof, sometimes speaking in a sarcastic tone, showing no respect for elders or affection for the young. As for the third one, forget it, I can't even be bothered to comment on you. Your appearance is unremarkable, your talent is mediocre, and you lounge around all day without a hint of diligence. Gu Jingxue and Yi Qianxuan were left speechless, barely restraining themselves from retaliating. Sarcastic? Laid back? Hadn't they learned such traits from someone? Unremarkable appearance? They were certainly more appealing than certain individuals. Mediocre talent? They were undoubtedly superior to some. What an audacious senior brother. Was he not revealing his own shortcomings? Never mind, they decided to endure it for now. After consuming the Bailing fruit, they would settle the score. Gritting their teeth, the two inwardly grumbled. It's a rare occasion for us to gather. I shall go fetch our junior brother. With a mischievous grin, Shuri seized the moment before tensions escalated between the two and swiftly departed from the courtyard. Master, what about my junior disciple? Gu Jingxue expressed her concern for Gu Changqing's well-being, eager to seek clarity. Mao Jiujuan, with a solemn wave of his hand, elucidated. Your junior disciple is indeed a prodigy of swordsmanship. However, he is hindered by a congenital deficiency that prevents him from cultivating internal martial arts. Moreover, training will not be able to reconstruct his meridians. Thus, I summoned Shuri to bring you back, not only to present you with the Bailing fruit, but also to urge you to escort Changqing to Nanling City. What purpose does my junior disciple have in Nanling City? Gu Jingxue inquired, her brow furrowing slightly. Although the chaos in Nanling City had subsided, she remained apprehensive about the remnants of the Xianin sect potentially embroiling Gu Chaqing in conflict. Mao Jiujuan candidly replied, I have already arranged with Mu Linyuan for Changqing to enter the Nanling Martial Arts Academy, granting him a chance to ascend to the Immortal platform. The Immortal platform? Gu Jingxue and Yi Qianxuan were momentarily taken aback, only to soon grasp the implications. Given Gu Changqing's physical condition, it seemed that only by entering the path of immortality could he find a glimmer of hope. Master, what of the Gu family? Do not concern yourselves with the Gu family. There are others who will intercept them. Furthermore, you must refrain from meddling in this matter. You are currently situated within the Jinwu division, and your every word and action reflects the court's stance. Should you become adversaries with the Gu family, it could exacerbate tensions between both parties, leading to chaos in the north and turmoil within the court, the consequences of which would be dire. Despite Mao Jiujuan's seemingly carefree demeanor, he maintained a clear-headed perspective when it came to matters of great significance, steadfastly adhering to his principles and boundaries. The 12 Sword Guardians do not safeguard the court or the nobility. Rather, they protect the common folk and the populace. The two disciples offered a respectful nod in agreement. At that moment, Gu Jingxue appeared to recall something and spoke up. Master, there have been recent rumors in the martial world that the ancient tomb of the previous dynasty, the Zhougong treasury, has been discovered near Qingshan town. Are you aware of this? The Zhougong treasury has emerged? That cannot be. Mao Jiujuan abruptly rose, his expression grave. Do you know of this matter, master? Gu Jingxue asked with intrigue. This matter involves significant implications. You should refrain from inquiring further or becoming entangled in it. Mao Jiujuan waved his hand, adopting an air of secrecy. Though Gu Jingxue and Yi Qianxuan were curious, They deemed it inappropriate to press on. In the forest, the setting sun cast a golden hue. Gu Cha-ching continued to practice his swordplay under the tutelage of the sword-blind man, the surrounding air filled with the sound of whistling sword winds and swirling fallen leaves. In truth, the sword-blind man had not provided much guidance. Gu Cha-ching's current comprehension of swordsmanship was already on par with the venerable masters of the past. What he required was merely more time for training. Any sword technique could be mastered after a single demonstration, in just 2 short days. Gu Cha-ching had grasped all the sword techniques he had recently learned, encompassing 50 lower-tier sword techniques, 26 mid-tier sword techniques, and 10 upper-tier sword techniques. While the lower and mid-tier techniques were of little note, the 10 upper-tier sword techniques indeed bestowed upon Gu Cha-ching profound insights and significant advancements. Some techniques were blunt and sluggish, others were peculiar and intricate, while yet others were wondrous and enigmatic. For instance, one exquisite sword technique is known as the 9 swords of the unheld. Although this technique comprises merely 9 sword maneuvers, its complexity is not in the least inferior to that of the Qingyun swordplay. Furthermore, when executing the 9 swords of the unheld, one can adeptly control the trajectory of the sword within a 3-foot radius, rendering it exceptionally versatile in dire circumstances. The sword can even be employed as a concealed weapon for ranged attacks. In essence, it expands the area of swordplay, proving particularly effective when facing multiple adversaries. However, in comparison to Qingyun swordplay, the 9 swords of the unheld lacks any physical enhancement or foundational building benefits, and its offensive capabilities do not rival the piercing sharpness of Taiyan swordplay, which is why few practitioners dedicate themselves to mastering it. After all, once a sword practitioner reaches the qi gathering stage, they can learn to wield their sword through qi manipulation, rendering the 9 swords of the unheld somewhat superfluous. Yet for Gu Cha-ching, this sword technique perfectly compensates for his lack of internal energy. Junior apprentice. A robust figure landed before Gu Cha-ching with a shout. Senior brother? What brings you here? Gu Cha-ching inquired, curiosity evident as he sheathed his sword. Shuri exchanged greetings with the blind swordsman before advancing to grasp Gu Cha-ching's arm. Junior apprentice, your second sister and third brother have returned. Come, let us gather. Oh, what? Before Gu Cha-ching could respond, he was forcibly dragged away by Shuri, leaving behind the blind swordsman, who merely huffed in exasperation. Meanwhile, on the other side, the recently awakened dude looked around in bewilderment, finding the surroundings eerily silent and devoid of any company. Hey, where is everyone? Have you forgotten about me? With a hurried toss of his bamboo stick, Duda set off in pursuit of the lingering scent. At the Qingyun sword sect, wisps of smoke rose gently into the air. Upon returning to the sect, Gu Cha-ching spotted a man and woman busily tidying up in a courtyard. The man exuded an extraordinary charm, while the woman possessed a striking and cold elegance. Indeed, they must be his second sister and third brother. Hey, second and third, our junior apprentice has returned. Shi shouted, prompting Gu Jingxue and Yi Qianxuan to converge. You are our junior apprentice? They exclaimed in unison. Ha ha ha, not bad at all. You're only slightly less handsome than I am, and far superior to the senior brother. Ahem, allow me to formally introduce myself. Greetings, junior apprentice. I am your third brother, Yi Qianxuan. Yi Qianxuan, with a somewhat exuberant personality, tempered his enthusiasm under a pointed gaze from Gu Jingxue. Junior apprentice, I am your second sister, Gu Jingxue. She nodded slightly, her demeanor imbued with warmth. Gu Cha-ching hurriedly bowed. Greetings, second sister. Greetings, third brother. My name is Gu Cha-ching. I am 16 years old, and I hail from Lushui village. Upon hearing Gu Cha-ching's clumsy self-introduction, Gu Jingxue and Yi Qianxuan couldn't help but chuckle, though their laughter was filled with kindness. This junior apprentice was indeed more amusing than they had anticipated. Ahem. Shuri cleared his throat, reminding them, second and third. It's your first official meeting. Shouldn't you present a token of welcome? Gu Jingxue nodded. Naturally, a first meeting calls for a gift. Here, this is for you. As they conversed, Gu Jingxue handed a delicate jade token to Gu Cha-ching. Thank you, second sister, Gu Cha-ching responded solemnly, tucking the jade token into his bosom. Aren't you even curious about what it is? Gu Jingxue queried, slightly taken aback. Regardless of its nature, it is a token of your goodwill, second sister, Gu Cha-ching expressed, cherishing every gift with heartfelt gratitude. Ah, you're not as foolish as you appear, Gu Jingxue remarked with a radiant smile, playfully teasing him. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Gu Cha-ching scratched his head, having no intention of flattery. He merely spoke the truth. At that moment, Yi Qianxuan chuckled, and said, "Little junior brother, that is the third-grade Jade Command token of the Jinwu Division, a symbol of status. As long as the officials are not of a higher rank than your second sister, you could eliminate them directly. Sanctioned by imperial decree, it allows for execution before reporting." Smack! Gu Jingxue delivered a firm slap to Yi Qianxuan's head, exasperated. "Don't lead my little junior brother astray. That is merely an emergency token for him. Should he encounter any difficulties, he can use my command token to seek assistance from the Jinwu Division. If he faces forces like the Black Wolf Gang again, he can simply call upon the Jinwu Division for aid. He need not put himself in danger. The Jinwu Division is a formidable entity of the Weiwu dynasty, undoubtedly one of the most powerful forces in the realm. The significance of possessing a token that can summon the Jinwu Division is beyond measure." Gu Chaqing nodded earnestly, expressing his gratitude once more. Then, Shuri turned to Yi Qianxuan and said, "Old 3, your second sister has already presented a gift. Shouldn't you also show some consideration?" "What do you mean by show some consideration?" Yi Qianxuan replied, rolling his eyes at Shuri. Before tossing a jade vial to Gu Chaqing, "Is this a medicinal pill?" Shuri inquired with curiosity. "It's a body refinement pill, which aids in the refining of one's physique when combined with gathered energy, perfectly suited for little junior brother," Yi Qianxuan elucidated. Upon hearing this, Shuri's eyes lit up, urging Gu Chaqing, "Quickly accept it. This body refinement pill is significantly more potent than the blood-chi pill." "More potent than the blood-chi pill? Wouldn't that be extremely costly?" Gu Chaqing paused in surprise, then shook his head. No, I cannot accept such a precious item. Don't decline." Shuri clapped Gu Chaqing on the shoulder, insisting, "The white spirit fruit you gave them is worth far more than this body refinement pill. You needn't feel guilty. Besides, your third brother comes from a wealthy family. This trifle is nothing to him." "All right, thank you, third brother." Gu Chaqing no longer protested and solemnly accepted the pill. Subsequently, Shuri turned back to Yi Qianxuan, saying, "All right, now present it." "What? Present what?" Yi Qianxuan looked a bit bewildered. "The divine sword token, of course. What did you think?" Shuri asserted confidently. "You can't possibly think that a vial of medicinal pills would suffice to satisfy little junior brother? I've severed ties with my family. How could I possibly have that?" Yi Qianxuan retorted. "Stop pretending. I know you well enough. The white spirit fruit is no less valuable than your family's divine sword token. If you don't show it, you'll be looked down upon." Fine. You win." Yi Qianxuan conceded. As she spoke, Yi Qianxuan retrieved a sword-shaped token from her bosom and handed it to Gu Chaqing. This sword token was entirely black, exuding a faint, ancient charm. "What is the divine sword token?" Gu Chaqing inquired curiously, examining the token in his hand, unable to discern any special qualities about it. Shuri, feigning mystery, replied, "The divine sword token from the divine sword villa is indeed a treasure. In the future, when you present this token at the villa, a fortuitous opportunity shall await you." "Oh," Gu Chaqing nodded, expressing his gratitude once more to his senior brother. Yi Qianxuan shot Shuri an exasperated glare. "Senior brother, I have already given away the divine sword token. What do you intend to offer?" Shuri did not respond to Yi Qianxuan, but turned instead to Gu Chaqing, saying, "Do not rush, little junior brother. At present, I am devoid of any valuable possessions. Give me some time, and I shall prepare something that will undoubtedly astonish you." "Thank you, senior brother." Gu Chaqing was indifferent to the notion of surprises. Yet he felt the kindness behind Shuri's words. Come, the meal is ready," shouted Mao Jiujian as he made his way to the dining hall. Yun Yang had just set the dishes on the table, the steaming aroma enveloping the room with warmth. "Old blind man, why are you standing there? Come to the table. Do you expect me to invite you?" Mao Jiujian teased the sword blind man, a routine occurrence that drew no surprise from the others. The sword blind man huffed, his face adorned with pride. "I shall not eat without wine. Fear not, I have brought back ample fine wine for the master," Yi Qianxuan announced, retrieving 2 large jars from his saddle, both filled with renowned liquors from Nanling City. "By the way, young Gu still owes me a drink." "Yes. Once I have the means, I shall repay Uncle Jian double," Gu Chaqing quickly replied. That's more like it." The sword blind man strutted to his seat, while Yi Qianxuan promptly filled everyone's cups. In the camaraderie of the rivers and lakes, they indulged in hearty wine and meat, engaging in lively conversation, their spirits high. Dido lay lazily beside the cradle, quietly watching over the slumbering infant. Witnessing such a warm scene, Yun Yang couldn't help but smile, her heart enveloped in tranquility. The essence of human warmth is the greatest balm for the mortal soul. The following morning, a thick mist blanketed the mountains and forests. Mao Jiaojuan and the sword-blind man lay drunkenly on the ground, having emptied their cups. Gu Jingxue and Yi Qianxuan entered seclusion to cultivate, preparing to break through their constraints with the aid of the white spirit fruit. Yun Yang, carrying the child, silently tidied the disarray in the room, while Gu Chaqing steadfastly began his sword training. Yet, as Gu Chaqing diligently practiced, Shuri unexpectedly appeared, remaining silent as he observed Gu Chaqing's swordplay from a distance. It must be said that Gu Chaqing's swordsmanship was a sight to behold, each movement imbued with strength and grace. Each time Shuri watched Gu Chaqing practice, he gleaned new insights into the way of the sword. "Senior brother, do you require my assistance?" Gu Chaqing concluded his set of techniques, standing with his sword in hand as he turned to Shuri. His perception is remarkably sharp. Naturally, Shuri's unusual emotions do not escape his awareness. "Junior brother, I have come to bid you farewell." Shuri directly sat beside Gu Chaqing, casually tossing him a jug of wine. Gu Chaqing accepted the wine but did not drink, merely inquiring, "Where is big senior brother headed?" "Back to my hometown in Jiangnan." Oh, what do you mean by oh?" Shuri said, somewhat exasperated. "We are fellow disciples. Don't you have anything to say to me, your big senior brother? Then I wish big senior brother a safe journey." Gu Chaqing truly struggled to find the appropriate words for farewell, having grown up reliant solely on Aunt Lan, devoid of relatives or friends, and thus never needing to part ways. However, he understood the pain of separation in life and death. Shuri smiled wryly. "Junior brother, are you not the least bit curious about your big senior brother's experiences?" "Why should I be curious? Do you not wish to learn about your big senior brother's past?" "Regardless, you will always be my big senior brother." Gu Chaqing's candid reply inexplicably warmed Shuri's heart. Initially, he intended to present himself grandly before his junior brother. Yet he found himself moved instead, which filled him with guilt and a sense of shame. "Junior brother, would you like to hear your big senior brother's story?" In truth, Gu Chaqing's heart was resistant. Listening to others' tales was far less engaging than practicing swordsmanship. Nevertheless, unable to bear disappointing his eager big senior brother, he refrained from declining. "Ahem." Shuri cleared his throat and feigned solemnity. "Actually, my story is quite simple. I was born into an ordinary family. My ancestors were honest farmers, simply wishing to live a good life, indifferent to hardship or toil." At this juncture, Shuri sighed deeply. In these trying times, even the common folk struggle to survive. Until one day, in pursuit of merit, the government forcefully seized Shuri's family's farmland to construct a horse racing ground, even breaking his father's legs, leaving them without recourse. His mother, in her efforts to support the family, ultimately succumbed to exhaustion by the roadside. Yet, misfortune compounded. Just then, horse bandits appeared. They pillaged and burned, committing every atrocity. Shuri's father, rendered immobile by his injuries, perished in the flames. That year, Shuri was but 6 years old, his innocent heart filled with fear and hatred. Driven by vengeance, the young Shuri secretly set fire to the horse racing ground, only to be pursued by the authorities. However, in his darkest hour, he encountered the unreliable master Mao Jiaojun, and from that moment, they depended on each other. With considerable talent, Shuri devoted himself to training relentlessly in pursuit of revenge, and after achieving success and body refinement, he ventured into the Jianghu, accepting black market tasks and seizing cultivation resources, creating chaos in both the underworld and the righteous. With Shuri's innate abilities and cunning nature, success should have been merely a matter of time, yet his heart remained troubled, hindering his ability to condense the golden sword intent and break the shackles of the Qingyan sword forging technique. To resolve his inner turmoil, Shuri resolved to take revenge. Thus, he journeyed to Lianyun Mountain and eradicated the 18 notorious bandits of Lianyun Dock. Indeed, it is true that the marauders who plundered Shuri's hometown originated from Lianyunhua. However, this action of Shuri's has attracted the formidable expert lurking behind Lianyunhua, the notorious Blackwater Old Monster, ranked 78th on the earthly list. After a fierce pursuit, Shuri was cast down the cliffs of the eastern sea by Blackwater Old Monster, barely managing to survive. Subsequently, he, battered and bruised, sought out Mao Jiaojun, who aided him in escaping death by the narrowest of margins. Whenever he recalls those events of yore, Shuri is enveloped by a sense of youthful recklessness, not foreseeing that the severe injuries he sustained back then would lead to his prolonged silence. This time, as Shuri departs from the sect, he aims to resolve the karmic ties of that past. Upon hearing Shuri's account, Gu Chaqing finally grasps the reason behind Shuri's ability to pen such a work as the Chronicles of the Jianghu. Having traversed the tumultuous world since his youth, he has witnessed the treacheries of the Jianghu, Surely, the senior brother must have endured considerable hardships. The youth suddenly feels a tinge of sympathy. Only through enduring great suffering can one rise above others, Shuri proclaimed with feigned bravado. So, does this imply that the senior brother has not suffered much? The youth expressed his thoughts with clarity, noting that since Shuri had not ascended to greatness, he had not faced significant tribulations. Shuri, with a furrowed brow, found himself at a loss. Had it been Yi Qianxuan daring to speak to him thus, he would have swiftly drawn his sword. Yet, gazing into his junior brother's innocent eyes, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Junior brother, you are destined to vex me. In truth, Shuri himself could not comprehend why he suddenly felt compelled to share so much, but in the presence of Gu Cha-ching, he felt an inexplicable sense of peace, no longer needing to conceal anything. Junior brother, I am departing. Take care. Senior brother, take care. If I survive, I shall seek you out, Gu Cha-ching replied, unaware of the true meaning of a promise, yet feeling a twinge of reluctance. Their parting left an uncertainty of when they might reunite. Wishing only for the senior brother's safety. If meetings are but fleeting farewells, why even inquire about the return? Shuri vanished, bearing his stone sword into the vast, swirling mists. Apart from Gu Cha-ching, he bid farewell to no one else, though he casually appropriated Yi Qianxuan's prized steed. In Shuri's words, it is but right to show some filial respect to the senior brother on his journey. In the aftermath, although Yi Qianxuan felt disheartened, he could do nothing. However, he resolved that when next they meet, he would certainly give Shuri a sound thrashing. Mao Jiao-jun remained inebriated, seemingly aware of Shuri's impending departure. As he had spent the previous night in a drunken revelry with Jian Xiazi, he too abhorred farewells, particularly knowing the perilous undertaking Shuri was about to embark upon. Yet, as Shuri had articulated, some matters are inescapable. Since they cannot be avoided, they must culminate in resolution. Thus, they immersed themselves in seclusion, intoxication, or sword practice. The Qingyan sword sect appeared to be isolated from the world, indifferent to the happenings beyond their walls. In Qishan town, at the 100 Flowers Pavilion. After a period of rest, the establishment had finally reopened, its business thriving even more than before. The rapid development of Qishan town has attracted an increasing number of trade caravans from north to south, along with numerous Jianghu figures indulging in revelry, creating a bustling atmosphere. Behold, behold, it is the fair maiden of autumn, playing her lute. And look, the egret maiden has also graced us with her presence. Her dance is nothing short of exquisite. I hold a particular fondness for the enchanting Mei Lan. I shall redeem her. Is that truly affection you speak of? Or is it merely a craving for her physical form? How base. What I exhibit is a gallant spirit. You simply do not comprehend. Alas, the morals of society have deteriorated, and the hearts of men have grown cold. These flower house maidens dress so scantily. What decorum is this? Do they not feel the chill of the air? They ought to don more garments. Ha ha ha, my dear friends. I advise you to refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you. To rescue the vulnerable maidens from their plight is a noble duty we, the disciples of virtue, must embrace. So, shall we go together? Indeed, let us proceed. A group of literary gentlemen, priding themselves on their gallantry, resolved to save the fallen women from their distress, thus they boldly entered the flower pavilion. At that moment, a man clad in black robes and wearing a mask burst into the hall. Crash! Clatter! The table laden with delectable dishes was overturned, creating a scene of utter chaos. The sudden upheaval startled the men and women present, alerting the guards of the flower pavilion. Where is the proprietor of this establishment? Come forth. This day, I shall act as heaven's avenger and set ablaze this den of iniquity, liberating the suffering maidens within. Those who are uninvolved, take your leave, otherwise, beware. For my sword knows no mercy. Should you find yourselves missing something afterward, do not claim that I did not warn you. As the man in black spoke with a chilling demeanor, the hall fell into a profound silence, soon erupting into a tumult of astonishment. What is the meaning of this? Who dares to unleash chaos within the flower pavilion? Who among us does not know that this establishment is shielded by the authority of the government? To oppose the flower pavilion is to sever the livelihood of those in power. It is often said that to cut off a man's means is akin to slaying his kin. This enmity is irreconcilable. And today the man in black may well meet his end here. However, were it not for the past instances of righteous individuals who upheld justice, the crowd would surely have cheered in approval. Yet, to come to a place like the flower pavilion to enact divine justice and threaten to burn it down to rescue its women? This I must beg to differ. You are merely meddling in affairs that do not concern you. We willingly accept our fates. We choose to spend our money and offer our bodies. If you set fire to the flower pavilion, where shall we find our merriment henceforth? In a pauperesque grave? regarding matters that touch upon a man's dignity. Retreat is not an option. Though the crowd remained astonished, they did not flee, instead choosing to observe the unfolding drama with a sense of morbid curiosity. What is there to fear? They truly did not believe that anyone would dare to unleash violence within the flower pavilion. Who possesses the audacity to act so brazenly? They must be possessed of a lioness heart. Seize him. Capture him alive. A throng of flower pavilion guards surged in, encircling the man in black. Seeking death. Are we? A cold smile crept across the lips of the man in black, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. With a swift motion, his blade descended. Surrounding guards collapsed one after another, and the stench of blood permeated the entire hall. Silence. An eerie stillness replaced the once lively atmosphere. As the remaining guests dared not breathe, fearing the attention of the mysterious figure in black. Murder. It has truly happened. He dared to kill. Flee, flee. In a state of panic, individuals scattered, desperately trying to escape. Soon, over a dozen more guards arrived, all seasoned martial artists. Without further ado, they engaged. Yet one by one, the guards fell, no match for the black-clad man. Cease this. The furious voice of the proprietress of the 100 Flowers Pavilion finally broke through. As a chilling energy surged towards the black-clad figure's back. With a dull thud, the black-clad man countered the attack with a swift motion, sending the surrounding guards tumbling to the ground. I did not expect the owner of the 100 Flowers Pavilion to be a master of chi gathering. You have concealed your abilities well, he remarked, turning to face her, his profound gaze laced with mockery. Who are you? The proprietress's countenance shifted, then steadied. Clad in black? A mask? The god of death. It is you, the black-robed god of death, Shuri. Hearing her exclamation, Shuri nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. The god of death? Who bestowed such a dreadful moniker upon him? It sounded nothing like the charming titles of the wandering heroes. He grumbled inwardly, by all that is sacred, do not let me catch you, or I shall toss you into the cesspit. Despite his internal musings, he boldly proclaimed, Indeed, I am Shuri, the black-robed god of death. The proprietress, her brows furrowed, struggled to contain her anger. My 100 Flowers Pavilion bears no enmity towards you. Why do you seek to ruin our business? Last time, Miss Bailu was perfectly well, yet you forbade her from seeing me. What reasoning is this? And Miss Jiu Shuang, I arrived first, yet you sent her to attend to that old, unattractive Chen Yuan. Why? This is blatant discrimination. Do you operate the 100 Flowers Pavilion with such bias? Is my money not worthy? Or is it that I lack sufficient charm? Shuri huffed, feeling deeply aggrieved. Is this truly your grievance? The proprietress's face turned a shade of green with fury. This is your attitude? You consider it trivial. Yet it profoundly wounds my pride. Last time, I obliterated the Black Wolf gang. This time, I shall eradicate your 100 Flowers Pavilion, this den of filth. With that declaration, Shuri lunged towards her in a manner that was both brazen and unreasonable. How dare you? The proprietress, startled and enraged, quickly attempted to defend herself. Shuri feigned a strike and advanced with a misstep, delivering a powerful punch to her chest. Stop! A commanding voice suddenly echoed from the back hall. But with a resounding crash, the proprietress's chest caved in, her back tearing through her garments as she became ensnared within the wall, her breath growing increasingly fragile. Until her demise, the flower maiden could not fathom how she met her end at the hands of a brute, and for a reason so trivial. With a thud, she fell to the ground, her life extinguished. Shuri, ruthless in his actions, showed no mercy. What audacity! I command you to cease, and yet you dare to strike. As he spoke, two figures emerged beside the flower maiden, Wei Yong and Chen Long. They had been reveling in the back hall when they suddenly heard a commotion and had sent the flower maiden to handle the intruder. For their current identities were not to be exposed. However, they could never have anticipated that the assailant would be both brazen and formidable, resulting in the flower maiden being struck down in a single blow, leaving them no time to intervene. The flower maiden was merely a pawn of the Xianyin sect. Her death, though unfortunate, was not catastrophic. Yet, the situation in Qingshan town was intricate, and the Xianyin sect relied on her to orchestrate their plans. With her demise, many of their schemes would falter, resulting in significant losses, igniting the fury of Wei Yong and Chen Long. Is there truly a hidden master behind the 100 Flowers Pavilion? Shuri was initially taken aback, but soon exhilarated. According to the rules of the martial world, one must eradicate the root of evil. Today, I shall bring you all to justice. With that, Shuri launched another assault towards Wei Yong and Chen Long, embodying a spirit of righteous indignation. To the unknowing observer, it might seem as though he held an irreconcilable vendetta against vice and depravity. seeking death. The two esteemed figures did not retreat. Instead, they advanced, blocking Shiyi's offensive, one on the left, the other on the right. With a resounding clash, the air rippled with energy. A dark and malevolent force surged into Shiyi's body, causing his expression to shift as his gaze turned icy. So, the force behind the 100 Flowers Pavilion is the little demon of the Xianyin sect. How intriguing. It appears this place truly harbors filth, and I, Shiyi, shall act to uphold justice. What? You were Shiyi? The once roguish stone Xiaodian? Qianlong's eyes glimmered, his demeanor shifting to one of excitement. He had been lamenting the difficulty of finding trouble with Shiyi, only to have his quarry present itself. Excellent, splendid. Wei Yang, leave this one to me. Just ensure he does not escape. With a sinister chuckle, Qianlong lunged at Shiyi, his twin daggers shooting forth with no warning, tethered by delicate cords. Wei Yang, standing nearby, furrowed his brow, hesitating to speak, ultimately choosing silence as he cautiously observed Shiyi. Given Wei Yang's typically cautious nature, he would have preferred to eliminate the threat and then discreetly vanish, but he understood Qianlong's twisted disposition upon encountering a talent. He could hardly restrain himself from inflicting torment to satisfy his own desires. Nevertheless, Qianlong's exceptional aptitude was not a trivial matter. After all, there were few sane individuals within the Xianyin sect. However, the Dragon Master underestimated the formidable strength of Shiyi. With a perfected sword intent and decades of cultivation, a single punch sent the Dragon Master's twin daggers flying back, causing the opponent's body to sway slightly. What? You are not merely in the Qi-gathering realm. You have opened a small heavenly cycle. No, this is impossible. The Dragon Master stared in disbelief at Shiyi, struggling to comprehend the situation. At that moment, a great sword soared from outside the pavilion and landed firmly in Shiyi's hand. The momentum surged, akin to a raging river. Caution! The Goat Master pushed the Dragon Master aside with a palm from a distance, and in the next instant, the great sword landed perilously close to the Dragon Master's feet. Despite this, the Dragon Master was still shaken by Shiyi's sword intent, sustaining significant injuries. Spitting out a mouthful of reverse blood, the Dragon Master's expression turned to one of horror. He realized he was no match for Shiyi, unable to withstand even a single strike. Had it not been for the timely rescue by the Goat Master, he would have likely met a fate similar to that of the Flower Lady. No, this cannot continue. Flee. Run quickly. In a moment of clarity, both the Dragon Master and the Goat Master threw a black pellet to the ground, resulting in an explosion of flames. Boom. Boom. The seven-pointed toxic smoke spread wildly. In an instant, the entire hall was enveloped in thick smoke. Fortunately, Shiyi possessed the ability to temporarily close his breath, so he was not greatly affected, though his eyes were stung and difficult to open. Cough. 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 After a moment, as the smoke dissipated, the Goat Master and the Dragon Master had vanished without a trace. Shiyi retreated from the hall, looking rather disheartened. Damn, they managed to escape. Indeed, they are a band of wicked and malevolent beings, relying solely on such despicable tactics. It seems that next time, I must be more ruthless. As he spoke, Shiyi casually plucked a candle lantern, intending to set the place ablaze. Just then, a group of women rushed out from backstage. Wait, my lord. The four leading women, graceful and enchanting, were the four renowned courtesans of the 100 Flowers Pavilion, Bai Lu, Qiu Shuang, Mei Lan, and Zhu Shi. Shiyi smiled and waved his hand, saying, Ladies, do not be afraid. I am merely here to act as a chivalrous hero, with no other intentions. The four women exchanged glances, confusion evident on their faces. Bai Lu could not help but ask, My lord, you have destroyed our place. How shall we earn a living from now on? Do you still wish to engage in such carnal business? Shiyi raised an eyebrow and countered, If it were possible to live, who would choose to live in such a manner? Yet we are no longer virtuous people. No one will want us in the future. Aside from this place, where else do we have to go? Qiu Shuang replied softly, her fellow women appearing equally pitiful. Shiyi had originally intended to take them to the Qingyun sword sect, but after considering it, he decided against it. He feared that his master would be driven to madness and that his junior brothers and sisters would pursue him to the ends of the earth with the intent to harm him. Moreover, he did not wish for the sacred grounds of the Qingyun sword sect to be embroiled in such controversies. Ladies, seek out Shou Qingyan. He is a good official and will surely take good care of you. The women exchanged resigned smiles, pondering if this was truly human discourse. Should a virtuous official be subjected to such machinations? Yet, faced with the present circumstances, they had no alternative but to accept their fate. It is time for me to depart. I extend my gratitude to each of you for the warmth you have provided over the years. In the future, should matters arise, simply invoke the name of Shuri. From this moment forth, I, the dark-robed god of death, Shuri, shall stand in opposition to malevolence. With that, Shuri hurled the candle's flame onto the fabric drapes, igniting the entire hall in a swift blaze that soon spread to the adjoining pavilion. The surrounding women gasped, hastily retreating from the confines of the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Bai Lu and the other courtesans exchanged glances, rendered speechless. They had not anticipated such a sudden turn of events. Unbeknownst to anyone, a faint smile graced Shuri's lips as he departed. His visit to the 100 Flowers Pavilion was not a mere whim, but a calculated move. He sought to stir the waters, providing cover for Gu Chaqing. After all, Gu Chaqing's identity was exceedingly sensitive. Should the Gu family become aware of his situation, they would likely not let it rest. This strategy was fraught with risks and might only buy them a few days of concealment, yet Shuri proceeded nonetheless. He merely hoped to shield Gu Chaqing for as long as possible, until he could stand on his own. Little junior brother, I can only do so much. From now on, you must rely on yourself. Strive to grow stronger, young one, and deliver a modicum of shock to this era. In Qingshan Town, at the government office, Zhou Chengyan was engrossed in reviewing documents. Having spent the night awake, weariness etched across his face. There was no alternative. Qingshan Town was developing at a rapid pace, with myriad matters demanding his direct involvement as the county magistrate. Overwhelmed, he found it impossible to keep up. Just as he managed to catch a moment's respite with the last document, an urgent voice from outside interrupted him. Old master, there has been another incident in the town. What is it? The 100 Flowers Pavilion has been set ablaze. What? Zhou Chengyan was momentarily stunned. Which valiant hero, driven by a righteous fury, would not spare even a place of revelry? This was indeed too extreme. It must be noted that places like the flower houses were exceedingly sensitive. Even the esteemed officials of the court often gathered there, relishing the company of beautiful women, engaging in poetry and merriment, living blissfully in leisure. In truth, the flower houses existed specifically for men, allowing them to vent their desires while mitigating the risks posed to respectable women. In an era marked by male supremacy and female subjugation, women were often mere appendages or playthings, devoid of status or identity. Hence, the existence of flower houses was deemed reasonable and legitimate, with no one finding fault. Yet, should such a state of affairs truly exist? The violation of women's dignity, at least for all women, rendered places like the flower houses as a brand of slavery imprinted upon every woman, a disgrace of every era. As long as such establishments persisted, they remained an affront to all women. With little time to ponder further, Zhou Chengyan sprang into action, hastening to inquire about the situation. Captain Wei, who set the fire? It was Shuri. He claims to be Shuri. Zhou Chengyan instinctively paused, then pressed further. Is it the genuine Shuri or a mere imitation? It should indeed be the authentic one. Upon hearing Wei Yang's response, Zhou Chengyan's eyes twitched slightly, a wave of frustration washing over him. What on earth is happening? Just when things had calmed down for a few days, it seems chaos has reemerged. Is it even possible to live a peaceful life any longer? What is the current state of affairs? The fire has been largely extinguished, yet the interior lies in disarray. After a brief pause, Wei Yang hesitantly continued. Old master, there is another matter. Speak plainly. Zhou Chengyan waved his hand dismissively, suddenly feeling utterly exhausted. According to reports from the scene, 2 members of the Xianin sect had appeared in the Baihua Tower, and Shuri had engaged them in combat, forcing them to retreat. The Xianin sect. Zhou Chengyan's expression changed dramatically, his demeanor becoming exceedingly grave. The Xianin sect is teeming with formidable experts and poses a significant threat to the entire Weiwu dynasty. Not only due to their unscrupulous and nefarious methods, but also because of their ambition to dominate the world. In comparison, Shuri burning down the Baihua Tower pales in significance. Let us go and see for ourselves. As he spoke, Zhou Chengyan strode away, with Wei Yang closely following. On West Street, a crowd of citizens had gathered, the scene rife with devastation. Merchants passing through were bewildered and inquired about the situation. Many men, however, appeared utterly despondent, as if their very pillars of strength had crumbled. It's all over. Everything is lost. Which wretched scoundrel would dare to desecrate a place like the Baihua Tower? What? Is it the great hero Shuri? Well, then it seems fine. Yet, how are we to live from now on? The gambling den is gone. The dogfighting arena has been shut down, and now even the women are no longer available. Even wealth has nowhere to be spent. Great hero Shuri. I thank you and your entire family. Thank you and your ancestors for 8 generations. Alas, it seems we must settle down and pursue a respectable life of marriage and children, living in quietude. With mixed emotions, many men mournfully shed tears akin to crocodile tears. By the time Shou Chang'an arrived, the fire at the Baiwa Tower had been completely extinguished. Yet, gazing upon the ruins, the county magistrate felt a profound sense of helplessness. It was evident that this establishment could never reopen. Most troubling to Shou Chang'an was the fate of the hundreds of women within the Baiwa Tower. How could they be accommodated? It would be utterly inappropriate to simply take them to the government office. If that were to happen, the officials would have no inclination to carry out their duties. It would be a miracle if they did not end up in trouble themselves. Such a scandalous notion. Should the young women be forced to return to their former occupations? Absolutely not. The government cannot engage in such disgraceful conduct. After all, Shou Chang'an is a scholar of moral standing, having studied the teachings of the sages. Moreover, what if one day Shuri were to return in a fit of rage and set the tower ablaze once more? It appears I must devise an alternative solution. Suddenly, Shou Chang'an conceived a peculiar scenario. It is quite possible that Qinshan Town may become the only commercial hub in the world devoid of a Baiwa Tower. Alas, what a misfortune! Within the mountains, the clouds and mist swirled, at times resembling towering peaks, at others the undulating waves of the sea, or the galloping of 1,000 steeds, or even the rolling of a celestial river. Such a myriad of phenomena. Gu Changqing practiced his swordsmanship in solitude, immersed in his training. Did it cast a curious glance at him, her clear eyes brimming with questions? The departure of Shuri stirred within Gu Changqing an unfamiliar emotion. It was his first experience of the bittersweet pangs of parting. When Lan passed away, Gu Changqing felt only sorrow, for he understood that once she closed her eyes, she would never awaken, leaving him to face solitude. Yet, after mourning, life must go on, until he encountered Mao Jiujuan. The sudden disappearance of Mao Jiujuan a few days ago did not affect him deeply, as they were not yet acquainted, and the departure was abrupt, leaving the youth unaware of the true nature of separation. However, with Shuri's absence, Gu Changqing felt a profound sense of reluctance and melancholy. The young man, newly acquainted with the complexities of the world, could hardly believe in the notion of parting, perhaps due to his utter immersion. Gu Changqing unknowingly infused his emotions into his swordplay, which subsequently evolved into a sword intent, imbued with a sense of farewell. Gu Changqing approached his sword practice with utmost seriousness, and his sensitivity to his own feelings heightened. Gradually, he sensed a peculiar force coursing through him, ultimately merging with the spirit of the sword in his mind. As Gu Changqing was still unable to introspect, he failed to notice the faint yellow aura that enveloped the sword spirit within his consciousness. Though it was subtle, it was strikingly distinct. What could this mean? Gu Changqing distinctly perceived the anomaly of the sword spirit. It seemed that each sword move was influenced by his emotions, becoming increasingly enigmatic. With his sword sheath, Gu Changqing remained absorbed in his recent revelations about the way of the sword, intending to seek guidance from his master or Uncle Jian upon his return. Albeit uncertain if the two would have sobered up by then. Gu Changqing, hello? A clear voice suddenly broke the silence, pulling him back to reality. He turned towards the sound and beheld a girl in colorful attire perched on a nearby branch, gently swaying her gleaming ankle, none other than Huang Yi. What brings you here again? Gu Changqing furrowed his brow slightly, choosing to ignore her and continue his practice, as he seemed less than fond of the girl. Nevertheless, she gracefully leapt down, positioning herself in front of him.